Hello everyone. Today we have 8 hours of SpongeBob theories for you to fall asleep to. So sit back, grab a snack, and let's get started with 3 hours of SpongeBob conspiracy theories to fall asleep to.
In episode SB129, Squidward locks himself in the Krusty Krab freezer to escape SpongeBob and Patrick's jellyfishing invitation, only to wake up 2,000 years in the future where he meets Spongetron, a robot version of SpongeBob with 486 clones. After traveling to the prehistoric past and accidentally teaching caveman SpongeBob how to jellyfish, Squidward gets trapped in a white void dimension called Nowhere before finally returning home. The episode ends with SpongeBob and Patrick revealing that Squidward himself invented jellyfishing, creating a time loop where he caused his own eternal suffering. What sounds like a fun time travel romp is actually the most disturbing episode in the series because it proves SpongeBob has reality warping powers that keep Squidward imprisoned across every timeline, dimension, and era. Squidward can never escape. SpongeBob exists everywhere, always, and the universe itself refuses to let Squidward be alone. The setup tells you everything. Squidward just wants one Sunday morning to practice his clarinet. You know, that thing he's objectively terrible at, making this whole endeavor even sadder. SpongeBob's alarm clock goes off facing out the window like some kind of psychological warfare device, and it literally launches Squidward's clarinet down his throat. This is already cartoon violence turned up to 11, but here's where it gets weird. SpongeBob and Patrick knock on Squidward's door approximately 17 times in rapid succession. Squidward opens and closes that door so many times it becomes a montage. They're relentless. When Squidward finally tells them he'll never be ready, he accidentally locks himself out of his own house, and SpongeBob opens the door from inside. How did SpongeBob get in there? The episode doesn't explain this. SpongeBob has somehow manifested inside Squidward's home without permission, which is either breaking and entering or something far more concerning. SpongeBob might actually be able to materialize wherever Squidward exists. Squidward escapes to the Krusty Krab because it's Sunday and the restaurant is closed. He hides in the freezer when he hears SpongeBob and Patrick searching for him. The freezer door locks from the inside, which is a massive OSHA violation, but whatever, and Squidward assumes someone will find him soon. The French narrator drops the most casual 2,000 years later in television history, and suddenly we're in a chrome dystopia where Spongetron exists. Here's the thing that breaks your brain. Spongetron has clones labeled X, Y, and Z. When Squidward asks if other letters are involved, Spongetron cheerfully announces all 486 of them. The English alphabet has 26 letters. Spongetron is implying the alphabet expanded, merged with other character sets, or most likely the writers wanted to emphasize how completely SpongeBob has saturated the future. There are nearly 500 SpongeBobs running around in 4017 AD. That's a SpongeBob infestation. That's SpongeBob as an invasive species that has colonized the timeline itself. Spongetron immediately wants to go jellyfishing because, of course, he does. And Patron shows up a two-headed Patrick that somehow still functions as Patrick despite having twice the brain capacity, which mathematically should give him the intelligence of a sea cucumber but apparently doesn't. Squidward begs to go home, and Spongetron directs him to the time machine, down the hall to the left. Squidward tries the wrong door first and gets shredded by a can opener, which the episode treats as a mild inconvenience. He springs back together like a slinky because apparently Squidward is also immortal in this universe. He jumps into the time machine and heads to the past, figuring if SpongeBob exists in the future, maybe the past is safe. Wrong. So catastrophically wrong. Squidward arrives in prehistoric Bikini Bottom and immediately encounters primate sponge and prehistoric starfish caveman versions of his tormentors. They're terrified of jellyfish and keep torturing themselves by trying to touch them. Squidward, in a moment of what he thinks is helpfulness, read arrogance, teaches them how to jellyfish properly. He crafts nets from their loincloths, demonstrates the technique, and even names the activity. It's called jellyfishing. Congratulations, Squidward. You just created the bootstrap paradox that will define your existence. You taught SpongeBob the one activity he'll use to torture you for millennia. This is the equivalent of going back in time and personally handing your childhood bully the instruction manual on how to bully you. When Squidward tries to play his clarinet, primate sponge and prehistoric starfish go absolutely feral and chase him back into the time machine. He frantically mashes the controls and breaks the lever, causing the machine to malfunction. The word future spins like a slot machine and lands on 2 lemons and a bar, and the machine literally calls Squidward a loser before yeeting him into the void. This is where the episode becomes genuinely unsettling. Squidward ends up in a blank white space with nothing. No ground, no sky, no objects, just endless white emptiness. He's thrilled at first because there's no SpongeBob here. Finally, blessed isolation. Then reality starts breaking down. Squidward shrinks. Multiple voices echo alone in a demonic chorus. Strange audio distortions play. The camera keeps zooming in and out. Squidward runs in place, moving off screen and back on screen in the same spot because there's there's literally nowhere to go. This dimension has no SpongeBob, which means it also has no structure, no meaning, no purpose. The universe cannot function without SpongeBob in it. Squidward has a breakdown and starts sobbing. He says he misses Bikini Bottom, his Easter Island head, and critically SpongeBob. The exact moment he says SpongeBob, the time machine reappears and takes him home. The machine only responds to SpongeBob's name. Squidward has to verbally acknowledge his need for SpongeBob before reality allows him to leave. When he returns, SpongeBob and Patrick are standing in the exact same spot outside his house, still waiting for him. They haven't moved. Time has passed. Squidward has lived through what felt like hours or days of temporal chaos, and these two are frozen in place like NPCs waiting for their quest to activate. When Squidward asks who invented jellyfishing, they cheerfully tell him, "You are Squidward," confirming the time loop is closed and Squidward's suffering is infinite and self-inflicted. The implications wreck everything. SpongeBob exists in the prehistoric past, the present, and 2,000 years in the future with 486 clones. The only dimension without SpongeBob is a maddening void that reality itself rejects. The time machine obeys SpongeBob's name. Squidward cannot escape through time, space, or dimensional travel. SpongeBob is omnipresent. This explains every episode in the series. Whenever Squidward moves away, SpongeBob follows. When Squidward tries to have one good day, SpongeBob appears. SpongeBob survives explosions, disintegration, and death because he's woven into the fabric of reality. Squidward is trapped in SpongeBob's universe, and the show has spent 25 years documenting one cephalopod's futile attempts to escape his reality-warping neighbor. That's cosmic horror disguised as a kid's cartoon. That's The Truman Show meets Lovecraft. Squidward figured it out in SB-129, tried to escape, and learned the truth. There is no escape. SpongeBob is eternal, infinite, and inescapable. Sweet dreams, kids. Now let's move on to the next conspiracy. In the SpongeBob SquarePants movie, SpongeBob gets passed over for the Krusty Krab 2 manager position in favor of Squidward because Mr. Krabs thinks he's too much of a kid. Devastated, SpongeBob drowns his sorrows at Goofy Goober's ice cream party boat with Patrick, getting completely wasted on triple gooberberry sunrises until they pass out. The next morning, they wake up hungover and late, just in time to witness King Neptune accusing Mr. Krabs of stealing his crown. SpongeBob volunteers to retrieve the crown from Shell City to save Mr. Krabs' life, embarking on a 6-day road trip with Patrick. What seems like a silly kids movie about ice cream and friendship is actually documenting SpongeBob and Patrick's membership in a death cult that worships a giant sentient peanut and prepares its followers for alien abduction, through ritualistic ice cream consumption and indoctrination. The evidence is overwhelming, the parallels to real-world cults are disturbing, and SpongeBob literally admits on camera that they worship the Goofy Goober. This is Heaven's Gate with sprinkles on top. The movie opens with SpongeBob dreaming about becoming manager of the Krusty Krab 2, complete with a wall of 374 consecutive Employee of the Month awards proving his dedication. That's over 31 years of perfect performance, which is either impressive or concerning, depending on whether you think SpongeBob ages. When Mr. Krabs announces Squidward as the new manager instead, calling SpongeBob just a kid, SpongeBob walks away muttering, "I'm ready." Depression, in the saddest character moment this show has ever produced. He's devastated. His entire identity revolves around working at the Krusty Krab, and the one thing he wanted most just got ripped away. Patrick tries to cheer him up by reminding him about their plans to party at Goofy Goober's ice cream party boat, and they immediately start singing the Goofy Goober anthem while wearing branded merchandise. They're already indoctrinated. This is established cult behavior before the ice cream even enters the equation. SpongeBob initially tries to go home because he's too depressed to celebrate, but Patrick convinces him to stay with the promise of a triple gooberberry sunrise. Here's where things get dark. SpongeBob and Patrick proceed to drink themselves into oblivion on ice cream. They're slamming sundaes like college freshmen at a keg party. The waiter keeps bringing them more triple gooberberry sunrises, and they keep chugging them down, covering the waiter in ice cream residue like he's working at the worst Hooters in Bikini Bottom. SpongeBob eventually gets so drunk he staggers onto the stage, dedicates a song to Patrick and this big peanut guy, and they all pass out together. The next morning, SpongeBob wakes up looking like he survived a frat house apocalypse, and the waiter has to physically shake him awake because he wants to go home. SpongeBob is 8 in the morning drunk. That's alcoholic territory, except it's ice cream, which somehow makes it worse because kids are the target demographic. The Goofy Goober worship gets explicitly confirmed during the road trip. When SpongeBob and Patrick encounter the Thug Tug, a biker bar for underwater criminals where bubble blowing is punishable by group beatings, they accidentally blow bubbles in the bathroom and nearly get murdered for it. Victor, the bartender, announces the rule. All bubble-blowing babies will be beaten senseless by every able-bodied patron in the bar. To identify the bubble blowers, Victor plays the Goofy Goober theme song as a test, knowing that no baby can resist singing along. SpongeBob and Patrick struggle desperately to stay silent while surrounded by violent thugs, visibly shaking with the effort of suppressing their Pavlovian response to the song. This is MK Ultra level conditioning. They've been so thoroughly brainwashed by Goofy Goober propaganda that hearing the jingle triggers an involuntary compulsion to sing along, even when their lives depend on staying quiet. The song functions as a mind control activation phrase, and SpongeBob and Patrick almost die because they physically cannot stop themselves from worshipping the peanut. The cult's grip on them becomes undeniable later when they reach the monster trench and SpongeBob has his breakdown. He lists all the reasons they're just kids. We blow bubbles, we eat ice cream, we worship a dancing peanut for corn's sake. That's a direct quote. SpongeBob admits they worship the Goofy Goober. Patrick initially tries to deny it, we do not worship him, but immediately realizes SpongeBob is right. When SpongeBob pulls down Patrick's shorts to reveal Goofy Goober peanut party underwear that Patrick has been wearing for 3 years straight, Patrick breaks down crying and admits, "You're right, SpongeBob. We are kids." The underwear is cult merchandise. Patrick has been wearing the same pair for 3 years, which is disgusting on multiple levels, but more importantly suggests he owns multiple pairs or wears them exclusively. That's cultist devotion to branded materials. He's literally wearing his faith. The final proof comes during SpongeBob's climactic rock concert inside the Krusty Krab 2. When Plankton has enslaved everyone with bucket helmets and SpongeBob needs to break the mind control, he channels the power of Goofy Goober rock to save the day. He transforms into a wizard covered in peanut imagery, plays an electric guitar with good game on the headstock, and blasts everyone's helmets off while singing an extended version of the Goofy Goober anthem. The Goofy Goober cult conditioning is so powerful that it overrides Plankton's technological mind control. SpongeBob defeats a totalitarian dictator using the psychological warfare techniques he learned from worshipping an ice cream mascot. The cult saved the day, which is either inspirational or horrifying depending on your perspective. Probably both. Here's what makes this genuinely unsettling. Real cults use the exact same tactics. They target vulnerable people during emotional crises. SpongeBob, after losing the promotion, offer community and comfort. Patrick, taking him to their special place. Create powerful group rituals, singing the anthem together. Distribute branded merchandise to reinforce identity. The hats, the underwear, and establish psychological triggers that override rational thought. The song's compulsive effect. The ice cream functions as both literal intoxicant and symbolic sacrament. SpongeBob and Patrick get drunk on it, pass out, wake up hungover, and immediately return to Goofy Goobers at the end of the movie for another round. They're addicts. The movie ends with SpongeBob becoming manager of the Krusty Krab 2, while remaining a devoted Goofy Goober cultist, suggesting you can maintain normal life while being fully indoctrinated. That's the scariest part. The cult doesn't destroy your life. It just becomes your life. SpongeBob and Patrick will worship that dancing peanut until the aliens come, and they'll do it with smiles on their faces. Okay, let's head into the next conspiracy. In episode Patrick's Smart Pants, Patrick falls off a cliff while playing tag with SpongeBob, and his head pops clean off his body. SpongeBob panics and finds a starfish-shaped head nearby, reattaching it without realizing he grabbed brain coral from the brain coral field instead of Patrick's actual head. Patrick immediately transforms into a genius who speaks with an expanded vocabulary, understands advanced music theory, solves complex mathematical equations, and conducts scientific research. After alienating everyone with his newfound intelligence, including SpongeBob, who he calls Robert and tells they've grown apart, Patrick realizes he misses his old life. He voluntarily jumps off the same cliff to recreate the accident, discovers SpongeBob attached the wrong head, and makes a conscious decision to return to his original state. When SpongeBob asks if he's sure about giving up being smart and sophisticated, Patrick delivers the most chilling line in the entire series. "Knowledge can never replace friendship. I prefer to be an idiot." He then removes the brain coral himself and lets SpongeBob reattach his old head. Patrick's stupidity is a deliberate lifestyle choice. He's capable of genius-level intelligence and actively maintains his idiocy, because being smart brings isolation, responsibility, and expectations he refuses to deal with. Patrick has been weaponizing his stupidity for the entire series. The setup reveals everything about Patrick's capabilities. The moment SpongeBob reattaches the brain coral head, Patrick's internal mechanism activates like a computer. Booting up the transcript describes a plug plugging into an outlet with gears and cranks, starting up. Patrick gets a spark from his head and immediately starts speaking differently. His first words as Smart Patrick are, "I find all this laughter to be highly illogical," which sounds like Spock having a bad day. When SpongeBob hands him a jellyfish net, Patrick sketches a Leonardo da Vinci-style technical drawing of a jellyfish instead of catching it, explaining that it is wrong to harness nature in such a barbaric manner. Within minutes of becoming intelligent, Patrick has mastered scientific observation, artistic technique, environmental ethics, and formal speech patterns. This instantaneous transformation proves Patrick's brain has always been capable of processing complex information. The hardware was always there, he just chose to keep it unplugged. Smart Patrick's abilities escalate rapidly and reveal knowledge that goes beyond what brain coral should provide. He identifies Squidward's clarinet piece as Cornelius Pufferfish's Opus 67, Symphony in Blue, and suggests Squidward add a little fortissimo on the arpeggiated B-flat scale during the 7th bar of the Adagio Andante. That's conservatory-level music theory. Patrick can read musical notation, understand compositional structure, and provide expert critique. He studies plankton under a microscope, while plankton screams, "I'll show you subspecies," from the slide. He solves Sandy's mathematical equations by changing the literal term to a coefficient so the minuend will achieve the desired quotient, then insults her intelligence by calling her impaired, instead of dumb, because he prefers a more sophisticated word. Patrick masters multiple academic disciplines instantly, which suggests his brain already contained this information or the capacity to access it. The coral acts as an activation switch, revealing Patrick's true potential. The isolation hits Patrick immediately and becomes unbearable. Smart Patrick tells SpongeBob they're just compatible anymore, and it's time we went our separate ways. He calls SpongeBob Robert and Mr. SquarePants, like they're business acquaintances instead of best friends. When SpongeBob cries and says, "You're my best friend," Patrick responds with, "I know it's hard, but brace up, chap," like he's firing an employee. SpongeBob walks away sobbing, while Patrick goes to Sandy's tree dome, where they bond over intellectual pursuits until Patrick insults Sandy's intelligence and gets kicked out. Patrick ends up sitting alone in his house, saying, surrounded by knowledge and no one to share it with. No one I can call friend. He looks at his photo album titled, "My Friend SpongeBob," and starts crying over memories of their friendship. Smart Patrick spends the entire episode systematically destroying every relationship he has because intelligence creates barriers between people. He becomes condescending, judgmental, and isolated. This is the wake-up call. Patrick's response proves everything. He doesn't accept his new reality. He doesn't try to find other smart friends or pursue his intellectual interests. Patrick immediately dedicates his genius-level intelligence to solving one problem: getting his old life back. He studies x-rays of his and SpongeBob's heads, meditates on top of his rock, observes Squidward's behavior, reads extensively, and conducts chemical experiments, including one that makes hair grow on his head. His eyes become bloodshot from exhaustion. Patrick applies the scientific method to friendship restoration, asking, what could it be? What's different? When he can't figure it out through research, he kidnaps SpongeBob in a jellyfish net and forces them to do fun activities together. They ride shells down mountains and crash into sand. Patrick asks, "When did the fun go away, SpongeBob?" And SpongeBob explains it disappeared, when you jumped off that cliff and knocked your head clean off. Patrick immediately understands. Here's where it gets disturbing. Patrick deliberately jumps off the same cliff to duplicate my actions from that day to ascertain the origin of my change. He's attempting to traumatically brain himself back to stupidity. SpongeBob pulls him out of the ground and discovers Patrick is headless again. While searching for Patrick's head, SpongeBob finds it in the brain coral field and realizes his mistake. Brain coral. No wonder you got so smart, buddy. He retrieves Patrick's original head and asks the critical question, "Are you sure you want to give up being smart and sophisticated to be my friend again?" Patrick's response is unambiguous. Knowledge can never replace friendship. I prefer to be an idiot. That's an active verb. Prefer. Choice. Intention. Patrick voluntarily removes the brain coral himself. SpongeBob doesn't do it for him and allows his original head to be reattached. The moment it connects, Patrick returns to his baseline personality, burps, and says, "Hi, SpongeBob." They hug and run off with jellyfish nets into the sunset. The implications wreck the entire series. Patrick proved he's capable of mastering music theory, advanced mathematics, scientific research, and sophisticated communication within hours. His stupidity is performance art. Every dumb question, every confused moment, every ridiculous mistake, all of it is deliberate. Patrick lives under a rock with zero responsibilities, zero job, zero bills, and zero expectations because he's engineered the perfect consequence-free existence. When he does something stupid, people excuse it because that's just Patrick. When he causes disasters, he faces minimal repercussions because everyone assumes he's too dumb to know better. His intelligence would bring responsibilities he refuses to accept. The episode proves Patrick values friendship and comfort over achievement and recognition, which sounds noble until you realize he's essentially choosing to be a professional mooch. Patrick has weaponized learned helplessness. He's the underwater equivalent of someone who pretends they can't work the washing machine so someone else does their laundry forever. SpongeBob lost his best friend for 2 days and cried himself sick while Patrick played genius. And Patrick's takeaway was being smart is lonely, so I'll go back to being dumb. That's sociopathic levels of self-awareness combined with zero desire to grow. Patrick looked at personal development and said, "No thanks, I'm good. Respect the commitment, I guess." Alright, let's move on to the next conspiracy. And if you're enjoying the video so far, subscribe to our channel. In episode SpongeBob's Last Stand, the city of Bikini Bottom announces construction of the Shelly Superhighway, a massive infrastructure project designed to connect the town to other areas and boost economic development. The highway will cut directly through jellyfish fields, destroying the jellyfish habitat. SpongeBob immediately organizes a protest movement, recruits followers from across Bikini Bottom, leads them in civil disobedience against construction crews, physically blockades bulldozers and equipment, and refuses to back down even when facing legal consequences and community opposition. The episode frames this as heroic environmental activism, but what it actually documents is SpongeBob's transformation into a radicalized eco-terrorist who uses cult manipulation tactics, organizes militant resistance, and prioritizes his jellyfish obsession over community progress and economic development. This isn't his first act of environmental extremism, it's just the most organized. SpongeBob has spent the entire series committing acts of sabotage, trespassing, assault, and property destruction in the name of protecting nature, all while hiding behind a facade of childlike innocence. He's the underwater Unabomber, and nobody's noticed because he wears square pants and works at a burger joint. The setup reveals SpongeBob's instant radicalization. The moment the Shelly Superhighway construction is announced, SpongeBob doesn't engage with the democratic process, doesn't attend city council meetings to voice concerns, doesn't work within the system to find compromise solutions like wildlife corridors or habitat preservation zones. He immediately jumps to direct action and protest. SpongeBob organizes a full-scale resistance movement complete with signs, chants, and coordinated messaging. He recruits Patrick, Sandy, Squidward, and dozens of other Bikini Bottom citizens to join his cause. This is community organizing on a massive scale, which requires leadership skills, persuasive communication, and strategic planning abilities. SpongeBob has been hiding under his "I'm just a simple fry cook" persona. He's been waiting for the right cause to activate his inner revolutionary, and Jellyfish Fields is his Alamo. SpongeBob's tactics escalate immediately into civil disobedience and property interference. He leads his followers directly into the construction zone to physically block the equipment. They form human chains in front of bulldozers, chain themselves to machinery, and refuse to move when ordered by construction workers and presumably law enforcement. This is textbook eco-terrorism strategy. Make the project so expensive and time-consuming that developers abandon it. SpongeBob is deliberately sabotaging private property and public infrastructure projects. When authorities try to remove the protesters, SpongeBob doubles down instead of backing off. He wants total shutdown of the highway project, and he's willing to break laws to achieve it. The episode treats this as admirable determination, but in reality, SpongeBob is leading an organized criminal conspiracy to halt legal construction through illegal interference. The cult-like manipulation becomes obvious when you examine how SpongeBob recruits and maintains his followers. He uses emotional appeals rather than rational arguments, framing the highway as an existential threat to jellyfish instead of engaging with legitimate questions about economic development, traffic safety, or community needs. SpongeBob's rhetoric is purely emotional. The jellyfish are innocent, they'll lose their homes, we have to protect them. He never acknowledges that jellyfish are non-sentient animals without complex social structures, or that Jellyfish Fields is enormous and the highway would only impact a small section, or that Bikini Bottom citizens might benefit from improved transportation infrastructure. SpongeBob creates an us versus them mentality, where anyone supporting the highway is evil and anyone opposing it is righteous. That's cult leader behavior. He's exploiting people's emotions to build his movement, and his followers don't question him because he's positioned himself as the pure-hearted defender of nature. Nobody suspects the happy sponge in SquarePants is actually a manipulative extremist. This episode isn't SpongeBob's first act of environmental terrorism, it's just his most organized. Throughout the series, SpongeBob has committed countless acts of sabotage, assault, and property destruction in the name of protecting jellyfish and marine life. In Jellyfish Hunter, SpongeBob breaks into the Jellyfish Jelly Factory, destroys Plankton's industrial equipment, and releases all captured jellyfish that's breaking and entering, destruction of private property, and theft of inventory. In I'm Your Biggest Fanatic, SpongeBob physically attacks Kevin the Sea Cucumber for mistreating jellyfish, escalating to violence against someone who annoyed him. In Nature Pants, SpongeBob abandons civilization entirely to live with jellyfish in the wild, rejecting human society for his nature cult. In Dying for Pie, SpongeBob's obsession with jellyfish nearly gets him killed when he prioritizes jellyfishing over his own safety. In The Pink Purloiner, SpongeBob accuses Patrick of stealing his jellyfish net, and their friendship nearly ends over jellyfish equipment. SpongeBob's relationship with jellyfish isn't a hobby, it's a religious devotion that overrides reason, safety, and law. The lifestyle choices support the eco-terrorist profile. SpongeBob lives in a pineapple, a naturally occurring fruit structure requiring zero construction or environmental impact. He works a low-wage service job despite demonstrating advanced skills in multiple episodes, suggesting he's deliberately chosen economic simplicity over career advancement. He walks or bubbles everywhere instead of using vehicles. He owns minimal possessions. This is voluntary simplicity, a common practice among environmental radicals who believe modern consumerism destroys the planet. SpongeBob has structured his entire existence around minimal environmental footprint while maintaining maximum freedom to pursue his jellyfish activism. He's chosen poverty as an ethical stance. That's ideological commitment, and it's been consistent across 25 years of the show. The childlike innocence is the perfect cover. SpongeBob's high-pitched voice, goofy laugh, and enthusiastic personality make him seem harmless, but that appearance lets him get away with behavior that would get anyone else arrested. When SpongeBob breaks into buildings, people assume he's lost or confused. When he destroys property, people assume it's an accident. When he organizes protests and blockades infrastructure, people assume he's being naive rather than strategic. SpongeBob's persona is the perfect disguise for a radical activist because nobody suspects the town idiot is actually a sophisticated manipulator with strongly held extremist beliefs. Ted Kaczynski lived in a cabin and mailed bombs while looking like a harmless hermit. SpongeBob lives in a pineapple and commits eco-sabotage while looking like a friendly cartoon character. Same energy, different aesthetic. The implications wreck everything. SpongeBob has spent decades building trust in Bikini Bottom while secretly operating as an environmental extremist, willing to break laws, destroy property, and manipulate others for his cause. He's prioritized jellyfish literal invertebrates with no capacity for suffering or complex thought over human fish, economic development, safety, and prosperity. SpongeBob's last stand proves he's willing to organize mass movements and engage in coordinated illegal activity when his ideology is threatened. The show has been documenting the radicalization and criminal activities of an eco-terrorist for 25 years, packaging it as wholesome children's entertainment. SpongeBob isn't the hero. He's the villain wearing a smile, and Bikini Bottom is too charmed by his personality to notice they're being led by an extremist who values jellyfish over people. Sleep tight, kids. Your favorite cartoon character is 3 bad days away from chaining himself to a tree and mailing manifestos to the Bikini Bottom Times. Let's keep it going and move on to the next conspiracy. In episode Rock Bottom, SpongeBob and Patrick accidentally board the wrong bus after leaving Glove World and end up in Rock Bottom, a dark, creepy town at the bottom of a 90-degree angle cliff where the residents speak with raspberries between their words and the bathrooms are marked with upside-down question marks. Patrick catches the first bus back to Bikini Bottom, leaving SpongeBob stranded. SpongeBob then spends the entire episode trying to catch a bus home, but every single attempt fails through increasingly improbable timing. He misses buses while tying his shoe, chasing his balloon, getting candy from a vending machine, and even when disguising himself as a bench. After waiting in line as person 329 at the bus station, he's told the last bus already left. SpongeBob is finally rescued when Bert, a strange native creature, ties a balloon to his wrist and floats him up and out of Rock Bottom. What seems like a comedy of errors is actually cosmic horror. Rock Bottom is a sentient predatory dimension that actively hunts visitors and conspires to trap them forever. Every unlucky coincidence is the town itself manipulating reality to prevent escape. The buses are controlled by Rock Bottom. The timing is impossible. Only natives can help you leave, and they have to do it by going up away from the town's gravitational pull. SpongeBob almost became permanent prey. The setup reveals Rock Bottom's hunting strategy immediately. SpongeBob and Patrick board the bus and everything seems normal until they pass the "You are now leaving Bikini Bottom" sign. Patrick misreads it as "You are now in leaving Bikini Bottom," which is adorable stupidity, but also foreshadowing you don't leave rock bottom once you enter. The bus drives down a 90-degree angle cliff, which is physically impossible underwater. There's no up or down in the ocean, it's three-dimensional space, suggesting rock bottom exists in a different dimensional plane. SpongeBob and Patrick get thrown around the bus from the gravitational shift. When they arrive, the bus driver immediately kicks them out and drives away before they can ask for help. The driver knows. He delivered fresh prey to rock bottom and got out as fast as possible. SpongeBob picks up soil to examine it, and the soil talks, "Would you mind putting me down?" Proving the entire location is alive and sentient. Rock bottom isn't a town. It's an organism. The bus timing becomes impossible to explain through coincidence. SpongeBob stands at the bus stop and ties his shoe. The transcript specifically notes he puts his foot on the sign, ties his shoe using the over, under, and loop-de-loop method, and during that exact sequence, the bus arrives and leaves without him noticing. That's suspicious, but explainable. Then his balloon blows away. He chases it, and another bus arrives and leaves during the chase. Then he needs candy. He walks to the vending machine across the street, and while he's getting his quarter out, another bus arrives and leaves. He runs back and decides to wait. His stomach growls. He checks for buses multiple times, walks to the machine, checks again, inserts the quarter, and the instant the candy drops to the bottom, a bus arrives and leaves. Then the sequence becomes overtly supernatural. Every time SpongeBob reaches for the candy in the machine, a bus drives forward. When he pulls his arm away, the bus drives backward. The bus is responding to his movements in real time. That's active hunting behavior. Rock bottom is toying with him like a cat playing with a mouse. SpongeBob's desperate attempts to outsmart the buses prove they're not operating on normal logic. He creates a cardboard cutout of himself at the candy machine as a decoy, then waits at the bus stop. A bus arrives, notices the cardboard SpongeBob, then notices the real SpongeBob at the stop, and drives off anyway. The bus recognized the trap and refused to pick him up. SpongeBob disguises himself as a bus stop bench. A bus arrives, examines him, realizes it's SpongeBob in disguise, and leaves. Buses don't have eyes. Buses don't make decisions. These aren't vehicles, they're extensions of rock bottom's will. The town is using the buses as hunting tools, deliberately avoiding SpongeBob to keep him trapped until he gives up and integrates into the population. When SpongeBob finally goes to the bus station, he discovers hundreds of residents in line. He's 329th in line. An egg hatches 3 babies who cut in front of him, keeping him at 329. Time speeds up and the line moves, but he remains 329. Rock bottom is manipulating queue position to delay him. The window attendant encounter confirms the trap. SpongeBob finally reaches the window after waiting for hours and asks when the next bus to Bikini Bottom arrives. The attendant claims he can't understand SpongeBob's accent, forcing SpongeBob to adopt the raspberry speech pattern. After SpongeBob asks in the correct way, the attendant says next bus leaves in 5 seconds, and immediately a bus drives away. The attendant knew SpongeBob would arrive at that exact moment and timed the conversation to make him miss the bus by seconds. Then he announces that's the last one till morning and closes the window, trapping SpongeBob in rock bottom overnight. This is coordinated behavior. The attendant is part of the system. Everyone in rock bottom works together to trap outsiders. When SpongeBob is left alone in the dark, he says, "This isn't your average everyday darkness. This is advanced darkness." That's not a joke. Rock bottom's darkness is weaponized. It's denser, heavier, more oppressive than normal darkness. SpongeBob's glove light breaks immediately, as if the darkness consumed it. The only escape comes from a native, and it requires going up. Bert, the weird creature SpongeBob met earlier, finds him and ties the balloon to his wrist. Bert then inflates the balloon larger and larger until SpongeBob floats UP the 90-degree angle cliff and escapes rock bottom's dimensional gravity well. Bert says you're welcome in perfect English, with no raspberries, proving the speech pattern is an affectation. Rock bottom forces on outsiders to mark them as prey. Bert helped SpongeBob escape by literally removing him from rock bottom's physical space. You can't leave by bus because the buses are controlled by the town. You can't walk out because the geography doesn't work. The only escape is vertical ascension away from the predatory dimension. SpongeBob floats past the entering rock bottom sign on the way up, proving he's leaving the town's territory. The balloon pops only after he's safely in Bikini Bottom airspace. The final shot shows Patrick riding a bus back down to rock bottom, saying, "Don't worry, SpongeBob, I'm coming back for you." Patrick is about to get trapped. The episode ends before we see what happens, but Patrick never mentions this adventure again in the series, suggesting either he escaped immediately or the memory was erased. The implications destroy everything. rock bottom has never been mentioned or revisited in over 20 years of SpongeBob episodes, despite being one of the most memorable locations. SpongeBob goes everywhere: Atlantis, the surface, the past, the future, other dimensions, but never returns to rock bottom. That's because he's terrified. Rock bottom hunts visitors using psychological warfare and impossible timing. It's a predatory ecosystem that feeds on trapped travelers who eventually give up and join the population of raspberry-speaking residents. Every weird background character, incidental fish, who appears randomly throughout the series without explanation. They escaped from rock bottom, or they're scouts looking for new prey. The town is alive, sentient, and malevolent. SpongeBob figured it out while trapped in the advanced darkness and swore never to return. Patrick is too dumb to realize the danger. Rock bottom is still down there, waiting at the bottom of that 90-degree angle cliff, watching buses deliver fresh victims who think they're just lost tourists. Sweet dreams, travelers. Now we're rolling into the next conspiracy. In episode I Had an Accident, SpongeBob goes sandboarding down Sand Mountain with Patrick and Sandy, loses control while showing off, and crashes into the ground so hard his butt shatters into tiny pieces. The doctor spends 20 hours reassembling it with staples and a glue stick, then warns SpongeBob that one more injury like that will land him in the iron butt, a medieval torture device for permanent injury victims. Terrified, SpongeBob develops completely rational survival instincts and refuses to leave his house ever again. Sandy and Patrick call him crazy, mock his isolation, and spend the entire episode trying to drag him outside to prove there's nothing to be afraid of. The moment SpongeBob finally steps outside to save his friends from danger, a live-action gorilla appears out of nowhere underwater, beats everyone unconscious with a sack and chair, then literally rips SpongeBob in half. SpongeBob's paranoia was 100% justified. The universe of Bikini Bottom is actively hostile, random catastrophic violence happens constantly for no reason, and SpongeBob's trademark optimism isn't innocence or naivety, it's a psychological coping mechanism for living in a nightmare world where horrific injuries are daily occurrences. Every time SpongeBob shows appropriate fear, he gets mocked for it. And every time he gets mocked for it, something terrible immediately proves him right. The setup establishes that SpongeBob's injury wasn't a freak accident, it was catastrophically severe. The doctor shows SpongeBob an x-ray and explains it took 20 hours to put his butt back together. 20 hours. That's not a simple fracture. SpongeBob's gluteus maximus was shattered into so many pieces they ran out of medical staples and had to use a glue stick. His butt is now held together with office supplies. The doctor calls him a lucky luck boy, which is medical speak for you should absolutely be dead right now. Then the doctor points to Tom sitting in the iron butt, a giant mechanical prison that encases his entire posterior and warns that one more injury will put SpongeBob in there permanently. Tom immediately complains, "Man, it itches," confirming this is a lifetime sentence of torture. The doctor isn't exaggerating for effect. He's giving SpongeBob a legitimate medical warning that his body cannot survive another impact like that. SpongeBob's response is completely rational. Develop safety protocols to prevent further injury. SpongeBob immediately encounters proof that the outside world is dangerous. He walks outside the hospital and sees Harold approaching from behind. SpongeBob screams, "Stay away from the backside. I'm warning you," which Harold considers weird behavior. But here's the thing, SpongeBob is right to be paranoid. Football players are slapping each other's butts. Jimmy is crawling through a 7-mile spanking machine where people take turns hitting his butt while he screams in pain. Squidward asks if this is where the line starts, meaning Squidward wants to participate in ritualized butt violence. SpongeBob isn't paranoid, he's observant. Bikini Bottom culture involves constant physical assault disguised as recreation. SpongeBob runs home screaming, "My butt is not safe out here, no part of me is safe," and he's absolutely correct. The episode frames this as irrational fear, but SpongeBob just witnessed organized spanking leagues operating in broad daylight. That's a society with normalized violence. SpongeBob's isolation strategy is extremely reasonable given the circumstances. He sits in the middle of his floor with a penny, a potato chip, and a used napkin as companions, explaining he's decided to never leave his house again, because that accident made me realize that it's dangerous out there. Sandy calls this crazy talk, but SpongeBob counters with perfectly sound logic. Next time it won't just be my butt. It'll be my armpit or my forehead. He's correctly identified that injuries in Bikini Bottom aren't limited to specific body parts. Catastrophic harm can happen anywhere, anytime, for any reason. When Sandy asks how he'll keep his job, SpongeBob reveals he's already engineered a solution. A spatula so long it reaches all the way to the Krusty Krab from inside his house. That's adaptive problem solving. SpongeBob has assessed the risk, determined that going outside exponentially increases his chance of permanent injury or death, and restructured his entire life to eliminate that risk. That's what rational people do when faced with genuine threats. Sandy and Patrick spend the entire episode trying to gaslight SpongeBob into ignoring his survival instincts. They jellyfish outside his window to make him jealous. They sing him a birthday song to lure him out with cake. Sandy yells, "That is it, SquarePants. We're gonna find you something that's so dang fun that you'll have to come outside." And then parades activities past his window. Trampolines, ice cream, underwater surfing, Ferris wheels, clam wrestling, washing old people. Patrick thinks washing old people is fun. The old man confirms it is for me, which is deeply concerning, but whatever. None of this works because SpongeBob has correctly identified that fun activities are how injuries happen. He broke his butt doing the fun activity of sandboarding. Every activity Sandy shows him is another opportunity for catastrophic harm. SpongeBob's refusal to participate isn't irrational fear, it's learning from experience. The gorilla sequence proves SpongeBob right so definitively it's almost insulting. Sandy's final plan is to have Patrick dress in a gorilla costume and pretend to attack her so SpongeBob will come outside to save her. SpongeBob immediately sees through this. This is your saddest attempt yet. Even Chip knows that's Patrick in the same costume he wore for Halloween last year. But then, a second Patrick appears eating ice cream. Patrick unzips the gorilla suit, proving he's inside it, which means the second Patrick isn't Patrick. The second Patrick unzips his head, revealing a live-action gorilla underneath. A real gorilla. Underwater, the gorilla grabs Sandy and Patrick, puts them in a bag, and beats them with a chair while they scream. SpongeBob watches through his window and says, "This is exactly the kind of thing I was talking about." He's vindicated. His friends mocked him for being afraid of going outside, and the instant they tried to prove him wrong, an underwater gorilla appeared and assaulted them. The universe itself is validating SpongeBob's paranoia. SpongeBob eventually decides to save his friends despite knowing it's dangerous. He tells Chip, "If I don't come back alive, take good care of Gary," which is appropriate farewell protocol when walking into certain death. Gary eats Chip. "Rip Chip, you were a real one." SpongeBob opens the door, takes his first step outside, and immediately the wind blows paper onto his face. He screams, "Get off of me!" and panics until Squidward, watering his plants and watching this meltdown, rolls his eyes in judgment. SpongeBob removes the paper and celebrates, "I'm still alive! I did it! I made it outside! Nothing can stop me now!" The gorilla immediately grabs him. SpongeBob asks, "Is it too late to go back inside again?" The gorilla rips him in half. SpongeBob's body is torn into two pieces. His top half apologizes to Sandy and Patrick, admitting, "I'm not scared of going outside anymore, but I'm terrified of gorillas now." That's the lesson. Not that his fear was irrational. Not that he should trust his friends. The lesson is that he identified the wrong specific threat. He should have been afraid of gorillas, not general outside danger. Except, he had no reason to predict underwater gorillas. So really the lesson is, the universe is random, hostile, and unpredictable, and leaving your house guarantees catastrophic injury. This episode accidentally reveals what the entire series has been hiding. SpongeBob gets blown up, crushed, torn apart, burned alive, and dismembered across hundreds of episodes, and he always bounces back with that same goofy laugh. We're supposed to think that's cartoon physics, but watch what happens when he tries to protect himself. He recognizes danger, develops logical safety measures, and gets called crazy by everyone around him. Then reality punishes him for being right, by ripping him in half with a gorilla. Squidward suffers endlessly despite doing nothing wrong. Patrick's stupidity causes constant physical damage. Mr. Krabs loses body parts regularly. Bikini Bottom operates under nightmare logic where violence is random, injuries are severe, and survival requires either regeneration or dissociation. SpongeBob chose dissociation. His relentless cheerfulness isn't a personality trait, it's what happens when showing fear gets you mocked and then vindicated in the worst possible way. He learned that acknowledging danger doesn't prevent it, so he might as well smile. The one episode where SpongeBob acts like a normal person with self-preservation instincts, he gets gaslit by his friends and mutilated by wildlife. So he went back to laughing through the pain, because apparently that's the only survival strategy that works in a world where gorillas ride zebras into the sunset and nobody questions it. SpongeBob's paranoia was always justified. He just stopped showing it because optimism hurts less than being right. Now let's shift over to the next conspiracy. In episode I'm Your Biggest Fanatic, SpongeBob attends the biannual Jellyfish convention and meets his idol Kevin the Sea Cucumber, leader of the Jelly Spotters Bikini Bottom's premier jellyfish enthusiast club. After SpongeBob demonstrates his desperate devotion by jumping off a building and punching himself in the face on command, Kevin invites him to try out for the club. SpongeBob carries the entire group through jellyfish fields. completes impossible tests that result in Kevin getting repeatedly stung, and is eventually used as bait for what he believes is a queen jellyfish. The queen turns out to be a robot controlled by Kevin and the Jelly Spotters, designed solely to terrorize SpongeBob. When SpongeBob realizes he's been tricked, Kevin points to the bottom of a cliff where dozens of other victims are gathered, previous fans Kevin has lured out and humiliated. Kevin isn't running a jellyfish club. He's operating a systematic abuse ring that targets obsessive fans, exploits their devotion, isolates them in remote locations, and subjects them to psychological torture and physical danger for entertainment. The Jelly Spotters are predators using fan culture as a hunting ground, and SpongeBob nearly became another permanent victim. The grooming process starts immediately at the convention. SpongeBob approaches Kevin in a trance-like state with massive dilated pupils, repeating "Hi, Kevin" over and over, while Kevin dismisses him as a loser. Kevin tells SpongeBob to jump off a building. SpongeBob immediately screams and we see him falling past the window. He reappears inside moments later saying anything, proving he'll do literally anything Kevin asks without question. Kevin then tells him to punch himself in the face. SpongeBob does it with a boxing glove, causing facial damage. When Kevin asks if it hurt, SpongeBob holds up a spiked metal glove and asks, "Do you want it to hurt me, Kevin?" This is textbook abuse victim behavior. SpongeBob is so desperate for Kevin's approval that he's volunteering to escalate his own suffering. Kevin and the Jelly Spotters laugh at this display of self-harm. Then Kevin announces they should bring SpongeBob jellyfishing with them. One Jelly Spotter objects, saying he's a geek, but Kevin whispers his real intention. "I won't let the guy join the club. I just want to see how many times he can get stung before he goes running home like a baby." Kevin has identified a vulnerable target and is now isolating him. The physical abuse begins the moment they leave the convention. Kevin tells SpongeBob they're driving through jellyfish fields with the top down, but the camera pans down to reveal SpongeBob is carrying all of them. He collapses from exhaustion. Kevin immediately orders him to retrieve their nets, and SpongeBob opens the back of his pants like a trunk, exposing his buttocks while handing over equipment. SpongeBob is vibrating with excitement, babbling about how happy he is to be with the Jelly Spotters, and Kevin interrupts with, "Hold it," causing SpongeBob to freeze literally solid. Kevin announces SpongeBob must pass a rigorous test, and the Jelly Spotters all laugh together. This is coordinated group abuse. They're all in on it, mocking SpongeBob while he remains frozen and vulnerable. Kevin's first test is catch a jellyfish, and one immediately flies into SpongeBob's net. The Jelly Spotters start discussing letting him join, but Kevin slaps the net, releasing the jellyfish, which stings Kevin's head. Instead of acknowledging SpongeBob succeeded, Kevin changes the test to 2 jellyfish, then 20 jellyfish, then kicks the net, so all 20 sting him. Kevin is sabotaging his own tests and injuring himself just to deny SpongeBob entry. The escalation into life-threatening danger happens when Kevin announces they're capturing a queen jellyfish. SpongeBob asks, "Can I help?" And Kevin responds, "We can't do it without you." Then SpongeBob is shown tied by his arms and legs, hanging between 2 sticks as live bait. Kevin hands him a queen jellyfish call that makes a groaning sound resembling the word loser. SpongeBob doesn't realize this is mocking him. He thinks it's a legitimate tool. The Jelly Spotters hide behind bushes while SpongeBob blows the call for hours until it gets dark. A giant jellyfish with a tiara appears, and SpongeBob screams, "She's here, Kevin!" But when he looks behind the bush, the Jelly Spotters are gone. Only Kevin's sting ointment remains. SpongeBob is abandoned, tied up, in the dark, facing what he believes is a deadly queen jellyfish. The jellyfish zaps the poles, and SpongeBob runs until he reaches a cliff with nowhere to go. He begs on his hands and knees, "Please don't be angry, Your Highness," while crying. Then a screen opens on the jellyfish, revealing Kevin and the Jelly Spotters controlling the robot from inside. They're laughing. Kevin's reveal confirms this is serial behavior with multiple victims. SpongeBob asks, "What about my final test?" And they all laugh. Kevin says, "Did you think we'd actually let you join the Jelly Spotters?" When SpongeBob protests, "I was your biggest fan," Kevin responds, "So were they," and points to the bottom of the cliff, where dozens of people are gathered around a fire. One looks up and yells, "Hey look, everybody, Kevin's back!" And they all shout angrily at him. These are previous victims. Kevin has done this exact routine multiple times before, identify devoted fans, promise them club membership, subject them to escalating abuse, and finally abandon them in remote, dangerous locations after revealing it was all a prank. The victims at the bottom of the cliff are a support group of Kevin's survivors. They're camping together because they're probably too traumatized to go home, or they're waiting to confront Kevin when he inevitably brings another victim. This is organized predatory behavior with a documented pattern. Kevin's taunting reaches its peak when he and the Jelly Spotters chant, "Loser, loser, loser, loser," at SpongeBob. They're psychologically destroying someone who worshipped Kevin, who jumped off a building for him, who carried him through fields and subjected himself to repeated stings. SpongeBob finally breaks and says, "I am not a loser," but Kevin just screams, "Loser!" louder. At this moment, King Jellyfish appears an actual dangerous creature, far bigger than the fake queen. King Jellyfish falls in love with the robot and gives chase when they run. The robot crashes and King Jellyfish sees Kevin, the Jelly Spotters, and SpongeBob. The jellyfish growls, "Kiwi," proving even wildlife knows Kevin by name and hates him. They hide in a cave while King Jellyfish tries to bash through with a football helmet. When the bashing stops, Kevin orders one of you, "Go out and check," and the Jelly Spotters push a sacrificial member outside who immediately gets zapped. Kevin has now turned on his own group members. When the Jelly Spotters beg him to save them, Kevin admits, "I was just in this for the fashion," while crying, "Help me, mommy, I want my blankie." The moment real danger appears, Kevin reveals he has no leadership skills, no loyalty, and no courage. He's a coward who only feels powerful when tormenting people weaker than him. SpongeBob saves everyone by blowing a bubble pie for King Jellyfish, who leaves happily to eat it. The Jelly Spotters rip Kevin's crown off his head and give it to SpongeBob, tearing Kevin's flesh in the process. SpongeBob says, "I didn't know this was a hat." And Kevin responds tearfully, "It wasn't," confirming they literally ripped part of his body off. Back at the convention, SpongeBob tells Patrick he turned down joining the club because it's not about Kevin, it's about Jellyfish. Patrick responds, "Hero worship is unhealthy," while towing Jeffrey Jellyfish tied up in a wagon, proving Patrick learned absolutely nothing and is now doing the exact same obsessive behavior to a different victim. The cycle continues. Kevin the Sea Cucumber runs a cult of personality disguised as a hobbyist club, systematically targets vulnerable fans who demonstrate extreme devotion, isolates them from safety and witnesses, subjects them to escalating physical and psychological abuse, and abandons them in dangerous locations after breaking them down emotionally. There's a cliff full of previous victims. Kevin's own club members enable his behavior until they become targets themselves. SpongeBob's willingness to self-harm on command, his complete trust in Kevin's authority, and his confusion when the abuse is revealed, all classic signs of someone who's been groomed by a predator. The episode frames this as a lesson about not worshipping false idols, but what it actually documents is SpongeBob's narrow escape from a serial abuser who uses fame and social status to hunt fans. Kevin is still out there, the Jelly Spotters are still recruiting, and somewhere, another obsessed fan is saying hi Kevin, while Kevin decides how badly he wants to hurt them. Let's slide into the next conspiracy. And don't forget to subscribe to our channel. In episode Band Geeks, Squidward's high school rival, Squilliam Fancison, calls to brag about leading a fancy band that's supposed to play the Bubble Bowl, then reveals he's too busy and asks if Squidward's band can cover for them. Squidward lies and claims he has a band, so he frantically recruits Bikini Bottom citizens by posting flyers, promising fulfillment and free refreshments. For 4 days, Squidward attempts to train this group of untalented amateurs who have never played instruments before. They're catastrophically terrible breaking windows with their noise, fighting each other with instruments, and causing a blimp explosion that kills 3 flag twirlers. On day 4, Squidward tells them not to bother showing up because they failed him, and he'll just say they all died in a marching accident. SpongeBob gives a motivational speech that makes absolutely no logical sense. Everyone agrees anyway, and the next day at the Bubble Bowl, they perform flawless stadium rock with professional musicianship despite 0 additional practice. SpongeBob suddenly has a trained rock singing voice he's never demonstrated before. Patrick plays expert electric drums. Plankton masters keyboard after running out of breath on harmonica the previous day. This transformation is physically impossible without supernatural intervention. SpongeBob possesses unconscious reality warping powers that manifest when he believes hard enough in something, and his belief that they could make Squidward proud literally rewrote reality overnight to make it happen. The setup establishes that nobody in this band has any musical ability whatsoever. Squidward asks how many have played instruments before. Plankton asks if instruments of torture count. Patrick asks if mayonnaise is an instrument, then immediately asks if horseradish is an instrument. Nobody raises their hand with actual experience. Squidward tries to have them repeat 6 notes on his clarinet. The brass section repeats it badly. The wind section repeats it badly. The drummers misunderstand the assignment entirely and blow on their drumsticks, which shoot out of their mouths and pin Squidward to the wall. He says, "Too bad that didn't kill me." Day 1 establishes this group is musically hopeless. When Squidward tries to get them to march in rhythm, Patrick kicks Sandy in the leg, Sandy beats him unconscious, and Patrick's body gets stuck inside a trombone. Day 2 shows them marching down the street playing Semper Fidelis so badly that the flag twirlers spin out of control, crash into a blimp, and die in an explosion. 3 people are dead. Incidental 41 plays taps at their funeral while Squidward lies on the ground in fetal position. This isn't incompetence, this is active danger. Day 3 proves individual skill hasn't improved at all. Squidward asks Plankton about his harmonica solo. Plankton says it's tremendous. You want to see? And then runs back and forth through the harmonica holes playing notes, but runs out of breath, walks slowly to the final hole while panting, blows one unsuccessful raspberry, and faints. Plankton has the lung capacity of a single-celled organism, which makes sense because he is one, but the point stands he cannot sustain musical performance for more than 10 seconds. Day 4 is the final practice before the show. Squidward acknowledges, "I know that you haven't improved since we began," while Patrick is actively chewing on a trumpet. Squidward develops a theory. If they play loud, people might think they're good. He counts them in, and they play so loud it breaks every window in the building and deforms Squidward's face beyond recognition. His entire body gets blasted, his shirt rips, his face looks like melted wax, and his baton breaks. The sound was a physical weapon. The breaking point happens when Harold yells at Mr. Krabs about playing with big meaty claws, and the entire band erupts into violence. Incidental 13 slams a drum on Incidental 106. Mr. Krabs and Incidental 40 charge at each other with woodwinds. Mrs. Puff smashes them both with cymbals. Sandy breaks xylophone keys off Incidental 42 and chases Patrick with a trumpet while Patrick screams. This isn't a disagreement, this is a riot. Everyone is using instruments as weapons in coordinated physical combat. When practice ends at 10 o'clock, Squidward slams the door open and delivers his speech. "You took my one chance in happiness and crushed it. Crushed it into little, tiny, bite-sized pieces. I really had expected better of you people. I guess I'm a loser for that too. Don't bother showing up tomorrow. I'll just tell them you all died in a marching accident. So thanks. Thanks for nothing." He leaves crying. Patrick says, "You're welcome," because Patrick doesn't understand sarcasm or emotional devastation. At this point, the band has zero chance of performing successfully. They're disbanded, untalented, violent, and uninvited. SpongeBob's motivational speech is where reality breaks. He asks the group, "What kind of monsters are we?" and reminds them that Squidward has always been there for them when it was convenient for him. He asks Evelyn who rescued her son Jimmy from a fire. Evelyn says a fireman. He asks Larry who revived him when his heart gave out from tanning pills. Larry says some guy in an ambulance. SpongeBob then says, "So if we can all just pretend that Squidward was a fireman or some guy in an ambulance, then I'm sure that we can all pull together and discover what it truly means to be in a marching band." This logic makes zero sense. Squidward is not a fireman. He didn't save anyone. Pretending he's someone else who did heroic things has no connection to learning music. Harold yells, "Yeah, for the firemen!" and everyone cheers. They've all accepted completely nonsensical reasoning as profound truth. SpongeBob then says, "Now let's make Squidward proud," and counts them in. This is the moment. SpongeBob believes they can do it, and his belief becomes reality. The Bubble Bowl performance is supernatural. The football announcer introduces the Bikini Bottom Superband, and they march onto a live-action football field. Patrick sees the humans and says, "These are some ugly-looking fish. They're nervous but ready." Squidward counts them in nervously, glancing at Squilliam, who's smirking. The band plays an intro fanfare and Squidward's eyes go wide with shock. Plankton plays perfect keyboard notes. Then SpongeBob starts singing. Except it's not SpongeBob's voice. The transcript notes voice of David Glenn Isley because SpongeBob is suddenly singing professional stadium rock with trained vocal power and range he's never demonstrated in any episode before or after this one. Patrick plays expert electric drums while wearing sunglasses. Sandy shreds electric guitar. Mrs. Puff plays electric bass. Mr. Krabs plays keytar. Pearl plays saxophone. These are not the instruments they practiced with. They had trumpets, clarinets, drums, and xylophones during practice. Now they have a full rock band set up with electric instruments. They perform Sweet Victory flawlessly with choreography, stage presence, and musical precision that would require years of training. Squilliam has a literal heart attack from shock and faints. This transformation happened overnight with zero practice. SpongeBob's powers work through emotional belief, not conscious control. When he genuinely commits to helping someone or achieving something, reality restructures itself to accommodate his conviction. The magic pencil draws real objects because SpongeBob believes it's magic. The imagination box creates shared sensory experiences because SpongeBob believes imagination is real. He survives impossible injuries because he believes he'll be fine. In Band Geeks, SpongeBob believed they could make Squidward proud, delivered a nonsensical speech that somehow convinced everyone, and reality rewrote itself overnight to manifest that belief into a professional rock performance. The band didn't improve through practice, they improved through SpongeBob's unconscious reality manipulation. Squidward thinks he got lucky, but he didn't. SpongeBob decided they would succeed, and the universe had no choice but to comply. That's cosmic-level power disguised as optimism, and SpongeBob has no idea he's doing it. Alright, time for the next conspiracy. In episode T at the Tree Dome, SpongeBob meets Sandy the squirrel while she's fighting a giant clam. After they bond over karate, Sandy invites SpongeBob to her tree dome for tea and cookies. When SpongeBob asks about her air helmet, Sandy explains she needs it to breathe and says, "I gotta have my air." SpongeBob immediately lies and says, "Me too. I love air. Air is good," and claims, "Air is my middle name. The more air, the better. Can't get enough of that air." The next day, SpongeBob enters Sandy's dome, which has no water inside, only air. He begins dehydrating immediately, but refuses to leave or ask for help because admitting he lied would be embarrassing. SpongeBob visibly shrivels into a dried-out husk, develops wrinkles, loses mobility, and repeatedly chants, "I don't need it," while his body literally dies. Patrick enters to help and also starts dying, still insisting SpongeBob can't admit weakness because you'll blow it. Both end up as actual dead organisms, live-action dried sponge, and starfish lying on the grass before Sandy finally gives them water. Helmets. SpongeBob's inability to admit vulnerability, ask for help, or prioritize survival over social acceptance is a pathological condition that nearly kills him. His toxic positivity isn't wholesome optimism, it's a life-threatening personality disorder where maintaining false personas matters more than staying alive. The lying starts immediately when Sandy mentions her air helmet. SpongeBob asks to try it on, and Sandy refuses. "Heck no, I need it to breathe. I gotta have my air." This is Sandy clearly establishing that air is essential for her survival as a land mammal. SpongeBob, who is a sea sponge that lives underwater and has never encountered air before, immediately responds, "Me too. I love air despite having zero experience with it." Sandy seems skeptical. No kidding? Because she recognizes this makes no biological sense. SpongeBob doubles down. "Why? Air is my middle name. The more air, the better. Can't get enough of that air." He's constructed an entire fake identity around loving something he's never experienced because he thinks it will make Sandy like him more. When Sandy invites him over for tea, SpongeBob runs to Patrick and asks, "What's air?" Patrick thinks Sandy puts on airs, meaning she's fancy, so he teaches SpongeBob to hold his pinky up. SpongeBob has now committed to visiting an environment that could kill him based on a complete misunderstanding and a lie he told to impress someone he just met. The dehydration begins the instant SpongeBob enters the dome. Sandy rings the doorbell, an alarm sounds, and all the water drains out through the floor. SpongeBob watches the water disappear, his flowers sag, and his own body starts sagging. His whistling becomes stifled, his lips blow strangely, and his arm rolls up into a ball. He panics and bangs on the door, screaming, "Sandy! Sandy! Open up!" But when Sandy opens it, SpongeBob immediately collapses and says, "Sandy, something's gone terribly wrong. There's no water in here." Sandy smiles and explains, "Course there's no water, nuttin' but air." She asks, "That ain't a problem, is it?" And SpongeBob, despite literally dying seconds ago, laughs defiantly and says, "Problem? That's how I like my air. With no water." He takes a deep breath, Sandy walks away, and SpongeBob immediately coughs violently with black circles around his eyes. He's already showing symptoms of severe dehydration but refuses to leave because admitting he lied would be socially unacceptable. Sandy gives SpongeBob a tour of the tree dome while he continues dying. She explains, "This air is the driest, purest, most airiest air in the whole sea," while SpongeBob gasps weakly after each adjective. She shows him her birdbath and oak tree. SpongeBob becomes fixated on the water in the birdbath, his survival instinct, recognizing he needs it, and tries to sneak away. Sandy continues talking. SpongeBob finally escapes and wallows in the birdbath, absorbing all the water, but the bird punches him off. SpongeBob gets back to his spot before Sandy notices anything. She mentions her treadmill and says, "Let's have that tea now." SpongeBob is now gasping with black circles around his eyes again. Patrick appears outside the dome, pointing at his pinky, reminding SpongeBob to maintain the fancy persona. SpongeBob weakly holds up his pinky despite being on the verge of death. At the picnic table, SpongeBob has developed wrinkles around his eyes and his mouth is puckered up like a raisin. He's transforming into a desiccated corpse in real time. The flowers incident reveals how far gone SpongeBob is. He brought Sandy flowers, but his fingers have locked in place from dehydration and he physically cannot let go. Sandy has to strain with effort to pry them from his hand, and part of his pinky falls off in the process. A piece of SpongeBob's body just broke off and he closes his bony, crusty hand like it's normal. Sandy asks, "You okay?" And SpongeBob, in a hoarse voice, says, "Yes, I'm okay." He's missing a finger. His voice has changed, his skin is crusty. When Sandy asks if she can get him anything, SpongeBob says water would be nice, which is the closest he comes to honesty, but Sandy thinks he means water for the flowers and leaves. SpongeBob tries to escape through the door but stops himself, remembering Sandy saying, "I like you, SpongeBob." We could be tighter than bark on a tree, and Patrick's advice, when in doubt, pinky out. He holds up his pinky, gets a burst of confidence, and says, "I don't need water. Water's for quitters. I don't need it." This is the mantra. He's convincing himself that needing water, a biological necessity for his survival as a sea sponge, is weakness. The breaking point comes when Sandy brings out a vase of ice-cold water for the flowers. SpongeBob is now completely shriveled, watching a drop of water slide down the glass while Sandy talks about how fascinating sea critters must be. She leaves to get cookies, and SpongeBob starts thinking, "I don't need it. I don't need it. I definitely don't need it." The camera cuts between close-ups of his shriveled face and the vase of water. He keeps repeating, "I don't need it," getting quieter and more desperate until finally he screams, "I need it," and shoots into the air, bounces off the ceiling, and grabs the vase. Patrick bursts through the door yelling, "No, SpongeBob, pinky, pinky!" But SpongeBob holds up his pinky and guzzles the entire vase, screaming, "I'm a quitter." He's so psychologically damaged by this experience that drinking water to survive makes him feel like a failure. Patrick's entrance proves this is a systemic problem with how both of them handle vulnerability. Patrick enters saying, "You can't leave now. You'll blow it," and carries SpongeBob back to the table saying, "Don't worry, buddy. You're doing fine." Patrick also starts dying, immediately getting weak, dropping SpongeBob, crawling on the floor, panting, but he stands up and yells, "What kind of place is this?" Like it's the dome's fault instead of their terrible decision-making. Both struggle to open the door and pass out. The camera fades to show them on the grass as live-action organisms, an actual dried-out sponge and starfish. They're dead. They died because SpongeBob lied about liking air, and Patrick reinforced that admitting you need help means failure. Sandy has to revive them with water helmets using a hose. When Sandy says, "If y'all needed water, you shoulda asked," she's pointing out the obvious solution they both ignored because asking for help was unthinkable. SpongeBob's toxic positivity operates as a defense mechanism that becomes self-destructive when taken to its logical extreme. Throughout the series, he maintains cheerfulness during torture, never admits when situations are dangerous, forces himself to participate in things that harm him, and prioritizes pleasing others over his own safety. In this episode, that pattern nearly kills him because he valued Sandy's approval more than breathing. Patrick's involvement shows this is a cultural problem, where both characters have internalized that vulnerability equals weakness and asking for help equals quitting. They'd rather die maintaining a false image than admit they made a mistake. SpongeBob calling himself a quitter for drinking water when he's dying of dehydration reveals how deeply this dysfunction runs. His optimism isn't strength. It's avoidance of reality that escalates into life-threatening denial, and the show keeps rewarding this behavior by having him survive impossible situations, which only reinforces that ignoring problems works. Except, this time it didn't work. He became a literal corpse on Sandy's lawn because he couldn't say, "I need help." Let's carry on and get into the next conspiracy. In episode Krusty Love, Mr. Krabs cries over the cash register, being 1 penny short, claiming money makes the world go round and keeps everything functioning. Then he sees Mrs. Puff eating a Krabby Patty and instantly falls in love. SpongeBob introduces them, and Mr. Krabs takes her on a date where he spends $100,000 in a single night, his entire fortune. He comes home crying because he can't control his spending around her. Mr. Krabs gives SpongeBob his wallet and makes him promise not to let him spend any money. But the second date spirals into chaos as Mr. Krabs' eyes physically transform into hearts whenever Mrs. Puff appears, causing him to demand SpongeBob buy flowers, chocolates, hats, fur coats, jewelry, and dozens of other items, then immediately scream at SpongeBob for spending all his money. This cycle repeats until SpongeBob has a complete mental breakdown screaming censored profanity. Mr. Krabs' obsession with money isn't greed, it's addiction behavior he uses to fill profound emotional emptiness. The moment he finds genuine connection with Mrs. Puff, his compulsive patterns transfer from hoarding to spending because he's never learned emotional regulation or balanced relationships. The episode opens with Mr. Krabs alone in his office, stitching a pattern of a dollar bill while humming to himself. This is someone whose entire identity revolves around money. He suddenly stops, runs to the cash register, and discovers it contains $49.08 instead of 9 cents. 1 penny is missing. Mr. Krabs puts his head on the register and starts crying. SpongeBob tries to comfort him, saying, "It's just a penny, sir. It doesn't matter." Mr. Krabs explodes. "Doesn't matter? It's money that makes the world go round, boy. It's money that keeps your pants square." He's constructed an entire philosophy where money is the fundamental force of reality. not relationships, not happiness money, this is rationalization. Mr. Krabs has built an ideological framework to justify his addiction so he can continue compulsive hoarding without acknowledging he's filling a void. The transformation happens instantly when Mr. Krabs sees Mrs. Puff. Mid-sentence about how nothing could matter more than money, he trails off, not even that. Scrumptious, curvy, cutie. His entire value system collapses in real time. When SpongeBob identifies her as Mrs. Puff, Mr. Krabs asks what happened to Mr. Puff, and the scene cuts to a live-action lamp being turned on. Mr. Puff was killed and turned into a lamp. Mr. Krabs doesn't even register this horror. He just says, "Oh, what I wouldn't give to have a lass like that on me claw." When SpongeBob offers to introduce them, Mr. Krabs protests he's too old and too hard-shelled for love. These are the excuses of someone who's been isolated so long he's convinced himself he doesn't need connection. The introduction reveals Mr. Krabs has completely lost normal social functioning. When Mrs. Puff says hello, Mr. Krabs just quivers and mutters incomprehensibly. SpongeBob tries to translate Mr. Krabs' gibberish. I think Mr. Krabs is saying he'd like to hit you with a rake. Mrs. Puff is scared. More gibberish. Try to guess your weight. Mrs. Puff is offended. Finally, he wants to take you on a date. Mr. Krabs gasps happily and falls over. He can't form words or control his body. His nervous system has shut down from the intensity of feeling something other than money obsession. Mr. Krabs is so emotionally stunted from decades of isolation that basic interaction causes physical malfunction. The first date costs $100,000. They go to a fancy restaurant where Mrs. Puff gets foot rubs between courses, caricatures, and a live-action scuba diver playing piano. Mr. Krabs orders a limousine and has 3 men carry Mrs. Puff away. When the waiter brings the bill, Mr. Krabs screams so loud the restaurant explodes. He returns home crying on the floor. SpongeBob asks how he spent $100,000 in one night. Mr. Krabs says, I couldn't help but spend every cent I had on her. I couldn't control myself. That's compulsion. He cries. I'm caught in the middle of me 2 great loves, sweet Mrs. Puff and the rest of me money. He's experiencing transfer of addiction. For years, he hoarded money compulsively to avoid loneliness. Now his brain has redirected the same compulsive behavior towards spending to maintain connection. The second date proves Mr. Krabs cannot control himself, even when he tries. He gives SpongeBob his wallet saying, don't let me spend any money. They'll keep it cheap by going to the park. But the moment Mrs. Puff's door opens, Mr. Krabs' pupils turn into hearts, and he yells, flowers! Go get flowers! SpongeBob protests, but Mr. Krabs insists. When SpongeBob returns with flowers, Mr. Krabs' pupils return to normal and he yells, we had an agreement, you ain't supposed to spend any of me money. Then Mrs. Puff opens the door, his pupils turn to hearts again, and he gives her the flowers while demanding chocolates. His pupils physically transform whenever Mrs. Puff is near, visualizing altered brain chemistry where rational decision-making becomes impossible. The pattern escalates. Mr. Krabs demands a sun hat, then yells at SpongeBob for buying it when Mrs. Puff says she has one. He makes a sailor's promise to stop. The French narrator announces a few moments later, and Mr. Krabs immediately breaks it. The transcript shows a montage. Mrs. Puff needs a new fur coat. SpongeBob buys it. You're spending all me money. Then, she needs new shoes. He gets them. You're breaking me, boy. Then jewelry, umbrella, bicycle, surfboard, grandfather clock, anchor barbell, television. SpongeBob runs back and forth carrying items, while Mr. Krabs screams, SpongeBob, repeatedly until SpongeBob collapses from exhaustion. SpongeBob finally snaps. He predicts the entire cycle. You want me to buy Mrs. Puff something she doesn't need. Then you'll say, you're spending all me money. Then I'll say, but Mr. Krabs, I'm only doing what you said. Then you'll say, we're not talking about this or this, we're talking about this. Mr. Krabs protests, this time's different. But Mrs. Puff is surrounded by mountains of expensive items asking, are we going to the park soon? Mr. Krabs begs, I'm a lonely old crustacean who's found love. Don't let me lose her. SpongeBob gets him a washing machine. Mr. Krabs immediately yells, how can I cheer up when you're spending all me hard-earned cash? SpongeBob screams, you just did it again! Mr. Krabs responds, I can't help it if you're loose with other people's money. That's projection. Every purchase was Mr. Krabs' demand, but he's externalizing blame to avoid acknowledging compulsion. SpongeBob pauses and screams censored gibberish profanity so vile Mrs. Puff has to look up the words in a dictionary. Mr. Krabs' money obsession is loneliness management. He lives alone, works constantly, has no friends, counts money for fun, stitches dollar bill patterns, cries over pennies. These are behaviors of someone whose emotional regulation depends on accumulating wealth because internal needs have gone unmet, so long he doesn't know how else to function. When Mrs. Puff offers connection, his addiction flips. Same compulsion, opposite manifestation. He can't have balanced relationships because he's never learned balance. Either money is everything or connection requires destroying his finances. Mrs. Puff actually wants a normal relationship where they go Dutch, but Mr. Krabs can't process that. His brain only understands extremes because addiction doesn't allow nuance. Mr. Krabs isn't greedy. He's sick. The penny pinching, obsessive counting. It's all self-medication for decades of untreated emotional isolation. He's never acknowledged because admitting loneliness would mean admitting money doesn't actually fill anything. Now, let's keep it pushing to the next conspiracy. In episode Whelk Attack, sea whelks invade Bikini Bottom, devouring citizens and covering the city in purple slime. SpongeBob describes them as creatures that kinda look like Gary but not really, and calls Gary creepy when he appears early in the episode. The whelks are identified as a pernicious form of sea snail, the same species as Gary. When Sandy analyzes their slime inside the mama whelk's stomach, she discovers them whelks are full of germs, and they're sicker than a bull with the squirrel pox. SpongeBob cures them by absorbing their slime, explaining, "After all, I've had the suds." Once cured, all the whelks say meow, the exact sound Gary makes. The whelks don't naturally behave this way. They're sick with a disease that makes them aggressive, and Gary is the carrier. He infected the wild whelk population with germs he's been spreading around Bikini Bottom, turning peaceful sea snails into rampaging monsters. After treatment, they immediately revert to acting like Gary because Gary's behavior is what normal healthy snails do. Gary is an asymptomatic disease vector who caused a citywide biological crisis. The episode opens with SpongeBob and Patrick jellyfishing when an earthquake happens. Patrick points to sea whelks moving toward them. SpongeBob says, "Oh, I've never seen those guys around before, and they get run over, covered in slime." Patrick says, "We're all covered in slime." And SpongeBob absorbs it off both of them, then has to wring himself out. They run to warn Bikini Bottom, but the whelks are already attacking. Johnny on TV reports sea whelks, a pernicious form of sea snail, have invaded Bikini Bottom and are on the attack, devouring innocent citizens and covering the city with purple slime. A whelk eats Johnny. SpongeBob says, "Whelks? Heh, I'm not afraid of some goofy old sea snails." Then Gary appears. SpongeBob shrieks, holds on to Patrick, and says, "Oh, hey, Gary." Gary meows twice and slithers away. SpongeBob tells Patrick, "Gary can be a little creepy. This is the connection." SpongeBob just declared he's not afraid of sea snails, then immediately becomes terrified when Gary, another sea snail, appears. He's subconsciously recognizing that Gary and the whelks are the same species and Gary's presence is unsettling. SpongeBob's initial description establishes the visual similarity. When explaining the whelks to Mr. Krabs, SpongeBob says they kinda look like Gary, but not really, and they spit purple slime. The kinda look like Gary, but not really. Phrasing is critical. They're recognizably similar enough that SpongeBob's first reference point is his pet, but different enough that something is wrong. That something wrong is the disease. Gary is a domesticated sea snail. The whelks are wild sea snails. They should look similar because they're the same species, but the whelks are covered in purple slime and behaving aggressively because they're sick. When the mama whelk appears and Mr. Krabs gets swallowed, SpongeBob and Patrick run to Sandy's tree dome. Sandy asks security questions before letting them in. She asks SpongeBob, "What's your mother's maiden name?" And he answers, "Bubble Bottom." She asks Patrick, "What's your first name?" And he struggles with it. Sandy lets them in and covers her tree dome in metal. Inside, Sandy announces she needs to get a sample of their slime. She explains, "If I can analyze it, I may be able to deduce the cause of their aggressive behavior, and maybe we can stop them." This reveals the whelks aren't naturally aggressive. Their behavior is caused by something analyzable. The whelks break through the tree dome and everyone gets swallowed by the mama whelk. Inside her stomach, they find the Krusty Krab and all the swallowed citizens. Sandy takes a slime sample and borrows SpongeBob and Patrick's corneas to use as microscope lenses. She looks through the microscope and announces, "Well, golly, no wonder they're all grumpy. Them whelks are full of germs. Why? They're sicker than a bull with the squirrel pox." The whelks are infected with germs that are causing their aggression and slime production. This is a contagious disease, not their natural state. SpongeBob immediately knows how to cure them. "I know what to do. After all, I've had the suds. I just have to absorb the whelk snot, and they'll return to normal." He's referencing a previous episode where he had a contagious illness called the suds. SpongeBob understands disease transmission from personal experience. He absorbs the slime from the mama whelk, and she responds, meow. That's Gary's sound. SpongeBob continues. Now, let's get the rest of you cleaned up. He swallows all the whelks, swishes them around in his mouth, and spits them out. All the whelks say meow, meow, meow. SpongeBob comments, aw, cute. The moment they're cured of germs, the whelks start acting exactly like Gary. They make the same sounds. They're peaceful. They're cute. This proves their aggressive slime-spitting behavior was entirely caused by illness. Healthy whelks behave like Gary, because Gary is a healthy sea snail. Squidward picks up one of the cured whelks and says, so, these things went crazy just because they had the sniffles? He's identifying it as a minor illness, the sniffles, that caused catastrophic behavioral changes. The whelk sneezes on Squidward and everyone laughs. Patrick points out it's in his eye. The disease is still contagious, even after the whelks are behaviorally cured. SpongeBob sneezes again, proving he's now infected from absorbing all the germs. The episode ends with everyone laughing about Squidward getting sneezed on. But nobody asks the crucial question, where did the whelks catch this disease in the first place? Gary is the obvious source. He's a sea snail who lives with SpongeBob, someone who has had multiple contagious illnesses, including the suds. Gary goes outside regularly for walks and to socialize with other snails. If Gary caught germs from SpongeBob's various illnesses and became an asymptomatic carrier, he could have infected the wild whelk population during his outdoor activities. Sea snails congregate together. We've seen this in other episodes. Gary could have spread the disease to wild whelks, who then became aggressive and started attacking the city. The whelks are described as invading Bikini Bottom, suggesting they came from outside the city limits. That means they caught the disease somewhere else and traveled to Bikini Bottom while sick. Gary travels outside the city. Gary is the connection point. SpongeBob calling Gary creepy right after declaring he's not afraid of sea snails is subconscious recognition that something is wrong. Gary appeared at the exact moment whelks were attacking, and SpongeBob's fear response activated. When the whelks are cured and start meowing, SpongeBob calls them cute, the same way he treats Gary. The healthy whelks and Gary are identical in behavior because they're the same species at baseline. The only difference was the disease. Gary has been living with SpongeBob for years, exposed to every illness SpongeBob catches, and SpongeBob catches illnesses constantly throughout the series. Gary became a carrier for whatever made the whelks sick, spread it to the wild population, and caused a biological crisis that nearly destroyed Bikini Bottom. After this episode, the whelks never appear again because SpongeBob cured them all, but Gary is still living with SpongeBob, still going outside, still carrying germs, waiting for the next outbreak. Let's roll right into the next conspiracy. In episode Bubble Buddy, SpongeBob wakes up on Leif Erikson Day, wanting to celebrate with friends, but Patrick is getting giant paper, Sandy went south for winter, and Squidward refuses. SpongeBob decides I'll make a friend and blows a bubble shaped like a person, naming him Bubble Buddy. SpongeBob spends the entire day treating Bubble Buddy as real, taking him to the Krusty Krab where he orders one of everything, going to Goo Lagoon where Bubble Buddy buries Scooter who drowns when the tide comes in, spending 2 hours waiting while Bubble Buddy uses the bathroom, and washing Pearl's dirty flipper with Bubble Buddy's bubble hands. An angry mob forms to pop Bubble Buddy with needles. SpongeBob begs them not to, crying, "He's not just a bubble, he's a Bubble Buddy. He's my friend and I love him." The mob charges anyway. Squidward raises his needle to pop Bubble Buddy, but suddenly Bubble Buddy grabs Squidward's hand and speaks. "Whoa, hey, don't I get a say in this?" He gets into a bubble taxi and leaves. SpongeBob acts like this is normal. Bubble Buddy was an inanimate object for the entire episode until the moment he was about to be destroyed, then he suddenly became sentient and escaped. SpongeBob didn't create life through bubble blowing. He trapped someone's consciousness inside the bubble through intense emotional projection, and that consciousness finally manifested when survival required it. The episode establishes Bubble Buddy as completely inanimate from the start. SpongeBob blows a human-shaped bubble and declares Bubble Buddy. He immediately starts playing with him on a seesaw, but the bubble just floats there doing nothing. SpongeBob provides all agency. When they go to the Krusty Krab, Bubble Buddy floats at the door and SpongeBob says, "Don't be shy, come on," and physically squeezes the bubble through. Squidward asks, "This bubble is your friend?" confirming it's just a bubble. When Squidward asks what Bubble Buddy wants to order, SpongeBob says, "Wait, Bubble Buddy, let me decide for you," and orders one of everything. SpongeBob is projecting personality onto an object. When the food arrives, SpongeBob examines the cheese and gasps, "Bubble Buddy's lactose intolerant. He can't eat cheese." Squidward has to remake everything with increasingly specific demands. No crust, ketchup under the patty, pickles on the left side. At the end, Squidward presents the perfect order and SpongeBob and Bubble Buddy leave. Mr. Krabs waves happily until Squidward reveals Bubble Buddy paid with bubble money that pops. This establishes pattern. SpongeBob talks to Bubble Buddy constantly, assigns him preferences and personality, but Bubble Buddy never actually does anything. At Goo Lagoon, Scooter runs up asking, "Dudes, bury me." SpongeBob buries him in sand and tells Bubble Buddy, "You dig him out while I get some cotton candy." Scooter is left buried as the tide comes in. He says, "Don't just stand there, dude. The tide's coming in while water reaches him." Bubble Buddy doesn't move. Scooter drowns. Later, his ghost appears saying, "Dudes, he made me experience high tide." Bubble Buddy didn't dig Scooter out because Bubble Buddy is an inanimate bubble. SpongeBob's instruction assumed Bubble Buddy could act independently, but he can't. The bathroom sequence reinforces this. SpongeBob places Bubble Buddy inside a Port-O-Head saying, "My friend's in there," and waits outside. 2 hours pass. A massive line forms. A sign appears reading 45 minutes from this point. Vendors are selling popcorn and drinks to people waiting. Harold finally opens the door and Bubble Buddy is just floating inside. He's been there motionless for 2 hours because he's a bubble. SpongeBob takes him away saying, "You're finished." The crowd is furious that a bubble kept them waiting. The angry mob forms after accumulated grievances. Francis says, "He kept us waiting for a bubble." Larry says, "He called us fat," Pearl cries. "He washed my flipper," showing her clean flipper that SpongeBob rubbed against Bubble Buddy's bubble surface. Mr. Krabs storms up saying, "He owes me money." Squidward follows. "He made me provide excellent service." Scooter's ghost floats by. "He made me experience high tide." Tom announces, "He poisoned our water supply, burned our crops, and delivered a plague unto our houses." The mob asks, "He did?" Tom admits no, but are we just gonna wait around until he does? This is mob hysteria targeting an inanimate object. They tip over the lifeguard stand. Squidward stops them saying, "Don't waste this senseless violence on him. It's that stupid bubble of SpongeBob's that's causing all the problems." He holds up a needle, and the entire mob produces needles chanting, "Pop the bubble." SpongeBob tries to defend Bubble Buddy. He asks, "Is this one of those sewing circles?" The mob says no and steps closer. SpongeBob says, "Pointy objects make Bubble Buddy uncomfortable," but Larry responds, "SpongeBob, that bubble's got to go." "Mr. Krabs announces, "You and that bubble have been nothing but trouble. It's time to end it." SpongeBob screams, "No, I won't let you," and blows Bubble Buddy larger until they float, but they sink back down. The mob surrounds them chanting, "Pop the bubble." SpongeBob makes his final plea, "No, you can't. He's not just a bubble, he's a Bubble Buddy. He's my friend and I love him. Haven't you ever had a very special friend?" He sheds tears. This triggers emotional responses. Mr. Krabs cries about Nickel Buddy. Sheldon mentions funny muffler. Larry says jerky pal. Harold mentions boo-boo keys. They all cry together. SpongeBob asks, "So what do you say?" The mob looks at each other, then brings out their needles again, chanting, "Pop the bubble." They throw SpongeBob away. Squidward announces, "Let's get this over with so I can go home and play my clarinet," and charges toward Bubble Buddy with his needle. This is the moment. Squidward's needle moves toward Bubble Buddy in slow motion. SpongeBob begs them to stop. Then suddenly, Bubble Buddy grabs Squidward's hand before the needle reaches him. Everyone except SpongeBob gasps. Bubble Buddy speaks. "Whoa, hey, don't I get a say in this? I'll see you later, SpongeBob." Things are getting a little weird around here. He gets into a bubble taxi that drives away. Bubble Buddy waves saying, "Happy Leif Erikson Day." Squidward says in shock, "He's alive." SpongeBob responds, "Of course, otherwise he couldn't tell such funny jokes," and everyone walks away muttering. SpongeBob sniffles. They blow up so fast and runs off crying tears of joy. The final shot shows bubbles popping near Squidward, except one. Squidward stares at it and asks nervously, Hi?" The episode ends. SpongeBob spent the entire day projecting consciousness onto Bubble Buddy through constant emotional investment. He talked to him, assigned him preferences, attributed agency to him, and genuinely believed Bubble Buddy was alive. For the entire episode, Bubble Buddy remained completely inanimate. He didn't move, speak, or act independently. But at the exact moment when Bubble Buddy was about to be destroyed, consciousness suddenly manifested. He grabbed Squidward's hand, spoke coherently, expressed preference about the situation, and left in a vehicle. SpongeBob showed zero surprise, saying, "Of course," when told Bubble Buddy was alive, suggesting he always believed it. But if SpongeBob always knew Bubble Buddy was alive, why did Bubble Buddy never move or speak until that final moment? Because consciousness was trapped inside, unable to manifest until survival required it. SpongeBob's reality-warping belief powers accidentally imprisoned someone's soul in a bubble prison, and that soul finally broke free when faced with annihilation. Bubble Buddy immediately fled, saying things were getting weird, because being trapped in a bubble while SpongeBob projects your personality for you is psychological torture. Squidward's final nervous, hi? To a random bubble suggests he now understands bubbles might contain trapped consciousness. SpongeBob is out there right now, blowing bubbles and unknowingly creating soul prisons every single day. Next up, the next conspiracy. And before we continue the video, subscribe to our channel. Now let's go on to the next conspiracy. In episode Opposite Day, Squidward wakes up to SpongeBob and Patrick throwing him a surprise birthday party, even though it's not his birthday. Frustrated, Squidward decides to move and calls a realtor who warns that bad neighbors ruin home sales. Panicking, Squidward invents a fake holiday called Opposite Day to trick SpongeBob into being quiet. He tells SpongeBob it's the one day of the year when you get to act different, and convinces him to be quiet and out of the way. SpongeBob believes the lie immediately and starts celebrating. Patrick asks if he's heard of Opposite Day, admits, no, what is it? Confirming he's never heard of it either, but starts participating anyway. By the episode's end, Gary is barking instead of meowing and saying meow in Squidward's voice with a pickle on his face pretending to be Squidward. Even Squidward ends up chasing SpongeBob with a bulldozer yelling, "Happy Opposite Day!" Squidward completely fabricated this holiday as a manipulation tactic, but SpongeBob's belief in it was so powerful that it manifested as reality, forcing everyone around him to participate in a celebration that didn't exist 5 minutes earlier. SpongeBob's conviction turns lies into truth through unconscious reality manipulation. The episode establishes Opposite Day is completely fake from the beginning. Squidward hangs up the phone with the realtor and panics. SpongeBob, no one will ever buy my house with him living next door. Whatever a good neighbor would do, he does the opposite. He gets an idea and repeats, opposite, opposite. The next morning, Squidward wakes SpongeBob by playing drums, cymbals, bagpipes, and a whistle outside his window. SpongeBob asks why he's playing the drum. Squidward denies it's a drum, claims it's his wig case, puts on a wig, and frolics around saying, "Come on, SpongeBob, tackle me." SpongeBob thinks Squidward is sick and tries to push him to bed. Squidward stops him. "Oh, I get it. You don't know what day it is, do you?" SpongeBob guesses, "Wednesday?" Squidward announces, "Why, it's Opposite Day. You mean you've never heard of it? Boy, have you been missing out. Opposite Day is the one day of the year when you get to act different." This is the lie. Squidward is inventing a holiday in real time to manipulate SpongeBob's behavior. SpongeBob accepts it instantly without question. He asks, "Does everybody know about Opposite Day?" Squidward confirms, "Oh sure, it's a game. Get it?" SpongeBob says, "Oh, a game." Squidward explains, "Normally you're really loud and annoying, so what are you going to be today?" SpongeBob declares, "Quiet and out of the way." "Yeah." Squidward says, "Why don't you get a jump on it?" And SpongeBob runs home giggling, I hate Opposite Day." Squidward takes off his wig and says, "So long, Chum," and "Goodbye, Bikini Bottom." He thinks he's successfully tricked SpongeBob, but SpongeBob's belief has already activated. He tells Gary, "It's Opposite Day," and says, "Too bad it only comes once a year, huh, Gary?" He's treating it as an established annual tradition despite learning about it 30 seconds ago. Gary meows. SpongeBob says, "Gary, where's your holiday spirit?" Gary barks like a dog. Gary has immediately started participating in a holiday he couldn't have known about because it didn't exist until this morning. Patrick's introduction proves the holiday is spreading through belief. The doorbell rings and Patrick announces, "It's Patrick." SpongeBob says, "Patrick, go away. I never want to see you again." Patrick starts crying. SpongeBob opens the door saying, "That's right, you're my worst enemy." Patrick falls to the ground, bawling. SpongeBob explains, "Patrick, you're not my friend. It's just Opposite Day." Patrick responds, "Opposite Day? Hey, I've heard of that." SpongeBob asks, "You have?" Patrick admits, "No. What is it?" Patrick has never heard of Opposite Day. Nobody has heard of Opposite Day because Squidward invented it this morning, but Patrick immediately starts participating anyway. SpongeBob explains the rules and Patrick says, "Oh, let me try." He holds his breath until he turns purple. SpongeBob has to stop him. They spend the rest of the day doing opposite activities. SpongeBob eats from Gary's bowl and meows. Patrick sits on newspapers and meows. They blow themselves into bubbles. They speak in reverse. None of this makes logical sense as opposite behavior, but they're creating rituals for a holiday that doesn't exist. The reality warping becomes undeniable when SpongeBob and Patrick destroy SpongeBob's pineapple. Squidward looks outside and sees them reducing the house to a skeleton. SpongeBob says, "Hello, Squidward." "Oops, I mean goodbye." Squidward, "Aw, isn't Opposite Day terrible?" Squidward screams, "I'll tell you what's terrible, living next to you. You're the worst neighbor in history." SpongeBob responds, "Wow, that's the nicest thing Squidward has ever said to me." Squidward panics and uses a bulldozer to rebuild the pineapple. SpongeBob watches this and has a complete mental breakdown trying to understand the logic. I made my house a mess, which was making it clean, which made Squidward clean my yard, but that really means he's messing it up. But the opposite of clean is filth, which means filth is clean. That means Squidward is really making my yard a wreck, but I normally wreck my own yard, which means Squidward is being the opposite of Squidward, which means he's SpongeBob. He concludes, I must be the opposite of SpongeBob, by being Squidward. He stretches his nose and puts his belt around his head to impersonate Squidward. Patrick wants to be opposite too, so SpongeBob puts coral under his eyes. They both start chanting, I'm Squidward, and dance into Squidward's house. When the realtor arrives, SpongeBob answers the door, pretending to be Squidward, and ruins the sale by listing all the house's flaws. Patrick bursts through a painting, also claiming to be Squidward. The realtor asks, You're both Squidward? SpongeBob says, I'm Squidward, he's Squidward, we're both Squidward. Squidward bursts in and yells, Stop! Get away from her! He apologizes and says, I am so sorry, ma'am. I hope these two barnacle heads haven't harmed you. The realtor asks, Who are you? Squidward says, Why, I'm Squidward. The realtor's face turns angry. She yells, What kind of fool do you take me for? He's Squidward, he's Squidward, you're Squidward, I'm Squidward. Are there any other Squidwards I should know about? Then Gary appears with a pickle on his face and says, Meow, in Squidward's voice. Gary is participating. Gary is pretending to be Squidward. Gary couldn't have learned about Opposite Day from anyone because he's a snail, but he's dressed up and impersonating Squidward anyway because SpongeBob's belief made the fake holiday so real that even pets are compelled to celebrate it. The realtor storms out, refusing to sell the house. Squidward chases after her, sobbing. SpongeBob and Patrick walk up and say happily, Happy Opposite Day, Squidward! We hate you! Squidward suddenly smiles and says, Let me show you guys how much I hate you. He gets a bulldozer and chases them down the street yelling, Happy Opposite Day, while laughing evilly. Squidward invented this holiday as a lie to manipulate SpongeBob. He never believed in it himself. But by the end of the episode, Squidward is participating, chasing them with construction equipment, while celebrating the fake holiday he created. SpongeBob's belief forced reality to accommodate the lie. The fake holiday became real through collective participation triggered by SpongeBob's absolute conviction that it existed. This is the same power that made the band in Band Geeks transform into professional musicians overnight. SpongeBob believes something so completely that the universe restructures itself to make it true. Squidward tried to weaponize SpongeBob's gullibility and accidentally created a real holiday through SpongeBob's reality-warping faith. Next year, on the same date, everyone in Bikini Bottom will wake up compelled to act opposite because SpongeBob decided it's an annual tradition. Now let's dig into the next conspiracy. In episode Graveyard Shift, Mr. Krabs makes the Krusty Krab open 24 hours after realizing he can make more money from late-night customers. Squidward is furious about working the night shift and invents a scary story to frighten SpongeBob, the legend of the hash-slinging slasher, a ghost fry cook with a spatula hand who returns every Tuesday night. Squidward describes 3 warning signs. The lights will flicker, the phone will ring with nobody there, and the ghost arrives on a bus. All 3 signs happen exactly as predicted. The lights flicker repeatedly. The phone rings with no response. A bus drops off a figure carrying a spatula who walks toward the restaurant. SpongeBob and Squidward panic, believing the hash-slinging slasher is real. The figure reveals himself as a nervous job applicant named Richard who called earlier but hung up. Squidward realizes, if that was you on the phone and you on the bus, then who was flickering the lights? The camera shows Nosferatu, the vampire from the 1922 silent film, standing at a giant light switch, flicking it on and off. Everyone laughs and says Nosferatu, like it's obvious. Nosferatu smiles and turns the light off, ending the episode. A century-old vampire operates Bikini Bottom's electrical infrastructure from an undisclosed location, and everyone knows about it. This isn't a joke ending. It's confirmation that the city's entire power grid is controlled by an undead creature who manipulates electricity for unknown purposes. The episode establishes from the beginning that something is wrong with the Krusty Krab's electrical system. After Squidward tells the hash-slinging slasher story, SpongeBob initially believes it, but Squidward admits it was all a joke. Later that night, the lights start flickering on and off. Squidward immediately accuses SpongeBob. Very funny, SpongeBob. SpongeBob responds, what? Squidward says sarcastically, and the lights will flicker on and off. Just like the story, I get it. He realizes nobody is near the light switch and looks shocked. SpongeBob asks, hey Squidward, how are you doing that without moving the switch? Squidward responds, I'm not doing it. It must be the stupid faulty wiring in here. This place isn't built to run 24 hours a day. This is the cover story. Squidward blames architectural limitations for electrical problems, but the real cause is external manipulation. The building's wiring isn't faulty. Someone is remotely controlling the power supply. The phone rings immediately after the lights flicker. Squidward answers, "What? What? Hello? Hello? Hello?" Nobody responds. He hangs up. SpongeBob walks over and says, "Nice try, Squidward. The phone will ring and there will be no one there." "Oh, you crack me up." Squidward insists, "SpongeBob, I'm not doing this." He starts panicking. "Oh no. Calm down. Calm down. All right, what was it?" "There was the lights flicker again, and the phone. The phone rings again." He continues, "And the walls will ooze green slime?" "The walls start oozing." Squidward says, "Oh wait, they always do that. But what was that third thing?" He hears a motor and sees a bus pull up. The lights and phone are happening in coordinated sequence with the bus arrival. This suggests centralized control, someone monitoring the situation and timing electrical interference to coincide with other events. That someone is Nosferatu. The hash-slinging slasher turns out to be Richard, a nervous job applicant. He admits, "I called earlier, but I hung up because I was nervous." This explains the phantom phone call. The bus dropping him off explains the third sign. But nobody has explained the lights. Squidward asks, "Wait, if that was you on the phone and you on the bus, then who was flickering the lights?" The lights flicker on and off again. SpongeBob, Squidward, and Richard all look over. The camera darts to show Nosferatu standing at a giant light switch mounted on a wall. He's flicking it up and down repeatedly. Everyone says together, "Nosferatu," in a tone that's recognition. They know who he is, they know he controls the lights. They're not scared of him. This is treated as normal. Nosferatu smiles and flicks the light off one final time, ending the episode in darkness. The implication is clear. Nosferatu has access to Bikini Bottom's electrical infrastructure and uses it casually enough that residents recognize his involvement immediately. The critical detail is that Nosferatu isn't at the Krusty Krab. The camera darts over to show him, suggesting he's in a different location, likely an electrical substation or power distribution center. He's operating a giant light switch much larger than a standard wall switch, indicating industrial-scale electrical equipment. Nosferatu is controlling power distribution across the grid, and he's chosen to target the Krusty Krab specifically during this night shift. The timing matches Squidward's fake story perfectly. Lights flicker, phone rings, bus arrives. Either this is impossible coincidence, or Nosferatu was deliberately synchronizing electrical manipulation with observable events to create the appearance of a haunting. Why would a vampire do this? Because he's been controlling Bikini Bottom's electricity for so long that he's bored and entertains himself by gaslighting night shift workers. Nosferatu's presence underwater raises questions that nobody in Bikini Bottom seems concerned about. He's a vampire from FW. Murnau's 1922 silent German expressionist horror film. He's supposed to be dead, or at least confined to Transylvania. Instead, he's operating Bikini Bottom's power grid from an undisclosed facility. The fact that SpongeBob, Squidward, and Richard all immediately recognize him by name suggests Nosferatu is a known public figure in the underwater city. They just say his name like, "Oh, it's Todd from accounting again." This means Bikini Bottom residents are aware that their electrical infrastructure is managed by an undead cryptid, and they've accepted this as normal municipal operation. Throughout the series, Bikini Bottom experiences frequent power outages, electrical surges, and lighting inconsistencies. Lights flicker during dramatic moments. Electronics malfunction randomly. The Krusty Krab's electrical system has been described as faulty multiple times. These aren't infrastructure problems, they're Nosferatu's ongoing manipulation. He controls when lights turn on and off across the entire city. He can target specific buildings or cause citywide blackouts. His motivations remain unclear. Vampires traditionally avoid light and feed on blood, but Nosferatu appears to have abandoned these limitations in favor of electrical management. Perhaps he's drawn to electricity as an alternative power source. Perhaps controlling the grid gives him authority over Bikini Bottom's daily rhythms, making him effectively the city's most powerful unelected official. Perhaps he just enjoys screwing with people during night shifts because eternity is boring and messing with Squidward beats sitting in a coffin. The most disturbing aspect is the casualness of the reveal. When Nosferatu appears, nobody screams, runs away, or demands explanations. They don't call authorities or question why a vampire has access to critical infrastructure. They laugh, say his name, and accept the lights turning off. This suggests long-term conditioning. Bikini Bottom residents have known about Nosferatu's role for so long that they've normalized vampiric electrical control. Children grow up learning that the creepy silent film monster from 1922 operates their power grid, and nobody thinks this is worth addressing. Squidward blamed faulty wiring instead of immediately suspecting Nosferatu, suggesting people actively avoid acknowledging his involvement unless directly confronted with evidence. The city has collectively agreed to pretend their electrical system is normal, while privately understanding that a vampire decides when lights work. Nosferatu smiled at the end because he knows they can't do anything about it. He controls the infrastructure. He can turn off their lights anytime. And every single night shift worker in Bikini Bottom has learned the same lesson Squidward just did. If the lights flicker and you can't explain why, it's probably Nosferatu, and there's nothing you can do except laugh nervously and hope he gets bored with you. Let's move straight into the next conspiracy. In episode Club SpongeBob, SpongeBob and Patrick accidentally fling their treehouse into the kelp forest with Squidward trapped inside. When Squidward panics about being lost, SpongeBob reveals they have a magic conch shell, a toy that answers questions when you pull a string. SpongeBob declares we must never question the wisdom of the magic conch. The club always takes its advice before we do anything. When they ask the shell what to do to escape, it says nothing. They immediately sit down and refuse to move or eat for days, even while starving. Food randomly falls from the sky, and they praise it as a miracle. Squidward tries to eat, but SpongeBob stops him, saying the shell must grant permission first. The shell repeatedly tells Squidward no. At the end, a kelp forest ranger arrives to rescue them, reveals he also has a magic conch shell, and when asked what to do now, his shell says, nothing. All four sit down doing nothing indefinitely. The magic conch shell isn't a children's toy, it's the sacred object of a widespread cult religion that has infiltrated Bikini Bottom society at multiple levels, including emergency services. Members display textbook cult behavior, absolute obedience to random commands, willingness to starve rather than disobey, treating coincidences as divine miracles, and recruiting through social pressure. SpongeBob and Patrick's devotion is established immediately. When Squidward asks what the shell is, Patrick excitedly says, "Ask it something, ask it something." SpongeBob asks, "Magic conch shell, will I ever get married?" The shell responds, "Maybe someday." They giggle like they've received profound wisdom. Squidward calls it just a stupid toy. SpongeBob gasps in horror. Squidward, we must never question the wisdom of the magic conch. The club always takes its advice before we do anything. Patrick declares, the shell knows all. This is religious dogma. They've elevated a toy to infallible authority and established that questioning it is blasphemy. When the shell says nothing, Patrick announces, the shell has spoken. They immediately sit in lotus position and become completely unresponsive. Squidward's resistance demonstrates cult isolation tactics. He yells, I can't believe you two are going to take advice from a toy. They don't answer. He storms off declaring, don't you two sad clowns come crying to me when your circus tent comes crashing down. He wanders the kelp forest trying to escape but keeps getting lost, eventually collapsing back where they're still sitting motionless. Later, he tries tempting them with cooked food, waving it under their noses. Doesn't that smell good, SpongeBob? You haven't eaten in days. They don't react. Their obedience to the shell's command overrides biological survival instinct. The miracle validates their faith. While Squidward mocks them, he says, as if the answers to all your problems will fall right out of the sky. The instant he says this, an airplane falls from the sky and drops picnic supplies exactly where they're sitting. SpongeBob and Patrick emerge from their trance screaming, praise the magic conch. A random mechanical failure created the illusion of divine intervention, which they interpret as proof the shell provides for those who obey. Squidward attempts to join the feast, but discovers membership has conditions. He approaches nervously and SpongeBob says, once a member, always a member. Squidward celebrates and runs to the food. SpongeBob stops him. Why don't you ask the magic conch? Squidward? Squidward sarcastically says. Right after, I consult the magic toenail. SpongeBob and Patrick immediately pull the food away. SpongeBob gasps, Squidward, are you questioning the authority of the magic conch? The conch is the one who gave us this banquet. This copyrighted conch is the cornerstone of our organization, Patrick whispers. Maybe he's not a brother. The language is explicit. Cornerstone of our organization. Brother as membership verification. This is structured religious hierarchy. The shell's treatment of Squidward reveals arbitrary cruelty disguised as divine will. Squidward asks, should I have the spaghetti or the turkey? The shell responds, neither. He asks, could I have anything to eat? It says no. Patrick asks, could Squidward have this sandwich? The shell says no. Patrick asks, could I have this sandwich? The shell says yes. Patrick eats it, apologizing. Sorry, Squidward. Squidward grabs the shell, asking repeatedly, could I have something to eat? Each time it says no. He asks, can't you say anything else but no? The shell responds, try asking again. Squidward asks hopefully, can I have something to eat? The shell says in a sarcastic tone, no. Squidward shakes with rage. The shell's responses are random programming, but SpongeBob and Patrick interpret them as divine judgment. The Kelp Forest Ranger's appearance proves the cult has infiltrated emergency services. A uniformed official appears asking, "Do you folks need some help?" Squidward runs to him crying, "I'm saved!" The ranger asks, "Magic conch shell?" and pulls out his own, cross-eyed with 2 big teeth. SpongeBob and Patrick scream, "The magic conch, a club member!" The ranger announces, "My conch told me to come save you guys. This is catastrophic." A government employee responsible for search and rescue makes decisions based on commands from a toy shell. The cult has penetrated public safety infrastructure. The ending confirms total capitulation. The ranger asks, "What do we do now?" The shell responds, "Nothing." All 3 immediately sit down. They chant, "All hail the magic conch." Squidward, completely broken, moves between them and sits down saying, "All hail the magic conch." The episode ends with all 4 sitting indefinitely, while presumably more people wait for the ranger who will never come because his shell told him to sit down. Squidward started mocking the shell as a stupid toy. He ended as a convert, broken by starvation into accepting that a random number generator controls his fate. The Magic Conch Shell Cult is an organized movement with adherents across different social roles, teaching absolute passivity where members sit starving while waiting for divine intervention that may never come. Now we're heading into the next conspiracy. In episode Have You Seen This Snail? SpongeBob gets a Mermaid Man and Barnacle Boy paddleball set with a challenge to hit the ball 29,998,559,671,349 times in a row. He becomes so obsessed that he ignores Gary's desperate attempts to get food for over a week. Gary's bowl has spiders crawling in it. Patrick confirms SpongeBob has been doing this about a week, maybe 10 days. SpongeBob finally notices and reads Gary's goodbye note, saying he's finding an owner who actually remembers to fill up my food bowl. Gary nearly gets killed by Grandma, an elderly woman with a closet full of dead snail shells from previous pets she overfed to death. Gary barely escapes and returns to SpongeBob, who promises things will be different. SpongeBob's inability to regulate his attention when fixated on tasks creates life-threatening neglect for anyone dependent on him. Gary almost starved, then almost got murdered by kindness, because SpongeBob's brain cannot prioritize survival needs over arbitrary challenges. This pattern repeats throughout the series where SpongeBob's hyper-focus on work, games, or goals causes catastrophic harm to others, and his promises to change never last because his obsessive tendencies are pathological. The episode establishes SpongeBob's dangerous fixation from the start. He opens his package excitedly and reads the challenge number, nearly 30 trillion hits in a row. He immediately accepts, saying, "Dirty Bubble, wherever you float, I hereby accept your challenge." He starts hitting the ball, but it keeps hitting him in the face. He says, "Darn it," each time and continues. Gary goes to his food bowl, which is empty. Gary checks the clock. It's snack time. He meows to get SpongeBob's attention. SpongeBob stops briefly and says, "What was that?" but immediately goes back to the paddle ball. Gary meows louder. SpongeBob looks at him annoyed. "Oh, Gary, that distracting sound came from you. I'm sorry I can't play with you right now. Mermaid Man needs me." Gary interrupts again. The ball hits SpongeBob and he snaps angrily. "Gary, please. I'm trying to defeat the dirty bubble." Gary attaches himself to the paddle ball. SpongeBob glares and rants. "So, let's get this straight, Gary. You don't want me to defeat the dirty bubble." Well, I, for one, recognize the importance of this undertaking. But whether or not you do remains to be seen. Now, if you don't mind, I would like to get back to it. Gary jumps on SpongeBob's face. SpongeBob tears him off and yells furiously, "Gary, I hate it when you do that. Now get, and leave your master to his important affairs." Gary looks at the empty bowl with spiders, packs his things, and leaves. SpongeBob doesn't notice. Patrick discovers SpongeBob days later. He knocks on the door and notices the bag of snail food still outside, covered in dust. He walks in calling, "SpongeBob, you around?" He hears muffled "darn it" repeatedly. He finds SpongeBob lying on the ground with bloodshot eyes still hitting the paddle ball saying "darn it" over and over. Patrick asks, "SpongeBob, what happened?" SpongeBob just stares at the paddle with bloodshot eyes and says, "Darn it." Patrick has to shake him. Snap out of it. SpongeBob finally responds, "Patrick, I took the dirty bubble challenge." Patrick asks how long SpongeBob has been doing this. Patrick pours seahorse milk, which comes out solid and rotten. He tastes it and shudders. Yeah, it's about a week, maybe 10 days. SpongeBob is horrified. 10 days? He searches everywhere for Gary, screaming his name but can't find him. He discovers Gary's note taped to his mailbox. The note says, "Dear SpongeBob, these last few years have been some of the best of my life, but I must move on. Don't bother to come looking for me. By now, I have probably found a new owner who actually remembers to fill up my food bowl every now and again. SpongeBob starts crying. Dear Neptune, what have I done? Patrick says scornfully, what do you mean you drove him away? It's right there in black and white. This is the critical moment. SpongeBob endangered Gary's life through complete neglect caused by obsessive fixation on a meaningless toy challenge. Meanwhile, Gary's situation gets progressively worse. He wanders into another town starving. He finds nachos in an alley, but 3 aggressive snails chase him away hissing. An elderly woman named Grandma finds him and mistakes him for her missing pet, Miss Tuftsy. She takes him home and immediately starts overfeeding him. She gives him heart-shaped cookies, puts an electric blanket on extra cozy setting, promises deviled eggs, and plays jazz music. She feeds him constantly. Later, she feeds him more cookies and popcorn while watching TV. The next day, she makes him pancakes with syrup and fresh squeezed orange juice. She takes him shopping and buys all the scented pine cones. She promises meatloaf. Gary becomes visibly fatter. His belt snaps and fat breaks through his shell. Then Gary opens a closet door and discovers it's full of empty snail shells. These are Grandma's previous pets. The snails in a painting on the wall yell, "Run!" Gary realizes Grandma has been killing pets through overfeeding and he's next. He struggles to escape while Grandma chases him throwing cookies saying they were a labor of love. Gary hides behind trash cans. Grandma says, I can hear your stomach growling. Gary pushes another snail out as a decoy and escapes. Gary went from nearly starving to death with SpongeBob to nearly being overfed to death by Grandma because SpongeBob's neglect forced Gary into a desperate situation where any option seemed better than staying. SpongeBob's attempts to find Gary show he understands the severity but not the pattern. He makes posters saying, Gary, I am sorry, please come home. Love, SpongeBob. He and Patrick put flyers everywhere. SpongeBob appears on TV screens. He writes, Gary, come home in the sky with an airplane. He creates a giant billboard asking, have you seen me? With Gary's picture. He cries constantly. Mister. Krabs finds him at work with bloodshot eyes walking on his knees. SpongeBob explains Gary ran away. SpongeBob cries into Krabby Patties. Mister. Krabs tells him any problem you have can be solved with a little hard work. SpongeBob misinterprets this as needing to work harder at finding Gary, not addressing his underlying issues. Patrick says bluntly, you drove him away with your neglect and indifference. SpongeBob acknowledges this, but treats it as a one-time mistake rather than a pattern. Gary eventually returns after escaping Grandma. SpongeBob is standing by the billboard saying, if only I could see you one more time so I could tell you how much I love you. Gary climbs on his head and meows. SpongeBob doesn't notice at first, then realizes, Gary. He picks him up, hugging him. I promise, Gary, things are going to be different between you and I. You'll see, pal. But this promise is hollow because SpongeBob's obsessive personality hasn't changed. Throughout the series, SpongeBob demonstrates the same pattern. He fixates on work at the Krusty Krab to the exclusion of everything else. He becomes obsessed with jellyfish collection, endangering himself and others. He hyperfocuses on pleasing authority figures while ignoring consequences. He pursues goals with tunnel vision that creates collateral damage. In Suds, he nearly dies from illness because he won't stop working. In Nature Pants, he abandons his entire life to live with jellyfish. In The Bully, he becomes so fixated on avoiding flats that he endangers himself repeatedly. SpongeBob's brain operates in extremes, total obsession, or complete neglect with no middle ground. Gary nearly died twice because SpongeBob cannot maintain consistent care when distracted by challenges. The episode ends with SpongeBob promising change, but his neurological wiring makes that promise impossible to keep long term. Gary survived this time. Next time he might not be so lucky. Let's get going with the next conspiracy. In episode Friend or Foe, Plankton steals the Krabby Patty formula during Mr. Krabs' birthday, and Mr. Krabs explains they used to be best friends. He tells a story where they created a burger together, but Plankton wanted to rule the world, and they fought over the recipe. Plankton interrupts, claiming that's false, and tells his version where Mr. Krabs was obsessed with money and kicked him out. Karen, Plankton's computer wife, reveals both are lying and shows security footage of what actually happened. They accidentally poisoned Old Man Jenkins with their burger, fought over who was responsible, and the recipe tore in half during the argument. Mr. Krabs discovered the perfect formula by accident when shelf items fell into the ruined batch. Both Krabs and Plankton spent decades retelling their origin story as morality tales, where they were innocent victims betrayed by their greedy, power-hungry friend, when the truth is they were equally responsible for destroying their friendship through blame and ego. Neither can admit they poisoned someone and ruined everything themselves, so they've constructed elaborate false narratives that absolve them of guilt while demonizing the other. The episode establishes the framing immediately. After Plankton's failed birthday attack, SpongeBob cries, "Why does he hate us so?" Mr. Krabs sits down and says, "There was a time when Plankton and I were best friends." Everyone gasps. Mr. Krabs narrates their childhood together, born the same day, sharing birthdays, being bullied at school together. He explains they were poor and kids called him Rag Boy because his mother made clothes from trash. They discovered Stinky Burgers, the only burger place in town. Stinky was beloved by kids but told Krabs and Plankton, "If you two yahoos keep coming around, you'll drive away all the normal customers." Stinky drove away in a limo with stacks of cash. Plankton and Krabs decided to make a better burger to gain respect and money. They created a recipe together at the dump and opened a restaurant when Stinky's got shut down. This part both agree on. The divergence comes next. Mr. Krabs' version paints Plankton as a villain. In his telling, customers complained the burgers were barely edible but kept eating because Stinky's closed. Plankton looked at the customers and said, "The very people who ridiculed me are now feasting on my recipe." Krabs corrected, "I thought it was our recipe." Plankton responded, "I'm ruling their stomachs, and soon I will be ruling their minds." Dark clouds appeared with thunder as Plankton laughed evilly. Krabs asked, "But what about satisfying the customer?" Plankton yelled, "Barnacles to the customer. I'm talking about ruling the world. And with this secret recipe, nothing will stop me." They fought over the recipe, it tore in half, and Plankton ejected Krabs from the restaurant using a trapdoor. Mr. Krabs landed in trash saying, "You'll regret this one day." This version makes Plankton a power-mad megalomaniac who betrayed their friendship for world domination. Plankton immediately objects, saying, "Lies," and completely false. He tells his version where Mr. Krabs was the villain. In Plankton's telling, Mr. Krabs laughed evilly, saying, "First I'll rule their stomachs, and then their money." Dark clouds and thunder appeared. Plankton asked, "But what about satisfying the customers?" Krabs yelled, "Barnacles to the customers. I'm talking about coins, cash, wallets, bank accounts, and with this secret recipe, nothing will stop me." They fought, the recipe tore, and Krabs put Plankton in a straw and spit him out into trash. Plankton yelled, "You'll regret this one day." This version makes Mr. Krabs a money-obsessed capitalist who betrayed their friendship for profit. Both stories are structurally identical, same dialogue reversed, same villain speech with weather effects, same trash landing, just with the villain role swapped. Karen interrupts, revealing both are liars. She explains, "In those days I was just starting out as a security system. Plankton and I met when he installed me. She had recorded everything in her databanks and shows the footage." The truth, they opened in the dump with their burger. Old Man Jenkins arrived, the man who'd helped Krabs' mother. Krabs said, "It would be an honor if you'd be the first to try our delicious burgers." Jenkins took a bite, smiled, then fell unconscious. A newspaper headline read, "Plab Patties KO Old Man J." Krabs said horrified, "I can't believe we poisoned that sweet old guy." Plankton replied, "Well, he is old." Krabs snapped, "That guy's like family to me." They started blaming each other. Plankton said, "It was your fault the patty was tainted." Krabs countered, "You're the one who put too much seaweed sauce." Plankton yelled, "You let it sit out too long." They fought over the recipe. It tore. Plankton stormed out. Krabs looked at the ruined batch where shelf items had spilled into the cauldron during their fight. He tasted it and said, "I've done it. I've discovered the perfect patty batter." The truth reveals both were responsible, but neither could accept blame. They didn't fight over ideology, world domination versus money. They fought over who caused the poisoning. The recipe tore during mutual blame, not ideological betrayal. Mr. Krabs only discovered the Krabby Patty formula by accident after Plankton left, meaning Plankton never had access to the complete recipe. Both went to the elementary school to sell burgers separately. Plankton's Chum burgers tasted terrible. Krabs' Krabby Patties were delicious. The kids rejected Plankton and embraced Krabs. Plankton yelled, "I'll steal that cursed recipe from you one day, and I won't stop till I do." Their lifelong rivalry began not from betrayal over principles, but from mutual blame over accidentally poisoning someone, followed by one succeeding while the other failed. The reconciliation scene proves they know the truth, but prefer the lies. After Karen's revelation, Mr. Krabs and Plankton both start crying. Krabs says, "You were my only true friend that didn't have a president printed on him." But money doesn't hug back. Plankton responds, "My life has been nothing but a long line of disappointments since we became enemies. All these years I've been trying to steal your formula. But I was really just trying to steal back our friendship." They hug crying. Then Plankton grabs the formula from Krabs' pocket and Karen wheels away with it. Plankton yells, "Back off, rag boy." The entire emotional reconciliation was manipulation. Plankton used their shared history and genuine grief to steal the formula. Mr. Krabs fell for it because he wanted to believe they could reconnect. Both are incapable of honest interaction because they've spent decades lying to themselves and others about what happened. Throughout the series, both characters demonstrate this pattern. Mr. Krabs tells everyone he's a humble small business owner when he's ruthlessly exploitative. Plankton tells everyone he's a misunderstood genius when he's repeatedly incompetent. They've each constructed self-serving mythologies. Mr. Krabs became the victim of his evil former friend's megalomania, instead of the lucky guy whose accident created a successful recipe after he and his friend poisoned someone. Plankton became the Axe-Force 7D, victim of his evil former friend's greed, instead of the failure whose inferior competing product lost to his former friend's accidental discovery. Neither can admit they destroyed their friendship through petty blame over a shared mistake. They need to believe the other was always evil, because accepting mutual responsibility would mean acknowledging their rivalry is sustained by pride, not principle. The episode's title, Friend or Foe, asks which they truly are, and the answer is both. They were friends who became foes not through ideology, but through refusing to admit they were equally wrong. They're still friends who can't admit it because that would require honesty, and both have built their entire identities on lies about each other. Alright, on to the next conspiracy we go, and don't forget to subscribe to our channel. In episode I'm Your Biggest Fanatic, SpongeBob attends a jellyfish convention where he meets Kevin the Sea Cucumber, leader of the Jelly Spotters Club and SpongeBob's hero. SpongeBob desperately wants Kevin's approval, saying he'd do anything for him. Kevin tells SpongeBob to jump off a building. SpongeBob immediately screams and falls from a window, then returns asking what else Kevin wants. Kevin tells him to punch himself in the face with a spiked glove. SpongeBob does it without hesitation. Kevin laughs and invites SpongeBob to try out for the club, but whispers to his members, "I won't let the guy join. I just want to see how many times he can get stung before he goes running home like a baby." Kevin brings SpongeBob jellyfishing, where every test is designed to cause injury. Eventually, Kevin sets up a fake queen jellyfish to terrorize SpongeBob. When SpongeBob begs for mercy on a cliff edge, Kevin reveals he was controlling the robot. He points to the bottom of the cliff, where a crowd of previous victims sit by a fire, all yelling up at Kevin in praise. Kevin admits he never planned to let SpongeBob join, and calls him a loser repeatedly. Kevin the Sea Cucumber runs a systematic operation targeting obsessive fans, getting them to endanger themselves physically and emotionally for his entertainment, and he's done this to dozens of people before SpongeBob. SpongeBob arrives at the biannual Jellyfish Convention and spots the Jelly Spotters, Bikini Bottom's premier jellyfish enthusiast club, gathered around their leader Kevin the Sea Cucumber. SpongeBob says reverently, "If I could just touch the hem of his pocket protector, then maybe some of his greatness would rub off on me." Kevin is answering questions from fans taking notes. SpongeBob keeps appearing in different spots, saying "Hi Kevin" in a trance-like state with huge pupils. Kevin finally yells, "Security!" SpongeBob protests, "I would do anything for you." Kevin tests this. "Why don't you go jump off a building?" SpongeBob's scream is heard and he falls past the window. He reappears saying anything. Kevin says, "Punch yourself in the face." SpongeBob does it with a boxing glove. Kevin asks, "Doesn't that hurt you?" SpongeBob holds up a metal glove with spiked knuckles, asking, "Do you want it to hurt me, Kevin?" Kevin laughs hysterically, saying, "This guy's great. We have got to bring this guy jellyfishing with us." One jelly spotter protests, "No, Kevin, he's a geek." Kevin whispers, "I won't let the guy join. I just want to see how many times he can get stung before he goes running home like a baby." The jelly spotters agree, Kevin's a genius. SpongeBob is so excited he needs defibrillator revival. Kevin has confirmed his plan. Invite obsessive fans on tests designed to humiliate and injure them while pretending they might earn membership. The jellyfishing trip begins with SpongeBob carrying Kevin and all the jelly spotters on his back through jellyfish fields. He collapses, exhausted. Kevin asks about nets. SpongeBob's pants open like a trunk, revealing his buttocks as he pulls out equipment. SpongeBob vibrates with excitement, talking about jellyfishing together. Kevin interrupts, "Hold it," freezing SpongeBob literally solid. He announces, "Before you become a jelly spotter, you have to pass a rigorous test. First test, catch a jellyfish." A jellyfish immediately flies into SpongeBob's net. Kevin says, "That doesn't count," and slaps the net. The jellyfish flies out and stings Kevin's head, giving him a giant red sore. Kevin changes the requirement to 2 jellyfish. 2 immediately fly in. Kevin kicks the net, causing all 20 to sting him in a blaze of electricity. Every single test gets designed to make SpongeBob succeed, while Kevin gets injured instead. A montage shows more tests, SpongeBob catching jellyfish upside down, blindfolded, through various challenges. After each one, a jellyfish escapes and stings different parts of Kevin's body until he's completely swollen. Kevin screams, "Okay, SquarePants, it is your turn to get zapped. I mean, are you ready for your final test?" Kevin announces capturing a queen jellyfish. Cut to SpongeBob tied up hanging from sticks as bait. SpongeBob says excitedly, "This is fantastic." Kevin hands him a horn that makes a sound saying, "Loser." SpongeBob blows it repeatedly while the jelly spotters hide behind a bush. A giant shadow looms over him, a massive jellyfish with a tiara. SpongeBob yells, "Hey Kevin, she's here." The bush blows away, revealing nothing except Kevin's ointment. SpongeBob runs with the jellyfish chasing him. He reaches a cliff and begs, "Please don't be angry, Your Highness." A screen on the jellyfish opens, revealing Kevin and the jelly spotters controlling the robot from inside. They laugh. SpongeBob gasps. "Kevin?" Kevin says, "You should have seen the look on your face when we zapped you." SpongeBob asks, heartbroken, "But what about my final test?" Kevin says, "Did you think we'd actually let you join the jelly spotters?" SpongeBob says, "But Kevin, I was your biggest fan." Kevin responds, "So were they," and points to the bottom of the cliff. A crowd of people sit around a fire. One yells, "Hey, look everybody, Kevin's back!" They all yell up at him in praise. This is the reveal. Kevin has done this operation multiple times before. That crowd represents dozens of previous victims who Kevin tricked, humiliated, and abandoned on this same cliff. They're praising him. Kevin has conditioned his victims to worship him even after he abuses them. The crowd waits for Kevin to return with new victims because this is a recurring event. Kevin runs a systematic fan exploitation operation where he identifies obsessive fans, invites them on fake tryouts, subjects them to dangerous tests, terrorizes them with robots, reveals the humiliation was intentional, and maintains their worship afterward. Kevin continues mocking SpongeBob. "You looked so dumb with your dorky jellyfish call." While they taunt him, King Jellyfish S-Pop, a creature wearing a robe and crown, emerges from the cliff. King Jellyfish sees the robot queen and falls in love. Kevin panics as the robot crashes. King Jellyfish roars, "Kevin!" and zaps the ground. Everyone runs into a cave. King Jellyfish bashes the entrance, wearing a football helmet. The jelly spotters surround Kevin, begging, "Save us!" Kevin yells, "Don't look at me. I was just in this for the fashion." He curls into a ball, crying, "Help me, mommy! I want my blankie." SpongeBob walks out and faces King Jellyfish alone. He blows a bubble shaped like a giant cherry pie. King Jellyfish leaves satisfied to eat the snack. The jelly spotters emerge, gathering around SpongeBob. Kevin says, "Well, SquarePants, that was impressive, but you're still not in the club because you didn't catch a queen jellyfish." The jelly spotters narrow their eyes, run over to Kevin off-screen, and there's a ripping sound, and Kevin screams. They return with Kevin's crown and place it on SpongeBob. The jelly spotters witnessed Kevin's cowardice, lies, and exploitation. They watched SpongeBob save everyone while Kevin cried for his blankie. They removed Kevin's symbol of authority and gave it to someone who actually deserved respect. Back at the convention, SpongeBob tells Patrick he turned down the club, saying, "It's not about Kevin, it's about Jellyfish." Patrick responds, "Hero worship is unhealthy," while Pan-Out reveals Patrick has Jeffrey Jellyfish tied up in a wagon he's towing. The cycle continues. Kevin spent years building celebrity status in the jellyfish enthusiast community specifically to identify and exploit vulnerable fans. He developed a systematic process. Tell fans to hurt themselves to prove devotion, invite them on fake tryouts, design tests guaranteed to cause injury, use robots to terrorize them, reveal the cruelty was intentional, then maintain their worship afterward. That crowd at the cliff proves Kevin repeated this operation dozens of times successfully. The victims cheered when Kevin returned with SpongeBob. Kevin conditioned them to see humiliation as part of earning his approval. SpongeBob only escaped because King Jellyfish's intervention exposed Kevin's cowardice so completely that even the jelly spotters couldn't maintain the illusion. Kevin ran a multi-year psychological exploitation operation targeting the most vulnerable members of his community, and everyone accepted it as part of jellyfish fandom culture until one victim finally proved himself more capable than the leader. Time to shift into the next conspiracy. In episode SpongeBob Meets the Strangler, SpongeBob reports someone for littering and gets targeted by the Tattletale Strangler. He hires a bodyguard, the Strangler in disguise, but before going home, SpongeBob drags him through endless errands, comparing paper towel brands, checking dry cleaning, trying perfumes. When they finally arrive home, SpongeBob can't find his keys for 20 minutes despite having one under the doormat. Once inside, a surprise party happens that SpongeBob organized himself. Patrick says it's on the invitations you sent us. After everyone leaves, another party immediately starts because SpongeBob sent more invitations. When the Strangler finally reveals himself and escapes, SpongeBob chases after him, screaming, "I need protection, come back!" Even though the threat is gone, SpongeBob sent himself surprise party invitations, invented hours of errands, prolonged every interaction, and refused to let his attacker leave because the alternative was being alone. Throughout the series, SpongeBob demonstrates pathological fear of solitude by manufacturing crises, clinging to Squidward despite constant rejection, and creating elaborate social situations. His inability to exist without constant external validation makes him fabricate emergencies to force companionship. The episode establishes SpongeBob's compulsive need for structure immediately. He stands in front of the punch clock waiting for exactly 8 a.m. When it hits 8, an automated voice announces on-time percentage, 100%. He's maintained perfect attendance. Squidward punches in and the voice announces on-time percentage, 12%. SpongeBob asks repeatedly, "Isn't it great working at the Krusty Krab, Squidward?" Until Squidward yells, "Yes." SpongeBob immediately says, "Hold that thought. I'm due in the parking lot for early morning litter patrol." This is voluntary work he's assigned himself. He's created additional job responsibilities because his actual job doesn't provide enough structure. He walks outside picking up trash, talking to garbage. "Looks like someone missed the trash basket, huh, Mr. Candy Wrapper?" When someone tosses trash from a car, SpongeBob says, "Sir, I will have you know it's against the law to litter." The driver laughs, "What are you gonna do? Call the police?" SpongeBob responds, "Yes," as police immediately arrive. This is the Tattletale Strangler, a wanted criminal who strangles anyone who reports him. Squidward shows SpongeBob a wanted poster explaining he's promised to strangle anyone who turns him in. The Strangler mangles a drawing of SpongeBob's face in the police car. The officers say they got him chained up good, then announce, "Oops, not again. Yup, he got away." SpongeBob asks if they'll protect him. They respond, "We ain't bodyguards, kid," and drive off. SpongeBob runs to Mr. Krabs saying, "There's a maniac after me. I need a bodyguard." Mr. Krabs brags about his Navy training until SpongeBob shows the poster. Mr. Krabs gasps and yells, "Go away, SpongeBob! Take your death cloud with you!" SpongeBob shows the poster to other citizens. Larry turns into a cooked lobster on a plate. A construction worker pogos away. Guys at the Tough Tavern run screaming. Everyone is terrified to be near SpongeBob because association with him means death. This should motivate SpongeBob to hide or leave town. Instead, he goes to the bus stop where the Strangler is waiting in disguise with a fake mustache. The Strangler offers to be SpongeBob's bodyguard and shows a drawn-over fake ID card. SpongeBob says, "Looks good to me. You're hired." A price tag hangs from the fake mustache reading 5 cents from the Phony Baloney Mustache Emporium. SpongeBob even points to a receipt on the ground for that exact store, but the Strangler pockets it. SpongeBob asks, "What do we do first?" The Strangler suggests going to a secluded location. SpongeBob counters, "We could go to my house and turn off all the lights." The Strangler agrees, saying, "Perfect. That way no one can hear you being strangled. I mean, protected." Then SpongeBob says, "But first, I gotta do a few errands." The Strangler responds, "Let's make it quick." SpongeBob says, "Quick is my middle name," and immediately does the opposite. This reveals the pattern. SpongeBob manufactures delays to extend social interaction. At Bargain Mart, SpongeBob compares paper towels asking, "In town, around." "What do you think? Bodyguard?" The Strangler says, "Whatever gets us to your house quicker." SpongeBob decides, "I'll take both." At the dry cleaners, SpongeBob says, "I'm not sure if these are my pants." At a perfume store, SpongeBob asks, "How about this one? Bodyguard. Too overbearing?" The Strangler yells, "Can we just go to your house?" These aren't necessary errands. SpongeBob is prolonging the interaction because going home means confronting the threat. Except he's never actually alone at home. He's engineered that too. They arrive at SpongeBob's house. SpongeBob searches for his keys. The French narrator announces 20 minutes later, and SpongeBob is still searching while the Strangler steams with rage. The Strangler suggests climbing through the window. After a painful attempt involving cleats and eye sockets, the French narrator announces 6 hours later. SpongeBob then reveals, "Let me just grab the key I keep under the mat." He had the key accessible the entire time. He manufactured a 6-hour delay. When they finally get inside, and the Strangler says, "I finally got you all alone," the lights turn on, revealing all of SpongeBob's friends yelling, "Surprise!" A banner drops reading, "Congratulations, SpongeBob, 100%, on time." Patrick explains, "It's on the invitations you sent us." SpongeBob sent invitations to his own surprise party celebrating his work attendance. Surprise parties require other people to organize them. SpongeBob created a social event, invited everyone, then pretended to be surprised by his own planning. After the party ends, SpongeBob closes the door, saying, "Alone at last." The Strangler asks, "So we're all alone now?" SpongeBob confirms just you, me, and the floorboards. There's a knock. Everyone is outside again yelling, "Happy birthday, SpongeBob!" SpongeBob asks, "How did you guys know today is my birthday?" Patrick says, "We just do what the invitations say." SpongeBob sent himself birthday party invitations too. After this second party, the Strangler desperately confirms, "Everybody's gone, no more parties today, we're completely alone." SpongeBob confirms. The Strangler starts laughing evilly until Patrick appears saying, "Great parties, huh?" The Strangler tries removing Patrick. Patrick says, "I'm the Strangler? I should have turned myself in," and crashes through the wall. The Strangler screams, "He's not the Strangler. I am," and rips off his fake mustache. Everyone immediately comes back asking, "Did someone say party?" The Strangler runs screaming, "I can't take it." SpongeBob chases after him yelling, "Wait, bodyguard, I need protection." The Strangler escapes in a taxi, gets on an airplane, jumps out with a parachute that's actually SpongeBob, cuts himself free, and crashes into jail. SpongeBob runs up yelling, "Bodyguard, bodyguard." The Strangler cries, "I'm not your bodyguard, I'm the Strangler." The officers congratulate SpongeBob for putting the Strangler behind bars. The Strangler says relieved, "At least I'm safe from that yellow idiot." Patrick appears in the cell asking, "What are you in for?" SpongeBob chased his attempted murderer across town, onto a plane, and into jail because the alternative was being alone. Even after learning his bodyguard was the Strangler, SpongeBob still needed him present. Throughout the series, this pattern repeats constantly. In Squid's Day Off, SpongeBob cannot handle being alone at the Krusty Krab and repeatedly imagines Squidward needs him. In Rock Bottom, SpongeBob has a complete breakdown being separated from Patrick. In Texas, Sandy tries leaving and SpongeBob manufactures an elaborate intervention. In Employee of the Month, his entire identity revolves around work recognition. In Pizza Delivery, he cries because a customer rejected the pizza, treating it as personal abandonment. In Just One Bite, he obsessively forces Squidward to try Krabby Patties because refusal represents rejection of SpongeBob's values. SpongeBob cannot exist without external validation, structured social interaction, and constant companionship. His 100% on-time percentage, voluntary litter patrol, self-organized surprise parties, and 6-hour key-searching delay are symptoms of someone who manufactures obligations in crises, because empty time means confronting the void of being alone with himself. He reported the Strangler for littering, creating a genuine threat to his life, then prolonged that threat's presence for an entire day through tactical incompetence, because a murderer trying to kill you is still better than nobody paying attention to you at all. Now, let's continue with the next conspiracy. In episode Frankendoodle, SpongeBob finds a magic pencil that brings drawings to life. He draws Doodlebob as the ultimate prank on Squidward. Doodlebob immediately becomes violent, attacks Squidward, steals the pencil, and runs away. SpongeBob chases him down, declaring, "I brought you into this world, and now I'm gonna take you out." Any last words? He erases Doodlebob, saying, "This is for your own good," and screams, "I am SpongeBob, destroyer of evil." When Doodlebob survives and redraws himself, SpongeBob fights him again and traps him permanently in 2 dimensions by pressing him into a notebook page. SpongeBob frames the imprisoned Doodlebob on his wall and tells Patrick, "See how happy he is?" Doodlebob is clearly trapped and helpless. SpongeBob creates life with the magic pencil, punishes it for acting independently, attempts to erase it completely when it rebels, and when that fails, imprisons it forever while gaslighting observers that the trapped creature is happy. Throughout the series, SpongeBob manufactures situations and relationships, then destroys or traps them when they don't follow his script, demonstrating a pattern of playing God with zero accountability for the suffering he causes. The episode establishes SpongeBob's power immediately when an artist drops a magic pencil into the ocean. SpongeBob and Patrick are playing rock, paper, scissors with bubbles when the pencil falls between them. They scream and hide. SpongeBob touches it and announces, "It is a giant pencil, Patrick. Let's draw some giant pictures with it." He draws a jellyfish. Patrick critiques it, saying, "It's lacking basic construction and your perspective leaves a lot to be desired." SpongeBob responds, "Everybody's a critic. The drawing comes to life and swims away." SpongeBob announces excitedly, "It means we found a magic pencil." This establishes the rules. Anything drawn becomes real. SpongeBob immediately treats this as a toy for pranks rather than recognizing the responsibility of creating sentient life. SpongeBob draws a mustache on Patrick's face, which floats away and lands on Squidward's head as hair. Patrick asks for his turn with the pencil. SpongeBob lectures him, "Be careful, Patrick. Being an artist is a heavy responsibility. Each work of art is like a child and must be treated as such." Patrick says, "I was just gonna draw a cartoon." SpongeBob immediately abandons his own advice, saying, "Okay, why didn't you say so?" Patrick draws a crude Squidward that comes to life. SpongeBob says, "It's kind of creepy looking when it moves." Patrick agrees and erases it as it screams. Patrick says sadly, "Poor Squidward," but neither shows concern about murdering a conscious being. SpongeBob just lectured Patrick about treating creations like children, then helped him erase a living creature seconds later. This establishes the pattern. SpongeBob claims moral authority over creation while immediately violating his own rules. SpongeBob escalates to creating humanoid life. He announces, "I've got another idea. This'll be the ultimate prank. I'll draw me, and when Squidward answers the door, it won't be me." He draws Doodlebob on screen while Patrick laughs. SpongeBob says adoringly, "Aw, look at him. Ain't he a doll?" All he needs is a tie and draws one. Doodlebob shouts nonsense and runs to Squidward's house. SpongeBob and Patrick laugh watching. SpongeBob narrates he's knocking on the door. Squidward's answering the door, and Doodlebob picks up Squidward, holds him upside down, and repeatedly pounds his head on the ground. Squidward screams, "Ow! Ow! Ow!" Patrick laughs delightedly while SpongeBob looks horrified. Doodlebob throws Squidward into his house, steals the pencil, and runs away. SpongeBob asks, "What have I done?" "We've got to find him." SpongeBob's horror reveals his expectations. He created Doodlebob specifically to be violent towards Squidward. That was the entire prank. The issue arises when Doodlebob exceeds the violence SpongeBob authorized and acts independently by stealing the pencil. SpongeBob didn't program Doodlebob with moral limits because SpongeBob has none. He simply expected Doodlebob to follow an unspoken script then disappear. When Doodlebob demonstrates agency, SpongeBob treats this as betrayal rather than natural behavior from a sentient being fighting for survival. They search and find Doodlebob at a poorly drawn pineapple. Doodlebob draws a hole and they fall in. Doodlebob attacks them with drawn weapons. Patrick whispers, "He's hideous. He makes me sick just looking at him. Those big bulgy eyes, that square body, those two buck teeth, and that stupid tie." SpongeBob looks down at his own identical appearance. Patrick blushes. "Oh, but it looks good on you, SpongeBob." SpongeBob spots Doodlebob putting down the pencil. Doodlebob breaks through the wall and grabs SpongeBob. SpongeBob screams, "Patrick, do something." Patrick says, "Happy birthday." Doodlebob runs until SpongeBob stops him holding the pencil triumphantly. SpongeBob declares, "Hold it right there, Doodle. I brought you into this world and now I'm going to take you out." Any last words? This is the God complex moment. SpongeBob positions himself as creator with absolute authority to destroy his creation. Doodlebob speaks fast nonsense. SpongeBob stutters, "I'm sorry, what was that?" Doodlebob slows down and repeats himself looking unamused. SpongeBob starts erasing his face. Doodlebob screams. SpongeBob yells, "Hold still, Doodle. This is for your own good. Take that, and this, and that." He erases Doodlebob completely, then screams in victory, "I am SpongeBob, destroyer of evil." Patrick says calmly, "Take it easy. It's just a drawing." SpongeBob returns home and tells Gary, "You should have been there. I kind of missed the little Doodle. He was like a son to me." This reveals SpongeBob's delusion. He called Doodlebob like a son after attempting to erase him from existence, saying, "This is for your own good," like an abusive parent justifying violence. That night, Doodlebob's surviving arm sneaks in, grabs the pencil, and redraws himself. SpongeBob wakes up and Doodlebob appears. SpongeBob asks nervously, "No hard feelings, right?" Doodlebob draws angry eyebrows and yells, "You Doodle, me SpongeBob," reversing their identities while holding the pencil threateningly. Doodlebob chases SpongeBob, erasing parts of his house, pants, butt, nose, and face. They struggle, the pencil breaks, SpongeBob gets the lead piece, and redraws himself. Doodlebob sharpens the pencil, taking both sides. SpongeBob says, "You've made your point. No matter. I was voted most artistic in high school." The fight continues until Doodlebob gets his foot stuck in paper on the floor. SpongeBob grabs a notebook and yells, "Page for Mr. Doodle," trapping Doodlebob inside as a flat drawing. The next morning, SpongeBob hangs the paper on his wall. Patrick arrives asking, "What's with all the ruckus?" Patrick gasps, "It's the evil Doodle." SpongeBob corrects him, putting on glasses and taking out a pipe. "No, not evil. He was just a two-dimensional creature, lost in our three-dimensional aquatic world, longing for a purpose." Patrick asks, "So he's a drawing?" SpongeBob confirms, "Exactly. See how happy he is?" Patrick looks at a framed picture saying, "He still looks kind of creepy." Doodlebob is trapped on the wall, unable to move or speak. SpongeBob claims this imprisonment is happiness, while smoking a pipe like an intellectual explaining away his crime. Throughout the series, this pattern repeats. SpongeBob creates situations, expects them to follow his vision, and destroys them when they don't comply. In Employee of the Month, he sabotages Squidward for threatening his work identity. In Opposite Day, he invents a fake holiday to manipulate Squidward's behavior. In Club SpongeBob, he forces everyone to obey a magic Conch shell's random commands. In Just One Bite, he torments Squidward until he admits Krabby Patties taste good. SpongeBob positions himself as the moral authority in every scenario while violating basic ethics constantly. He created Doodlebob as a weapon, attempted to murder him for acting independently, then imprisoned him permanently while claiming the trapped creature is happy. SpongeBob plays God with sentient life and suffers zero consequences because everyone in Bikini Bottom enables his delusions. Let's go ahead and move on to the next conspiracy. In episode Suds, SpongeBob gets sick with a condition called the Suds, where pink bubbles come out when he sneezes. Patrick pretends to be a doctor and performs increasingly bizarre treatments, plugging SpongeBob's holes with corks, making peanut butter sandwiches on his feet, pulling teeth, jumping on him in a leotard, and repeatedly ripping bandages off his back. Sandy finally drags SpongeBob to a real hospital where the doctor announces, "You get the sponge treatment." A real human hand named Hans takes SpongeBob out of the room and uses him as an actual cleaning sponge, scrubbing a man's back in the shower, washing feet, cleaning dishes, scrubbing cars, and mopping floors. SpongeBob laughs, saying, "This tickles, and I can smell again." Hans rinses SpongeBob with dish soap in a sink and returns him to his normal yellow color. SpongeBob declares, "I feel as good as new. I love the doctor." The medical system treats SpongeBob as literal cleaning equipment rather than a patient, and he's been conditioned to interpret being used as a household tool as healthcare. Throughout the series, SpongeBob's biology and treatment suggest he exists as functional infrastructure for other beings, rather than as an autonomous life form with rights. The episode establishes SpongeBob's vulnerability immediately. He wakes up from a dream about raining Krabby Patties and gets a midnight snack. He makes a peanut butter sandwich and falls asleep at the table. The fridge stays open all night, letting out cold air. In the morning, his entire house has frozen solid. SpongeBob wakes up shivering and slides everywhere, breaking windows. Gary appears wearing a hat and earmuffs. SpongeBob says, "Don't be silly, Gary. I don't get colds, I get the suds." Gary meows questioningly. SpongeBob explains, "If I had the suds, I'd have bubbles coming out of me." He sneezes and pink bubbles emerge. This establishes that SpongeBob has a species-specific illness called the suds that only affects sponges and manifests as bubble production. SpongeBob insists on going to work despite being sick. At the Krusty Krab, he's pale, shaking weakly, and barely standing. "Mister." Krabs asks, "What's wrong with you? You're paler than a baby seahorse." Gary appears and explains, SpongeBob has the suds by meowing once. SpongeBob sneezes, causing a Krabby Patty to splatter all over Mr. Krabs' face. Mr. Krabs says, "All right, SpongeBob, you're too sick to work. I just can't have you sneezing all over my food." The customers overhear this, spit out their food, and panic screaming before scrambling out. SpongeBob returns home and calls Sandy, asking her to escort him to the doctor. Sandy agrees. While SpongeBob is getting dressed, Patrick appears and immediately objects, saying, "You can't go." Patrick launches into a horror story about doctors. He explains they make you sit in a waiting room reading old magazines. He pulls out Coral as a fake stethoscope and presses it against SpongeBob's chest. SpongeBob shoots toward the ceiling, screaming, "No, no stethoscope, no doctor, no old magazines." He begs, "Patrick, I don't want to go to the doctor." Patrick convinces SpongeBob to let him be his doctor instead. Patrick plugs all of SpongeBob's holes with corks. SpongeBob sneezes, but no bubbles come out. He keeps sneezing, which inflates him larger and larger. SpongeBob celebrates, "No bubbles! Patrick, your treatment is working!" Patrick calls Sandy and tells her SpongeBob is in his care now. Sandy says she's coming over to check. Patrick performs increasingly absurd treatments, spreading peanut butter on SpongeBob's foot, pulling out a tooth, jumping on him, and repeatedly ripping a bandage off SpongeBob's back while SpongeBob screams. Sandy arrives and finds SpongeBob inflated into a ball. She announces, "Patrick, SpongeBob has to see a real doctor." Patrick insists, "No, he doesn't. I'm taking good care of him." SpongeBob says, "Ah," and his breath kills all plants in its path. Sandy declares, "I'm taking you to the doctor right now." Patrick and Sandy fight over SpongeBob, rolling him back and forth, using him as a basketball, squeezing him until he launches into the air. SpongeBob rolls downhill and crashes into the Krusty Krab. He sneezes so hard, he blasts all the corks out and releases a massive cloud of pink bubbles that destroys the entire restaurant. Later at the hospital, the purple doctor examines SpongeBob and confirms, "It seems you have the suds. Are you ready for your treatment?" SpongeBob asks nervously, "You're not going to make me read old magazines, are you?" The doctor responds, "No, silly, you get the sponge treatment." He calls, "Oh, Hans." A real human hand comes through the door and takes SpongeBob out of the room. The next shot shows Hans using SpongeBob with dish soap to scrub a man's back in the shower. SpongeBob laughs. "Woo! Yeah, this tickles." Hans uses SpongeBob to scrub a man's foot. SpongeBob sniffs happily, "I can smell again." Hans then uses SpongeBob to wash a plate, scrub a car, and mop the floor. SpongeBob celebrates throughout saying, "Woo, yeah, yeah, yeah." Hans rinses SpongeBob off in a sink with dish soap and puts him back in the doctor's room. SpongeBob is returned to his normal yellow color and declares, "I feel as good as new. I love the doctor." Hans hands him a lollipop. Sandy winks at SpongeBob approvingly. This entire sequence reveals the horrifying truth. SpongeBob's medical treatment consists of being used as a literal household cleaning tool. He's scrubbing human bodies, washing dishes, cleaning vehicles, and mopping floors. He's rinsed with dish soap like actual kitchen sponges get cleaned. He returns to his normal yellow color because he was physically dirty from being used to clean things. The sponge treatment has nothing to do with curing his illness. The hospital uses 6 sponges as free cleaning supplies. Patrick watches jealously and fakes being sick, saying, "Hey doc, well I got the suds too," while hiding a bubble wand behind his back. The doctor responds sarcastically, "Oh yes, Dr. Patrick. We have a special treatment for you." Patrick gets taken away by Hans. He's washed in the sink with soap, used to scrub a cactus while screaming, "Ouch. That hurts!" and used to scrub a toilet while yelling, "Wait, this doesn't seem right." Patrick immediately recognizes he's being exploited as cleaning equipment because he hasn't been conditioned to accept it as normal. SpongeBob has been so thoroughly indoctrinated into accepting his role as functional infrastructure that he experiences joy while being used to mop floors and wash cars. He genuinely believes this is healthcare. The doctor didn't cure his illness. Hans just used him as a sponge until the physical exertion and soap somehow resolved his symptoms. SpongeBob left the hospital having learned nothing except that he should trust doctors to use him however they want. Throughout the series, SpongeBob demonstrates this pattern. In Help Wanted, he's hired at the Krusty Krab specifically for his cleaning abilities when he uses himself to clean the entire restaurant. In Squeaky Boots, Mr. Krabs uses SpongeBob to mop floors obsessively. In Krusty Krab training video, SpongeBob is shown as the ideal employee, specifically because he can be used for any task. In Born Again Krabs, SpongeBob gets sold for 62 cents, establishing his monetary value as equivalent to cleaning supplies. SpongeBob exists in a society that recognizes him as sentient enough to hold a job and pay rent, but treats him as literal cleaning equipment whenever convenient. The medical system participated in this exploitation by using sick patients as unpaid janitorial labor while calling it treatment. SpongeBob left the hospital declaring he loves doctors because he's been so thoroughly conditioned to accept being used as a tool that he interprets it as care. Hans scrubbed toilets with Patrick, who screamed, "This doesn't seem right," because Patrick hasn't spent his entire life being told his purpose is cleaning. SpongeBob has. The sponge treatment reveals that Bikini Bottom's healthcare system operates on the principle that certain species exist as functional objects rather than patients deserving medical care. Now let's turn to the next conspiracy. In episode Squidward in Clarinetland, Squidward demands a locker to store his clarinet for an important recital. Mr. Krabs gives him an Old Navy locker to share with SpongeBob. SpongeBob cleans it and promises nothing bad will happen. SpongeBob then fills the locker with appliances and mentions he expanded it a bit. When Squidward opens the locker to retrieve his clarinet before his performance, he discovers SpongeBob has transformed it into an impossibly large dimension. SpongeBob left notes directing Squidward to different drawer numbers that lead nowhere. Squidward crawls through a small hole and finds himself in a surreal forest of clarinets. An eagle creature appears, calling itself the Keeper of the Forest where clarinets live without persecution. The eagle swallows Squidward, saying he needs to learn respect. Squidward experiences increasingly nightmarish scenarios, mirror versions of himself playing clarinets at deafening volumes, falling into pinball machines, being chased through space. All while SpongeBob appears throughout laughing and running away with the clarinet. Squidward finally melts out of the locker. SpongeBob reveals he had Squidward's clarinet the entire time to keep it safe. SpongeBob didn't accidentally create a nightmare dimension. He deliberately engineered a psychological torture chamber specifically designed to torment Squidward, then claimed it was protective custody. The episode establishes critical context at the beginning. Squidward is unusually cheerful because he has a clarinet recital immediately after work. He endures multiple indignities while maintaining his good mood, getting hit with a door, dealing with screeching sounds, customers with bad breath. When a baby drools directly onto his clarinet, Squidward finally snaps and demands secure storage for his instrument. Mr. Krabs reluctantly provides an Old Navy locker containing a skeleton. Squidward must share it with SpongeBob due to labor regulations. SpongeBob hears all of this, including how important the recital is and how desperately Squidward needs to protect his clarinet. This information becomes weaponized. SpongeBob knows exactly what matters most to Squidward and engineers a scenario that targets that specific vulnerability. SpongeBob's modifications to the locker reveal premeditation. He installs velvet lining, brings massive appliances, and creates a card catalog filing system. When Squidward questions this, SpongeBob dismisses him and returns to work. The elaborate organization serves no practical purpose for a simple storage locker. Its only function is creating bureaucratic complexity that forces Squidward to navigate an unnecessarily complicated system to access his own property. SpongeBob is manufacturing dependency while establishing plausible deniability. If questioned, he was just being helpful and organized. The truth reveals itself when Squidward actually tries retrieving his clarinet and discovers the locker has become dimensionally impossible. The Nightmare Dimension shows specific design choices that prove intentionality. Squidward finds notes directing him to drawer numbers in the thousands. These locations don't exist. The notes contain corrections, claiming SpongeBob made mistakes and providing new, incorrect numbers. This is deliberate misdirection designed to waste time and increase frustration. Squidward finally crawls through a small hole into a forest of clarinets where SpongeBob appears laughing while holding the clarinet just out of reach. SpongeBob runs away, forcing Squidward to chase him deeper into the dimension. This is psychological torture using operant conditioning. SpongeBob provides intermittent reinforcement by appearing with the clarinet then disappearing, training Squidward to keep searching despite never actually catching him. The eagle creature represents the most disturbing element of the dimension's construction. It interrogates Squidward about why he's there and challenges his claim of ownership over the clarinet. When Squidward insists he owns it, the eagle lectures him about how clarinets aren't owned and live free from persecution in this sacred space. The eagle then swallows Squidward as punishment for his disrespectful tone. This philosophical framework mirrors SpongeBob's worldview perfectly. SpongeBob constantly inserts himself into Squidward's life, claiming he's helping, while Squidward protests this violates boundaries. The eagle serves as SpongeBob's proxy, delivering the message that Squidward's desire for autonomy and ownership is morally wrong. The Dimension lectures Squidward about his supposed character flaws, while actively preventing him from accessing his property. The mirror sequence escalates the psychological warfare. Squidward encounters reflections of himself that laugh wickedly, grab clarinets, shove them in their mouths, and play high-pitched notes directly at him, causing him to scream in pain. These aren't random nightmare images. They're weaponized versions of Squidward's own identity and passion turned against him. The mirrors force self-confrontation while making his beloved clarinet into an instrument of torture. Patrick's brief appearance in the pinball machine adds another layer. Patrick mentions pressure and flees in terror when the ground shakes. This suggests the dimension has internal physics and rules that even other victims recognize as dangerous. SpongeBob appears throughout all of this, laughing and running, demonstrating complete immunity to the environment that's destroying Squidward. When Squidward finally escapes, SpongeBob reveals he had the clarinet the entire time, claiming he kept it for safety given all the ruckus Squidward was making over it. This is gaslighting. SpongeBob created the ruckus by building an impossible dimension and hiding the clarinet. He sent Squidward searching for something he personally held while appearing throughout the nightmare laughing. He framed this deliberate torture as protective custody and blamed Squidward for being overly concerned about his instrument before an important performance. Squidward throws SpongeBob into the same locker and sends it on a bus to far, far away. At his recital, SpongeBob emerges from Squidward's clarinet case, having somehow traveled faster than the bus and arrived first. This proves SpongeBob controls the dimension. He's immune to its effects because he designed it. He ruined Squidward's recital by appearing at the worst moment, causing Squidward to flee in terror. The locker dimension represents SpongeBob's most sophisticated torture mechanism. He transformed mandatory shared storage into a personalized hell, featuring Squidward's greatest fear, losing his clarinet before an important performance. He incorporated philosophical lectures about ownership, mirror-based psychological warfare, and endless searching for something he held the whole time. He appeared throughout laughing to maximize distress while maintaining complete control over the environment. When tested against himself, he emerged unharmed, having somehow outpaced conventional transportation. SpongeBob engineers torture chambers, sends people inside, then claims he was protecting them. The medical system used him as cleaning equipment. He uses dimensional manipulation as a weapon while performing innocence so effectively that even his victims question whether the torture was intentional or accidental. Let's keep the pace and move on to the next conspiracy. In episode Shanghaied, an anchor crashes through SpongeBob's house, connecting to the Flying Dutchman's ghost ship. SpongeBob, Patrick, and Squidward climb aboard and get enslaved as eternal crew members according to the Ghost rulebook. The Flying Dutchman assigns them haunting duties. Every single haunting attempt fails catastrophically because SpongeBob and Patrick sabotage them, doing finger tricks instead of scaring people, blowing bubbles during ghost appearances, skating in purple tights while the Dutchman tries frightening victims, and crashing the ship through rocks repeatedly while SpongeBob cheerfully narrates the destruction. When the Dutchman decides to eat them instead, they steal his dining sock and negotiate 3 wishes as ransom. Patrick immediately wastes the first wish, saying he wished they'd known about wishes earlier. SpongeBob wastes the second wish, bringing Squidward back from the Fly of Despair. SpongeBob gets the final wish and uses it to make the Dutchman vegetarian so he can't eat them. The Dutchman reveals he gets a wish too, and turns them into fruit in a blender that escapes, ensuring they're chased around the ship forever. SpongeBob didn't accidentally sabotage freedom. He deliberately ensured permanent entrapment because he views slavery as employment and refuses to leave any job. The episode establishes SpongeBob's perspective immediately when they board the ship. Squidward wants to file a complaint about the anchor damaging his house. SpongeBob blames Squidward for everything when the Dutchman gets angry. The Dutchman throws Squidward into the Fly of Despair, a dimensional torture prison. He asks if anyone else wants to enter. SpongeBob and Patrick immediately submit, saying they know their place now and will do anything he says. The Dutchman hands them a mop and bucket, ordering them to swab the deck. SpongeBob gets excited, yelling about having a real live ghost mop. Patrick celebrates getting a hat. They start singing a sailor song about how wonderful sailor life is. They've been enslaved for eternal servitude, and they're singing about how great it is. This reveals SpongeBob's fundamental psychology. He interprets forced labor as employment and employment as identity. The Dutchman explains they're heading to Bikini Bottom for a haunting spree and wants the ship to look scary. SpongeBob and Patrick get confused about whether he means good and scary, or so good it's scary, or so scary you forget it doesn't look good. The Dutchman just wants it to look scary with mold and bugs. SpongeBob asks if that means he doesn't want it to look good. The Dutchman yells at them to get moving. They've already demonstrated they'll deliberately misunderstand instructions to prolong interactions and avoid completing tasks. Later, the Dutchman howls like a wolf to set the seas ablaze with fear. SpongeBob bleats like a sheep. Patrick yodels. The Dutchman howls again. Patrick keeps interrupting him with yodeling. After awkward silence, the Dutchman gives up, saying that'll do. SpongeBob has been assigned to find victims using a spyglass. He spins it and it lands on a tough guy. The Dutchman nervously blows on it to make it point at a small child instead. They position the ship behind rocks. The haunting attempts reveal deliberate sabotage. The Dutchman jumps out, scaring the child, and announces they should prepare to be burdened by the haunting memory of his ghostly ghost pirates. He points to SpongeBob and Patrick, who look confused. SpongeBob asks if that was the signal and requests he do it again. The Dutchman repeats the line. SpongeBob comes out and does a finger trick. Patrick asks how he does that. The Dutchman tells them to get back on the ship. They respond that it's still a mystery. The child calls them dorks. The Dutchman agrees, but says they're his dorks. This pattern repeats. SpongeBob navigates the ship through rocks, saying, you're good, as it tears apart. The Dutchman tries scaring a woman by showing flames in his mouth, but SpongeBob blows bubbles and Patrick shakes a board, interrupting. The ship keeps getting wrecked as they navigate. The Dutchman goes through a wall to scare Larry, but SpongeBob and Patrick just slam into the wall, failing completely. The ship continues tearing up. The Dutchman scares Frank by rotating his head while SpongeBob and Patrick skate in purple tights. Every attempt fails because SpongeBob and Patrick actively prevent success while destroying the ship. Back in their bunk room, SpongeBob asks why the Dutchman wanted them to wait there. Patrick suggests maybe he's giving them a reward like movie passes or an oversized coffee mug. They start bouncing excitedly. The Dutchman enters and tells them to stop bouncing. They freeze instantly. He explains the crew for eternity thing isn't working out and he's just going to eat them instead. They scream. Patrick suggests leaving. SpongeBob points out the door is locked and the only way out is through the perfume department, a live-action shopping mall area. They run through getting sprayed with perfume continuously. Someone removes Patrick's gas mask and sprays him directly in the face. They exit exhausted. SpongeBob hears the Dutchman in his room reading his diary about eating them tomorrow with brown sauce and his dining sock. The Dutchman realizes the sock is gone and confronts them, demanding it back, saying he can't eat without it. SpongeBob refuses to return it. The Dutchman tries zapping him, but SpongeBob holds up the sock as protection. The sock starts tearing. The Dutchman panics about stretching the elastic. Patrick announces they've reached an impasse. This is the negotiation moment where they could secure freedom. The Dutchman offers 3 wishes in exchange for the sock. Patrick tries negotiating, asking for 5. The Dutchman offers 4. Patrick says 3, take it or leave it. Patrick just negotiated down from 5 to 3, showing he's as incompetent as SpongeBob. The Dutchman agrees to 3 wishes. SpongeBob celebrates having 3 wishes. Patrick immediately says he wishes they'd known that earlier. Time rewinds 5 minutes. The Dutchman announces they have 2 wishes left. Patrick wasted the first wish on nothing. SpongeBob remains cheerful, saying they still have 2 more. He declares he wishes Squidward were here to see this. Squidward appears, having been pulled from the Fly of Despair. SpongeBob realizes he just used the second wish. Squidward demands the last wish since SpongeBob got him back into this mess. Patrick argues it belongs to him because he didn't get a real wish. They argue until the Dutchman uses eeny, meeny, miny, mo to decide. It lands on SpongeBob. Squidward coaches SpongeBob to think about what wish would prevent them from being eaten. SpongeBob announces he's figured it out. He wishes the Dutchman was a vegetarian. The Dutchman transforms into a healthy, fit vegetarian holding celery. SpongeBob, Patrick, and Squidward celebrate appearing back at SpongeBob's house. Patrick says SpongeBob saved them. The screen reveals their bodies have been turned into fruit. Squidward is a banana. SpongeBob is a strawberry. Patrick is grapes, and they're in a blender with other fruit. Squidward asks why they've been turned into fruit. The Dutchman appears chopping banana slices into the blender, explaining he gets a wish too and fruit prevents scurvy. They scream and bounce away in the blender. The Dutchman chases them around his ship, which has become a hippie-themed vehicle. SpongeBob's wish didn't free them. It ensured they'd be chased around the ship forever as fruit while the Dutchman pursues them in a blender. SpongeBob had one chance to wish for freedom and deliberately chose something that kept them trapped. SpongeBob spent the entire episode treating enslavement as employment. He sang songs about wonderful sailor life, celebrated getting a ghost mob, enthusiastically participated in every task while sabotaging actual success, and when finally given the power to escape, used it in a way that guaranteed permanent entrapment. He turned their slavery into a slightly different form of slavery, where they're fruit instead of crew but still aboard the ship being chased forever. SpongeBob cannot exist without external structure defining his purpose. He manufactured a scenario where freedom was technically possible through wishes, then systematically wasted all 3 wishes, ensuring they'd never leave. The Dutchman wanted to fire them because they were incompetent. SpongeBob refused to be fired by stealing leverage, then negotiating his way into a different eternal employment arrangement. He views being chased around a ship as fruit by a vegetarian ghost as preferable to going home, because at least it's a job. Now we're stepping into the next conspiracy. In episode No Free Rides, SpongeBob fails his driving test with negative 224 points. Mrs. Puff panics at having him for another year and gives him extra credit. Write a simple 10-word sentence. SpongeBob cannot complete this task despite it being absurdly easy. He sharpens his pencil repeatedly, has panic attacks, experiences hand cramping, and ultimately produces an incoherent paper with crossed out words and drawings. Missus. Puff passes him anyway and gives him a license. That night, SpongeBob's parents surprise Mrs. Puff with a new boat as a gift for SpongeBob, thanking her for never giving up. Mrs. Puff has visions of SpongeBob causing mass destruction and decides to steal his boat. SpongeBob is sleeping inside the boat when she steals it. He wakes up during the theft, fights her, they crash into police, and Mrs. Puff gets arrested. From jail, Mrs. Puff apologizes for passing him when he wasn't ready. SpongeBob cheerfully announces the warden will release Mrs. Puff early if she provides free driving lessons. SpongeBob didn't accidentally trap Mrs. Puff in jail. He engineered her arrest by deliberately failing the extra credit, being in the boat at the exact moment of theft, and offering prison driving lessons that ensure Mrs. Puff remains his permanent teacher under legal obligation. The episode establishes SpongeBob's pattern immediately. He fails the driving test catastrophically with negative 224 points. When told the test is over, he insists there's enough time to make up the points and reverses the boat, causing more destruction. Mrs. Puff gives him a final score of 6. He needs 600 to pass. SpongeBob celebrates getting to be in her class for another whole year and sings about how it'll only take one more super-duper spectacular year. Mrs. Puff is still inflated from the crash, thinking about another year with him. She realizes she must use extra credit to save herself. She runs over, shaking SpongeBob in joy, explaining extra credit means getting credit for things he wasn't able to do before. She assigns him to write a 10-word sentence on what he learned in boating school. She helps him start with 7 words already written. He only needs 3 more words. SpongeBob begins writing, then his pencil snaps. He walks to the sharpener and sharpens it multiple times to get the right sharpness while Mrs. Puff sweats. He returns and the pencil breaks again. Mrs. Puff grabs it and hands him a pen. SpongeBob calls it one of the most permanent writing utensils and finishes the sentence. Mrs. Puff asks to see it. SpongeBob says he changed his mind and scribbles things out. Mrs. Puff insists it's fine. SpongeBob jumps on top of the paper, refusing to show her. Mrs. Puff yells that it's so simple, only 10 words. SpongeBob starts panting, saying it's too hot and his hand is cramping. Mrs. Puff jumps on him, forcing the pen to push on paper. The desk collapses. They fight over the paper and it rips. Mrs. Puff reads what remains, showing crossed out words and pictures instead of a coherent sentence. She throws the pieces on the floor and passes him anyway. SpongeBob protests that he doesn't feel like he really did anything. Mrs. Puff drags him out the door, giving him his license. This scene proves SpongeBob is capable of complex thought, speech, and physical coordination. He can operate machinery, work a fry-cook job, and speak in complete sentences. He cannot write 3 simple words to complete a sentence. This is deliberate sabotage designed to force Mrs. Puff into fraudulent behavior. Mrs. Puff has visions of SpongeBob causing mass destruction on the roads. She reassures herself that he did extra credit and doesn't even have a boat to drive. That night, she walks home planning to eat pasta. She opens her door to find SpongeBob's parents with a huge cake saying, "Thank you, Mrs. Puff." SpongeBob's father thanks her for never giving up, never quitting, never taking the easy way out. The mother says they wanted to make sure Mrs. Puff was here to see this. They reveal a brand new boatmobile with license plate reading IMRDY. SpongeBob faints and hits the cake. The parents drive away with SpongeBob passed out in the back seat saying he'll be driving by tomorrow. Mrs. Puff realizes she'll be exposed for letting him slide through school. She says she'll have to move to a new city and start a new boating school with a new name, then says not again. This proves Mrs. Puff has fled cities before after similar incidents. SpongeBob's parents arriving with a boat immediately after he passes suggests they knew this would happen. They had the boat ready, the cake prepared, and showed up at her house that same night. This coordination implies SpongeBob told them in advance that Mrs. Puff would pass him fraudulently. That night, SpongeBob is in bed with his parents telling him to stay away from the boat. SpongeBob peeks out, slides through the window, and goes to his new boat. He talks to the boat saying it's cold and gives it his socks. He kisses the throttle lever and falls asleep inside the boat. Mrs. Puff appears wearing a black ski mask. She jumps into the boat, checking if the coast is clear. She starts the boat and drives off sitting on an asleep SpongeBob. He wakes up and sees the sky moving. They notice each other and scream. SpongeBob accuses her of being a boatjacker and pulls out pepper spray but sprays himself. Mrs. Puff kicks him out, saying it was for his own good. SpongeBob chases on his bike, catches up, and grabs onto the windshield. Mrs. Puff tries shaking him off. He gets dragged through giant clams, cheese graters, and educational television. He transforms into a radio in the car. They fight, the boat goes out of control, and crashes into a police car. This sequence reveals multiple suspicious elements. SpongeBob was sleeping in the boat despite his parents explicitly telling him to stay away from it. He positioned himself in the exact location where Mrs. Puff would sit when stealing it. He had pepper spray ready, implying he anticipated a theft. He survived impossible obstacles through cartoon physics, showing he controls reality itself. After the crash, SpongeBob calls Mrs. Puff from jail. Mrs. Puff apologizes, saying she shouldn't have passed him and he really wasn't ready. SpongeBob asks if he has to give his license back. Mrs. Puff mentions Mrs. Flounder is starting a new class Monday morning. SpongeBob says Mrs. Puff is the only teacher for him, and besides the warden will let Mrs. Puff go early if she does a favor. Mrs. Puff asks, "What favor?" SpongeBob announces free driving lessons and laughs. Mrs. Puff is now legally obligated to provide driving instruction to prisoners as a condition of her early release. This ensures SpongeBob maintains access to her as his permanent instructor. He engineered her arrest specifically to create legal leverage, requiring her continued teaching. Mrs. Puff cannot flee to another city because she's under criminal supervision. She cannot refuse to teach SpongeBob because he arranged her early release conditions. SpongeBob has trapped her in a permanent teacher-student relationship enforced by the criminal justice system. SpongeBob spent the episode demonstrating he's capable of complex tasks, chasing vehicles, surviving deadly obstacles, transforming his body, fighting adults, but completely incapable of writing 3 words. He forced Mrs. Puff into educational fraud by making it psychologically impossible for her to endure another year of legitimate instruction. He ensured his parents knew to buy a boat immediately and appear at her house that same night. He slept in the boat despite being told not to, positioning himself where the thief would sit. He had defensive weapons ready. He survived impossible scenarios to maintain his grip on the stolen vehicle. He crashed them into police, ensuring her arrest. He then offered prison driving lessons as the condition for her release, creating permanent legal obligation. SpongeBob didn't fail because he's incompetent. He failed because trapping Mrs. Puff as his eternal instructor requires maintaining the illusion of incompetence while demonstrating superhuman persistence and planning. He engineered her arrest to ensure she can never escape him.
And now, 3 hours of classic SpongeBob theories to
fall asleep to.
The Goo Lagoon Brine Pool Theory. Alright, let's talk about one of the most aggressively confusing things in cartoon history. SpongeBob SquarePants casually introduced us to Goo Lagoon, a beach that exists at the bottom of the ocean, and expected us to just roll with it like we're all collectively sharing the same fever dream. The French narrator himself drops this bomb in ripped pants with zero hesitation. He literally calls it a stinky mud puddle and moves on like he's describing the weather. Meanwhile, we're watching SpongeBob and Sandy sunbathe, build sandcastles, and swim in what appears to be water while already surrounded by water. The show treats this like it's the most normal thing in the world. Everyone's out here playing volleyball, surfing actual waves, and getting knocked around by currents that have absolutely zero business existing hundreds of feet below the ocean surface. The whole episode revolves around SpongeBob desperately trying to impress Sandy at this impossible beach location. Larry the Lobster shows up looking like he bench presses cruise ships for fun. Sandy's over there lifting anchors like they're made of styrofoam, and SpongeBob's struggling with a twig holding 2 marshmallows. The man has to borrow the marshmallows from some random guy's picnic, by the way. Peak desperation hours. Scooter keeps slapping SpongeBob on the back every time he rips his pants. Sandy's doing handstands on surfboards, and there's apparently a sports broadcaster calling the action from some kind of booth overlooking the entire lagoon. A broadcasting booth underwater. Perch Perkins is literally doing commentary on surfing conditions at the bottom of the Pacific Ocean. Here's where the science actually gets wild though. Goo Lagoon might be based on a real phenomenon called brine pools. These are areas on the ocean floor where super concentrated saltwater collects, and because this brine is so much denser than the surrounding seawater, it forms a completely separate layer that looks and acts like its own body of liquid. From the perspective of deep-sea creatures, these brine pools literally appear to be lakes or beaches beneath the ocean. The water sits on top of more water because physics said, why should things make sense down here anyway? Scientists have filmed underwater lakes with shorelines, waves, and everything. Sea creatures have been observed swimming in these brine pools like they're taking a dip at a resort. The ocean basically said, what if beach, but again? The immediate reaction from anyone paying attention should be complete cognitive meltdown. SpongeBob and his friends breathe water. They live in water. Their entire existence happens inside water. So what exactly are they swimming in at Goo Lagoon? If it's regular ocean water, the beach concept makes absolutely zero sense. These characters should experience Goo Lagoon the same way they experience walking down the street. The fact that they treat it as a special recreational destination where they can wade into the shallows and splash around suggests the liquid there operates on completely different rules than their normal environment. The brine pool explanation actually holds up surprisingly well. Real brine pools are toxic to most marine life because the salt concentration is so extreme. Fish that swim into them can go into shock, and plenty of deep-sea creatures have been found dead around the edges of these underwater lakes. The residents of Bikini Bottom, presumably mutated by nuclear testing into sentient beings, might have evolved some kind of tolerance or immunity that lets them enjoy these deadly chemical pools recreationally. Where a normal fish would dissolve, SpongeBob does backflips. Larry the Lobster does his trademark layback on a surfboard riding waves that mathematically should be impossible at these depths. The stinky mud puddle description from the French narrator actually supports this theory perfectly. Brine pools often form near methane seeps and other geological features that release gases and minerals into the water. These areas smell terrible by human standards, producing sulfuric and otherwise unpleasant odors from the chemical reactions happening at the seafloor. The narrator calling Goo Lagoon stinky suggests he's aware of its actual composition. He's giving us a scientific hint wrapped in comedic delivery, and we all just laughed and moved on to watch SpongeBob embarrass himself for 20 minutes. The lifeguard situation adds another layer of absurdity that somehow circles back to making sense. Larry works as a lifeguard at Goo Lagoon, which means his job involves saving aquatic creatures from drowning in a substance that exists underwater. If Goo Lagoon is a brine pool, this actually tracks. The extreme density and chemical composition could absolutely be dangerous to breathe, even for creatures adapted to normal seawater. Larry's lifeguard duties would involve pulling people out of a toxic soup before they inhale too much concentrated salt solution. His job is real, his danger is real, and the show played it completely straight while we assumed it was just another visual gag. The sunbathing element opens up even more questions. Characters at Goo Lagoon apply sunscreen, lay out on towels, and visibly tan over the course of beach episodes. Sunlight at the ocean floor would be virtually non-existent, filtered through hundreds of feet of water until only the faintest traces remain. Either Bikini Bottom exists at a much shallower depth than actual Bikini Atoll would suggest, or the sun these characters experience operates through mechanisms we can only guess at. Some fans have theorized that bioluminescent organisms in the upper water column create a diffuse glow that Bikini Bottom residents evolved to perceive as sunlight. Others suggest the nuclear testing that created their society also punched holes in normal light absorption patterns. The show gives us zero answers, naturally. The long-term implications of Goo Lagoon existing the way it does basically confirm that Bikini Bottom operates outside any recognizable version of reality. This is a place where fire burns underwater, where characters can somehow drown despite being fish, where clouds form in the sky, and rain falls on beachgoers who are already submerged in an ocean. The show show established all of this in its second episode and then proceeded to build an entire mythology around locations and physics that treat the laws of nature as loose suggestions. Every future episode where something impossible happens got its permission slip signed by Goo Lagoon. You want to question how a character dried out despite living in water? Goo Lagoon already established that liquids work differently here. Confused about how a bonfire keeps burning at the bottom of the sea? The brine pool broke the rules first. Everything after that is just collateral damage. The beach became the template for every scientific impossibility the show would ever commit, and it happened while SpongeBob was desperately ripping his pants for attention at a surfing competition that took place on waves generated by nothing, judged by announcers who somehow have television equipment functional at crushing ocean depths. Goo Lagoon walked so every underwater explosion could run. Let's move on to the next theory. The Chum Bucket arms dealing theory. Let's address the elephant in the room that everyone who's ever watched SpongeBob has somehow ignored for over 2 decades. The Chum Bucket has 0 customers. Literally 0. The restaurant makes absolutely no money. Serves food that causes immediate physical revulsion and sits in the worst possible location directly across from the most successful fast food establishment in Bikini Bottom. By every conceivable metric of business operation, the Chum Bucket should have closed approximately 25 years ago. Plankton somehow keeps the lights on, maintains sophisticated laboratory equipment, and bankrolls increasingly elaborate schemes to steal a hamburger recipe. The math here is giving forensic accountant nightmare fuel. Plankton's army gives us our clearest window into just how absurd Plankton's resources actually are. This episode opens with Mr. Planked, Krabs celebrating the 25th anniversary of Plankton's first attempt to steal the Krabby Patty formula, meaning Plankton has been running a failed restaurant for a quarter-century minimum. 25 years of rent, utilities, equipment maintenance, and whatever Karen's electricity bill looks like. The Chum Bucket sits on prime commercial real estate directly on the main road of Bikini Bottom. Property taxes alone should have bankrupted him 15 times over. Yet here he is, casually building robots sophisticated enough to fool Mr. Krabs, complete with laser beam eyes that can melt through solid walls. The robot customer scene deserves its own forensic analysis. Plankton constructs an autonomous humanoid machine capable of independent navigation, natural speech patterns, financial transactions, and military-grade laser weaponry. This thing walks into the Krusty Krab, orders food, pays with real currency that Plankton is hiding inside, by the way, which means he had $1 to spare on this scheme, and then casually melts the doorframe on its way out. We're talking about engineering that would make DARPA weep with jealousy. The Pentagon would write blank checks for a fraction of this technology. Plankton built it to buy chili coral bits as a distraction. Karen herself represents the single most advanced piece of artificial intelligence in the entire SpongeBob universe. She has genuine emotions, complex personality traits, the ability to learn and adapt, and she runs the entire Chum Bucket infrastructure autonomously. Creating an AI like Karen would require computational resources, programming expertise, and hardware development that rivals anything produced by the largest tech corporations on the surface world. Plankton apparently designed and built her himself, in the back of a restaurant that has never successfully sold a meal. The Chum Bucket's technology budget exceeds its food budget by approximately infinity%. When Plankton's initial robot scheme fails and he ends up flush down the toilet again, we get a rare glimpse into his actual living situation. The Chum Bucket interior houses massive computer systems, laboratory equipment, and enough space to accommodate what appears to be an unlimited number of relatives. The building functions as a restaurant, a home, a research facility, and eventually a military staging ground. Commercial properties, this versatile, require serious investment, and Plankton treats it all like a minor inconvenience between schemes. His reaction to failure is annoyance, never financial panic. He has never once worried about making rent. The family reunion sequence accidentally reveals the full scope of Plankton's operation. He contacts relatives across the entire ocean using multiple communication methods: phone calls, written letters, and skywriting via personal aircraft. Plankton owns a plane, a functioning airplane that he can pilot. The man who cannot successfully sell a single hamburger has access to aviation technology. He uses it to write messages in the sky, recruiting family members for a heist. This is the behavior of someone with essentially unlimited discretionary income. Someone whose restaurant income of $0 per year somehow covers airplane ownership and maintenance. The felicitations. Malefactors seen at the Tough Guy bar accidentally confirms that Plankton has been shopping for muscle before. He knows where the criminal underworld hangs out. He walks into a bar full of dangerous lowlifes with complete confidence that money can solve his personnel problems. His pitch fails because of vocabulary issues, not because anyone questions his ability to pay. The criminal element of Bikini Bottom apparently knows Plankton as someone who can fund operations. They just think he talks weird. His cousins eventually demand payment for their assistance. New banjo strings, a matching boot, laptop memory upgrades, and unlimited root beer. These are the requests of people who expect Plankton to deliver. They traveled from across the ocean based on the assumption that cousin Sheldon could afford to compensate them. Extended family doesn't mobilize for a broke relative. They came because the Plankton name carries financial weight somewhere, even if that somewhere has nothing to do with the restaurant industry. The safe-cracking sequence showcases yet another impossible capability. Plankton's relatives can form complex shapes through coordination and accomplish tasks, requiring fine motor control and specialized knowledge. They crack Mr. Krabs' safe using what appears to be professional safe-cracking technique. Either Plankton trained them during the brief period between their arrival and the heist, or the Plankton family has prior experience with this exact type of criminal activity. Career criminals need funding between jobs. Someone is paying these people to exist, and the Chum Bucket menu is not generating that revenue. The weapons manufacturing theory ties everything together with uncomfortable neatness. Plankton possesses the engineering capability to build robots, AI systems, laser weapons, shrinking rays, mind control devices, and countless other technologies throughout the series. He has connections to the criminal underworld. He maintains expensive real estate and equipment with zero legitimate income. He can mobilize resources across ocean-wide distances at a moment's notice. The Chum Bucket provides a perfect front, a failing restaurant that no one visits, run by a guy everyone dismisses as a joke. Health inspectors probably don't even bother checking the back rooms anymore. Who would suspect that Bikini Bottom's most pathetic business owner operates an international arms-dealing network from his basement? The Krabby Patty obsession suddenly makes more strategic sense through this lens. The formula is about proving capability to whoever funds Plankton's actual operation. Stealing the most protected secret in Bikini Bottom would demonstrate infiltration skills, resource management, and the ability to accomplish impossible tasks. Every failed scheme is essentially a resume builder. Every elaborate robot and complex plan shows potential clients what Plankton can construct when properly motivated. The formula itself might be worthless to his backers. The process of stealing it proves he's worth continued investment. 25 years of failure haven't produced a single consequence for Plankton's lifestyle. He still owns the building. He still maintains the equipment. He still launches schemes that cost more than most residents earn in a lifetime. The Chum Bucket survives because the Chum Bucket was never meant to succeed as a restaurant. The food is bad on purpose. The location is bad on purpose. Everything about the legitimate business side screams, "Please ignore me," while the basement hums with technology that shouldn't exist. Plankton plays the fool because fools don't get investigated. His 25th anniversary of failure is actually his 25th anniversary of perfect cover maintenance. The Chum Bucket is the most successful front operation in Bikini Bottom history, and the only person who seems even slightly suspicious is a crab too obsessed with his own secrets to look closely at anyone else's. Alright, on to the next theory. The living pineapple theory. SpongeBob SquarePants lives inside a fruit. This fact gets glossed over approximately every single episode because the show has conditioned us to accept that a sea sponge wearing pants inhabits a pineapple at the bottom of the ocean like that's just normal real estate. The theme song announces it, the establishing shots confirm it, and everyone moves on with their lives. Here's the thing though. That pineapple behaves less like a house and more like a living organism that has formed some kind of deeply codependent relationship with its yellow occupant. Home Sweet Pineapple provides the smoking gun for this theory, and the evidence is frankly disturbing once you start paying attention. The episode opens with nematodes, tiny parasitic worms, for those keeping track of the marine biology, literally drinking SpongeBob's house through straws. They consume the entire structure like a smoothie. The walls shrink, the furniture disappears, the rooms compress, and eventually the whole pineapple gets slurped down to nothing. SpongeBob wakes up during this process thinking he and Gary have grown huge, which is adorable and also deeply concerning about his spatial awareness. By the time the nematodes finish their meal, the only thing remaining is a single seed sitting in the dirt where a fully furnished multi-room home used to exist. Let that sink in for a moment. The nematodes drank the house. They consumed it as food. Buildings made of wood, stone, or any other construction material cannot be consumed by parasitic worms. The nematodes treated the pineapple exactly how real nematodes would treat actual organic matter, as nutrition. SpongeBob's house has biological properties. It can be eaten because it's made of something edible, something alive. The reconstruction sequence at the end of the episode transforms this theory from speculation into near certainty. SpongeBob buries the seed, which he initially mistakes for a pebble, because apparently seeds and pebbles look identical when you're emotionally devastated, in the exact spot where his house used to stand. One of his tears falls onto the buried seed. The ground starts shaking, a massive stem erupts from the soil, and a fully formed pineapple house drops into place exactly where the original stood. The stem retracts into the ground, and SpongeBob runs inside to find everything restored. His furniture, his belongings, Gary's food bowl, all of it. The house grew back from a seed in approximately 15 seconds. Houses built by contractors require permits, materials, labor, and months of construction time. SpongeBob's pineapple required one seed, one tear, and the apparent will to exist. The pineapple regenerated itself, complete with interior decorating. The seed contained genetic information for a library, a bedroom, a kitchen, and functional plumbing. Either this is the most sophisticated piece of biotechnology in cartoon history, or SpongeBob's house is a sentient organism that remembers its previous configuration and chooses to rebuild itself whenever destroyed. The tear detail matters more than the show wants us to think about. SpongeBob cries onto the seed during a moment of genuine emotional devastation. He's losing his home, saying goodbye to his friends, and preparing to move back in with his parents. The tear represents pure, concentrated SpongeBob emotion, and the seed responds to it immediately. The house only regenerates when SpongeBob provides biological input through direct contact with his bodily fluids. The pineapple needs something from SpongeBob to activate. It feeds on his emotional state. This creates an uncomfortable framework for understanding their entire relationship. SpongeBob treats his house with obsessive care throughout the series. He cleans it constantly, talks to it affectionately, and experiences genuine distress whenever it faces any threat. His attachment seems excessive for a building, even a nice one. The pineapple, in return, provides shelter that adapts to his needs, regenerates when damaged, and apparently stores memories of its own interior layout across death and rebirth cycles. SpongeBob gives the pineapple love and attention. The pineapple gives SpongeBob a home that literally cannot be permanently destroyed. Symbiosis in its most unsettling real estate form. Patrick's observation during the reconstruction attempt accidentally highlights what makes SpongeBob's pineapple unique. Patrick says he built his own house, and his rock's antenna immediately falls off. Patrick's rock is just a rock. It requires no maintenance because it has no complexity. Squidward's Easter Island head house is similarly static, a structure that exists and nothing more. SpongeBob's pineapple operates on completely different rules. When SpongeBob and Patrick try to build a replacement house manually, the result is a tiny structure that falls apart the moment SpongeBob tries to enter it. Conventional construction methods produce conventional results. The original pineapple transcends conventional anything. The interior inconsistencies across different episodes suddenly make sense through this lens. SpongeBob's house has different numbers of rooms depending on the episode. The layout shifts, new features appear and disappear. Animation errors? Sure, if you want to take the boring route. The living house theory suggests the pineapple reconfigures itself based on SpongeBob's current needs. He needs a library for an episode about reading, and a library appears. He needs extra space for guests, and the rooms expand. The pineapple responds to its occupant, because its occupant is the source of its continued existence. The nematodes choosing to drink specifically SpongeBob's house raises additional questions. They pass other structures on their way through Bikini Bottom. They eat a truck, which makes sense. Vehicles contain consumable materials. They target the pineapple specifically because it's the most nutritious thing in the area. A living, growing, emotionally sustained organism would contain far more biological energy than any dead structure. The nematodes found the one house in Bikini Bottom that would actually taste good, and they drained it completely. SpongeBob's neighbors remain unaffected because their homes are just buildings. SpongeBob's home was alive, and that made it delicious. The theory reframes SpongeBob's entire domestic situation as something between pet ownership and a long-term committed relationship. He lives inside something that depends on him for emotional sustenance and rewards him with unconditional shelter and regeneration capabilities. The pineapple dropped from above before the series began, confirmed in other episodes where we see it fall from a boat and land on Squidward's garden. It chose its location, or perhaps it chose SpongeBob. A symbiotic organism seeking a compatible host would naturally gravitate toward the most emotionally generous creature in the area. SpongeBob SquarePants, a being made of pure optimism and friendship capacity, represents the ideal food source for something that feeds on positive emotional energy. Every time SpongeBob walks through his front door and sighs contentedly about being home, he's feeding his house. Every time he tells Gary how much he loves living there, he's providing sustenance to an organism that will literally grow back from the dead to keep housing him. The pineapple under the sea is alive, it's hungry for SpongeBob's emotional output, and it has arranged their entire relationship to ensure a steady supply of exactly what it needs. SpongeBob thinks he owns a house. The house might actually own him. Okay, next theory coming up. If you're enjoying the video so far, subscribe to our channel. The Mermaid Man power degradation theory. Mermaid Man and Barnacle Boy live in a retirement home. This is played for laughs throughout the series because watching elderly superheroes struggle to remember basic information while SpongeBob fanboys over them creates easy comedic contrast. The show wants us to chuckle at the absurdity of once great heroes reduced to arguing over checkers and forgetting who's on the phone. Here's the darker reading that the fanbase has been kicking around for years. Mermaid Man's mental deterioration follows a suspiciously specific pattern that suggests his powers are literally eating his brain from the inside out. Mermaid Man and Barnacle Boy establishes the baseline for this theory in its opening minutes. The episode begins with footage of young Mermaid Man in his prime, flying through the water with Barnacle Boy at his side, summoning sea creatures, creating whirlpools, and generally operating as a fully functional superhero with complete command of his abilities. The TV announcer describes him as fleet and forceful, with the ability to assemble and charge the creatures of the deep. This is a being with genuine supernatural power over marine life and water itself. Cut to present day, and the same man hangs off a water fountain screaming about death rays, while nursing home staff shake their heads in disappointment. The memory loss pattern tells the real story. Mermaid Man can recall his glory days with perfect clarity. When SpongeBob recounts the story about Man Ray and the growth ray gun and the Atlantis food supply crisis, Mermaid Man and Barnacle Boy follow along without confusion. They remember their villains, their adventures, their techniques. The superhero memories remain intact. Everything else has turned to mush. Mermaid Man forgets who Barnacle Boy is mid-conversation. He thinks SpongeBob is a TV repairman. He holds a phone upside down and can't figure out why no one's talking. He pronounces SpongeBob and Patrick man and wife during what he apparently believes is a wedding ceremony happening in the middle of his meatloaf lunch. This selective degradation points towards something more sinister than standard aging. Normal dementia doesn't preserve specific categories of memory while obliterating everything else. Mermaid Man's brain has essentially been rewired to prioritize superhero-related information at the expense of basic daily functioning. The neural pathways associated with his powers remain strong, because those pathways have been reinforced through decades of supernatural usage. The neural pathways associated with normal human cognition have been crowded out, burned through, or simply abandoned as his brain devoted more and more resources to maintaining his abilities. The evil response demonstrates this perfectly. SpongeBob casually mentions that there's evil afoot, and Mermaid Man immediately launches into full combat mode, running around the retirement home, screaming and treating a water fountain like a supervillain. His threat detection systems work flawlessly. The part of his brain responsible for identifying and responding to evil activates instantly with zero degradation. The part of his brain responsible for recognizing that a water fountain poses no actual danger has completely failed. He's essentially become a superhero reflex machine with no higher reasoning left to contextualize those reflexes. Barnacle Boy's comparatively better mental state supports the theory through contrast. Barnacle Boy served as the sidekick for their entire career. He used his powers less frequently, took supporting roles in major conflicts, and generally let Mermaid Man absorb the brunt of every battle. If superhero abilities cause cumulative neurological damage, Barnacle Boy would have accumulated less damage through reduced usage. He's irritable. He's tired of being called boy after decades of sidekick status, but he can hold conversations, remember context, and function as something resembling a normal elderly person. Mermaid Man, the primary hero who channeled the most power through his body over the longest period, shows dramatically more severe cognitive decline. The ring ceremony offers another window into the deterioration. Mermaid Man and Barnacle Boy attempt to unite their rings, the gesture that activates their combined powers. They miss each other completely on the first try. They have to wave their arms around to synchronize their positioning before attempting again. These two performed this exact motion countless times over their careers, probably thousands of attempts at ring unification in combat situations where split-second timing meant the difference between victory and defeat. The muscle memory should be permanent. Their bodies remember the motion, but the coordination required to execute it has decayed. The power still exists, the knowledge of how to use it remains, but the bridge between intention and action has eroded. When they finally manage to throw a water ball at SpongeBob, the attack works mechanically, but fails practically because SpongeBob absorbs water. Mermaid Man's immediate conclusion is that SpongeBob must be some kind of evil sponge absorbing their attack through villainy. The logical explanation sponges absorb liquid, this is literally what they do, never occurs to him. His threat assessment programming kicks in automatically, but his reasoning ability can't process the obvious solution. The superhero brain works, the regular brain has checked out. The sea creature summoning at the episode's climax reveals how far the degradation extends beyond just Mermaid Man. When they call for backup, the creatures of the deep that respond are other elderly residents of the retirement home, shuffling outside with walkers and canes. These might actually be former sea creatures who answered previous summons decades ago and simply never recovered. The implication is that anyone who gets too close to Mermaid Man's power eventually ends up in the same facility, their minds and bodies worn down by exposure to abilities that were never meant for sustained use. The retirement home itself takes on a more sinister purpose through this lens. Shady Shoals Rest Home might exist specifically to contain and monitor individuals whose powers have made them dangerous to themselves and others. The caretaker knows exactly how to handle Mermaid Man's outbursts. The staff seems prepared for random combat scenarios breaking out in the cafeteria. This facility has protocols for superhero management. Mermaid Man and Barnacle Boy ended up here because their powers require institutional supervision, with their heroic careers concluding the moment they became more liability than asset. The New Adventures TV show at the episode's end drives home how complete the deterioration has become. Mermaid Man and Barnacle Boy's exciting new content involves playing checkers, answering a phone incorrectly, and forgetting what they were supposed to remember. The announcer asks whether they'll ever get their phone fixed, and the honest answer is probably no. They become entertainment for an audience that finds their decline amusing rather than tragic. SpongeBob watches with genuine enthusiasm because he can't recognize the horror of what he's actually seeing. Two heroes whose powers gave them everything and then took everything back with interest. Let's jump into the next theory. The Magic Conch Deity Theory. SpongeBob and Patrick own a toy called the Magic Conch Shell. You pull a string, it gives you an answer, and the joke is that two idiots treat a cheap piece of plastic like an oracle. That's the surface level reading, and it's funny enough to carry an 11-minute episode. The deeper reading, the one that fans have been chewing on for years, suggests that the Magic Conch Shell operates as an actual divine entity with genuine supernatural authority over the physical world. The toy explanation falls apart the moment you start tracking what the shell actually accomplishes. Club SpongeBob establishes the conch's power immediately through SpongeBob and Patrick's absolute devotion. These two have been stuck in a treehouse for 3 days because the shell told them to do nothing, and they obeyed without question. 3 days of sitting in a cramped space with no food or water because a toy told them to stay put. SpongeBob describes the club's relationship with the conch in explicitly religious language. We must never question the wisdom of the magic conch, and the club always takes its advice before we do anything. Patrick adds, "The shell knows all." This goes beyond toy enthusiasm. This is worship protocol. Squidward joins the club involuntarily when he climbs into the treehouse and accidentally launches all three of them into the kelp forest. Now stranded in a genuinely dangerous wilderness situation, the rational response would be to seek shelter, find food, and navigate towards civilization. SpongeBob asks the conch what they need to do to escape. The conch says, nothing. SpongeBob and Patrick immediately sit down and enter a state of complete stillness, refusing to move, speak, or respond to Squidward's increasingly desperate pleas. They have received their instructions and they will comply. Squidward, operating as the voice of reason, a phrase that should terrify anyone familiar with Squidward's actual decision-making capabilities, rejects the shell and ventures into the forest alone. He gets hopelessly lost, runs in circles, and eventually ends up right back where he started. The kelp forest defeats the one person who refused to follow the conch's guidance. Meanwhile, SpongeBob and Patrick sit motionless, protected by their obedience. The miracle happens when Squidward, having caught a bug and started cooking it over a fire, mocks the shell worshippers for believing that answers will fall right out of the sky. An airplane immediately begins falling right out of the sky. The pilot screams that they need to drop the load, presses a button, and a complete picnic feast of food and supplies lands directly on SpongeBob and Patrick's location. Spaghetti, turkey, soup, canned meat, soda, ketchup, cookies, orange juice, smoked sausages, sandwiches, and everything else you could want for a wilderness survival scenario. The conch said to do nothing, and doing nothing resulted in divine providence delivering a banquet. The timing here deserves scrutiny. The airplane wasn't already falling, the supplies weren't already being dropped. Squidward specifically challenged the conch's authority by sarcastically suggesting that the answers would fall from the sky, and the universe immediately arranged for exactly that to happen. The conch heard the mockery and responded with a demonstration of power. SpongeBob and Patrick recognize this instantly, praise the magic conch, followed by their victory screech. They understand that they have witnessed intervention from their deity. The conch then demonstrates the flip side of divine authority, punishment for the unfaithful. Squidward, starving after days in the forest while SpongeBob and Patrick feasted, finally humbles himself and asks the conch for permission to eat. The conch denies him. Spaghetti? Neither. Turkey? Neither. Soup? I don't think so. Anything at all? No. Squidward asks repeatedly with increasing desperation, and the conch denies him every single time. When he demands to know if it can say anything besides no, the conch tells him to try asking again. Squidward asks hopefully. The conch responds with an emphatic, drawn-out, deliberately insulting no. This is divine retribution. Squidward rejected the conch, mocked its followers, and attempted to survive through his own efforts. The conch allowed him to return to the fold, even permitted SpongeBob to welcome him back as a club member, and then systematically denied him any benefit of membership. Patrick asks the conch if he can have a sandwich and receives permission. Squidward asks and gets rejected. The conch distinguishes between the faithful and the apostate, rewarding devotion and punishing doubt. The forest ranger's arrival seals the theory completely. A stranger emerges from the kelp, machete in hand, appearing to offer rescue. Squidward celebrates his salvation. Then the ranger reveals that he also carries a magic conch shell, that his conch specifically told him to come save these people, and that he is a fellow member of the shell-worshipping community. He performs the victory screech. SpongeBob and Patrick perform the victory screech. 3 separate individuals, operating independently, all following instructions from their respective conch shells, have been brought together by coordinated divine guidance. The conch shells communicate with each other, or they're all connected to the same source, or there's a single entity speaking through multiple physical vessels distributed across Bikini Bottom. The Ranger's conch knew that SpongeBob and Patrick were stranded. It knew their location. It sent its follower on a rescue mission through dangerous wilderness to reach them. This coordination requires either supernatural communication between the shells or a single consciousness operating all of them simultaneously. When the Ranger asks his conch what they should do now, it gives the same answer SpongeBob's conch gave at the beginning. Nothing. All 4 characters, including Squidward, who has finally broken under the weight of evidence, sit down together and do nothing. All Hail the Magic Conch becomes a group chant. The episode ends with 4 people in the middle of a dangerous forest, sitting motionless, waiting for their deity to provide the next instruction. The faithful have been rewarded with community. The doubter has been broken into compliance. The magic conch has demonstrated its power, its reach, and its willingness to punish those who question its authority. The toy explanation requires you to believe that a string pull randomizer coordinated an airplane crash, denied food to a specific individual across multiple requests, and guided a stranger through miles of wilderness to a precise location. The deity explanation just requires you to accept that SpongeBob and Patrick accidentally started worshipping something real. Moving forward to the next theory, the utility belt mass evacuation theory. Mermaid Man's utility belt contains a shrink ray. SpongeBob gets his hands on it, accidentally shrinks Squidward, panics, shrinks more people, keeps panicking, and eventually shrinks the entire population of Bikini Bottom before solving the problem by shrinking the city itself to match. The episode plays this as a comedy of errors driven by SpongeBob's inability to operate superhero technology. The theory underneath all the slapstick suggests that the shrink ray was never a weapon at all. Mermaid Man designed it for emergency mass evacuation, and SpongeBob accidentally demonstrated its intended purpose, while having absolutely no idea what he was doing. Mermaid Man and Barnacle Boy 4 opens with the French narrator describing the Krusty Krab as a place where all the many kinds of undersea life pass through its doors. Mermaid Man and Barnacle Boy enter, order food, and Mermaid Man pays with a metal nut because apparently superhero retirement doesn't come with a pension. The belt falls off when Mermaid Man's pants drop, a running gag about the belt's secondary function of keeping his costume intact, and SpongeBob picks it up with the reverence of someone handling a religious artifact. He describes it as the emblem of submersible justice, and claims it has helped prevent the fall of nations and pants for 65 years. 65 years of service. The belt predates SpongeBob's existence by decades. Mermaid Man wore this thing through countless battles, disasters, and world-threatening events during his prime superhero years. A utility belt designed purely for combat would contain offensive weapons, defensive shields, communication devices, and mobility enhancements. The primary function of Mermaid Man's belt is a size-changing ray that can affect living creatures without harming them. The shrunk characters experience confusion and inconvenience, but no actual physical damage from the shrinking process itself. Squidward gets transformed into various horrifying configurations when SpongeBob hits wrong buttons, but the shrink ray specifically produces clean, safe, reversible miniaturization. The scale of the ray's capability tells the real story. SpongeBob shrinks individual people at first. Squidward, then Patrick, then Sandy, then a cascade of Bikini Bottom citizens who happen to walk by. By the episode's climax, he has miniaturized the entire population of the city. Every single resident fits inside a pickle jar. The shrink ray can process unlimited targets without depleting its charge, losing accuracy, or causing collateral damage. This technology was calibrated for mass application from the beginning. Picture a disaster scenario from Mermaid Man's glory days. A giant monster attacks Bikini Bottom. A toxic chemical spill threatens the population. An underwater volcano prepares to erupt. Conventional evacuation would be chaos. Thousands of panicking citizens trying to flee through limited escape routes while the threat closes in. Mermaid Man's solution: shrink everyone, collect them in a container, transport the entire population to safety in his pocket, and restore them once the danger passes. The shrink ray transforms impossible logistics into a one-step process. Point, click, and suddenly 10,000 people fit in your hand. The belt's other features support this interpretation. Throughout the series, Mermaid Man's equipment includes the invisible boatmobile rapid transport for moving evacuees, communication devices coordinating rescue efforts, and various protective capabilities. These tools form a complete emergency response kit. The shrink ray represents the evacuation component. Reduce the population to portable size, load them into the vehicle, and drive them somewhere safe. Mermaid Man operated as Bikini Bottom's one-man FEMA before FEMA existed. SpongeBob's accidental mass shrinking actually demonstrates the protocol working exactly as designed. He panics, fires indiscriminately, and successfully miniaturizes the entire city without killing anyone. The ray has safeguards. It defaults to shrinking rather than any harmful effect. Even when SpongeBob has no idea what he's doing, the technology protects its targets from the operator's incompetence. Mermaid Man built idiot-proofing into his emergency equipment because emergencies involve chaos, and chaotic situations produce mistakes. The Wumbo solution reveals something important about the belt's interface. Patrick claims the ray was set to M for Mini when it should be set to W for Wumbo. This sounds like Patrick being Patrick, but Mermaid Man later confirms, "Did you set it to Wumbo?" The belt has a simple toggle between shrinking and enlarging. Minimized complexity for high-stress situations. A superhero responding to a disaster can't afford to scroll through menus or remember complex button combinations. Flip a switch one way to shrink, flip it the other way to restore. Patrick's stupidity accidentally uncovered the design philosophy. The shrunken citizens remain perfectly healthy throughout their miniaturized state. They can talk, move, think, and express their entirely justified anger at SpongeBob. The shrinking process preserves all biological functions at reduced scale. Oxygen requirements presumably decrease proportionally, meaning a jar full of shrunken people could survive for extended periods without suffocating. Mermaid Man could theoretically keep an evacuated population safe for hours or even days while the disaster resolved itself. The technology accounts for everything. SpongeBob's final solution of shrinking the city to match the people inverts the intended use but proves the ray's flexibility. Mermaid Man's original plan would involve shrinking people, moving them, then restoring them to normal size in a safe location. SpongeBob's plan involves shrinking everything to match the already shrunk population. The ray accommodates both approaches. It can affect living beings, structures, and apparently entire geographical areas without discrimination. Mermaid Man built a tool that could adapt to whatever evacuation scenario presented itself. The belt's disappearance from Mermaid Man's possession raises its own questions. He drops it accidentally when his pants fall down, forgets about it completely, and drives away with Barnacle Boy without noticing. A piece of equipment capable of shrinking entire civilizations gets treated like a misplaced wallet. Either Mermaid Man's mental deterioration has progressed far enough that he's lost track of phenomenally dangerous technology, or the belt has built-in tracking and recall features that would return it to him eventually. SpongeBob's possession of the belt might have been temporary no matter what happened. The existence of this technology implies that Bikini Bottom has faced extinction-level threats before. Mermaid Man built the belt during his active career, meaning he anticipated scenarios where shrinking everyone became necessary. The show treats current-day Bikini Bottom as relatively peaceful, with Plankton's schemes representing the most significant ongoing threat. The belt suggests a past era of much more serious dangers, disasters that required the ability to evacuate an entire city in seconds. Mermaid Man's retirement coincides with a period of relative safety, but the tools he built for worse times remain functional and ready for deployment. SpongeBob just happened to be the one who demonstrated their capability. Time to check out the next theory, the rock-bottom ancient civilization theory. SpongeBob and Patrick accidentally take the wrong bus home from Glove World and end up in Rock Bottom, a terrifying underground city at the bottom of a 90-degree cliff face. The episode plays this as a fish-out-of-water comedy, where SpongeBob struggles to communicate with the locals and catch a bus home. The deeper implications of Rock Bottom's existence suggest something far more significant: an ancient civilization that predates Bikini Bottom, built by a species that no longer exists in their original form, now inhabited by their mutated descendants. Rock Bottom establishes the city's otherness from the moment the bus descends. The road drops at a perfect 90-degree angle, an engineering impossibility that somehow functions as regular public transit infrastructure. The bus driver treats this vertical plunge as routine. The alarm sounds, SpongeBob and Patrick get plastered against the back window, and the vehicle arrives at its destination like nothing unusual happened. Someone built a road straight down into the abyss and connected it to the Bikini Bottom transit system. That construction project required technology, planning, and resources that the current residents of Rock Bottom clearly don't possess. The architecture of Rock Bottom screams remnants of something greater. The bus station has the framework of organized society: schedules, lines, service windows, ticket systems. These structures exist, but they operate in ways that seem deliberately hostile to outsiders. The bathroom doors have question marks instead of gender symbols. The schedule board might as well be written in an alien language. The vending machines work on principles SpongeBob can't comprehend. Everything in Rock Bottom was designed by someone, and that someone had completely different assumptions about how civilization should function. The residents themselves provide the strongest evidence for the collapsed civilization theory. Every creature in Rock Bottom speaks with raspberry sounds inserted between their words. This linguistic quirk isn't random rudeness. It's a distinct dialect that developed in isolation over generations. SpongeBob eventually realizes he needs to add raspberries to his own speech to be understood. The next bus. Raspberry to Bikini. Raspberry Bottom. The window attendant immediately comprehends him once he adapts to the local communication style. Rock Bottom has its own language that evolved separately from surface Bikini Bottom, suggesting a population that's been cut off long enough for linguistic drift to occur. The physical appearance of Rock Bottom's inhabitants diverges significantly from Bikini Bottom residents. They have bioluminescent features, elongated bodies, and adaptations for living in complete darkness. These aren't cosmetic differences. These are evolutionary adaptations to an environment that differs fundamentally from the surface world. The creatures of Rock Bottom descend from whatever species originally built this place, transformed by generations of living in conditions that would kill most Bikini Bottom citizens. The soil itself is sentient and asks SpongeBob to put it down. This throwaway gag implies that Rock Bottom's environment operates on completely different biological rules. Soil with consciousness and the ability to communicate suggests either extreme mutation or an entirely different form of life that developed in isolation from the surface ecosystem. The ground itself has evolved alongside the inhabitants. The bus system connecting Rock Bottom to Bikini Bottom represents relatively recent infrastructure. Someone decided to link these two worlds after they had already developed separately. The vertical road wasn't part of Rock Bottom's original design. It was added later, possibly as an attempt to reintegrate a lost population with surface civilization. The bus service runs regularly enough that schedules exist. But the practical challenges of the connection, 90-degree drops, incompatible languages, hostile environments suggest this integration remains incomplete. SpongeBob's repeated failures to catch a bus home highlight how poorly designed the connection is for surface dwellers. Every system in Rock Bottom seems calibrated to frustrate outsiders while functioning perfectly for locals. The buses arrive and depart based on schedules that SpongeBob can't predict. The line at the station produces eggs that hatch into more people ahead of him. The candy machine operates on timing that coincides exactly with bus arrivals. Rock Bottom doesn't want visitors to leave easily. The city, or whatever remains of its original intelligence, seems to prefer keeping outsiders trapped. The advanced darkness SpongeBob encounters after the station closes goes beyond mere absence of light. This darkness has presence, has weight, has the quality of something that exists rather than something that's missing. Rock Bottom sits so far below the surface that normal concepts of illumination don't apply. The original builders of this city either didn't need light or had access to light sources that no longer function. The current inhabitants have adapted to the darkness through bioluminescence, but the infrastructure they inherited wasn't designed with their adaptations in mind. Bert, the creature who eventually helps SpongeBob escape, demonstrates that Rock Bottom's inhabitants aren't inherently hostile. He retrieves SpongeBob's balloon, inflates it enough to float SpongeBob back to the surface, and does this without being asked. The locals have the capacity for kindness. They just don't share SpongeBob's frame of reference for communication or social interaction. Bert's help comes after SpongeBob finally starts speaking the local dialect, suggesting that the barriers between civilizations are linguistic and cultural rather than moral. The episode ends with Patrick taking a bus back to Rock Bottom to rescue SpongeBob, who has already escaped. Patrick will presumably experience the same communication barriers, the same hostile infrastructure, and the same isolation that SpongeBob endured. Rock Bottom continues to exist as an alternate society parallel to Bikini Bottom, connected by buses but separated by evolution, language, and thousands of years of divergent development. The theory positions Rock Bottom as evidence of Bikini Bottom's prehistory. Before the nuclear testing that created the current talking fish civilization, something else existed in these waters. That civilization built downward, constructed infrastructure that defied physics, and eventually collapsed or transformed into something unrecognizable. The creatures living in Rock Bottom today are the descendants of whatever survived that collapse, adapted to conditions that would have been unimaginable to their ancestors. Rock Bottom represents what Bikini Bottom could become if isolated for long enough, or what it evolved from before the surface world took its current form. Alright, here comes the next theory. And don't forget to subscribe to our channel, the SpongeBob debt slavery theory. SpongeBob SquarePants works at the Krusty Krab as a fry cook. He has held this position for years, possibly decades if we're counting in showtime. He displays absolute devotion to his job, arriving early, staying late, and treating every Krabby Patty like a sacred artifact worthy of worship. Mr. Krabs pays him essentially nothing. In some episodes, Mr. Krabs actually charges SpongeBob for the privilege of working. This arrangement makes zero sense unless SpongeBob owes Mr. Krabs something so significant that he's effectively working off an unpayable debt. Squeaky Boots demonstrates exactly how this exploitative dynamic functions. Mr. Krabs buys a pair of boots for $2 to give to Pearl as a birthday present. Pearl rejects them because they're not the trendy flipper slippers all her friends wear. Mr. Krabs, devastated at having wasted $2 whole, needs to recoup his losses. SpongeBob walks in asking for his paycheck. Mr. Krabs sees an opportunity. He invents a story about the boots being official fry cook boots, given to him by the most famous fry cook in the sea, whose name he conveniently can't remember. SpongeBob, desperate to validate his identity as a fry cook, offers to trade his entire paycheck for these worthless boots. Mr. Krabs accepts immediately. SpongeBob then volunteers to paint the Krusty Krab for free. Mr. Krabs accepts. SpongeBob offers a year's supply of free French fry orders. Mr. Krabs accepts. SpongeBob starts to offer more, and Mr. Krabs has to physically stop him because the generosity might give him a heart attack. This scene reveals the fundamental imbalance in their relationship. SpongeBob voluntarily surrenders his paycheck, his labor, and his future productivity for a pair of $2 boots. He doesn't negotiate. He doesn't question the boots' supposed value. He just keeps offering more until Mr. Krabs cuts him off out of concern for his own cardiac health. SpongeBob has been conditioned to give everything he has to Mr. Krabs without expecting fair compensation in return. The paycheck itself represents a recurring manipulation tactic. Mr. Krabs mentions early in the episode that SpongeBob came in asking for his paycheck, implying that paychecks require active requests rather than automatic distribution. SpongeBob has to ask permission to receive money he's already earned. Mr. Krabs controls when and whether SpongeBob gets paid, which gives him leverage to extract additional concessions. The boots become a tool for absorbing SpongeBob's entire paycheck plus extra labor, converting what should be a simple wage transaction into an opportunity for exploitation. The episode's climax shows Mr. Krabs stealing the boots back in the middle of the night because their squeaking drives him insane. He breaks into SpongeBob's home, removes the boots from his sleeping employee's feet, and takes them back to the Krusty Krab. When SpongeBob discovers the boots are missing, he doesn't suspect Mr. Krabs at all. He blames himself. He cries. He apologizes profusely for losing valuable property that was never valuable to begin with. He tells Mr. Krabs, "I let you down," as if SpongeBob owes him something beyond the already surrendered paycheck and free labor. Mr. Krabs' response to SpongeBob's distress involves offering magic oven mitts as a replacement for the boots. He's essentially trying to run the same scam again, repackaging worthless items as special, and using SpongeBob's emotional vulnerability to extract more loyalty. SpongeBob rejects the mitts, but only because they're not the same, not because he recognizes the manipulation. The guilt Mr. Krabs eventually displays comes from the squeaking haunting his conscience, not from any recognition that he exploited his employee. He hallucinates the squeaking everywhere, imagines the boots following him, and eventually confesses to stealing them back. His confession takes the form of a telltale heart parody, suggesting that even Mr. Krabs' subconscious knows he did something wrong. He digs up the boots from under the floorboards, eats them, and tells SpongeBob that the boots never mattered anyway. It's not the boots, it's the booty. I mean, the person in the boots. This would be a touching moment if Mr. Krabs hadn't just scammed SpongeBob out of his paycheck, free labor, and a year of free product for those very boots. Mr. Krabs generously gives SpongeBob his paycheck at the end, the same paycheck SpongeBob was owed from the beginning of the episode. He mentions adding a bonus, then immediately takes the bonus back. SpongeBob receives exactly what he was entitled to before any of this happened, and he thanks Mr. Krabs like he's received a gift. The scam cost SpongeBob his original paycheck, which he traded for the boots, free painting labor, which he volunteered, a year of free French fry service, which he volunteered, and the emotional trauma of thinking he lost something valuable. SpongeBob ends the episode feeling grateful for receiving his standard compensation. This pattern repeats throughout the series. SpongeBob accepts whatever Mr. Krabs offers, volunteers additional labor whenever possible, and treats his job at the Krusty Krab as the greatest privilege of his life. He never asks for raises, he never complains about working conditions, he never questions why he works harder than anyone else and receives less compensation than anyone else. The only explanation that makes sense is that SpongeBob believes he owes Mr. Krabs a debt so large that no amount of labor could ever repay it. The nature of this debt remains unspecified, but fan theories point to SpongeBob's housing situation. The pineapple sits on prime real estate between Squidward's house and Patrick's rock. SpongeBob shows no sign of paying rent or a mortgage. He has no savings, no financial stability, and no apparent concern about money despite working for poverty wages. Either someone else is paying for his home, or he already paid for it through an arrangement that keeps him bound to the Krusty Krab forever. Mr. Krabs, the most financially predatory character in Bikini Bottom, would be the obvious candidate for a deal that trades housing security for lifetime labor exploitation. The theory reframes SpongeBob's cheerful attitude as a coping mechanism rather than genuine happiness. He convinces himself that he loves his job because the alternative is acknowledging that he's trapped in a system designed to extract maximum value from his labor while returning minimum compensation. His enthusiasm for fry cooking, his devotion to Mr. Krabs, his willingness to work for free. These become symptoms of someone who has accepted their situation so completely that they've stopped recognizing it as exploitation. SpongeBob smiles because smiling is the only response he has left. Let's roll into the next theory. The Jellyfish Energy Harvest Theory. SpongeBob and Patrick spend a suspicious amount of time catching jellyfish. They treat it as a hobby, a recreational activity that provides joy and fulfillment in their otherwise mundane underwater lives. The show frames jellyfishing as an innocent pastime, equivalent to fishing or butterfly collecting in the surface world. The theory lurking beneath this cheerful presentation suggests that jellyfish serve as Bikini Bottom's primary energy source, and the hobby of jellyfishing functions as unrecognized essential labor that keeps the entire city's power grid operational. Jellyfish Jam demonstrates the electrical potential of jellyfish in ways the show never explicitly acknowledges. SpongeBob brings a wild jellyfish home as a pet, and the creature immediately demonstrates an intense relationship with electronic equipment. The jellyfish gravitates towards SpongeBob's stereo system, turns it on without assistance, and refuses to let it be turned off. When SpongeBob tries to go to bed, the jellyfish keeps activating the music. More jellyfish arrive throughout the night, drawn to the electrical output of the stereo, until SpongeBob's house contains a massive swarm all pulsing in sync with the electronic beats. The jellyfish enhance the music. SpongeBob's house vibrates with energy as the party intensifies. The music plays for 18 hours straight without the stereo showing any sign of power drain. Squidward complains about the noise lasting through the night and into the next day, suggesting that the jellyfish are somehow sustaining or amplifying the electrical output rather than depleting it. The party only ends when the stereo physically breaks, not when it runs out of power. Real jellyfish produce bioluminescent light through chemical reactions. The show's jellyfish glow constantly, produce stinging electricity on contact, and can be milked for jelly that SpongeBob spreads on bread like a condiment. These creatures have been modified or mutated into biological generators that produce usable energy as a byproduct of their existence. The nuclear testing theory for Bikini Bottom's creation would explain how normal jellyfish evolved into the glowing electrical creatures that populate jellyfish fields. The scene where SpongeBob milks a jellyfish like a cow carries implications beyond the surface joke. He extracts jelly from the creature using a technique that suggests established practice, as if this is something he's done many times before. The jellyfish moos during the process, indicating that domestication of these creatures for resource extraction has been normalized to the point where they respond like livestock. SpongeBob treats the jelly as food, but the same extraction process could theoretically harvest the electrical charge that jellyfish carry. Jellyfish Fields sits conveniently close to Bikini Bottom, positioned as an accessible resource extraction site disguised as a nature preserve. SpongeBob and Patrick visit regularly, catching jellyfish and then releasing them. This catch and release pattern mirrors sustainable harvesting practices. Take what you need, return the source to replenish itself, repeat indefinitely. The jellyfish population never seems to decrease despite constant hunting. Either the fields contain an infinite supply, or the hunting serves a different purpose than simple recreation. The electrical infrastructure of Bikini Bottom operates without any visible power plants, solar panels, or energy generation facilities. The city has lights, appliances, television stations, and electronic equipment throughout, all requiring constant electricity. Underwater environments pose unique challenges for power generation. No wind for turbines, no accessible sunlight for solar, no flowing fresh water for hydroelectric. The most abundant electrical resource in Bikini Bottom's ecosystem would be the jellyfish that populate the nearby fields by the thousands. SpongeBob's expertise in jellyfishing takes on new significance through this lens. He's not just good at catching jellyfish for fun, he's highly skilled at resource extraction for an essential industry. His net technique, his knowledge of jellyfish behavior, his ability to navigate jellyfish fields efficiently, these represent valuable labor capabilities that Bikini Bottom's power grid depends on. The fact that he does this work for free, treating it as a hobby rather than employment, means the city benefits from his labor without compensating him. The swarm behavior in Jellyfish Jam shows what happens when jellyfish energy concentrates in one location. SpongeBob's house becomes a focal point for electrical activity, drawing more and more jellyfish as the party intensifies. The creatures seem to feed off electronic equipment while simultaneously powering it, creating a feedback loop that nearly destroys SpongeBob's home. This dangerous potential explains why Bikini Bottom might prefer distributed harvesting through recreational jellyfishing rather than concentrated extraction facilities. Too many jellyfish in one place creates instability. Gary's solution at the episode's end involves using rhythmic sounds to lead the jellyfish back to their fields. The creatures follow a beat, moving in synchronized patterns that respond to acoustic stimulation. This suggests that jellyfish could be herded and controlled through sound-based systems, making large-scale harvesting operations feasible if Bikini Bottom's leadership chose to industrialize the process. The fact that they haven't industrialized implies either that the current hobby-based system works well enough, or that someone benefits from keeping the arrangement informal and unpaid. Squidward's clarinet playing causes the jellyfish to become aggressive. They sting him repeatedly for producing unpleasant sounds. The jellyfish have preferences, opinions about the acoustic input they receive, and the willingness to enforce those preferences through violence. Creatures this responsive to stimuli, this capable of coordinated action, and this electrically charged represent both a valuable resource and a potential threat. Bikini Bottom's approach of encouraging recreational interaction rather than industrial exploitation might be a deliberate strategy to maintain peaceful coexistence with a species that could easily become dangerous if provoked. The wild animals can throw very wild parties moral the French narrator delivers at the episode's end works as a surface-level lesson about respecting nature. The deeper implication is that jellyfish possess power that Bikini Bottom's residents underestimate at their peril. These creatures can take over a home, operate electronic equipment, attract hundreds of their kind to a single location, and resist human attempts to control them. SpongeBob only resolves the situation by giving the jellyfish what they want: music, rhythm, a path back to their natural habitat. He doesn't defeat them, he negotiates with them. The jellyfish hold more power in this relationship than anyone wants to acknowledge. Next theory on the list, the Pearl Adoption Theory. Mr. Krabs is a crab, Pearl is a whale. The show never explains this biological impossibility, and the characters treat it as completely unremarkable. Pearl calls Mr. Krabs Daddy, Mr. Krabs refers to Pearl as his darling daughter, and everyone in Bikini Bottom accepts that a tiny crustacean somehow fathered a massive cetacean. The theory that has circulated through the fanbase for years offers a far darker explanation. Mr. Krabs adopted Pearl after her biological parents were killed, likely by whale hunters, and his obsessive protectiveness stems from survivor's guilt and a promise to keep her safe. One-course meal provides the most disturbing window into how whales are perceived in the SpongeBob universe. Plankton has a deep, primal terror of whales that goes beyond simple phobia. When Pearl enters the Krusty Krab, Plankton screams, "Call off your daughter, Krabs! Call her off!" and backs away in absolute panic. He specifically references documentaries. I've seen those documentaries. The documentaries he's referring to show whales consuming plankton by the billions, filtering entire populations through their baleen plates. To Plankton, whales represent existential genocide. The nightmare sequence takes this further. Plankton dreams of falling into Pearl's mouth, sliding down her throat, and landing in her stomach where he encounters his ancestors. His grandfather greets him with, "Glad you could join the rest of the family," before pointing out that Plankton is standing in gastric acid. The implication is unmistakable. Whales have been eating Plankton's family for generations. His fear isn't irrational. It's ancestral trauma encoded into his very being. This establishes that whale-related violence exists in the SpongeBob universe as a known, documented phenomenon. Whales eat smaller creatures. Nature documentaries record this predation. The food chain operates with brutal efficiency. If whales prey on plankton in this world, what preys on whales? The surface world looms above Bikini Bottom throughout the series. Humans appear occasionally, usually in the form of fishermen, beachgoers, or the mysterious live-action segments. Bikini Atoll, the real-world location that gives Bikini Bottom its name, has a long history of human activity including nuclear testing and, historically, whaling operations. Pearl's biological parents could have been victims of surface world hunters who took everything from a whale family except one calf small enough to escape notice or lucky enough to survive. Mr. Crab's naval background appears in multiple episodes. He served on a ship, acquired nautical knowledge, and developed connections to the surface world that most Bikini Bottom residents lack. A younger Mr. Krabs, perhaps during his sailing days, could have encountered an orphaned whale calf and made the decision that would define the rest of his life. He took responsibility for a creature that had no one else, a creature so different from himself that their relationship defies biological explanation. The money obsession takes on new dimensions through this lens. Mr. Krabs hoards every penny with pathological intensity. He pays SpongeBob in wacky bucks that aren't real currency. He charges employees for breathing, for standing still, for existing on Krusty Krab property. This behavior reads as comedic greed on the surface, but whales are expensive to raise. Pearl's food costs alone would be astronomical. A whale's nutritional needs dwarf anything a crab would naturally consume. Mr. Krabs' obsession with money might stem from years of struggling to afford keeping his adopted daughter alive and healthy. Pearl's birthday episode in one-course meal shows Mr. Krabs buying her cheap fishing boots instead of the trendy flipper slippers all her friends wear. He spent $2 on her present. Pearl's reaction is dramatic teenage disappointment. But Mr. Krabs' genuine distress at wasting $2 suggests ongoing financial anxiety around providing for her. He wants to give Pearl everything. He can never afford to give Pearl everything. The gap between his love and his resources creates constant tension. The protectiveness Mr. Krabs displays toward Pearl throughout the series exceeds normal parental concern. He monitors her social life obsessively. He threatens anyone who shows romantic interest in her. He panics when she's in any kind of danger. This could be standard overprotective father behavior, or it could be the trauma response of someone who made a promise to protect this child after failing to protect her original family. Every threat to Pearl reminds him of what was lost before he found her. Pearl herself shows no awareness of being adopted in any episode. She calls Mr. Krabs daddy without hesitation, treats their relationship as completely natural, and never questions why she looks nothing like him. Either she was adopted young enough that she has no memory of her biological parents, or Mr. Krabs has kept the truth from her to protect her from the trauma of knowing how she lost her original family. The secret would explain some of the awkwardness in their interactions, the sense that Mr. Krabs is always slightly performing the role of father rather than inhabiting it naturally. Mr. Krabs' willingness to exploit Plankton's whale phobia in this episode reveals a dark practicality. He dresses as Pearl, terrorizes Plankton for 16 days straight, drives him to suicidal ideation, and laughs about it the entire time. He uses whale identity as a weapon because he understands intimately how powerful and terrifying whales are. He's seen what they can do. He knows the fear they inspire. He's also spent years raising one, learning to see past the predator to the person underneath. Pearl isn't scary to him because he watched her grow from a frightened orphan into a normal teenager. The theory reframes the entire Krabs-Pearl relationship as a story about found family forged through tragedy. Mr. Krabs didn't father Pearl. He chose her. He found a baby whale with no one to care for her and decided that he would be her family regardless of how impossible that seemed. Every penny he's earned, every scheme he's run, every employee he's exploited has been in service of keeping that promise. Pearl represents the one thing Mr. Krabs values more than money, the daughter he saved from the same fate that took her parents. Let's break down the next theory. The SpongeBob life creation theory. SpongeBob blows a bubble shaped like a person, names it Bubble Buddy, and spends an entire day treating it as a living friend. The episode frames this as SpongeBob being SpongeBob, a naive optimist who anthropomorphizes everything and doesn't understand that bubbles aren't real companions. The joke is that SpongeBob is so lonely and so desperate for friendship that he'll befriend inanimate objects. Then the episode's final 30 seconds completely obliterate that interpretation when Bubble Buddy grabs Squidward's hand, speaks in complete sentences, hails a taxi, and flies away to live his own independent life. SpongeBob didn't imagine his friend was alive. SpongeBob accidentally created a sentient being through the power of bubble soap and whatever reality warping abilities he apparently possesses. Bubble Buddy opens with the French narrator establishing that every day is a holiday for SpongeBob, even if he has to make one up. SpongeBob celebrates Leif Erikson Day, a holiday that may or may not exist in his culture, and discovers that all his friends are unavailable. Patrick went to get giant paper. Sandy went south for the winter. Squidward left a note that just says no. SpongeBob needs a friend, and none of his existing friends will do. His solution? I'll make one. The creation sequence shows SpongeBob testing different materials. Stick Buddy falls over. Rock Buddy doesn't respond. Sink Buddy produces a water droplet that SpongeBob considers almost sufficient. None of these creations achieve consciousness. Then SpongeBob picks up his bubble wand, dips it in soap, and blows a human-shaped bubble. Bubble Buddy exists. The difference between the failed creations and the successful one appears to be SpongeBob's bubble-blowing expertise combined with the specific intention to create a friend rather than just an object. Throughout the episode, Bubble Buddy exhibits behaviors that everyone, including SpongeBob, attributes to SpongeBob's imagination. Bubble Buddy is thirsty and needs a bendy straw. Bubble Buddy is lactose intolerant and can't eat cheese. Bubble Buddy needs to use the bathroom and takes 2 hours. Each of these demands frustrates the other characters, who assume SpongeBob is making up preferences for an inanimate bubble. SpongeBob interprets Bubble Buddy's needs as if he's receiving communication from his creation, and everyone dismisses this as delusion. The bathroom sequence provides the strongest pre-reveal evidence that Bubble Buddy operates independently. SpongeBob waits outside the Port-O-Head while Bubble Buddy occupies it for 2 hours. SpongeBob dances, SpongeBob waits. SpongeBob seems genuinely unaware of what Bubble Buddy is doing inside. If SpongeBob were controlling Bubble Buddy or projecting behaviors onto an inanimate bubble, there would be no reason for the extended bathroom break. SpongeBob would simply decide Bubble Buddy was finished and move on. Instead, SpongeBob waits because Bubble Buddy isn't ready, suggesting autonomous decision-making happening inside that bathroom stall. The town's rage against Bubble Buddy accumulates throughout the episode. He owes Mr. Krabs money, paid in bubble currency that popped. He made Squidward provide excellent service. He washed Pearl's treasured dirty flipper. He kept people waiting in line. He called Larry and others fat. Most significantly, he made Scooter experience high tide, which apparently resulted in Scooter's death since his ghost floats up from the sand where SpongeBob and Bubble Buddy buried him. Bubble Buddy has a body count before the episode ends, and SpongeBob seems completely unaware of this consequence. The mob scene tests how far SpongeBob will go to protect his creation. He shields Bubble Buddy with his body. He tries to blow them both to safety. He makes an emotional speech about the value of friendship and asks the crowd if they've ever had a special friend. The crowd members confess their own object attachments: Nickel Buddy, Funny Muffler, Jerky Pal, Boo Boo Keys, Snake Eyes. These confessions momentarily soften the mob before they decide to pop Bubble Buddy anyway. SpongeBob's appeal almost works because the underlying truth resonates. Sometimes objects become more than objects. Squidward charges with a needle. The needle approaches Bubble Buddy's surface. SpongeBob screams. Then Bubble Buddy's hand catches Squidward's wrist, stops the attack, and Bubble Buddy speaks his first words. Whoa, hey, don't I get a say in this? The entire episode recontextualizes in that moment. Bubble Buddy wasn't performing for SpongeBob's benefit. Bubble Buddy was living. He had preferences, because he actually has preferences. He took 2 hours in the bathroom because he actually needed 2 hours. He communicated his dietary restrictions because he actually has them. SpongeBob wasn't anthropomorphizing an object. SpongeBob was accurately interpreting signals from a conscious being that nobody else recognized as conscious. Bubble Buddy's departure speech confirms his autonomous existence. I'll see you later, SpongeBob. Things are getting a little weird around here. He hails a bubble taxi, climbs inside, and floats away into the sky while wishing SpongeBob a happy Leif Erikson Day. He remembers the holiday SpongeBob was celebrating at the episode's beginning. He has continuity of experience. He has opinions about his environment. Things are weird. He has the ability to leave when he chooses, and the social intelligence to know when leaving is appropriate. SpongeBob's reaction to Bubble Buddy's departure is emotional but not surprised. Of course, he says when Squidward expresses shock that Bubble Buddy is alive. Otherwise, he couldn't tell such funny jokes. SpongeBob always knew Bubble Buddy was real. He wasn't delusional. Everyone else was failing to perceive reality correctly. The implications of SpongeBob's creation power extend far beyond this single episode. If SpongeBob can blow a bubble that becomes a sentient being with its own personality, preferences, and autonomous will, what else has he created? How many of his imaginary friends throughout the series were actually real? What happens to the bubble creations that don't achieve visibility to other characters? SpongeBob blows bubbles constantly. He's demonstrated the ability to create complex bubble sculptures, bubble animals, and bubble architecture. Any of these could theoretically achieve consciousness under the right conditions. The episode ends with Squidward noticing a remaining bubble floating nearby. He nervously says, hi, and the episode cuts to black. The question hangs in the air. Is that bubble alive too? Did SpongeBob create multiple conscious beings in a single day? Does every bubble SpongeBob blows have the potential for sentience, waiting for the right moment to reveal itself? SpongeBob possesses the power to create life, and he exercises this power casually, without training, without understanding its implications, and without any apparent limits. Bubble Buddy exists because SpongeBob wanted a friend. If SpongeBob ever wanted something more dangerous, the same creative power could manifest it into reality. The cheerful yellow sponge who lives in a pineapple under the sea might be the most powerful entity in Bikini Bottom, and he has absolutely no idea. Heading into the next theory. The Squidward Fallen Artist Theory. Squidward Tentacles lives between SpongeBob and Patrick on Conch Street, works as a cashier at a fast food restaurant, and spends his free time playing clarinet badly and creating art that nobody appreciates. The show presents him as a delusional mediocrity, someone who believes himself talented while demonstrating consistent incompetence. His paintings are ugly. His music is painful. His attempts at sophistication fall flat in the face of Bikini Bottom's working-class indifference. The theory lurking beneath this comedic surface suggests that Squidward wasn't always like this. Something destroyed his artistic career before the series began, and the bitter cashier we know is what remains of someone who once had genuine talent and success. Squidward the Unfriendly Ghost opens with Squidward admiring a wax sculpture he created of himself. This sculpture demonstrates actual craftsmanship. The proportions are accurate. The detail is impressive. Squidward adjusts the eye placement with the precision of someone who understands sculptural technique. He declares that by creating this piece, he has conquered all artistic media, implying that he's achieved mastery across multiple disciplines: painting, sculpture, music, and presumably others. This isn't the language of a delusional amateur. This is the self-assessment of someone who has genuinely worked through different artistic forms and developed competence in each. The sculpture itself becomes central to the episode's plot when SpongeBob and Patrick accidentally destroy it. Squidward's reaction when he discovers the melted wax goes beyond simple frustration at property damage. His scream contains genuine horror. "Look what you've done to me," he shouts, conflating himself with his creation. The sculpture represented something essential about Squidward's identity, something he considered an immortalized version of himself. Its destruction triggers a response that reads as disproportionate unless the sculpture held deeper significance than surface appearances suggest. Squidward's home contains extensive evidence of a serious artistic practice. He owns multiple self-portraits in different styles. He has a dedicated space for creative work. He possesses the materials and tools of professional artistry. The sheer volume of self-focused artwork suggests either narcissism, the show's surface reading, or an extended period of artistic exploration, using himself as the most readily available subject. Professional artists frequently use self-portraiture to develop technique because the subject is always available and requires no payment. The expensive tastes Squidward displays throughout the series exceed what a Krusty Krab cashier salary could support. He appreciates fine art, classical music, and sophisticated culture. He owns a clarinet, which represents a significant investment. His home contains furniture and decorations that suggest middle-class or higher aesthetic sensibilities. Either Squidward has always lived beyond his means, or he accumulated these possessions during a more prosperous period of his life and now clings to them as reminders of what he once had. His job at the Krusty Krab represents the kind of employment that artists take when their primary career fails to provide stable income. Fast food work offers flexible hours, minimal creative investment, and steady, if small, paychecks. Many struggling artists work service jobs while pursuing their passion on the side. Squidward treats his cashier position with open contempt because it represents the gap between his aspirations and his reality. He's not lazy or ungrateful. He's someone who expected a different life and ended up here instead. The relationship between Squidward and SpongeBob takes on new dimensions through this lens. SpongeBob represents everything Squidward has lost: joy in simple work, enthusiasm for life, the ability to find meaning in everyday activities. SpongeBob's genuine talent at fry cooking torments Squidward because SpongeBob succeeds at something he cares about, while Squidward fails at everything he values. The resentment isn't about SpongeBob personally. It's about what SpongeBob's happiness highlights in Squidward's own misery. The clarinet performances tell their own story. Squidward practices constantly. He clearly knows music theory based on references throughout the series. His technique appears correct even when the sound is terrible. This suggests either that Squidward was never actually good at clarinet, or that something happened to his ability. The former explanation satisfies the show's comedic needs. The latter fits the fallen artist theory. Squidward once played beautifully, some event damaged his confidence or his technique, and now he can only produce painful noise despite retaining the mechanical knowledge of how to play. His physical reactions to criticism reveal deep wounds around his artistic identity. When anyone mocks his painting or his music, Squidward doesn't shrug it off as a hobby enthusiast might. He reacts with defensive anger, dejection, or elaborate justifications. These responses indicate that his artistic identity is core to his self-concept, that attacks on his art feel like attacks on his fundamental worth as a person. Someone who merely dabbles wouldn't internalize criticism so deeply. The episode's climax has SpongeBob and Patrick attempting to send Squidward to the great beyond by trapping him in a bubble and floating him to the surface. Squidward ends up suspended above the ocean, surrounded by seagulls, trapped in a bubble that distorts his attempts to communicate. Patrick says he's in a better place now. The irony is that Squidward is literally trapped between worlds, visible but unable to interact, present but isolated. This physical situation mirrors his psychological state. An artist suspended between the creative world he aspires to and the mundane world he's forced to inhabit. Whatever destroyed Squidward's career remains unspecified, but the show offers hints. He lives alone, suggesting relationships that didn't survive his decline. He chose to settle in Bikini Bottom rather than an artistic community, suggesting exile or escape. He never mentions galleries, patrons, or professional connections that a working artist would maintain. He's cut off from the creative ecosystem that supports artistic careers. Someone or something severed those connections, and Squidward has spent the years since trying to convince himself that he can still create meaningful art in complete isolation. The wax sculpture's destruction might have been devastating, specifically because it represented Squidward's attempt to prove he still had talent. He created something genuinely good, something that demonstrated the skill he feared he'd lost, and then watched it melt into unrecognizable goo because of forces beyond his control. The sculpture's fate mirrors what happened to his career, something he built carefully, something that represented his best self, destroyed by circumstances he couldn't prevent. SpongeBob and Patrick become stand-ins for whatever forces originally wrecked his artistic life, and his exploitation of them throughout the episode reads as displaced revenge against the universe that took everything from him. Let's slide into the next theory. The hash-slinging slasher reality theory. Squidward invents a scary story to frighten SpongeBob during the night shift. The hash-slinging slasher, he claims, was a clumsy fry cook who cut off his own hand, replaced it with a rusty spatula, got hit by a bus, and was fired at his own funeral. Now his ghost returns every Tuesday night to wreak horrible vengeance. Squidward immediately admits he made the whole thing up. The story is fake. The monster isn't real. SpongeBob can stop screaming. Then every single element of the story comes true. Graveyard Shift structures itself as a fake-out horror episode. Squidward invents specific supernatural warning signs. The lights will flicker on and off, the phone will ring with nobody there, and the hash-slinging slasher will arrive on the ghost of the bus that killed him. These details feel absurdly specific because Squidward is making them up on the spot, pulling horror movie cliches out of thin air to torment his coworker. The joke is supposed to be that nothing will happen because none of it is real. The lights flicker on and off. Squidward initially assumes SpongeBob is pranking him back, but SpongeBob is on the ceiling cleaning with suction cups. Neither of them is touching the light switch. Squidward rationalizes. It must be the stupid faulty wiring in here. This place isn't built to run 24 hours a day. This explanation satisfies him momentarily, though it requires believing that the Krusty Krab's electrical system chose this exact moment to malfunction in the exact way Squidward's made-up story predicted. The phone rings with nobody there. Squidward answers, says hello repeatedly, and receives only silence. SpongeBob assumes Squidward is continuing the prank. Squidward insists he's not doing this. The second sign of the hash-slinging slasher's approach has manifested exactly as the invented legend described. Two coincidences now stack on top of each other. A bus arrives at 3 in the morning. Buses don't run this late. SpongeBob notes this casually. Squidward confirms it with growing terror. The bus drops off a shadowy figure across the street, someone holding what appears to be a spatula. The figure crosses toward the Krusty Krab. Squidward's fictional story included the detail that the slasher crosses the street without looking both ways because he's already dead. The figure approaches without checking for traffic, the tapping on the window with the spatula hand, the door opening, the slow approach to the counter. Every beat of Squidward's improvised horror story plays out in sequence. SpongeBob and Squidward huddle together in genuine terror, convinced they're about to die. Squidward confesses that he's always sort of liked SpongeBob. SpongeBob confesses that he used Squidward's clarinet to unclog his toilet. These are deathbed admissions from characters who believe their lives are ending. The rational explanation arrives when the figure steps into the light. He's a nervous green fish named Richard, who wanted to apply for a job. He brought his own spatula, explaining the silhouette. He called earlier but hung up because he was nervous, explaining the phone call with nobody there. The bus was just a late-night route. The monster wasn't real. Everyone laughs with relief. Except the lights. Richard explicitly says he was the one on the phone and on the bus. He does not and cannot explain the lights. SpongeBob, Squidward, and Richard all turn to look at the light switch, and the camera reveals Nosferatu, the actual vampire from the 1922 silent film, standing at a comically oversized electrical switch, flickering the lights with malicious glee. The three characters say Nosferatu, in unison with a playfully scolding tone, as if they're catching a mischievous friend in the act. Nosferatu smiles. The lights go out. The episode ends. The show presents this as a comedic punchline, a random absurdist gag that deflates the horror tension. Nosferatu exists in this world. He was at the Krusty Krab during the night shift. He was deliberately flickering the lights to match the timing of Squidward's invented story. The rational explanation that resolves the episode actually confirms that something supernatural was happening the entire time. The theory takes this revelation and runs backward through the episode's logic. Nosferatu is a vampire. Vampires in most mythologies have powers that extend beyond light manipulation. If Nosferatu exists in the SpongeBob universe and was present at the Krusty Krab that night, his involvement might extend further than just the lights. He could have influenced the phone call. He could have summoned or redirected the bus. He could have drawn Richard to the restaurant at that specific moment. Nosferatu might have orchestrated the entire evening to match Squidward's story for his own entertainment. The alternative interpretation is even darker. Squidward didn't invent the hash-slinging slasher story. He channeled it. Something about that night, something about the circumstances of the 24-hour shift, opened Squidward to receive information about a legend that was already true. The hash-slinging slasher existed. The story had been circulating through Bikini Bottom's collective unconscious. Squidward accessed it without realizing he was describing real events rather than creating fiction. Richard's convenient explanations might themselves be suspicious. He claims he called and hung up nervously, but how would calling a restaurant and hanging up help with job application anxiety? He claims he took the bus, but admits that buses don't normally run at 3 a.m. His spatula, which he brought himself, creates the exact silhouette that Squidward's story predicted. Richard might be exactly what he claims to be. He might also be the hash-slinging slasher in a form designed to avoid detection. The episode's comedic framing lets it have things both ways. Richard provides explanations. Nosferatu provides the unexplained. The audience is meant to laugh and move on. The theory suggests that the laughter is a defense mechanism against recognizing what actually happened. Squidward accurately predicted a supernatural sequence of events. Something genuinely paranormal caused at least one of the warning signs. And the hash-slinging slasher legend might be based on actual history that the Krusty Krab has carefully suppressed. The final shot of Nosferatu smiling in the darkness carries implications the show never explores. A vampire has taken an interest in the Krusty Krab. He enjoys frightening its employees. He was watching the entire night, waiting for the perfect moment to reveal himself. He'll presumably be back. The Krusty Krab's 24-hour shift policy opened the restaurant to forces that daylight had previously kept at bay. Mr. Krabs' greed for late-night profits invited something into his establishment that won't be easily dismissed. Alright, next theory time. And if you're enjoying the video so far, subscribe to our channel for more videos like these. The Mrs. Puff Identity Change Theory. Mrs. Puff teaches boating school in Bikini Bottom. She's been SpongeBob's instructor for what appears to be years, possibly decades, failing him repeatedly while maintaining her professional composure through increasingly absurd driving disasters. The show presents her as a long-suffering educator trapped in an endless cycle of crashes, explosions, and paperwork. The theory circulating through the fanbase suggests something far darker. Mrs. Puff isn't her real name, this isn't her first boating school, and she's hiding from something in her past that forced her to create a new identity. No Free Rides contains a single line that rewrites everything we think we know about this character. After Mrs. Puff realizes she illegally passed SpongeBob and he now owns a boat capable of causing mass destruction, she spirals into panic. Her internal monologue plays out. Everyone will know that I let him slide through school. I'll have to move to a new city, start a new boating school with a new name. No, not again. Not again. Mrs. Puff has done this before. She has moved to a new city, she has started a new boating school, she has assumed a new name. This wasn't a hypothetical she was considering for the first time. This was a familiar escape pattern she recognized immediately because she's executed it before. The not again carries the weight of someone who has already run from something, already rebuilt her life from scratch, and dreads having to do it once more. The episode never explains what she was running from originally. The surface reading suggests she's fled previous boating school failures, perhaps other students as catastrophically untrainable as SpongeBob. The darker reading suggests the original flight had nothing to do with boating school at all. Mrs. Puff arrived in Bikini Bottom already in hiding, already operating under an assumed identity, and established her teaching career as cover for a person who needed to disappear. Her title raises questions that the show never addresses. She's Mrs. Puff, implying a marriage, but no Mr. Puff appears in any episode. Other characters mention him occasionally, suggesting he existed at some point, but his current status remains ambiguous. The theory proposes that Mr. Puff's fate connects to whatever Mrs. Puff is running from. He might be dead. He might have been the target of whatever pursued her. He might have been complicit in whatever she did, taking the fall while she escaped. The wedding ring she doesn't wear might be buried in the same past she's trying to forget. Mrs. Puff's anxiety response to danger goes beyond normal teacher stress. When SpongeBob crashes, she inflates involuntarily, a defense mechanism that suggests her body has been conditioned to expect physical threats. Her inflation serves as comedic punctuation throughout the series, but physiological responses this dramatic typically develop through repeated trauma. Someone taught Mrs. Puff's body to protect itself through expansion and defensive posturing. That teaching happened before SpongeBob ever sat behind a wheel. The car chase sequence in No Free Rides reveals combat capabilities that no ordinary driving instructor should possess. Mrs. Puff steals SpongeBob's boat with professional efficiency, navigating the ignition process with practiced ease. When SpongeBob catches up and tries to stop her, she fights back with surprising aggression, kicking him out of the vehicle and engaging in physical combat. The final brawl, as they plummet off a cliff, looks less like a teacher defending herself and more like someone with actual combat training neutralizing a threat. Mrs. Puff knows how to fight. She knows how to steal vehicles. These aren't skills acquired through educator certification programs. Her willingness to commit crimes to solve the SpongeBob problem demonstrates a moral flexibility inconsistent with her public persona. Mrs. Puff steals the boat, under cover of darkness, wearing a ski mask, using skills she apparently practiced before. I hope I still remember how to do this. The balloon giraffe she creates while preparing for the theft suggests either nervous energy or a habitual ritual she performs before operations. Either way, she's done this kind of thing before. Stealing vehicles at night while disguised isn't amateur behavior. The police involvement at the episode's end results in Mrs. Puff going to jail, which she accepts with resignation rather than panic. Someone truly hiding from their past would fear police databases, fingerprinting, and the exposure that incarceration brings. Mrs. Puff either has fake identification solid enough to survive scrutiny, or she's calculated that a short jail stint is preferable to whatever would happen if she ran again. The alternative, starting over in another city with another name, frightens her more than prison. What could possibly be worse than jail that makes staying put the better option? The not again also implies that her current identity in Bikini Bottom represents at least her second life, possibly her third or fourth. Each iteration of Mrs. Puff would have required building a new teaching career from scratch, establishing credentials, earning community trust, and maintaining the performance of normalcy while knowing that her past could catch up at any moment. The exhaustion she displays is about the cumulative weight of living as someone else for years, maybe decades, without ever being able to relax her guard completely. The theory connects to other episodes where Mrs. Puff's past surfaces in suspicious ways. She's mentioned having a husband who was used as a lamp in some retellings, a fate so bizarre and specific that it sounds like either a trauma response or a practiced cover story designed to shut down questions. She exhibits signs of PTSD that the show plays for laughs, but which paint a darker picture when assembled together. She has nightmares about SpongeBob driving, but those nightmares might be layered over older nightmares about whatever she originally fled. Mrs. Puff teaches boating school because it's the most portable career she could establish. Driving instruction requires minimal, permanent infrastructure, can be shut down quickly, and provides a reason to always have access to vehicles for rapid escape. Her profession isn't random, it's strategic. She chose a job that would let her run again if necessary, and the fact that she's still in Bikini Bottom despite SpongeBob's destruction suggests that whatever she's hiding from hasn't found her yet. She's enduring the torture of teaching him because the alternative, abandoning her current identity, would put her back on the run from something she fears more than any car crash SpongeBob could cause. Let's get into the next theory. The Patrick regeneration theory. Patrick Star survives things that should kill him. He gets crushed by rocks, dried out by sun exposure, torn apart by machinery, and subjected to violence that would destroy any normal sea creature. The show plays this as cartoon invincibility, the same rubber band physics that lets characters fall from great heights and walk away unharmed. The theory lurking beneath the surface draws on actual starfish biology to explain Patrick's impossible durability. He regenerates. Every time Patrick dies, his body reconstructs itself from whatever remains, and the process costs him memories, personality, coherence, and cognitive function. I Had an Accident demonstrates Patrick's relationship with physical destruction in its opening minutes. Patrick plays a video game where his avatar crashes into a mountain and the word dead flashes on screen. Seconds later, real Patrick hits a rock and bashes his body in pieces on Sand Mountain, just like on his video game. His body shatters. He's shown in pieces. The scene transitions and Patrick appears whole again, eating yellow sand off a plate as if nothing happened. The episode doesn't explain how Patrick reassembled. It doesn't need to. Patrick always reassembles. Real starfish possess remarkable regenerative capabilities. A starfish can lose an arm and grow it back. Some species can regenerate their entire body from a single severed limb. The central disc contains enough biological information to reconstruct the whole organism given sufficient time and resources. This regeneration comes with costs in the natural world. It requires energy, takes time, and the regrown portions don't always function identically to the originals. Patrick's cartoon regeneration operates on the same principles, accelerated to comedic speed but following similar biological logic. Patrick's intelligence fluctuates wildly between episodes and sometimes within the same episode. He'll demonstrate surprising insight in one scene and forget basic information in the next. Fans have attributed this to lazy writing, character inconsistency, or deliberate comedic randomness. The regeneration theory offers a biological explanation. Each time Patrick's body reconstructs itself, the neural tissue doesn't reform perfectly. Memories get lost. Cognitive pathways that existed before the trauma fail to reconnect. Patrick's stupidity is actually brain damage accumulated across hundreds of deaths and regenerations. The episode shows SpongeBob's butt getting destroyed in a sandboarding accident. The doctor explains it took 20 hours to reassemble, they ran out of staples and had to use glue, and SpongeBob is lucky luck boy to have survived. SpongeBob's injury required medical intervention, specialized equipment, and professional care. Patrick's identical injury, shattering against a mountain, required nothing. Patrick just reformed on his own, off-screen, without comment. The contrast highlights how differently their bodies handle catastrophic damage. Patrick's memory problems extend beyond general intelligence into specific recall failures. He frequently forgets conversations that happened moments ago. He loses track of what he's doing mid-activity. He can't remember basic facts about his life, his friends, or his own preferences. These symptoms align with what you'd expect from someone whose brain has been destroyed and regrown multiple times. Each regeneration cycle preserves enough information to maintain basic personality and relationships, but loses the fine details that make someone feel continuous with their past self. The I Had an Accident gorilla sequence puts Patrick through another round of extreme physical trauma. The gorilla stuffs Patrick and Sandy into a bag and beats them repeatedly, using chairs, bouncing them like a ball, and subjecting them to extended violence. Patrick emerges from this assault apparently unharmed, ready to question why there's a gorilla underwater. His body absorbed damage that should have been fatal and processed it without lasting visible effect. The episode ends before we see whether Patrick suffered any memory loss from this particular incident. The theory explains why Patrick sometimes seems smarter in earlier seasons than later ones. Early Patrick displays occasional cleverness, problem-solving ability, and emotional intelligence that later Patrick lacks entirely. If each episode represents potential regeneration events, given how often Patrick experiences physical trauma, the cumulative damage would produce exactly this pattern. Gradual cognitive decline as more and more neural tissue fails to regenerate correctly. Patrick isn't getting stupider because the writers ran out of ideas. Patrick is getting stupider because his brain keeps dying and coming back wrong. Patrick's emotional volatility fits this framework as well. He swings between happiness and rage, affection and cruelty, with little apparent cause. Emotional regulation requires intact neural pathways and consistent brain chemistry. Someone whose neurological architecture keeps getting scrambled would display exactly the kind of unpredictable mood shifts Patrick exhibits. His famous, "Is mayonnaise an instrument?" question isn't random stupidity. It's a brain desperately trying to make connections with damaged hardware. The regeneration theory also explains Patrick's apparent lack of concern about his own safety. He doesn't fear death because death isn't permanent for him. He's experienced it, processed it, and woken up afterward enough times that mortality holds no terror. SpongeBob's terror about going outside makes perfect sense for someone who could permanently die from an accident. Patrick's casual attitude toward danger makes perfect sense for someone who knows he'll reform no matter what happens. SpongeBob explicitly demonstrates regeneration in this episode when he regrows his arms multiple times after pulling them off. "You mean like this, or like this, or this?" Squidward's response, "Except he wasn't a sponge," establishes that regeneration is a species-specific trait. SpongeBob and Patrick both belong to species with regenerative capabilities. The show acknowledges this for SpongeBob directly, but leaves Patrick's version implicit. The ending of the episode features the gorilla ripping SpongeBob in half, producing two talking SpongeBob halves that continue the conversation separately. SpongeBob's consciousness survives bisection because sponge biology allows for this kind of division. Patrick, as a starfish, would have similar capabilities. The episode demonstrates that the characters in this universe can survive division and maintain awareness through processes that would kill normal organisms. Patrick's entire existence might be a continuous series of deaths and rebirths that he's stopped noticing because it happens so frequently. Patrick Star isn't stupid. Patrick Star is brain damaged, repeatedly, by a regeneration process that saves his life at the cost of his cognitive function. Every time he dies and reforms, he loses a little more of whoever he used to be. The Patrick we see in any given episode is the latest version, rebuilt from whatever remained after the previous trauma, carrying fragments of memories and personality traits that don't quite fit together anymore. His cheerful obliviousness isn't a character flaw. It's a survival mechanism for someone who has died more times than he can remember, which, given the memory loss, might be a very low number indeed. Moving right into the next theory, the Krusty Krab lobster trap theory. The Krusty Krab is shaped like a lobster trap. This architectural detail sits in plain sight throughout every episode, so normalized by repetition that viewers stop noticing it. The building has the distinctive barrel shape, the conical entrance structure, and the slatted sides of a traditional lobster trap scaled up to commercial building size. The show never explains why a restaurant would be built in this shape. The theory circulating through the fanbase offers a disturbing answer. The Krusty Krab was literally a lobster trap before Mr. Krabs converted it into a restaurant, and its original purpose involved capturing something far more dangerous than ordinary crustaceans. Krusty Krab training video provides the most detailed origin story for the restaurant available in canon. The narrator explains that after the war, Krabs stayed secluded in a deep depression that seemed endless. But then his luck changed when he acquired a bankrupt retirement home, and with a few minor alterations, the Krusty Krab was born. The scene shows Mr. Krabs painting a giant K over the Rusty Krab sign, with elderly fish playing shuffleboard outside. The official story claims Mr. Krabs converted a retirement home. The building's shape contradicts this explanation entirely. Retirement homes accommodate elderly residents who need accessible spaces, comfortable rooms, and practical layouts. Lobster traps are designed to lure creatures inside through a narrow entrance and prevent them from escaping. The Krusty Krab's architecture matches the trap, not the retirement home. Either Mr. Krabs converted a retirement home that was already shaped like a lobster trap, raising the question of why anyone would build such a facility, or the retirement home story is a cover for the building's actual history. The name Rusty Krab on the original sign suggests the structure existed before Mr. Krabs acquired it. Rust implies metal construction exposed to seawater over time. Lobster traps are traditionally made of metal wire or wooden slats designed to withstand ocean conditions. A giant metal trap sitting on the ocean floor would absolutely develop rust over years of disuse. Mr. Krabs didn't build the Krusty Krab. He found it, recognized its potential, and repurposed it. The question becomes, what was the trap originally designed to catch? Standard lobster traps capture lobsters and crabs, creatures small enough to fit through the entrance funnel. The Krusty Krab's entrance accommodates full-sized fish walking upright. Whatever this trap was built for, it was meant to capture creatures approximately human-sized or larger. The scale suggests either giant crustaceans that no longer exist in Bikini Bottom, or something else entirely that required containment. Mr. Krabs is a crab. He bought a building shaped like a device designed to trap crabs and lobsters. This choice seems counterintuitive, unless Mr. Krabs has specific knowledge about what the trap was for and why it's no longer dangerous. He might have purchased the structure specifically because he understood its history and wanted to control that narrative. A trap converted into a restaurant becomes normalized, its original purpose forgotten. Mr. Krabs literally sits inside a giant version of a device meant to capture his own species, serving food to the public, as if nothing about this situation is strange. The retirement home cover story takes on sinister implications when examined closely. Retirement homes house elderly individuals who are approaching the end of their lives, people who enter and don't leave. A lobster trap operates on the same principle. Creatures enter easily but cannot exit. If the building functioned as a retirement home while retaining its trap architecture, the facility might have been designed to contain elderly residents rather than care for them. Mr. Krabs acquired a structure with a history of keeping living beings inside against their will. The interior layout supports the trap interpretation. The Krusty Krab has a single main entrance that all customers pass through. The kitchen is positioned in the back, separated from the dining area. Emergency exits are never shown or referenced. The building funnels visitors inward through a narrow point and provides limited options for departure. These design elements make perfect sense for a trap and terrible sense for a commercial restaurant that should prioritize customer flow and fire safety. Mr. Krabs' military background after the war connects to potential explanations for the trap's original purpose. Military operations might have required containment facilities for captured enemies, dangerous specimens, or experimental subjects. A trap large enough to hold humanoid creatures would serve military purposes that civilian retirement homes wouldn't require. Mr. Krabs' deep depression after the war might have been guilt over what the trap was used for, and his conversion of the building into a restaurant might represent an attempt to transform something used for harm into something that serves the community. The training video's narrator describes the Krabby Patty as the lost gold of Atlantis and emphasizes protecting it from thieves. This framing positions the restaurant as a vault protecting treasure. The trap architecture suddenly makes more sense. The Krusty Krab wasn't designed to keep customers in, it was designed to keep something else out. The building might have originally protected whatever was stored inside from external threats. Mr. Krabs converted a defensive structure into a business, using its inherent security features to protect his secret formula. Plankton's inability to successfully steal the formula despite hundreds of attempts might be partially explained by the building's trap architecture. The Krusty Krab was designed by someone who understood how to prevent unauthorized entry and exit. The same features that made it effective as a trap make it effective as a secure facility. Plankton keeps failing because he's trying to breach a structure specifically engineered to contain and control access. The theory suggests that somewhere in Bikini Bottom's history, something existed that required a trap this large to contain. That something might be extinct now, driven away, or still present in some form that residents have learned to ignore. Mr. Krabs knows what the trap was for. His decision to live and work inside it every day might be the act of a man keeping watch over something, maintaining a vigil that the rest of Bikini Bottom has forgotten is necessary. The Krusty Krab serves Krabby Patties on the surface. Underneath that cheerful facade, it remains what it always was, a trap, waiting for something to trigger its original purpose. Let's dive into the next theory. The Sandy Exile Theory. Sandy Cheeks lives at the bottom of the ocean in a sealed dome that requires specialized equipment to maintain breathable air. She's a land mammal surrounded by water, isolated from her own species, separated from her home state by an environment that would kill her instantly if her protective systems failed. The show presents this as a research assignment, a scientific posting that Sandy chose to pursue. The theory that has circulated through the fanbase suggests something darker. Sandy didn't choose Bikini Bottom. Texas sent her there as punishment, and her research mission is actually a form of exile that she's serving whether she wants to or not. Texas reveals the depth of Sandy's homesickness in ways that go beyond normal career relocation adjustments. She builds a sand sculpture of Texas and calls it nothing but a memory now. She refuses to participate in activities she normally enjoys. She composes an entire song about wanting to go home, a song so emotionally devastating that it makes Mr. Krabs cry, causes customers at the Krusty Krab to beg for it to stop, and reduces SpongeBob and Patrick to sobbing wrecks. This isn't someone who misses their hometown after voluntarily moving away for work. This is someone experiencing the grief of forced separation. The song's lyrics paint a picture of complete displacement. Sandy describes Texas as the prettiest place in the world and declares she'll always be a Texas girl. She misses 20 acres, barbecues, and pecan pies. She states directly, "I want to go home." These aren't the sentiments of someone on a temporary research posting who can return whenever she wants. These are the words of someone who believes she cannot go back, someone mourning a life she's been permanently removed from. Sandy's living situation in Bikini Bottom requires extraordinary resources to maintain. Her tree dome contains an entire ecosystem, a tree, grass, flowers, and breathable air. The technology needed to sustain this environment underwater would cost more than any individual researcher could afford. Someone is funding Sandy's dome, paying for the equipment, the air supply, and the ongoing maintenance. If Sandy were a voluntary researcher, she would work for an organization that provided these resources. If she were in exile, the same resources would be provided as part of her sentence, ensuring she survives her punishment without being able to escape it. The protective dome itself functions as a prison. Sandy can leave her dome, but only while wearing a suit that constantly reminds her she doesn't belong in this environment. Every breath she takes outside her home comes from a tank with limited capacity. She can never fully integrate into Bikini Bottom society because her biological needs prevent casual participation in underwater life. The dome keeps her alive while simultaneously confining her to a single location. She's not being tortured, but she's definitely being contained. Sandy's aggressive reaction to insults about Texas reveals how central her identity remains despite her displacement. When SpongeBob and Patrick mock Texas to get her attention, she transforms from a homesick scientist into something much more dangerous. She crashes through solid rock. She creates what appears to be a nuclear explosion when catching Patrick. She karate chops SpongeBob in half. She threatens to be on you like Ugly on an ape. This level of defensive rage suggests that Texas is the core of who she is, and her separation from it constitutes an attack on her fundamental sense of self. The show never explains why Sandy, specifically, was chosen for underwater research. Texas has no obvious connection to marine science. Sandy's skills involve karate, rodeo, and general scientific tinkering, none of which require an underwater laboratory. If Texas wanted to study ocean life, they could send actual marine biologists. Instead, they sent a squirrel with no particular aquatic expertise to live alone at the bottom of the sea. This makes sense as punishment. Remove the problematic individual to an environment where they can't cause trouble, frame it as an honor to save face, and provide enough support to keep them alive indefinitely. The bosses, Sandy occasionally mentions, remain faceless and unnamed throughout the series. She references having to report to someone, having obligations to fulfill, and needing to justify her continued presence in Bikini Bottom. These references suggest oversight without providing any details about who's watching or what they want. Legitimate research positions come with named supervisors, institutional affiliations, and clear reporting structures. Sandy's arrangement has the vagueness of something designed to be unexaminable, a cover story that holds up only as long as no one asks too many questions. Sandy's decision to stay at the end of Texas comes with notable qualifications. She realizes that home is where you're surrounded by critters that care about ya, and declares she's staying. This sounds like personal growth, but it also sounds like making peace with a situation she cannot change. Sandy doesn't say she's choosing to stay instead of returning to Texas. She says she's staying because she's found something meaningful where she already is. The distinction matters. She's not rejecting Texas, she's accepting Bikini Bottom as a substitute for something she can't have. The theory connects to Sandy's occasional references to past incidents that the show never fully explains. She has skills that suggest military or covert operations training. She demonstrates knowledge of demolitions, combat techniques, and survival strategies that exceed normal civilian experience. Whatever Sandy did before Bikini Bottom involved activities that would make exile a plausible consequence. Texas might have sent her away to prevent her from causing further problems, to remove her from situations she kept escalating, or to protect others from whatever made her dangerous in the first place. Sandy Cheeks is serving a sentence disguised as a research mission. Her dome is a prison with life support. Her isolation from her own species is the punishment. Her homesickness is the constant reminder of what she lost. The only way she survives emotionally is by building relationships with creatures who will never fully understand what she's going through, creatures who breathe water and live freely in an environment that would kill her instantly. Sandy's cheerful adaptation to Bikini Bottom isn't resilience. It's the coping mechanism of someone who has accepted that she's never going home, no matter how much she wants to. Here we go. Next theory. The Plankton Victory Reset Theory. Plankton has failed to steal the Krabby Patty formula thousands of times across the series. His schemes range from elaborate technological assaults to pathetic disguises that fool absolutely no one. Each attempt ends in humiliation, defeat, and often physical pain. Any rational being would have abandoned this obsession decades ago. The repeated failures should have broken him. Instead, Plankton maintains an unwavering confidence that his next plan will succeed, a certainty that defies all available evidence. The theory suggests an explanation. Plankton has already won once. The events of the SpongeBob SquarePants movie represent a timeline where Plan Z succeeded completely, and something reset reality to before his victory. Plankton's irrational confidence stems from subconscious memory of having actually achieved his goal. The SpongeBob SquarePants movie shows Plankton executing his most successful scheme ever. He steals King Neptune's crown and frames Mr. Krabs for the theft. Neptune freezes Krabs and threatens execution. While SpongeBob and Patrick embark on a seemingly doomed quest to Shell City, Plankton walks into the Krusty Krab, takes the secret formula directly from the safe, and begins selling Krabby Patties at the Chum bucket. He distributes free bucket helmets with every purchase. Once enough citizens wear the helmets, he activates their mind control function and enslaves the entire population of Bikini Bottom. Every resident becomes a drone chanting, "All hail Plankton." He forces them to build monuments to his glory. He even captures King Neptune himself with a helmet, giving Plankton control over the most powerful being in the ocean. For a significant period of time within the movie's narrative, Plankton has won completely. He possesses the formula, he controls the population, he commands a god, Bikini Bottom has been renamed Planktopolis. His slaves construct statues in his image. Karen sits beside him as he rules from a throne. This isn't a near victory or a temporary advantage. This is total, absolute triumph. Plankton experiences the full reality of having achieved everything he ever wanted. The victory unravels through a sequence of events so improbable they border on miraculous. SpongeBob and Patrick survive the journey to Shell City despite having no resources, no vehicle, and no apparent survival skills. They are captured by the Cyclops and literally die under a heat lamp, only to be resurrected by their own tears activating a sprinkler system. They somehow encounter David Hasselhoff, who launches them back to Bikini Bottom from his chest. SpongeBob defeats the mind control helmets by playing an electric guitar so righteously that the helmets cannot handle this level of rock and roll. The probability of this sequence occurring approaches 0. The movie's ending feels less like a natural resolution and more like a cosmic correction. Reality itself seems to reject Plankton's victory. Every impossible coincidence aligns perfectly to undo what he accomplished. The universe conspires to restore the status quo with such precision that it suggests intervention rather than chance. SpongeBob doesn't outsmart Plankton or overcome him through superior planning. He defeats enslaved Neptune and an army of mind-controlled citizens through the power of a song about being a goofy goober. This isn't narrative logic. This is reality being overwritten. After the movie, Plankton returns to his pattern of constant failure. He continues scheming, continues being defeated, continues suffering humiliation. The show proceeds as if the movie never happened. Bikini Bottom shows no memory of having been enslaved. No one references the time Plankton controlled their minds. Neptune doesn't mention almost executing an innocent crab. The complete absence of consequences suggests the events were somehow erased from the timeline, leaving only the faintest traces in the subconscious minds of those who experienced them. Plankton's confidence throughout the series makes no sense without hidden knowledge. He has failed at the same goal for over 2 decades of continuous effort. His plans are often absurd. His disguises are transparent. His technology frequently malfunctions. Mr. Krabs defeats him repeatedly with minimal effort. SpongeBob thwarts him almost accidentally. By any reasonable measure, Plankton should have concluded long ago that stealing the formula is impossible and found some other purpose for his life. Instead, he maintains absolute certainty that victory is achievable and imminent. This certainty suggests memory of having already succeeded. Plankton doesn't believe he can win because he's delusional. He believes he can win because somewhere in his subconscious, he knows he already did. The taste of victory lingers, even if the conscious memory has been erased. His body remembers sitting on the throne. His mind retains the shadow of commanding Neptune. His soul recalls the satisfaction of finally holding the formula. These phantom memories drive his continued obsession when logic would demand surrender. Karen's behavior throughout the series supports this interpretation. She frequently expresses skepticism about Plankton's chances while simultaneously helping him plan. She points out flaws in his schemes while never suggesting he give up entirely. This pattern makes sense if Karen also carries subconscious memory of Plan Z's success. She knows they can win because she experienced it. She also knows something went wrong, something undid their victory, something they need to avoid repeating. Her caution reflects awareness that triumph once achieved can be mysteriously reversed. The movie explicitly positions itself as a culmination, an ending to SpongeBob's journey that sees him achieve his dream of becoming manager. Creator Steven Hillenburg intended the movie as a finale to the series. When the show continued afterward, it effectively reset the narrative to before the movie's events. SpongeBob remains a fry cook. The Krusty Krab 2 doesn't exist. Mr. Krabs never experienced near execution. The movie exists in a timeline that the show's continuation has overwritten. If the protagonist's victory was reset, then Plankton's defeat was also reset, meaning his victory was real before reality corrected itself. Plankton's reaction to failures throughout the show contains subtle hints of déjà vu. He sometimes seems surprised by defeats that should be entirely predictable. He expresses shock when simple plans fail despite having experienced identical failures hundreds of times. He acts as though success should be the default outcome, as though something keeps going wrong that shouldn't be going wrong. This makes sense if his baseline expectation was set by a timeline where he won. Every failure feels like an aberration because his subconscious insists that he should be ruling Planktopolis right now. The theory explains why Plankton never evolves his approach despite constant failure. He continues using the same general strategies because he knows one of them worked. He's not failing to learn from his mistakes. He's trying to recreate success he actually achieved. Plan Z succeeded. Something external reversed the outcome. Plankton needs to figure out how to win in a way that sticks. In a way that whatever force reset reality cannot undo. His apparent insanity is actually a rational response to having experienced timeline manipulation. Sheldon J. Plankton remembers victory at a level below conscious awareness. He tasted absolute power and had it taken from him by forces beyond his comprehension. His relentless scheming isn't the desperation of someone who can't accept defeat. It's the determination of someone who knows success is possible because he already lived it. Somewhere in the multiverse, Planktopolis still stands. Somewhere, the slaves still chant. Somewhere, Plankton won and reality didn't fight back. He just needs to find his way back to that timeline, to recreate the sequence of events that gave him everything he ever wanted. The formula is his. He just has to figure out how to keep it. On to the next theory we go. And don't forget to subscribe to our channel, the Tattletale Strangler Contract Theory. The Tattletale Strangler has a simple operating principle. He strangles people who report him to authorities. This creates a cycle of violence that should logically result in his eventual capture, since every crime generates a witness who then becomes a victim, which generates more witnesses. The Strangler's continued freedom suggests he's either supernaturally good at avoiding detection, or that his reputation serves a purpose beyond personal revenge. SpongeBob meets the Strangler presents what appears to be a straightforward scenario. SpongeBob reports the Strangler for littering, the Strangler escapes custody to seek revenge. The theory circulating through fan discussions proposes something darker. The littering was staged, SpongeBob witnessed something he shouldn't have, and the Strangler was hired to eliminate him before he could talk. The episode opens with SpongeBob on early morning litter patrol, a duty he takes with religious seriousness. He describes himself as hoping Neptune will shine brightly on my harvest. This isn't casual cleanup. This is ritualistic behavior, a patrol route that SpongeBob follows with precision timing. Someone who wanted to know exactly where SpongeBob would be at a specific time could easily predict his location. The Strangler sits in a car throwing trash onto the ground directly in front of SpongeBob, piece after piece, until SpongeBob approaches the vehicle. This isn't careless littering. This is bait. The trash falls in an escalating pattern designed to draw SpongeBob closer. First a candy wrapper, then more debris. Then a continuous stream that SpongeBob describes as an epidemic. Finally, a piece of litter attached to a parachute, which is absurd enough to demand investigation. The Strangler isn't casually disposing of garbage. He's creating a trail that leads directly to his car window, ensuring SpongeBob will confront him and create the justification for what comes next. The Strangler needs SpongeBob to report him. That's the entire point. When SpongeBob approaches the car to cite the littering violation, the Strangler responds with mockery. "What are you gonna do, call the police?" This is not the behavior of someone who fears law enforcement. This is someone who knows exactly what will happen next and has planned for it. The police arrive immediately, as if they were already nearby waiting for the call. They begin handcuffing the Strangler in a bizarrely elaborate fashion, walking past him in single file to continue adding restraints. The arrest itself feels performative, a show designed to establish SpongeBob as the tattletale who triggered it. The Strangler's escape from police custody happens with suspicious ease. Officer Nancy says, "Oops, not again," when she notices he's gone, suggesting this is a regular occurrence. Officer Johnson confirms, "Yup, he got away with no apparent concern." They leave SpongeBob standing alone after calling him Tattletale, establishing his identity for anyone who might be watching. If the goal was to mark SpongeBob as the Strangler's next target, the police couldn't have done a better job. If the goal was to actually keep a dangerous criminal contained, they failed completely. The disparity suggests their priorities weren't aligned with public safety. The theory proposes that SpongeBob saw something during his litter patrol that he didn't consciously register as significant. His route takes him through the Krusty Krab parking lot, an area adjacent to multiple businesses and potentially visible to activities occurring before normal operating hours. The Strangler's presence in that specific location at that specific time may not have been about littering at all. He may have been disposing of evidence, conducting surveillance, or meeting with someone who couldn't afford to be seen. SpongeBob's approach interrupted something, and now SpongeBob needs to be silenced. The Strangler's subsequent behavior supports this interpretation. He doesn't simply attack SpongeBob when he has the opportunity. He poses as a bodyguard and insists on getting SpongeBob alone inside his house with all the lights off. He wants a nice, quiet, secluded location where no one can hear you being strangled. This is professional elimination methodology, not personal revenge. A criminal motivated purely by anger would attack immediately. A hired killer would ensure there are no witnesses and no evidence. The Strangler's patience suggests he's operating under professional standards. SpongeBob's obliviousness throughout the episode takes on new significance in this context. He doesn't recognize the Strangler despite having seen his face during the arrest. He doesn't notice the fake mustache or the receipt from Phony Baloney Mustache Emporium. He doesn't register any of the Strangler's verbal slips about strangling, choking, and crushing windpipes. This level of unawareness extends beyond comedy. SpongeBob genuinely cannot process threats, which means he also couldn't process whatever he witnessed that made him a target. He saw something incriminating and has no idea what it was. The parties that interrupt the Strangler's attempts suggest SpongeBob has protections he doesn't understand. His friends arrive for a surprise celebration of his 100% on-time work record, then return for a birthday party based on invitations SpongeBob supposedly sent. SpongeBob seems confused about both events, asking, "How'd you guys know?" These gatherings feel less like coincidence and more like intervention. Someone is ensuring SpongeBob is never alone with the Strangler long enough for the job to be completed. Someone is sabotaging the hit. Patrick's role in the episode supports this interpretation. He appears at crucial moments to interrupt the Strangler's attempts. When the Strangler finally gets SpongeBob alone, Patrick emerges out of nowhere to delay the attack. The Strangler tries to remove Patrick by convincing SpongeBob that Patrick might be the Strangler, and Patrick immediately runs off to turn myself in. This draws the Strangler into screaming his true identity, which brings everyone back for another party. Patrick functions as protection SpongeBob didn't know he had, whether through luck, loyalty, or something more deliberate. The Strangler's ultimate fate reinforces the contract interpretation. He doesn't escape justice through his usual methods. He ends up in jail through a series of escalating disasters, each triggered by his own attempts to flee SpongeBob. He jumps from an airplane and lands directly in the police station jail. This isn't bad luck. This is narrative correction. The universe ensures the contract cannot be completed. The Strangler was hired to silence someone who couldn't be silenced, targeted someone protected by forces that don't need to reveal themselves. Mr. Krabs' reaction when SpongeBob shows him the Strangler's wanted poster suggests awareness of larger stakes. Krabs immediately retreats into his shell and tells SpongeBob to go away and take your death cloud with you. This isn't cowardice about a random criminal. This is someone who recognizes that SpongeBob has become involved in something dangerous, something Krabs doesn't want touching his business. Larry the Lobster, construction workers, and tough guys at a bar all react with similar terror. The Strangler is connected to something that terrifies people who should be difficult to intimidate. The theory connects to broader patterns in Bikini Bottom's underworld. The Krusty Krab sits at the center of a competitive restaurant industry where industrial espionage is constant and violence is implied. The Chum Bucket's owner has repeatedly attempted theft, sabotage, and mind control. Mr. Krabs has a murky past involving the Navy, piracy, and activities he never fully explains. SpongeBob works at the nexus of these conflicts, present for countless suspicious activities without ever understanding what he's seeing. He's the perfect accidental witness, always there, never comprehending, potentially devastating if he ever connected the dots. SpongeBob witnessed something that morning in the parking lot. Something worth hiring a professional killer to address. Something connected to operations that operate beneath Bikini Bottom's cheerful surface. The littering was a pretext. The arrest was theater. The escape was planned. The Strangler wasn't seeking personal revenge for being reported. He was completing a contract to eliminate a witness who didn't know what he knew. SpongeBob survived not through cleverness or combat ability, but through protections he doesn't understand, friends who arrived when needed, and a universe that apparently decided he wasn't allowed to die. The Strangler sits in jail now, his contract unfulfilled, waiting to explain to whoever hired him why the job couldn't be completed. SpongeBob continues his litter patrol, oblivious to the forces that tried to silence him and the forces that kept him alive. Let's keep it going with the next theory. The Bikini Bottom Time Loop Theory. SpongeBob SquarePants has celebrated multiple birthdays across the series. His friends have thrown him surprise parties, given him presents, and marked the occasion with varying degrees of enthusiasm depending on who's organizing. SpongeBob's big birthday blowout represents perhaps the most elaborate celebration yet, involving a surface world tour, celebrity cameos, and a massive surprise party that destroys his house. At the end of the episode, Patrick asks the most dangerous question possible in Bikini Bottom. By the way, SpongeBob, how old are you? SpongeBob begins to answer. Well, as of today, I am, and the screen cuts to static. The show refuses to let him complete the sentence. The theory that has emerged from this moment suggests Bikini Bottom exists in a temporal loop where no one ages because time itself resets, and certain characters experience this repetition with varying degrees of awareness. The episode provides multiple pieces of evidence for cyclical time. SpongeBob wakes up and immediately knows it's his birthday, despite claiming he never pays attention to those sorts of things. His alarm clock announces it. Gary has prepared a present. Streamers and confetti explode from his bed. The day arrives with the inevitability of a programmed event rather than the surprise of an organic occurrence. SpongeBob has celebrated this exact birthday before. He will celebrate it again. The loop ensures that certain days happen on schedule regardless of what came before or after. Patrick's behavior throughout the episode demonstrates the cognitive effects of temporal repetition. Sandy spends all night explaining a simple plan to him, and he cannot retain the information. His brain literally catches fire from the strain of holding two concepts simultaneously. Yet when his alarm goes off, Patrick suddenly knows exactly what he's supposed to do. Oh, would you look at the hour? It's almost time for me to take SpongeBob on that tour so you guys can decorate his house. The information exists in Patrick not because he learned it, but because this is what Patrick does on this day. His conscious mind can't process new information because his subconscious already contains the entire loop's worth of experiences. The Surface World Tour reveals that the loop extends beyond Bikini Bottom. The Trusty Slab restaurant contains exact parallels to underwater characters: Jim Bob, SpongeBob, Mr. Slabs Mr., Krabs Mr., Manward, Squidward, Patrick's live-action counterpart, Carol Sandy, Mr. Charleston, Plankton, and Pearl Slabs. These aren't coincidental similarities. These are the same patterns repeating across different environments. The loop imposes specific relationship dynamics and conflict structures wherever consciousness exists. Mr. Charleston tries to steal the secret sauce recipe. Carol uses karate. Jim Bob obsesses over cooking patties to perfection. The same story plays out everywhere because the same story is the only story that exists. Rube attempts to sing Happy Birthday to SpongeBob multiple times throughout the tour, and each attempt is interrupted by external events. Patrick causes chaos with beans. A road hog appears. The bus gets trapped in a fish store. The lever accidentally activates. The universe actively prevents the birthday song from being completed, as if acknowledging SpongeBob's age would create a paradox the timeline cannot resolve. If SpongeBob is officially 1 year older, time has passed. If time has passed, the loop would break. The interruptions aren't coincidences. They're the temporal structure protecting itself from contradiction. The surprise party at SpongeBob's house descends into chaos that literally destroys his home. Walls collapse. Sections of the building fall apart. Party guests cause structural damage that should render the pineapple uninhabitable. Yet when SpongeBob arrives, he responds with pure joy. A surprise party? For me? He shows no concern about the destruction because he knows, on some level, that it doesn't matter. The house will be restored. It's always restored. The loop ensures that SpongeBob's pineapple exists at the beginning of each cycle, regardless of what happens to it during the cycle. SpongeBob's closing monologue carries unsettling implications when viewed through the time loop lens. He looks at the destroyed remains of his home and says, "I live in the bestest place in the whole wide world, Bikini Bottom, where nothing bad can ever happen, and there's nothing to ever be scared of. This is either profound delusion or complete awareness. Nothing bad can happen because nothing that happens is permanent. There's nothing to be scared of because consequences don't persist." SpongeBob might be the most aware character in Bikini Bottom, fully understanding that reality resets and choosing to embrace the eternal present rather than fight it. Squidward's behavior throughout the series suggests a different relationship with the loop. He alone seems to experience genuine despair about his circumstances. He alone recognizes that his dreams will never be achieved, that his neighbors will never change, that his life will never improve. At the end of the birthday song, as everyone cheers, Squidward can be heard saying, "I still don't like you." This isn't character consistency. This is someone who has experienced this exact celebration thousands of times and no longer has the energy to pretend. Squidward remembers. Squidward knows. Squidward is trapped in hell, and the hell is awareness. The static that interrupts SpongeBob's answer about his age represents the loop's most aggressive self-protection mechanism. The question of age implies the passage of time. The passage of time implies change. Change implies that the loop might eventually end. The timeline cannot permit this information to exist, so it erases the moment entirely. We don't hear SpongeBob's age not because the show is being coy with continuity, but because within the show's reality, that information literally cannot be spoken. The words would destroy everything. Patrick's relationship with the purple fish he meets at the pet store demonstrates how the loop handles attachment. He falls in love instantly, experiences genuine emotion, and then watches her swim away as the bus descends back to Bikini Bottom. He blows a kiss. She responds. Then they're separated forever, except forever in a time loop means nothing. Patrick will meet this fish again. He will fall in love again. He will lose her again. His ability to form instant, deep attachments might be because he's formed this exact attachment countless times before, each iteration strengthening the emotional pathway without retaining the specific memory. The presence of Patchy the Pirate creates a bridge between the animated and live-action worlds that complicates the loop's boundaries. Patchy knows SpongeBob exists. Patchy travels to deliver a birthday present. Patchy ends up with his head separated from his body, swapped with his parrot, with no apparent concern about the impossibility of his situation. Patchy might be the loop's administrator, the external entity who ensures that birthday celebrations occur on schedule and that the proper narrative beats are maintained. His cheerful acceptance of body horror suggests someone who has seen far stranger things in his role as temporal maintenance. The celebrities wishing SpongeBob happy birthday exist outside Bikini Bottom's reality entirely. David Hasselhoff, who has physically interacted with the underwater world before, appears both in the episode and in the celebrity montage. This suggests multiple layers of reality all synchronized to celebrate SpongeBob's birthday simultaneously. The loop organizes all of existence around ensuring that certain events occur at certain times for certain characters. SpongeBob's birthday is a fixed point that reality itself acknowledges. The episode's dedication to Steve Hillenburg, the show's creator who passed away before the episode aired, adds a metatextual layer to the time loop theory. Hillenburg created this world. He established its rules. He determined that SpongeBob would never age, that relationships would never fundamentally change, that the status quo would always be restored. The time loop isn't a glitch in Bikini Bottom's reality. It's the fundamental design principle that allows the show to exist indefinitely. Characters cannot age because aging would end the story. The loop is the story. SpongeBob's big birthday blowout confirms what the series has demonstrated for over 2 decades. Time in Bikini Bottom operates differently than time anywhere else. Characters celebrate birthdays without getting older. Houses are destroyed and restored without explanation. The same conflicts repeat with the same outcomes. The same relationships persist without development. Squidward's clarinet never improves. Plankton never succeeds. SpongeBob never matures. The loop ensures that tomorrow will be functionally identical to today, which was functionally identical to yesterday, which was functionally identical to 20 years ago. The only question is whether the characters know, and the answer varies by character. SpongeBob has found peace. Patrick has found oblivion. Squidward has found despair. And somewhere outside the loop, Patchy keeps delivering presents, ensuring that the birthday that never ends continues forever. Next theory coming your way. The Patchy the Pirate Interdimensional Observer Theory. Patchy the Pirate presents himself as the president of the SpongeBob SquarePants fan club, a surface-dwelling human who simply enjoys a children's cartoon character. His segments frame the animated episodes as entertainment, stories he shares with his audience about characters who exist in a fictional underwater world. Christmas Who reveals something far stranger about Patchy's relationship with Bikini Bottom. He sees SpongeBob in real time. He knows what SpongeBob is doing at specific moments. He interacts with Bikini Bottom's reality in ways that suggest genuine interdimensional perception rather than fan enthusiasm. The theory proposes that Patchy has somehow discovered a method to observe Bikini Bottom directly, and his fan club activities are actually attempts to document and make contact with a world most humans cannot perceive. The episode opens with Patchy wrapping presents while singing, a normal holiday activity. Then he addresses the camera and notices he's on air, suggesting awareness of broadcasting. But his next statement contradicts simple television hosting. I'll bet old SpongeBob is gearing up for Santa Claus right now. He picks up a picture of SpongeBob and the show cuts directly to SpongeBob responding, I sure am. SpongeBob then activates an elaborate chimney mechanism, directly answering Patchy's speculation. This isn't narration. This is communication. Patchy made a statement about SpongeBob's activities, and SpongeBob confirmed it as if he heard the observation. Patchy continues demonstrating real-time knowledge of Bikini Bottom events. He picks up a picture of Patrick and states that Patrick is doing his share of the decorating. The show cuts to Patrick standing by his rock with a single ornament that immediately falls off. Patchy couldn't know this from watching a pre-recorded show. He's observing events as they happen, commenting on actions that occur in response to his attention. The pictures he holds might function as viewing portals, windows that allow him to focus his perception on specific individuals in Bikini Bottom. The production of Patchy's segments reveals technology that shouldn't exist for a simple fan club president. He has a full television set in his home with professional lighting. He has a puppet parrot named Potty who demonstrates independent movement and personality. He has access to broadcasting equipment that allows him to address children directly. He receives fan mail about SpongeBob that he answers with authority, as if he has inside knowledge about the character's preferences and history. The infrastructure surrounding Patchy suggests an operation far more sophisticated than amateur enthusiasm. Patchy's claim that there was a time when no one had even heard of Christmas in Bikini Bottom demonstrates historical knowledge about the underwater world. He doesn't say, there was a time in the story, or according to the show. He speaks as a historian recounting factual events he has access to. He then promises to tell the story of SpongeBob's very first Christmas, narrating events he presents as having actually occurred. His narration appears as voiceover during the animated segments, and so, Sandy wove the magical tale of gumdrops and penny whistles. Patchy isn't describing fiction. He's documenting events he witnessed through whatever method allows him to perceive Bikini Bottom. The episode structure alternates between Patchy's live-action segments and the animated Christmas story in ways that suggest active observation rather than passive viewing. Patchy interrupts the story to ask rhetorical questions. Is Squidward right? Can there be a Christmas under the sea? Stay tuned. He's not reading from a script, he's watching events unfold and questioning their outcome. When the story reaches a pause point, Patchy expresses genuine uncertainty about what will happen next, suggesting he observes Bikini Bottom without full knowledge of future events. Patchy's relationship with Potty provides clues about how he might have discovered Bikini Bottom. Potty is a puppet who somehow operates with independent agency, squawking responses that Patchy doesn't control, eating cookie dough when Patchy tries to stop him, and generally behaving as a conscious entity despite being strings and fabric. If Patchy has access to technology or magic that can animate puppets, he might have access to perception-altering capabilities that let him see into underwater dimensions. Potty could be a side effect of the same forces that opened Patchy's connection to Bikini Bottom. The fan mail segment demonstrates that Patchy's knowledge extends beyond observation to interpretation. A child writes asking if SpongeBob likes Christmas. Patchy doesn't say, "I don't know, let's watch and find out." He immediately responds by telling the story of SpongeBob's first Christmas, implying he has comprehensive knowledge of SpongeBob's history with the holiday. He knows not just what SpongeBob is doing now, but what SpongeBob has experienced in the past. This suggests either long-term observation or access to some form of records about Bikini Bottom's timeline. Patchy's physical location in Encino, California, places him nowhere near the ocean, yet his entire identity centers on underwater characters. His house is decorated with SpongeBob paraphernalia. His Christmas tree features ornaments shaped like SpongeBob, Patrick, and Squidward. He bakes cookies in their likenesses. This obsessive documentation behavior mirrors how researchers study subjects they cannot directly interact with. Patchy collects evidence of Bikini Bottom's existence because he cannot physically travel there, compensating for his inability to make direct contact by surrounding himself with representations of what he observes. The ending of Christmas Who provides the strongest evidence for Patchy's genuine connection to Bikini Bottom. He operates a sailboat puppet show featuring SpongeBob and Patrick approaching Christmas Island. The puppets speak dialogue that Patchy voices, but they also respond to a storm that Patchy creates with sound effects. The puppets are on Patchy's head, physically attached to him, yet they seem to interact with the scenario he describes. When the segment ends, the man on set has to call his name to break his focus, suggesting Patchy enters a trance-like state when connecting with Bikini Bottom's narrative. The theory explains why Patchy refers to SpongeBob with such personal familiarity. He calls him Old SpongeBob and Our Pal SpongeBob, language that implies relationship rather than fandom. He expresses genuine concern when events in Bikini Bottom take negative turns. He celebrates when characters succeed. His emotional investment suggests he views SpongeBob as a real person he has come to care about through years of observation, not a fictional character he enjoys from a distance. Patchy's attempts to contact Bikini Bottom may be the purpose behind his broadcasting. By creating a fan club and producing television segments, he generates attention and energy focused on SpongeBob's world. If consciousness or collective belief plays any role in the connection between dimensions, Patchy's efforts to spread awareness of Bikini Bottom might strengthen the bridge between worlds. Every child who watches his segments and thinks about SpongeBob might contribute to whatever force allows Patchy to perceive the underwater dimension. The French narrator's presence in both Patchy segments and Bikini Bottom scenes creates another connection point. The same voice that describes events in the animated world also appears in Patchy's reality, signing off at the episode's end by saying goodnight and happy holidays while Patchy chases Potty in the background. The narrator exists in both dimensions simultaneously, suggesting that the barrier between Patchy's world and Bikini Bottom is more permeable than it appears. Patchy may have discovered a gap that others don't know exists. Patchy the pirate sits in his Encino home surrounded by images of creatures who live at the bottom of the Pacific Ocean. He speaks to them through photographs. He narrates their history. He celebrates their holidays. He dedicates his life to documenting their existence and sharing their stories with anyone who will listen. This isn't the behavior of a casual fan. This is the behavior of someone who has seen something impossible and cannot stop looking. Patchy discovered Bikini Bottom, and his fan club is the cover story he uses to process and share what he observes. Somewhere between the surface world and the seafloor, there's a window that only Patchy knows how to look through. He's been watching for years. He's been trying to tell us. And every time he picks up a picture of SpongeBob and says, "I'll bet he's doing something right now," SpongeBob answers, because somewhere in the depths, SpongeBob can feel Patchy watching. Let's switch over to the next theory, the Chum ingredient theory. Chum is a real substance. In the surface world, fishermen use it to attract prey by throwing ground-up fish parts into the water. The smell draws larger fish to the area where they can be caught. Chum consists of fish blood, fish bones, fish organs, and fish flesh, all processed together into an oily, pungent slurry. Plankton operates a restaurant called the Chum Bucket in a city populated entirely by sentient fish. He serves a product called Chum to potential customers who are themselves fish. The implications of this arrangement have generated one of the darkest theories in SpongeBob fandom. Plankton's chum is made from processed Bikini Bottom citizens, and the reason no one eats it is because they instinctively recognize they're being offered their own kind. Plankton's regular reveals that Nat, the one customer who apparently enjoys chum, was being paid by Karen to eat it. The episode makes clear that no one has voluntarily consumed Plankton's product in years. When Mr. Krabs attempts to replicate the chum recipe, Nat describes it as the second foulest thing I've ever tasted, and immediately vomits. After eating 10 chum sticks as part of Karen's paid arrangement, Nat has visited the doctor twice and requires his stomach pumped. The chum is medically dangerous to consume. This suggests ingredients that fish biology specifically rejects, ingredients that register as wrong on a fundamental level. The episode establishes that Plankton genuinely doesn't know why his food fails. He expresses sincere confusion and despair about his empty restaurant. He hasn't had a customer in years, and considers himself a complete failure. When Nat first arrives, Plankton's eye pops out in shock at someone actually wanting his product. He didn't expect success because he's never understood why chum repels customers. If Plankton knew his secret ingredient was processed citizens, he would presumably understand the marketing problem. His ignorance suggests he acquired the chum recipe or ingredients without full knowledge of what they contain. Karen's willingness to pay someone to eat chum reveals that even Plankton's own wife knows the food is fundamentally inedible. She doesn't try to improve the recipe or suggest alternative ingredients. She simply pays someone to fake enjoyment so Plankton will stop complaining. Karen, as a computer, likely knows exactly what's in the chum. Her solution isn't to address the ingredient problem, but to create the illusion of success. She's managing Plankton's mental health rather than fixing his business model, suggesting the business model cannot be fixed without changing something Plankton can't or won't change. The theory connects to Bikini Bottom's suspicious population dynamics. Citizens appear and disappear throughout the series without explanation. Background characters who appear in one episode may never be seen again. The city maintains roughly consistent population levels despite no visible immigration or birth rates. Fish die in various episodes from accidents, conflicts, and disasters, but Bikini Bottom never seems to run out of citizens. If something were processing excess population into commercial products, it would explain both the population's stability and the availability of fish-based ingredients in an underwater economy. Plankton's acquisition of chum ingredients remains unexplained throughout the series. He operates a failing restaurant with no apparent income, yet he maintains a steady supply of product. Raw materials cost money, processing costs money, storage costs money. The chum bucket shows no evidence of fishing operations, hunting expeditions, or trade relationships that would provide fish-based ingredients. Either Plankton receives his supplies from an unknown source, or he processes locally available organic material. In Bikini Bottom, locally available organic material means the citizens themselves. The name Chum Bucket takes on sinister implications when examined closely. A bucket is a container for collecting things. Chum is ground fish. The restaurant's name literally describes a container for collecting ground fish in a city of fish people. Plankton may have named his establishment honestly without recognizing the horror of what he was describing. He's small enough that the full picture escapes him. He sees individual ingredients without connecting them to the society he lives in. Nat's physical reaction to prolonged chum consumption suggests his body recognized something wrong. He requires medical intervention to remove it from his system. His stomach specifically rejects the substance in ways that go beyond normal food poisoning. The body has evolved responses to prevent cannibalism in many species, triggering nausea, rejection, and revulsion when confronted with same-species flesh. Nat's extreme physical response mirrors what would happen if his digestive system recognized it was processing fish tissue while being a fish. Mr. Krabs' attempt to create competing chum fails spectacularly, suggesting the recipe requires specific knowledge or ingredients he lacks. He has access to the same general food supplies as Plankton. He operates a successful restaurant with functional recipes, yet his chum is even worse than Plankton's, which Nat describes as only the second foulest thing he's tasted. The implication is that proper chum requires something Mr. Krabs doesn't have access to, something that distinguishes Plankton's supply chain from normal food service operations. The theory explains why Plankton obsesses over the Krabby Patty formula rather than improving his own product. If Chum fundamentally cannot be made appealing because of what it contains, no recipe adjustment would help. Plankton needs an entirely different product. The Krabby Patty represents food that fish can actually eat without biological rejection responses. Plankton's decades-long quest for the formula is survival. His current business model is built on ingredients that his target market physically cannot consume. Karen's behavior throughout the series supports her awareness of the Chum's nature. She repeatedly undermines Plankton's schemes, often in ways that prevent him from achieving success. If success meant expanding Chum production, it would require more ingredients. More ingredients would mean more processed citizens. Karen may be deliberately sabotaging her husband not out of malice but out of recognition that his success would require atrocities he doesn't consciously intend. She keeps him small because small means limited harm. The episode's irony fixation takes on darker meaning in this context. Mr. Krabs declares he's never enjoyed myself more, watching Plankton's despair. SpongeBob mentions triple irony while Plankton suffers. The characters discuss ironic situations without recognizing the most profound irony of all. They're watching a man mourn his inability to successfully serve his neighbors to themselves. The comedy of Plankton's failure masks a horror that no character in the episode can perceive because none of them have connected the dots about what Chum actually is. Plankton's final lament carries weight the character doesn't intend. Why would anyone ever eat my slop? He frames this as self-pity about his cooking abilities. The actual answer is that no one eats his slop because his customers are the slop. The cannibalistic nature of the enterprise ensures its failure not through market forces but through biological imperative. Evolution has programmed fish to reject fish, and no amount of seasoning or preparation can override millions of years of survival instinct. Plankton serves a product that his customers' bodies recognize as themselves, and their bodies refuse to cooperate with his business plan. The Chum bucket sits across from the Krusty Krab, two restaurants offering fundamentally different relationships with their customers. The Krusty Krab serves food made from unknown ingredients that fish happily consume. The Chum bucket serves food made from the customer's own species, and bodies rebel against the consumption. Plankton doesn't understand his failure because he doesn't understand his product. Somewhere in his supply chain, something processes Bikini Bottom citizens into his inventory. He seasons them, shapes them into sticks, and offers them to their friends and neighbors. They refuse, instinct, screaming that something is deeply wrong, and Plankton cries alone in his empty restaurant wondering why no one appreciates his cooking. Time for the next theory. The Old Man Jenkins title theory. Old Man Jenkins appears throughout the SpongeBob SquarePants series as a recurring background character, except he's not consistent. Sometimes he's green, sometimes he's tan, sometimes he's fish-shaped, sometimes he's more humanoid. He operates a farm in some episodes and works as a sailor in others. He has different voices, different body types, and different personalities depending on when he appears. The show treats Old Man Jenkins as a single character, but the visual and narrative evidence suggests otherwise. The Sponge Who Could Fly presents Jenkins in 3 distinct roles within the same episode: farmer, lighthouse user, and human cannonball. The theory proposes that Old Man Jenkins is not a person but a title, a position in Bikini Bottom society that passes to different individuals, explaining why the character changes so dramatically between appearances. The episode introduces Jenkins as Farmer Jenkins, owner of a grain silo that SpongeBob's failed flying machine damages. He chases SpongeBob and Patrick away while shouting his signature line, "I knew no good would come from city folk and their flying machines." This Jenkins operates a farm, speaks with rural affect, and demonstrates territorial behavior about his property. He exists in a land-based agricultural context, growing food for Bikini Bottom's population. Later in the same episode, Jenkins appears as Sailor Jenkins, piloting a boat through Goo Lagoon when the lighthouse goes dark. He declares, "I'm glad I gave up farming," which the show presents as continuity with Farmer Jenkins. But the transition makes little sense for a single individual. Farming and sailing require completely different skill sets, equipment, and lifestyles. The statement works better as one Jenkins acknowledging the career of a previous Jenkins, glad that his iteration of the role doesn't involve agricultural labor. After SpongeBob fixes the lighthouse, Sailor Jenkins crashes into rocks and begins sinking while shouting the same phrase about city folk and flying machines. This verbal tick appears across Jenkins' appearances like a ritual utterance, words that define the role rather than express individual opinion. Every Jenkins distrusts technology. Every Jenkins resents urban influence. Every Jenkins warns against innovation. These aren't personality traits. They're job requirements. The episode's climax introduces Cannonball Jenkins, who shoots himself from a cannon to intercept SpongeBob's flight. The crowd recognizes him immediately. It's Cannonball Jenkins. This suggests a known identity, a famous performer whose cannon act has established local reputation. Yet Cannonball Jenkins emerges seamlessly from a context where Farmer Jenkins and Sailor Jenkins already exist in the same time frame. Either Bikini Bottom contains multiple people named Jenkins with similar speech patterns and worldviews, or the name designates a social function rather than biological identity. The series shows wildly different versions of Jenkins across its run. In Mermaid Man and Barnacle Boy 4, he appears as a green fish in a wheelchair. In Party Pooper Pants, he's a tan fish with a different body shape. In the SpongeBob SquarePants movie, he's Farmer Jenkins again. In Plankton's Army, he's shown with yet another appearance. The wiki lists multiple Old Man Jenkins characters because the show's own continuity cannot reconcile them as one being. The production treats Jenkins as a type rather than a character. The title theory explains why Jenkins always represents traditional values against modern change. Bikini Bottom needs someone to voice skepticism about progress, to warn against the dangers of innovation, to represent the perspective of those who remember when things were simpler. This is a necessary social role, not a personal preference. When one Jenkins dies or becomes too old to continue, another citizen assumes the title, the warnings, and the curmudgeonly disposition that defines the position. The phrase Old Man Jenkins contains two components that suggest inherited status. Old Man indicates advanced age, establishing authority through seniority. Jenkins functions as a family name, but one that could pass through lineages or be adopted upon assuming the role. Medieval guilds operated similarly. A master smith wasn't necessarily born smith, but earned the title through achieving mastery. Jenkins might work the same way, earned through demonstrating appropriate levels of rural wisdom and technological suspicion. Farmer Jenkins owns land, a significant asset in any society. Sailor Jenkins operates a boat, another valuable resource. Cannonball Jenkins possesses specialized equipment and performance skills. Each Jenkins controls means of production or entertainment that benefit the community. The title might carry economic inheritance alongside its social function, ensuring that whoever becomes Jenkins gains access to the previous Jenkins assets. This would explain why Jenkins always has resources despite being perpetually elderly. The crowd's reaction to Cannonball Jenkins reveals community familiarity with the title system. No one questions why a farmer is suddenly shooting himself from a cannon. No one asks how a sailor became a performer. They simply recognize Cannonball Jenkins as a known entity and trust his intervention. This acceptance suggests experience with Jenkins' transitions, an understanding that the name refers to function rather than individual history. Jenkins' warnings always prove accurate in ways that suggest prophecy rather than opinion. His fear of flying machines is validated when SpongeBob's contraptions consistently fail. His distrust of city folk is confirmed when urban citizens exploit SpongeBob's helpfulness. His general pessimism reflects realistic assessment of Bikini Bottom's chaotic nature. Jenkins might be chosen specifically for predictive ability, selected from the population based on demonstrated capacity to foresee technological disasters before they occur. The theory connects to Bikini Bottom's other inherited or titled positions. King Neptune rules through divine right. The fry cook position at the Krusty Krab carries specific cultural weight. Mrs. Puff's driving school serves an essential social function. Bikini Bottom operates through defined roles that individuals fill rather than through purely individual agency. Jenkins represents the essential function of skeptical elder, the voice that questions whether change is truly progress, the reminder that traditional ways exist for reasons the young may not understand. Multiple Jenkins appearances in close proximity sometimes occur within the series, with different-looking characters called by the same name. This could be animation inconsistency, or it could be the title system in action. If Jenkins is a designation, multiple people might hold the title simultaneously for different domains. Agricultural Jenkins, Maritime Jenkins, Entertainment Jenkins. Each serves the same social function in different contexts, warning their respective communities about the dangers of newfangled ideas. Old Man Jenkins shouts his warning about city folk and flying machines as SpongeBob crashes to the ground, having successfully destroyed the inflatable pants that allowed flight. The prophecy fulfilled, Jenkins parachutes safely down, his role complete. Another innovation thwarted. Another dreamer returned to Earth. Another cycle of the eternal struggle between progress and tradition resolved in tradition's favor. Jenkins has done his job, whichever Jenkins this might be, and somewhere in Bikini Bottom, the next person to earn the title watches and learns the warnings they will one day deliver. Let's continue with the next theory. The Gary Previous Owner theory. Gary the Snail performs tricks that SpongeBob has never taught him. He demonstrates skills that require years of training to develop. He responds to commands with precision that suggests muscle memory rather than learning. Treats reveals the extent of Gary's capabilities when properly motivated. Archery, weightlifting, bowling, skydiving, sculpture, escape artistry, and motorcycle stunts. SpongeBob reacts to these performances with casual acceptance, giving Gary treats as if watching a snail complete the Houdini water tank escape is perfectly normal. The theory suggests that Gary lived an extensive previous life before SpongeBob adopted him from the pound, a life that included rigorous training from an owner who developed Gary's remarkable abilities. The episode shows Gary's talent progression, accelerating beyond anything SpongeBob could have taught. The sequence begins simply. Gary picks up a ball and throws it. SpongeBob gives him a treat. Then Gary jumps on 5 trampolines, goes through a tunnel, and rolls down a slide. The complexity increases exponentially. Gary performs archery with enough accuracy to earn treats. He lifts a 500-pound weight using only his eye stalks. He bowls a perfect strike. Each skill requires different physical capabilities, different training methods, and different practice time. No single evening of snail bites motivation could produce this range of mastery. The skydiving sequence confirms that Gary has performed these activities before. He jumps from a plane, deploys his parachute at the correct altitude, and lands safely. Skydiving requires training. First jumps happen in tandem with instructors. Solo jumps require certification. Gary executes the jump with the confidence of someone who has done it many times, not the hesitation of a first attempt.
And at last we have 3 hours of SpongeBob facts to fall asleep to.
SpongeBob originally had a completely different name. Before SpongeBob SquarePants became the yellow kitchen sponge we all know today, he almost had a completely different name that would have changed animation history. The character was originally called SpongeBoy, and the entire show was supposed to be titled SpongeBoy Ahoy. This name stuck around through the entire early development process, and even made it all the way through the recording of the pilot episode before anyone realized there was a serious legal problem that would force a last-minute change. The story of how SpongeBob got his name actually starts decades before the show ever aired, back when creator Steven Hillenburg was doing something totally different with his life. Hillenburg was born on the 21st of August 1961 at Fort Sill, a United States Army base in Lawton, Oklahoma. When he was just a year old, his family moved to Orange County, California, where his father worked as a draftsman and designer in the aerospace industry. Growing up in Anaheim, California, Hillenburg developed 2 major interests that seemed completely separate at the time. He loved art and drawing from a very young age, and he was also absolutely fascinated by the ocean. When Hillenburg was 15 years old, he went snorkeling for the first time at Woods Coves in Laguna Beach as part of a dive program through the Regional Occupational Program at Savannah. That first underwater experience changed his life. He decided right then that he wanted to become a marine biologist, even though he also really enjoyed being an artist. Some of his high school teachers who knew about both interests told him he should just pick one, saying things like, "You should just draw fish." But the idea of only drawing fish seemed boring to Hillenburg. He wanted to do something bigger with his art. After high school, Hillenburg went to college at Humboldt State University in Arcata, California, where he majored in marine biology and minored in art. During a few summers after finishing high school and during college, he worked at a fast food seafood restaurant in Maine where he was a fry cook and lobster boiler. This job experience would later inspire SpongeBob's career at the Krusty Krab. After graduating from college in 1984, Hillenburg joined the Ocean Institute in Dana Point, California. The Ocean Institute was an organization dedicated to educating the public about marine science and maritime history. Hillenburg worked there as a marine biology teacher for 3 years. He taught classes about tide pool ecology, nautical history, diversity, and adaptation. While working at the Institute, Hillenburg stayed at the Dana Point Marina and also worked as a staff artist. He really enjoyed teaching and watching how excited kids got about undersea life, especially the creatures that lived in tide pools. In 1989, while Hillenburg was still teaching at the Ocean Institute, one of the educational directors approached him with a request. They asked if he would be interested in creating an educational comic book about the animal life that lived in tidal pools. Hillenburg agreed and created a comic called The Intertidal Zone. The comic featured anthropomorphic sea creatures that taught kids about real ocean animals and their habitats. The comic was co-hosted by 2 main characters, a shrimp named Rocky and a character called Bob the Sponge. Bob the Sponge looked like a realistic, natural sea sponge and wore sunglasses to emphasize the beach setting. Unlike the SpongeBob we know today who looks like a yellow kitchen sponge with arms and legs, Bob the Sponge was round, had no limbs, and resembled what an actual sea sponge looks like in the ocean. The comic also featured other sea creatures like starfish, snails, scallops, and anemones. Hillenburg used the intertidal zone to teach his students at the Ocean Institute, and the kids loved it. The comic worked really well as an educational tool. Even though his teaching career was going well and the comic was successful with students, Hillenburg realized something important about himself during this time. He understood that he was actually more interested interested in art than in his chosen profession of marine biology. He later said that working at the Ocean Institute was a great experience for him, but his true passion was art. In 1987, Hillenburg made a big decision. He left the Ocean Institute to pursue a career in animation. He enrolled at the California Institute of the Arts in Santa Clarita in 1989 to study experimental animation. His teacher there was Jules Engel, the founding director of the program. Hillenburg considered Engel his art dad and mentor. Engel was impressed by the Intertidal Zone comic that Hillenburg had created, and that comic actually helped Hillenburg get accepted into the animation program. Hillenburg later said that Engel saw his paintings and could easily see that he would fit into the program, even though Hillenburg had no prior experience in animation. Hillenburg graduated in 1992 with a Master of Fine Arts degree in experimental animation. While at CalArts, Hillenburg created animated short films. One was called The Green Beret, which was a silly cartoon about a Girl Scout with huge fists trying to sell cookies. Another was called Wormholes, which had a more serious and philosophical tone and was based on Albert Einstein's theory of relativity. Wormholes won an award for Best Concept at the Ottawa International Animation Festival in 1992. At that same festival, Hillenburg met an animator named Joe Murray. This meeting would change the direction of his career. Joe Murray was the creator of an animated show called Rocko's Modern Life, which aired on Nickelodeon. After seeing Hillenburg's work, Murray offered him a job on the show. Hillenburg started working on Rocko's Modern Life as a scriptwriter, executive story editor, and animator. By the show's third season, he had been promoted to director and producer. He worked on Rocko's Modern Life from 1993 to 1996. When the show ended, while working on Rocko's Modern Life, Hillenburg kept thinking about his old Intertidal Zone comic and the characters he had created. He began to think that maybe those characters could become the basis for his own animated show. When Rocko's Modern Life came to an end in 1996, one of the writers on the show, Martin Olson, discovered some pages from the Intertidal Zone. Olson read the comic and really liked what he saw. He strongly encouraged Hillenburg to develop the Intertidal Zone characters into an animated television series. This encouragement was exactly what Hillenburg needed. In 1994, while still working on Rocko's Modern Life, Hillenburg had already begun developing some of the Intertidal Zone characters for what would eventually become his new show. He knew he wanted to make a show that was different from other popular cartoons at the time. Most animated shows in the 1990 seconds were buddy comedies, like the Ren and Stimpy show. Hillenburg said, "I can't do a buddy show," so he decided to focus on just one main character instead. He wanted to create a show about a character that was innocent, so he focused on a sea sponge because it was a funny animal and a strange one. He thought the sponge had great versatility as an animal for animation purposes. Hillenburg started transforming Bob the Sponge from the Intertidal Zone into a new character. At first, he kept Bob looking like a realistic sea sponge because that was the correct thing to do biologically as a marine science teacher. But then he tried something different. He sketched a square-shaped kitchen sponge instead of a round, natural sponge. When he saw this square sponge design, he thought it looked really funny. The square shape was perfect. To develop the character's personality, Hillenburg drew inspiration from innocent, childlike, comedic figures that he had always enjoyed, like Charlie Chaplin, Stan Laurel from Laurel and Hardy, Jerry Lewis, and Pee Wee Herman. He wanted the character to be kind of like a child man, someone who was neither quite an adult nor quite a kid. The character would be somewhat nerdy, squeaky clean, and an oddball. When it came time to name this new character, Hillenburg made a choice that seemed perfect at the time. He decided to call the character SpongeBoy. The character had no last name, just SpongeBoy. The show itself was going to be called SpongeBoy Ahoy. Hillenburg liked the title SpongeBoy Ahoy because ahoy was a nautical greeting that fit perfectly with the underwater ocean theme. In 1997, Hillenburg was ready to pitch his show to Nickelodeon. He assembled a team of animators, mostly former colleagues from Rocko's Modern Life, and together they developed the pitch materials. For the voice of the main character, Hillenburg approached Tom Kenny, whose career in animation had started alongside Hillenburg's on Rocko's Modern Life. Kenny had actually used a similar voice for a minor character on Rocko, and Hillenburg remembered it. When Hillenburg needed to remind Kenny of the voice, he showed him a video clip from that Rocko episode. As soon as Hillenburg heard Kenny perform the voice again, he knew immediately that this was the voice he wanted for his character. The network executives wanted to audition more actors, but Hillenburg refused. He wanted Tom Kenny, and as Kenny later explained, one of the advantages of having a strong creator is that the creator can say, "No, I like that I don't care about celebrities." Nickelodeon agreed to let Hillenburg pitch his show. Hillenburg pulled out all the stops for the pitch. he created a pitch Bible, which is a document that outlines all the main elements of a show, including characters, settings, backstories, and episode ideas. This pitch Bible was dated from 1995 to 1997 and featured writing and concept artwork for the show. Throughout all of this pitch material, the show was still called SpongeBoy Ahoy and the main character was still called SpongeBoy. The pitch went well and Nickelodeon agreed to produce a pilot episode. The pilot episode was titled Help Wanted, and it would serve as the first episode of the series. Tom Kenny and the other voice actors came into the studio and recorded all of their dialogue for this 7-minute pilot episode. Everyone involved called the main character SpongeBoy throughout the entire recording session. The voice acting was completed and the animation process began. Everything was moving forward smoothly. The show was on track to premiere on Nickelodeon as SpongeBoy Ahoy. Then something unexpected happened that would change everything. After the voice acting had been completed for the original 7-minute pilot episode, the Nickelodeon legal department was doing their standard trademark searches and clearance checks. This is a normal part of the production process where lawyers make sure that the names and titles being used are legally available and don't infringe on anyone else's trademarks. During this search, the legal department made a shocking discovery. The name SpongeBoy was already in use. Someone else already had trademark rights to that name. This meant that Nickelodeon legally could not use the name SpongeBoy for the character or SpongeBoy Ahoy for the show title. The entire project was suddenly in jeopardy. For many years after this happened, people in the animation industry and fans of the show believed that the SpongeBoy name was already being used by a mop company. Tom Kenny himself, when asked about it years later, said he thought it was a mop or something. This story became the accepted explanation and was repeated in countless articles, interviews, and documentaries. However, in 2022, a YouTuber named Kid Leaves Stoop decided to investigate this claim more thoroughly. After extensive research into trademark databases and historical records, Kid Leaves Stoop discovered something surprising. There was no registered trademark for a SpongeBoy mop anywhere in the records. The mop story that everyone had believed for over 20 years appeared to be incorrect. So if it was not a mop, what was it? The most reliable current information suggests that the trademarked product was actually a line of pencils. A company called Pentech had released a line of cool art pencils in the 1990 seconds. These pencils were wrapped with bright, colorful art that featured images from colorized newspaper comic strips. One of the comic strips featured on these pencils was created by an artist named Kevin Pope and was called SpongeBoy. In this comic strip, the character was shown humorously posed to dive into a swimming pool. Kevin Pope's comic strip character itself was not explicitly copyrighted, which is why researchers had trouble finding documentation of its existence. However, Pentech's cool art brand was definitely trademarked and legally protected. There was also another possible source for the trademark issue. Flaming Carrot Comics, created by Bob Burden, featured a character named SpongeBoy. This character appeared occasionally in the comics when the main hero faced dangerous situations. While this character was somewhat obscure and appeared infrequently, Bob Burden did hold trademark rights to the name. Regardless of whether the conflict came from the Pentech pencils or the Flaming Carrot Comics character, the result was the same. Hillenburg and his team had to find a new name for the main character immediately. The voice acting was already done. The animation was in progress. The premiere date was approaching. Hillenburg faced a difficult challenge. He needed to find a replacement name quickly, but he also had specific requirements for what that name should be. Hillenburg felt very strongly that the new name still had to include the word sponge in it. He explained that this was important because he wanted to make absolutely sure that viewers would not mistake the character for a cheese man. The square yellow shape of the character could potentially be confused with a block of cheese if the name did not clearly indicate that he was a sponge. So the first part of the name was decided. It would start with Sponge. But what would come after that? Hillenburg settled on Bob as a replacement for Boy. This choice made sense because the original character from the intertitle zone was already named Bob the Sponge. By using Bob, Hillenburg was actually returning to the character's roots. So now the character was named SpongeBob, but there was still something missing. Originally, SpongeBoy was going to have no last name at all. But now that the character was called SpongeBob, Hillenburg decided that maybe a last name would actually be a good addition. The inspiration for the last name came from an unexpected source. Tom Kenny, the voice actor, was looking at a picture of the character one day during the development process. As he looked at the drawing, Kenny made an offhand comment. He said something like, "Boy, look at this sponge in square pants," thinking he can get a job in a fast food place. When Hillenburg heard Kenny say the phrase square pants, something clicked. He absolutely loved how it sounded. The phrase square pants was perfect for multiple reasons. First, it literally described what the character was wearing in the drawings. The character wore rectangular brown pants that matched his square body shape. Second, the phrase square pants could also describe the character's personality. In slang, calling someone a square means they are kind of nerdy, conventional, or not cool. This perfectly matched the personality that Hillenburg wanted for the character, someone who was innocent, well-meaning, and a little bit dorky. Hillenburg loved how the name SquarePants reinforced the character's nerdiness while also being descriptive and fun to say. He decided that SquarePants would be the character's family name, the surname that would complete his identity. And just like that, SpongeBob SquarePants was born. The character finally had his complete name, and it happened to be even better than the original. The show's title was changed from SpongeBoy Ahoy to SpongeBob SquarePants. All of the promotional materials had to be updated with the new name. The pilot episode Help Wanted premiered on the 1st of May 1999 as a sneak peek after that year's Kids' Choice Awards. The show officially premiered on the 17th of July 1999. From the very beginning, SpongeBob SquarePants was a massive success. Kids and adults both loved the character, the humor, and the underwater world of Bikini Bottom. The show became one of the most popular animated series of all time and turned into a billion-dollar franchise with movies, merchandise, video games, and more. Looking back, the forced name change from SpongeBoy to SpongeBob SquarePants might have been one of the best things that could have happened to the show. SpongeBob SquarePants is simply a better name. It is more memorable, more descriptive, and more fun to say than SpongeBoy Ahoy would have been. The full name SpongeBob SquarePants perfectly captures the character's personality and appearance in a way that the simpler name SpongeBoy never could have. The name has become so iconic that it is now recognized around the world. Even though SpongeBoy never made it onto television screens as the character's official name, Hillenburg and the show's creators never forgot about it. Over the years, the name SpongeBoy has appeared multiple times in SpongeBob SquarePants episodes as a fun reference to the character's original identity. In the episode One Trick Sponge, SpongeBob says a line about learning a trick, since I was a sponge boy, using the old name to refer to his childhood. In the episode It's a SpongeBob Christmas, the villain Plankton says, "Now I just need to figure out what to do about ol' Sponge Boy." These references show that the creators remembered where the character came from and wanted to honor that history. In the SpongeBob movie, Sponge on the Run, which was released in 2020 after Stephen Hillenburg's death, there is a special dedication to Hillenburg that includes an image of SpongeBoy from the original pitch materials. There is also a scene where a yellow sticky note on the Krusty Krab grill has SpongeBoy drawn on it. These tributes show how important the character's origins were to everyone involved in making the show. The trademark issue that forced the name change teaches an important lesson about the entertainment industry and the creative process. Legal clearance and trademark searches are crucial steps that should happen as early as possible in development. In this case, the legal department discovered the trademark problem after voice acting had already been completed, which created unnecessary stress and required expensive fixes. Modern production companies now typically do trademark searches much earlier in the process to avoid these kinds of last-minute problems. But sometimes these unexpected obstacles end up leading to better results than anyone could have planned. If the Nickelodeon legal department had not discovered the SpongeBoy trademark issue, we would live in a world where one of the most beloved animated characters of all time was called SpongeBoy instead of SpongeBob SquarePants. And somehow, that just does not sound quite right anymore. Before we move on, make sure to subscribe if you're enjoying this breakdown. Moving on, SpongeBob was never actually supposed to be a kid. SpongeBob was never supposed to be a kid. When Stephen Hillenburg pitched SpongeBob SquarePants to Nickelodeon in 1997, he had a very clear vision of who the main character would be. SpongeBob was supposed to be an adult with a childlike personality, an innocent optimist who worked a job and lived independently in his own home. But Nickelodeon executives had a completely different idea about what they thought would make the show successful. They wanted SpongeBob to be a child, specifically a kid who went to school. This disagreement about the main character's age almost killed the entire series before it ever had a chance to air. The conflict between Hillenburg and Nickelodeon over whether SpongeBob should be a kid or an adult became one of the most important battles in the development of the show. and the compromise they eventually reached actually created one of the series' most beloved characters and storylines. After Hillenburg created his pitch materials and 7-minute pilot episode, he was ready to present SpongeBob SquarePants to Nickelodeon executives. For the pitch meeting in 1997, Hillenburg went all out. He wore a Hawaiian shirt to set the tropical ocean theme, brought along an underwater terrarium with physical models of the characters, and played Hawaiian music throughout the presentation. Nickelodeon executive Eric Coleman later described the setup as pretty amazing. The pitch itself went very well. Derek Drymon, who worked as creative director on SpongeBob SquarePants, said that although the pitch was stressful, it went very well. Nickelodeon executive Albie Hecht described Hillenburg's performance as something he wished he had recorded on tape. The executives walked out of the room to discuss the pitch. Everyone in the meeting expected that the executives would fly back to New York and the team would hear back in a few weeks. Instead, the executives came back in what seemed like just minutes and said they wanted to make the show. Everything seemed perfect. The show was greenlit and SpongeBob SquarePants was going to become a real series. But then, Nickelodeon executives added a condition that shocked Hillenburg and threatened to derail the entire project. Before they would commission SpongeBob as a full series, the executives insisted that the show would not be popular unless the main character was a child who went to school. Steven Hillenburg recalled in 2012 exactly what Nickelodeon told him during this conversation. The executives said to him, "Our winning formula is animation about kids in school. We want you to put SpongeBob in school." This was not just a suggestion or a request. Nickelodeon executives were insisting that this change had to happen for the show to move forward. They firmly believed that their network's success came from shows about school-aged children, and they were convinced that SpongeBob SquarePants would fail if the main character was an adult. The executives wanted SpongeBob to be a regular kid who attended a regular school with other kid characters, following the formula that had worked for other Nickelodeon shows. This demand went against everything Hillenburg had planned for the character and for the show. Hillenburg had specifically created SpongeBob to be an adult character. This was not a minor detail that he was willing to change on a whim. The fact that SpongeBob was an adult was fundamental to Hillenburg's entire vision for what the show would be about and what it would mean. Hillenburg was ready to walk out on Nickelodeon and abandon the entire series rather than make SpongeBob a child. He was prepared to let the show die before he would compromise on this essential aspect of the character. The situation became incredibly tense. Here was a show that had just been greenlit by a major network, and the creator was willing to throw it all away over a single creative decision. Most people in Hillenburg's position would have just accepted the network's demands. After all, this was Nickelodeon, one of the biggest children's television networks in the world, and they had proven track records of what worked. But Hillenburg stood his ground. Why was Hillenburg so adamant that SpongeBob had to be an adult? The answer goes to the heart of what Hillenburg wanted the show to be about. Hillenburg had a very specific philosophy about innocence, childhood, and adulthood that he wanted to explore through SpongeBob. He did not want to make a show about actual children going through childhood experiences. Instead, he wanted to create something much more unusual and meaningful. He wanted to show that adults could retain a childlike sense of wonder, innocence, and joy even after they grew up. Hillenburg believed that people did not have to lose their childlike qualities when they became adults. They did not have to become cynical, jaded, or serious just because they got older. An adult could still be playful, imaginative, optimistic, and full of enthusiasm for life. This was the message that Hillenburg wanted to convey through SpongeBob, and it only worked if SpongeBob was actually an adult who chose to maintain his childlike personality rather than a literal child who had not yet grown up. Hillenburg drew inspiration for SpongeBob's personality from several famous comedians and entertainers who had perfected this kind of innocent, childlike character. He specifically mentioned Stan Laurel from the comedy duo Laurel and Hardy, Jerry Lewis, Pee Wee Herman, Charlie Chaplin, Abbott and Costello, and the Three Stooges. All of these performers were adults who played characters with childlike qualities. Stan Laurel was particularly important to Hillenburg's vision. Laurel was the innocent half of the Laurel and Hardy duo, and Hillenburg loved watching this naive, well-meaning character interact with the more cynical Hardy. Hillenburg told the Washington Post in 2009 that SpongeBob was born out of my love of Laurel and Hardy shorts. He explained, "You've got that kind of idiot buddy situation that was a huge influence." Hillenburg specifically said that SpongeBob was inspired by Stan Laurel's character, the Innocent. He told USA Today in 2002 that he wanted SpongeBob to be like Jerry Lewis, a goofy optimist, a kid-like character. The emphasis on kid-like, rather than an actual kid, was crucial. These were all adult performers playing adult characters who just happened to have childlike personalities. Hillenburg wanted to make a statement through his show about how adults could and should live their lives. He later explained to the New York Times in 2004 while promoting the first SpongeBob movie, "The show is about watching an innocent character in this world that he lives in. It's saying that the childlike mind is okay. It's saying that dorks can be really important." This philosophy meant everything to Hillenburg. He wanted to tell adults that they did not have to grow up in the negative sense of becoming boring, serious, and joyless. They could still have fun, be happy, and love what they did. This message only worked if SpongeBob was demonstrably an adult who had already made the choice to live this way, rather than a child who simply had not grown up yet. Tom Kenny, the voice actor for SpongeBob, perfectly understood what Hillenburg was going for with the character. Kenny explained that Hillenburg described SpongeBob to him as childlike and naive. He's not quite an adult, he's not quite a kid. Think a Stan Laurel, Jerry Lewis kind of child man. Kind of like a Munchkin, but not quite. Kind of like a kid, but not in a Charlie Brown child's voice on the TV shows. This description perfectly captures what Hillenburg wanted: an adult character who retained childlike qualities. Hillenburg also emphasized that SpongeBob was a complete innocent, not an idiot. This distinction was important to him. SpongeBob was not stupid or mentally deficient. He was innocent and optimistic by choice, maintaining a positive outlook on life despite being old enough to know better. The premise that innocence prevails was central to the entire show. Hillenburg noted that the show's basic idea is that innocence prevails, which I don't think it always does in real life. The show existed to explore and celebrate this idea, and that celebration only worked if SpongeBob was an adult choosing innocence rather than a child who did not know any better. Hillenburg told reporters, "Everybody recognizes the childlike character. The innocent, in a swirl of physical comedy, is universally understood." He emphasized that this universal understanding came from watching an adult character maintain innocence, not from watching an actual child be innocent. But Nickelodeon executives did not care about Hillenburg's artistic vision or his philosophical message about adulthood and innocence. They cared about ratings and demographics and what had worked for them in the past. Their research and experience told them that kids wanted to watch shows about other kids, not shows about adults. They truly believed that making SpongeBob an adult would doom the show to failure. The standoff continued. Hillenburg would not budge on making SpongeBob an adult, and Nickelodeon would not budge on their belief that the show needed a school setting with a child protagonist. Finally, Hillenburg came up with a compromise that satisfied both sides. He would keep SpongeBob as an adult character, but he would add a new character to the main cast, a driving instructor named Mrs. Puff, who ran a boating school. SpongeBob would attend this boating school as an adult student trying to get his boating license. This solution was brilliant because it gave Nickelodeon the school setting they wanted while allowing Hillenburg to keep SpongeBob as an adult. Boating school was clearly for adults since it was analogous to driver's education and getting a driver's license, which are adult activities. At the same time, the boating school setting provided the kind of structured, educational environment that Nickelodeon wanted, complete with a teacher character, classroom scenes, tests, and the potential for school-related storylines. Hillenburg was happy with this compromise. He said later, "A positive thing for me that came out of it was how it brought in a new character, Mrs. Puff, who I love. Mrs. Puff became one of the show's most important recurring characters, and the driving test storylines became some of the most popular and enduring elements of the series. The creation of Mrs. Puff's boating school actually improved the show by adding a whole new dimension of comedy. The dynamic between the eternally optimistic SpongeBob and the increasingly traumatized and paranoid Mrs. Puff created endless opportunities for funny situations. SpongeBob desperately wanted to get his boating license and tried incredibly hard to pass the tests. But whenever he actually got behind the wheel of a boat, he panicked and drove recklessly, causing chaos and destruction. Mrs. Puff started out as a patient and encouraging teacher, but over time became more and more stressed out by SpongeBob's repeated failures and the property damage they caused. This teacher-student relationship only worked because SpongeBob was an adult. If he had been a child, Mrs. Puff's increasing frustration and fear would have seemed mean-spirited. But because SpongeBob was an adult who had failed the driving test hundreds of times, Mrs. Puff's reactions became comedy gold. Hillenburg even established that SpongeBob would never get his boating license, making this a permanent aspect of the show. He liked the dynamic between SpongeBob and Mrs. Puff too much to ever resolve it by having SpongeBob pass the test. This became one of Hillenburg's unbreakable rules for the series. No matter what happened, SpongeBob would always fail the driving test and never get his license. This rule only made sense if SpongeBob was an adult, because a child failing a driving test would be expected and normal, but an adult perpetually failing created genuine comedy. With the school compromise in place, Nickelodeon agreed to move forward with SpongeBob as an adult character, and production on the series began in earnest. The pilot episode Help Wanted made it immediately clear that SpongeBob was an adult with adult responsibilities, not a child. The very first episode showed SpongeBob applying for a job at the Krusty Krab restaurant. He desperately wanted to work there as a fry cook. The episode began with SpongeBob waking up in his own house, a pineapple that he lived in independently without any parents or guardians. He got dressed and prepared for his job interview, repeatedly declaring, "I'm ready." His best friend Patrick Star encouraged him to apply for the job. When SpongeBob went to the Krusty Krab to ask for work, he dealt with the owner Mr. Krabs and the cashier Squidward, both of whom were clearly adults. Mr. Krabs sent SpongeBob on what he thought was an impossible errand to find a special spatula, believing SpongeBob would never return. While SpongeBob was gone, a massive crowd of hungry customers arrived at the restaurant. Squidward and Mr. Krabs were overwhelmed and unable to handle the demand. SpongeBob returned with a spatula and single-handedly cooked food for all the customers, demonstrating his exceptional skill as a fry cook. Mr. Krabs immediately hired him. This entire episode established SpongeBob as someone seeking employment, working a job, and earning money, all adult activities. From the very first episode onward, the show consistently portrayed SpongeBob as an adult with adult responsibilities. He lived independently in his own pineapple house located at 124 Conch Street in Bikini Bottom. He owned this house and was responsible for maintaining it and paying for it. The house had multiple rooms including a living room, kitchen, bedroom, bathroom, and library. SpongeBob lived with his pet snail, Gary, whom he was responsible for feeding and caring for. He had neighbors on both sides, Squidward Tentacles, who lived in an Easter Island head sculpture, and Patrick Star, who lived under a rock. SpongeBob had a full-time job working as the fry cook at the Krusty Krab restaurant, which was owned and operated by Eugene H. Krabs, a business owner known as Mr. Krabs. SpongeBob worked alongside Squidward, who served as the cashier. The Krusty Krab was open from 9 in the morning to 6 at night, 6 days a week, and closed on Sundays. SpongeBob worked these hours and received payment for his labor, although Mr. Krabs was notoriously cheap and probably did not pay him very much. Episodes established that SpongeBob had been working at the Krusty Krab for a long time and was extremely dedicated to his job. He loved being a fry cook and took great pride in his work, especially in making Krabby Patties, the restaurant's signature sandwich. SpongeBob was exceptionally skilled at cooking and could prepare Krabby Patties incredibly quickly and with great quality. He was so dedicated to his job that he often became distressed when he had to take time off or when he was temporarily fired. In one episode called SpongeBob, You're Fired, Mr. Krabs fired SpongeBob to save money. SpongeBob initially tried to enjoy unemployment with Patrick, but he quickly realized that he needed a job and felt lost without one. He tried to get jobs at other restaurants, but kept getting fired for making Krabby Patty-themed food instead of what each restaurant specialized in. His dedication to his career and his need for employment were distinctly adult characteristics. Episodes from the years 2000 and 2001 even established SpongeBob's specific birth date as the 14th of July 1986. This meant that by the time the show premiered in 1999, SpongeBob was already 13 years old, and by 2000, he would have been 14. If we calculate his age based on this birth date, SpongeBob would be 39 years old as of November 2025. However, the show generally kept his exact age unclear and did not focus on it. What mattered was not his specific numerical age, but rather the fact that he was clearly portrayed as an adult who had adult responsibilities. In addition to his job, SpongeBob attended Mrs. Puff's boating school, where he took classes and tests to try to earn his boating license. In the world of SpongeBob SquarePants, boats functioned like cars in the real world, and getting a boating license was equivalent to getting a driver's license. This was clearly an adult activity. Children do not go to driving school or take driver's tests. Mrs. Puff was a driving instructor who ran a professional boating school, and SpongeBob was one of her students. He attended classes, studied the rules of boating, took written tests where he knew all the answers, and attempted practical driving tests. His greatest dream in life was to receive his boating license. Unfortunately, SpongeBob had a major problem. He knew everything about boating in theory and could answer every question on the written exams perfectly. But whenever he got behind the wheel of an actual boat, he tensed up, panicked, and drove recklessly. He would speed out of control, crash into buildings, cause property damage, and create chaos. As a result, he failed the driving test over and over again, hundreds and possibly thousands of times. Mrs. Puff became increasingly traumatized by SpongeBob's repeated catastrophic failures, but SpongeBob never gave up. He kept coming back, kept studying, and kept trying to pass the test. This storyline perfectly illustrated Hillenburg's vision of an adult character maintaining childlike optimism and enthusiasm even in the face of repeated failure. SpongeBob's hobbies and interests also reflected his status as an adult with the freedom to pursue his own passions. His favorite activities included jellyfishing, which involved catching jellyfish with a net in a manner similar to butterfly catching, and blowing soap bubbles into elaborate shapes. He loved spending time with his best friend Patrick, going on adventures, and exploring Bikini Bottom. He practiced karate with his friend Sandy Cheeks, a squirrel from Texas who lived in an underwater dome. All of these activities were things he chose to do in his free time as an adult, not structured activities organized by parents or teachers. The relationship SpongeBob had with other characters also only made sense if he was an adult. His relationship with Squidward was that of coworkers. Squidward was grumpy, cynical, and constantly annoyed by SpongeBob's enthusiasm and optimism. He wanted SpongeBob to leave him alone and stop bothering him. But SpongeBob was oblivious to Squidward's dislike and genuinely believed they were friends. This dynamic created a lot of the show's comedy, as SpongeBob's innocent attempts to be friendly would drive the more world-weary Squidward crazy. If SpongeBob had been a child, Squidward's constant irritation would have seemed cruel. But because SpongeBob was a fellow adult who simply refused to let life make him bitter, the relationship worked as comedy. His relationship with Mr. Krabs was that of employee and employer. Mr. Krabs was a greedy business owner who was obsessed with money and profit. He took advantage of SpongeBob's enthusiasm and willingness to work hard, probably paying him very little while benefiting greatly from his exceptional cooking skills. But Mr. Krabs also served as something of a father figure to SpongeBob, occasionally showing genuine care and concern for him. SpongeBob, for his part, deeply respected Mr. Krabs and was proud to work for him. This employer-employee relationship with father figure overtones only worked because both characters were adults. Hillenburg's insistence on making SpongeBob an adult rather than a child turned out to be absolutely correct. The show became massively successful with audiences of all ages precisely because of what Hillenburg had been trying to achieve. Kids loved watching SpongeBob's adventures and silly humor. But adults also connected with the show on a deeper level because they understood and appreciated the message about maintaining innocence and joy in adulthood. The show became popular on college campuses, and with adult viewers who saw SpongeBob as representing something they aspired to, the ability to stay positive, enthusiastic, and fun-loving even while dealing with adult responsibilities like work, bills, and difficult neighbors. The show's appeal across different age groups proved that Nickelodeon's initial fears were completely unfounded. A show about an adult character could be incredibly popular with children. In fact, making SpongeBob an adult rather than a child actually made the show better and more meaningful. If SpongeBob had been a child, the show would have been just another kid's cartoon about kids having adventures. By making him an adult who chose to maintain childlike wonder, Hillenburg created something unique and special that resonated with viewers of all ages. SpongeBob SquarePants has become the most successful Nicktoon of all time, and one of the longest-running American animated series, with well over 200 episodes across multiple seasons. The show has spawned feature films, merchandise, video games, Broadway musicals, and countless cultural references. It has been translated into dozens of languages and broadcast in over 170 countries around the world. The franchise has generated billions of dollars in revenue. All of this success came from a show about an adult sea sponge who works at a fast food restaurant and lives in a pineapple. Looking back, the battle between Hillenburg and Nickelodeon over whether SpongeBob should be an adult or a child seems almost absurd. It is hard to imagine SpongeBob SquarePants any other way than how it turned out. But if Hillenburg had given in to network pressure, if he had not been willing to walk away rather than compromise his vision, the show would have been completely different and probably much less successful. By standing firm on this essential creative decision, Hillenburg ensured that his show would be able to convey the message he cared about. That innocence, optimism, and childlike joy are valuable at any age, and that adults do not have to abandon these qualities just because they have grown up. This message, embodied in a yellow sea sponge who loves his job making Krabby Patties, has brought happiness to millions of viewers around the world and will continue to do so for generations to come. Before we move on, make sure to subscribe if you're enjoying this breakdown. Moving on, SpongeBob is canonically ambidextrous. Most cartoon characters stick with one hand for their entire run. They write with their right hand in episode 1, and they're still writing with that same hand in episode 500. SpongeBob SquarePants breaks that pattern in a way that became part of his character without anyone making a big deal about it. The yellow sponge can use both hands equally well, and the show itself confirmed this fact directly on screen. The term for using both hands with equal skill is ambidextrous. Most people favor one hand over the other. Right-handed people struggle to write legibly with their left hand. Left-handed people face the same challenge in reverse. SpongeBob doesn't have that problem at all. He switches between hands throughout the series depending on what he needs to do, and this ability saved him from disaster more than once during his time working at the Krusty Krab. The show first addressed SpongeBob's hand dominance in a Season 1 episode called I Was a Teenage Gary, which aired on the 28th of October 1999. The episode featured one of the strangest storylines the series ever produced. SpongeBob and Patrick planned to attend a jellyfishing convention in Ukulele Bottom for a 3-day weekend. SpongeBob needed someone to watch Gary while he was gone. Squidward reluctantly agreed because it meant getting SpongeBob and Patrick out of his hair for 3 whole days. Squidward immediately forgot about Gary the moment SpongeBob and Patrick left. He spent the entire weekend lounging outside in a beach chair. When SpongeBob returned home, Gary was severely dehydrated and weak from lack of food and water. A veterinarian named Dr. Gil Gilliam came to the house and gave SpongeBob a syringe filled with snail plasma to inject into Gary. Squidward tried to give Gary the injection while SpongeBob held the snail, but SpongeBob kept pulling Gary away at the last second because he thought Squidward was moving too fast. After several attempts, Squidward accidentally jabbed the needle into SpongeBob's body instead of Gary's. The snail plasma caused SpongeBob to transform into a snail later that night. The transformation scene became infamous among fans for how disturbing it was compared to typical SpongeBob content. His body began creaking and groaning like old wooden floorboards. His eyes bulged out and extended upward on stalks like Gary's eyes. His body forced him down onto all fours. Then his left arm shriveled up and fell off completely. When his left arm disappeared, SpongeBob tried to stay calm and said, "That's okay. I'm a lefty anyway." The problem is that his left arm just fell off. If he was truly left-handed, losing his left arm would be a major problem. The line only makes sense if he's right-handed, because then losing his left arm wouldn't affect his dominant hand. This was actually a mistake in the recording. The original script for the episode correctly had SpongeBob say, "I'm a righty," anyway, which would have made perfect sense. Voice actor Tom Kenny either misread the line, or the script was changed at some point during production. The error made it into the final broadcast and stayed in all future airings of the episode. This created an interesting situation. The show's very first statement about SpongeBob's hand dominance was technically wrong due to a production error. For years afterward, the series showed SpongeBob using different hands for different tasks without any explanation. Viewers who paid close attention noticed him writing with his left hand in some episodes and his right hand in others. He flipped Krabby Patties with different hands. He held his jellyfishing net with whichever hand was convenient for the scene. The animation was consistent within individual episodes, but comparing episodes from different seasons revealed the switching pattern. The show directly addressed this inconsistency in a Season 6 episode called The Splinter, which aired on the 2nd of June 2008. The episode opened with SpongeBob in an extremely good mood at the start of a workday at the Krusty Krab. He was so excited that he accidentally threw his spatula into the ceiling. When he tried to retrieve it, he fell and nearly landed on a pile of scissors and swords that were somehow lying around the kitchen. His spatula saved him by catching on one of the swords and breaking his fall. After landing safely, SpongeBob slipped on a puddle of tartar sauce. His right thumb dragged across the wooden floor and slammed into a small piece of wood, which broke in half and left a splinter embedded in his thumb. The splinter immediately made his thumb turn red and swell up. He tried to pull it out with his other hand, but his arms were too weak. He even tried biting it out, but that didn't work either. A customer had already ordered 2 Krabby Patties and was getting impatient. SpongeBob needed to cook the order, but the splinter in his right thumb prevented him from holding his spatula properly. every time he tried to grip it, the pain was too intense. He attempted to pick up the spatula with his injured hand several times, saying, "Ow, ow, ow. You're making this a little bit difficult." Then SpongeBob said the line that confirmed his ambidexterity for the entire series. He looked at his swollen right thumb and declared, "Luckily, I am ambidextrous." He pressed a button on his spatula that released a string, then tied the spatula to his nose using his uninjured left hand. He proceeded to cook the Krabby Patties by moving his head around and using the spatula attached to his nose. He even managed to assemble the burgers by throwing ingredients in the air and catching them on buns with perfect precision. Squidward walked into the kitchen and noticed the spatula tied to SpongeBob's nose. After some back and forth where SpongeBob explained the whole situation, Squidward saw an opportunity to torment him. Squidward convinced SpongeBob that Mr. Krabs would send him home permanently if he discovered the workplace injury. He flushed SpongeBob's hat and spatula down the toilet and strongly hinted that he planned to tell Mr. Krabs about the splinter. SpongeBob panicked and called Patrick for help. Patrick arrived dressed as a doctor and claimed he could fix the splinter. His treatment made everything worse. He hammered the splinter deeper into SpongeBob's thumb with a mallet, causing even more swelling. Then he put garbage on the wound as a compress, which caused a serious infection. SpongeBob's thumb turned purple and started leaking green pus. Patrick announced that his shift was over and left. When SpongeBob encountered Mr. Krabs in the kitchen, he tried to hide his infected thumb by disguising it as a third leg. Mr. Krabs found this odd but didn't question it immediately. Squidward had already told Mr. Krabs about the splinter, so Mr. Krabs demanded to see it. SpongeBob reluctantly revealed his thumb, which had swollen to several times its normal size and was oozing green pus. The sight was so horrifying that Squidward fainted. Mr. Krabs used his claw to yank the splinter out in one quick motion. Confetti shot out first, followed by a massive spray of pus that covered Mr. Krabs completely. SpongeBob's thumb immediately returned to normal. The ambidexterity statement in The Splinter served an important purpose in the episode's plot. SpongeBob needed a way to keep working despite his injury, and being ambidextrous gave him that option. The line also functioned as a retcon that explained all the hand-switching viewers had noticed over the years. The show was essentially saying that SpongeBob had always been ambidextrous, even though earlier episodes suggested he was left-handed. A Season 7 episode called You Don't Know Sponge referenced his ambidexterity again. The episode aired on the 6th of August 2010. In this episode, SpongeBob and Patrick took a quiz from a magazine called Simpleton to test how well they knew each other. SpongeBob answered every question about Patrick correctly. Patrick failed to answer even basic questions about SpongeBob, including questions about his dominant hand. When the quiz asked whether SpongeBob was right-handed or left-handed, the correct answer was ambidextrous, which wasn't even one of the options Patrick was choosing from. Throughout the series, SpongeBob demonstrates his ambidexterity in practical ways. He writes with his left hand in Procrastination, an episode where he desperately tries to avoid writing an essay for boating school. He uses different hands to flip Krabby Patties depending on the episode and the specific shot. He holds his jellyfishing net with either hand when he's out catching jellyfish with Patrick. The animators and storyboard artists never treated his hand usage as something that needed to remain consistent from scene to scene. The show also played with SpongeBob's body parts in other ways that relate to his ambidexterity. In an episode called Neptune's Spatula, SpongeBob briefly appears with two left hands instead of a left and a right. This was clearly an animation error rather than an intentional character trait, but it added to the general confusion about which hand he actually favored. The fact that he can regrow his limbs like a real sea sponge means he could theoretically lose an arm and grow it back, which might explain some of the inconsistencies across episodes. Real sea sponges are invertebrates that can regenerate lost body parts. If a piece breaks off a sea sponge, that piece can potentially grow into a completely new sponge. The show referenced this ability multiple times throughout its run. SpongeBob has torn himself in half, pulled off his own limbs, and suffered other catastrophic injuries that would kill any normal organism. He always recovers without any lasting damage. This regenerative ability means that even if he lost his dominant hand, he could simply grow a new one and continue his life without interruption. The ambidexterity detail represents something larger about how SpongeBob SquarePants approached character consistency. The show never worried too much about maintaining perfect continuity across episodes. Different writers and storyboard artists brought their own interpretations to the characters. What mattered was whether individual episodes worked on their own terms, not whether they perfectly aligned with everything that came before. SpongeBob being ambidextrous gave the show flexibility. Animators could draw him using whichever hand worked best for a particular shot without worrying about contradicting earlier episodes. This approach to consistency differed from shows with stricter continuity requirements. Some animated series maintain detailed records of every character, trait, and story detail to prevent contradictions. SpongeBob SquarePants operated more loosely, especially in its early seasons. The series prioritized comedy and visual storytelling over rigid adherence to established facts. When the show did decide to address a continuity issue like hand dominance, it did so with a simple declaration that reframed all previous inconsistencies as intentional character traits. The ambidexterity also makes practical sense for SpongeBob's job. Working as a fry cook requires using both hands constantly. He needs to flip patties with a spatula while simultaneously preparing buns, adding toppings, and managing multiple orders. Having equal skill with both hands would make him more efficient at his job. The same applies to jellyfishing, where being able to switch the net between hands could help him catch jellyfish more effectively. The character's ambidexterity serves him well in his daily activities, even if it was originally just a side effect of different animators drawing him differently. SpongeBob's ability to use both hands with equal skill became an official part of his character, through those direct statements in The Splinter and You Don't Know Sponge. The show took something that started as an animation inconsistency and turned it into a deliberate character trait. This happened around seasons 6 and 7, well into the series run, which means the ambidexterity wasn't part of the original character design. It emerged organically from how the show was produced and was later canonized through explicit dialogue. The detail adds a small layer of uniqueness to SpongeBob's character. Being ambidextrous is relatively rare in real life, with only about 1% of people having truly equal skill with both hands. Most people who consider themselves ambidextrous are actually mixed-handed, meaning they prefer different hands for different tasks rather than being able to do everything equally well with both. SpongeBob appears to be genuinely ambidextrous based on how the show portrays him, capable of switching hands mid-task without any loss of coordination or skill. This characteristic fits with other unusual aspects of SpongeBob's abilities. He can absorb massive amounts of liquid and wring himself out like a kitchen sponge. He can reshape his body into different forms. He can survive in conditions that would be impossible for most organisms. His ambidexterity is just one more way he differs from typical animated characters. The show established these traits gradually over many seasons, building a character who operates by his own unique rules while still remaining relatable and entertaining to audiences of all ages. The confirmation of SpongeBob's ambidexterity in Season 6 came years after the show's debut in 1999. By that point, the series had already aired over 100 episodes, showing SpongeBob using different hands inconsistently. The explicit statement in The Splinter didn't change how the show handled his hand usage going forward. Animators continued drawing him with whichever hand worked best for individual shots. The difference was that now there was an in-universe explanation for why his hand preference seemed to change from episode to episode. He didn't have a preference because he was equally skilled with both hands. The You Don't Know Sponge episode provided additional context for how SpongeBob's ambidexterity functioned in his daily life. The episode focused on SpongeBob and Patrick's friendship being tested by a quiz about each other. SpongeBob and Patrick were making animal noises at the Krusty Krab, annoying Squidward as usual. SpongeBob made dolphin laughing sounds while Patrick imitated the song of a great blue whale. A real whale happened to hear Patrick's whale song, and it reminded the whale of someone named Martha, possibly an old flame or ex-partner. This random moment showed how Patrick's whale impression was so accurate it could fool actual whales. SpongeBob pulled out a magazine called Simple Ton that featured activities for people to do together. The magazine promised tons of simple things to do, and Squidward sarcastically commented that it must be really mentally challenging. SpongeBob completely missed the sarcasm and agreed that the activities were indeed challenging. The only activity SpongeBob and Patrick hadn't done yet was the Best Friend Quiz, which was designed to test how well friends knew each other. The quiz format was straightforward. One friend answered questions about the other friend, then they switched roles. SpongeBob went first and answered every single question about Patrick correctly. He knew Patrick's favorite color, favorite food, favorite activities, and every other detail the quiz asked about. Patrick then took his turn answering questions about SpongeBob and failed spectacularly. He couldn't answer even the most basic questions about his best friend despite spending nearly every day together for years. One of the questions asked about SpongeBob's dominant hand. The quiz offered two options as answers, right-handed or left-handed. Patrick guessed one of those options and got it wrong. The correct answer was ambidextrous, but that wasn't even listed as a possible choice on the quiz. This detail highlighted how unusual SpongeBob's ambidexterity was compared to most people, who are either definitively right-handed or left-handed. The quiz assumed the person being tested would have a dominant hand like most individuals do. SpongeBob tried to make the quiz easier for Patrick by asking simpler questions that weren't from the magazine. Patrick still failed to answer correctly. The breaking point came when Patrick bought ice cream for both of them, but got the wrong flavor for SpongeBob. Patrick got himself dill pickle swirl ice cream with mustard and extra bacon bits, which was Patrick's favorite flavor. He bought plain vanilla for SpongeBob, which actually was SpongeBob's favorite ice cream flavor according to this episode. However, Patrick apparently didn't know this and just guessed randomly. The ice cream incident made SpongeBob realize that Patrick genuinely didn't know basic facts about him despite their close friendship. SpongeBob became upset and told Patrick that he didn't know him anymore. He threw money on the ground and ran away crying. The episode revealed that SpongeBob's favorite color was beige, his favorite food was Krabby Patties, he had an outie belly button, and his favorite ice cream was plain vanilla. Patrick, by contrast, had an innie belly button, preferred aquamarine as his favorite color, and loved that bizarre pickle mustard bacon ice cream flavor. Sandy gave SpongeBob advice about the situation. She explained that friends don't need to know everything about each other to have a strong friendship. She suggested that SpongeBob and Patrick probably just needed some time apart. SpongeBob tried to avoid Patrick after that conversation, but Patrick kept appearing wherever SpongeBob went. SpongeBob saw Patrick at the gym with Larry the Lobster and assumed Patrick had replaced him with a new best friend. This upset SpongeBob even more until Patrick explained the real situation. Patrick revealed that Larry wasn't his new best friend. Larry had simply been helping Patrick find a special gift for SpongeBob as an apology. The gift was a pair of glasses with a fake nose and mustache attached. SpongeBob and Patrick reconciled and became friends again. When SpongeBob put on the glasses, Patrick got scared by the disguise and ran away screaming. SpongeBob sighed and said, "Why me?" as the episode ended. The ambidexterity detail from this episode connected back to the Splinter and confirmed that this was an established character trait, not just a one-time mention. The way SpongeBob SquarePants was produced contributed to the hand-switching situation that eventually required the ambidexterity explanation. SpongeBob is what's called a storyboard-driven show. This means the storyboard artists have significant creative control over individual episodes. Writers create an outline for each episode that describes the basic plot and major beats. Storyboard artists then take that outline and create the actual storyboards, which are essentially comic book style drawings showing every shot of the episode with dialogue and action notes. In a storyboard driven show, the storyboard artists make many creative decisions that would be controlled by writers in a script driven show. They decide on specific camera angles, character expressions, physical comedy, and visual gags. They write the actual dialogue and determine the pacing of scenes. Multiple storyboard artists work on different episodes simultaneously, and each brings their own style and preferences to their work. This production method gives the show variety and allows different episodes to have distinct visual personalities. The storyboard-driven approach meant that different artists drew SpongeBob using different hands across episodes. One artist might naturally draw characters using their right hand for activities. Another artist might be left-handed themselves and unconsciously draw characters favoring their left hand. Since the storyboard artists were working independently on separate episodes, they weren't necessarily checking every previous episode to see which hand SpongeBob used for writing or spatula flipping. They just drew what felt natural for the scene they were creating. Steven Hillenburg, the creator of SpongeBob SquarePants, established the show's overall tone and characters, but didn't personally storyboard every episode. He relied on talented storyboard artists and directors to bring his creation to life. This collaborative approach produced creative and varied episodes, but also resulted in minor inconsistencies like the hand dominance issue. The production team eventually decided to address the inconsistency by making SpongeBob ambidextrous, rather than trying to enforce strict consistency across all future episodes. The decision to make SpongeBob officially ambidextrous was a clever solution to a continuity problem. Rather than declaring that all previous episodes showing SpongeBob using his left hand were wrong, or that all episodes showing him using his right hand were errors, the show simply said he could use both hands equally well. This retcon transformed inconsistency into a character trait. Every previous episode where SpongeBob switched hands now made sense because he was ambidextrous all along. This type of retroactive continuity happens in many long-running shows. Writers inherit inconsistencies from previous seasons and need to find ways to explain them or incorporate them into the show's mythology. SpongeBob's ambidexterity represents one of the more straightforward examples of this technique. The show didn't need to create an elaborate backstory or complex explanation. One simple declaration in the Splinter solved the problem completely. The ambidexterity became part of SpongeBob's official character description going forward. When discussing the character in interviews or promotional materials, creators could list ambidexterity among his traits alongside his optimism, his love of jellyfishing, his job at the Krusty Krab, and his friendship with Patrick. The trait distinguished him from most cartoon characters who consistently favor one hand throughout their entire series run. SpongeBob joined the relatively small group of animated characters established as ambidextrous within their show's canon. Looking at the broader picture, SpongeBob's ambidexterity is a minor detail in a show full of much stranger and more significant character traits. He lives in a pineapple under the sea. He has a pet snail that meows like a cat. He works for a cheap boss who values money above everything else. He has a best friend who lives under a rock and has no brain because starfish don't have brains. His neighbor plays the clarinet terribly and hates him. His other friend is a squirrel who lives in an underwater dome and practices karate. The fact that SpongeBob can use both hands equally, barely registers as unusual compared to everything else about his life and world. Still, the ambidexterity detail shows how the SpongeBob creative team thought about their character and their show. They paid attention to small details that most viewers might not consciously notice. When they spotted an inconsistency, they found a way to address it that made sense for the character and didn't require changing previous episodes. They built on what had already been established, rather than trying to erase it. This approach helped SpongeBob SquarePants maintain its charm and character consistency, even as it ran for many seasons with different writers and artists contributing to the show. The ambidexterity also means that SpongeBob never needs to worry about having a dominant hand injured or disabled. If something happens to his right hand, he can seamlessly switch to his left hand without any adjustment period or loss of skill. If his left hand gets injured, he can rely on his right hand just as easily. This gives him a practical advantage in his daily life and work that most people don't have. The Splinter episode demonstrated this advantage directly when SpongeBob immediately adapted to his injured right thumb by using his left hand to tie the spatula to his nose. Before we move on, make sure to subscribe if you're enjoying this breakdown. Moving on, SpongeBob was almost canceled after the first movie. SpongeBob SquarePants premiered in 1999 and quickly became one of the most successful animated shows in television history. Steven Hillenburg created the series after working as a marine biology teacher and later transitioning into animation. The show combined his knowledge of ocean life with absurdist humor. By 2002, SpongeBob had completed 3 seasons and become a cultural phenomenon. Nickelodeon aired 60 episodes. The ratings were exceptional. Merchandise sales exceeded expectations. Children loved the yellow sponge. Adults appreciated the clever writing. Everything about the show worked perfectly during those first 3 years. Hillenburg decided to stop making new episodes in 2002. He wanted to focus entirely on creating a theatrical movie. The production team took a self-imposed hiatus from the television series. Hillenburg explained his reasoning in multiple interviews. He stated that he did not want to work on both a movie and the television show simultaneously. He researched how other creators handled this situation. Everyone he consulted warned him that attempting both projects at once would be chaotic. He chose quality over quantity. Hillenburg wanted the movie to be exceptional. He gathered 5 of his most trusted writer-animators to help develop the story: Paul Tibbitt, Derek Dryman, Aaron Springer, Kent Osborne, and Tim Hill joined him in a room at a former bank building in Glendale, California. They spent 3 months crafting the script together. The SpongeBob SquarePants movie followed a classic hero's journey structure. Plankton steals King Neptune's crown and frames Mr. Krabs for the crime. SpongeBob and Patrick must travel to Shell City to retrieve the crown and save their boss from execution. The journey takes them out of the ocean and onto land. They encounter numerous obstacles. The movie climaxes with SpongeBob accepting his childlike nature as a strength rather than a weakness. He saves Bikini Bottom by using the power of rock music and friendship. Mr. Krabs promotes SpongeBob to manager of the Krusty Krab 2 at the end of the film. This ending provided perfect closure for SpongeBob's character arc. He finally achieved his dream of becoming a manager. The story felt complete. Hillenburg intended the SpongeBob SquarePants movie to serve as the series finale. He wanted the show to end on a high note. He specifically stated that he wanted to conclude the series before it could jump the shark. This phrase refers to the moment when a television show declines in quality and begins relying on desperate gimmicks to maintain viewer interest. The term originated from an episode of Happy Days where Fonzie literally jumped over a shark while water skiing. Hillenburg feared that continuing SpongeBob beyond the movie would inevitably lead to this kind of creative decay. He felt satisfied with what the show accomplished across 3 seasons and 1 feature film. The team had created 60 episodes in a movie. That seemed like enough content to Hillenburg. He believed 60 episodes represented a standard run for a show like SpongeBob. The number felt right to him. Nickelodeon executives disagreed completely. The network recognized SpongeBob as an unprecedented commercial success. The show generated billions of dollars in merchandise revenue. Toy sales, clothing lines, video games, and countless other products featuring SpongeBob characters flooded stores worldwide. The television ratings remained consistently high. Children watched episodes repeatedly. Parents bought SpongeBob merchandise for birthdays, holidays, and random occasions. Nickelodeon could not ignore these financial realities. Storyboard director Sam Henderson observed that the show functioned as a cash cow for the network. Nickelodeon simply could not afford to cancel such a profitable property. The executives approached Hillenburg about continuing the series beyond the movie. Hillenburg initially doubted that Nickelodeon would proceed without his direct involvement. He believed the network executives respected his creative contributions enough to honor his wishes. He assumed they would want to maintain the original concept and quality that made SpongeBob successful. He stated publicly that he thought network leadership valued what he brought to the show. Hillenburg told interviewers that he expected Nickelodeon to recognize the importance of his vision. He was wrong. The network insisted on producing more episodes regardless of Hillenburg's participation. They ordered additional seasons. Hillenburg faced a difficult decision. He could either continue running the show despite his creative exhaustion, or he could step away and trust someone else to maintain his creation. Hillenburg chose to step down as showrunner. He resigned from the day-to-day operation of SpongeBob SquarePants. He selected Paul Tibbitt to replace him in this role. Tibbitt had worked on SpongeBob since the beginning. He served as a writer and storyboard director on many of the show's most beloved episodes. His credits included Chocolate with Nuts, Frankendoodle, Ripped Pants, The Secret Box, and No Weenies Allowed. Hillenburg trusted Tibbitt completely. He appreciated how Tibbitt captured SpongeBob's sense of humor. Hillenburg felt confident that Tibbitt understood the show's comedic sensibility. He believed the series would be in good hands. Hillenburg explained his decision in later interviews. He stated that he felt he had contributed everything he wanted to say through SpongeBob. The show needed fresh perspectives and new creative blood. Hillenburg wanted to move on to developing other projects. Hillenburg did not completely abandon SpongeBob. He retained his position as executive producer. He maintained an advisory role on the show. He reviewed every single episode that aired after his departure. He submitted suggestions and notes to the production team. He still cared about the quality of his creation. However, he no longer controlled the creative direction of the series. He was not writing scripts. He was not directing episodes. He was not making the final decisions about storylines or character development. That responsibility now belonged to Tibbitt and the new writing staff. Hillenburg also took over the voice of Potty the Parrot during this transition. The character had previously been voiced by Hillenburg, but Tibbitt assumed this role when he became showrunner. Season 4 premiered in May 2005. The first episode after the hiatus was Fear of a Krabby Patty. Tom Kenny, who voices SpongeBob, spoke to reporters about the new season. He acknowledged that parents had been asking him for new episodes. Children were happy watching reruns of existing episodes for the 1,000th time. Parents wanted fresh content. Kenny promised viewers that the new season would feature the same show, the same Sponge. The production team aimed to maintain continuity with the first 3 seasons. The early episodes of Season 4 contained references to previous storylines. The writers attempted to respect the established continuity of the series. However, fans immediately noticed differences in Season 4. The tone of the show shifted. The humor felt different. Something fundamental had changed. Critics and longtime viewers struggled to identify exactly what felt wrong, but the consensus formed quickly. The show was not the same. The creative team had changed. Several key writers departed when their contracts ended. These departures coincided with Hillenburg's resignation. The new writing staff brought different sensibilities and approaches to storytelling. The underwater feel that characterized the early seasons began to disappear. The clever, multi-layered jokes that appealed to adults and children simultaneously became less frequent. the show started relying more heavily on obvious slapstick and physical comedy. The characters underwent a process called Flanderization. This term comes from Ned Flanders on The Simpsons, whose religious nature became increasingly exaggerated over time until it defined his entire personality. The same phenomenon affected SpongeBob characters. SpongeBob himself transformed from a childlike but occasionally mature adult into a hyperactive, emotionally unstable toddler trapped in an adult body. His voice became higher-pitched and shriller. He cried more frequently and for longer durations. He displayed less emotional intelligence. His enthusiasm crossed the line from endearing to manic. The character lost the subtle balance that made him charming in the first 3 seasons. Patrick suffered even worse Flanderization. Originally, Patrick was stupid but kind-hearted. He genuinely wanted to help SpongeBob and be a good friend. His idiocy was innocent and amusing. Starting in Season 4 and becoming extreme by Season 6, Patrick became actively malicious. He transformed into a cruel, selfish jerk who treated SpongeBob terribly despite claiming to be his best friend. Patrick's stupidity became weaponized. He deliberately trapped SpongeBob in a ringer and ruined his rare trading card while pretending not to understand the consequences of his actions. The character stopped being funny and became frustrating to watch. Mr. Krabs experienced similar changes. In the first 3 seasons, Mr. Krabs loved money but also cared about his daughter Pearl and showed occasional concern for his employees. He functioned as a father figure. He had moments of generosity and kindness that balanced his greed. Post-movie, Mr. Krabs became obsessed with money to a psychotic degree. He would sacrifice anything and anyone for profit. His greed consumed his entire personality. The show depicted him torturing and abusing his employees for minimal financial gain. He stopped feeling like a real character with complex motivations and became a one-note villain. Squidward's suffering intensified dramatically. Early SpongeBob episodes showed Squidward as an underappreciated artist stuck in a dead-end job. His frustration with SpongeBob and Patrick was understandable and relatable. The show treated him with some sympathy. Post-movie episodes subjected Squidward to increasingly sadistic torture. Writers created scenarios specifically designed to make Squidward's life miserable. The Schadenfreude became mean-spirited. Episodes ended with Squidward experiencing horrible consequences for minor infractions or for doing absolutely nothing wrong. The humor became cruel rather than clever. The decline in quality became most severe during Seasons 6 and 7. Fans and critics consider these seasons the absolute lowest point in SpongeBob history. The writing reached its worst levels. The character personalities bore almost no resemblance to their original versions. SpongeBob stalked and harassed Squidward with disturbing intensity in multiple episodes, including Boating Buddies, Choir Boys, Cephalopod Lodge, and Squid's Visit. The show lost all sense of proportion and restraint. The humor relied heavily on gross-out jokes, extreme violence, and uncomfortable situations rather than wit and creativity. Episodes from this era became notorious among fans for being unwatchable. The animation style also changed. The show adopted a different visual approach. Background music that characterized the early seasons disappeared. New musical cues replaced the familiar tracks that fans associated with classic SpongeBob. Even Tom Kenny's vocal performance changed. His voice for SpongeBob became more exaggerated and childish. The entire production felt different on every level. Longtime viewers described the sensation of watching an imposter wearing SpongeBob's skin. The show looked superficially similar but lacked the soul of the original. Multiple critics and media outlets documented the decline. MSN, The A, V, Club, and Vulture all published articles analyzing what went wrong with SpongeBob. DVD Talk and DVD Verdict reviewed post-movie episodes using words like tedious, boring, dreck, and depressing plateau of mediocrity. A 2012 MSN article cited fan discussions on Encyclopedia SpongeBobia, a fan-maintained wiki. Many fans believed the show jumped the shark after the movie. Online fan communities that once thrived became deserted. Interest in the show plummeted among the original fanbase. A 2018 Vulture analysis noted that the most popular SpongeBob memes consistently originated from episodes in the first 3 seasons. Modern episodes simply did not resonate with audiences the same way. Hillenburg himself justified the quality difference in an interesting way. He claimed that all episodes produced after the SpongeBob SquarePants movie should be considered prequels to the film. This explanation attempted to address continuity issues and character inconsistencies. If post-movie episodes happened before the film chronologically, then the strange behavior and personality changes could theoretically make sense. However, this explanation did not satisfy most viewers. The continuity problems remained obvious. SpongeBob showed no interest in becoming manager in many post-movie episodes, despite that being his primary goal in seasons 1 to 3 and the movie. The prequel explanation felt like an excuse rather than a legitimate creative choice. The show did eventually improve somewhat. Seasons 8 and onward showed signs of recovery. The Flanderization decreased slightly. Some episodes recaptured elements of the original spirit. Writers dialed back the most extreme character traits. SpongeBob became less annoyingly infantile. Patrick showed occasional glimpses of his original kind-hearted nature. The humor became less reliant on cruelty and gross-out jokes. However, the show never fully returned to the quality of the first 3 seasons. Too much had changed. Too many key creative voices had departed. The magic that made early SpongeBob special proved impossible to recreate completely. Hillenburg eventually returned to work on the second SpongeBob movie in 2015. The SpongeBob movie, Sponge Out of Water, marked his return to the franchise after stepping away in 2004. He co-wrote the story with Paul Tibbitt and served as executive producer. His involvement in this second film showed that he still cared about SpongeBob even after leaving his showrunner position. Hillenburg also contributed to the third film, the SpongeBob movie, Sponge on the Run, released in 2020. He received a posthumous executive producer credit for this movie. Hillenburg passed away in 2018 after battling ALS. His death ended any possibility of him returning to guide SpongeBob back to its original quality. SpongeBob SquarePants continues airing new episodes today. The show has become one of the longest-running animated series in American television history. Nickelodeon shows no signs of ending production. The network continues profiting enormously from SpongeBob merchandise and licensing. However, many fans consider only the first 3 seasons and the original movie to be the real SpongeBob. These fans treat everything produced after 2004 as a separate, inferior product. They refer to the division as pre-movie versus post-movie SpongeBob. This distinction has become standard language in fan communities. The story of SpongeBob's near cancellation demonstrates the conflict between artistic vision and commercial interests. Hillenburg wanted to end his creation at its creative peak. He recognized that continuing indefinitely would inevitably damage the show's legacy. Nickelodeon prioritized profit over artistic integrity. The network forced SpongeBob to continue beyond its natural endpoint. The result proved Hillenburg's concerns correct. SpongeBob did jump the shark. The quality declined significantly. The characters became exaggerated caricatures. The humor became crueler and less sophisticated. The show that once appealed to all ages transformed into content primarily aimed at young children. The wit and intelligence that made SpongeBob special disappeared. Paul Tibbitt cannot be blamed entirely for these problems. He wrote many excellent episodes during the first 3 seasons. He understood SpongeBob's humor. However, he lacked the authority and vision that Hillenburg brought as creator and showrunner. Tibbitt inherited an impossible situation. He tried to maintain quality while satisfying network demands for more content. New writers joined the team without fully understanding what made SpongeBob work. The creative dream team that crafted the first 3 seasons dispersed. Replacing that talent proved impossible. Critic Peter Keepnews stated bluntly that the comic sensibility of its original team seems to have drained out of it completely. The lesson applies beyond SpongeBob. Many television shows continue past their creative expiration date. Networks renew successful shows regardless of quality because canceling profitable properties makes no business sense. Writers run out of ideas. Characters become flanderized. The original creative vision gets lost. Shows transform into hollow imitations of themselves. SpongeBob represents one of the most dramatic examples of this phenomenon. The contrast between pre-movie and post-movie episodes is so extreme that they feel like completely different shows. What Hillenburg created in 1999 and what currently airs on Nickelodeon share a name and characters but little else. The SpongeBob SquarePants movie should have been the ending. Hillenburg knew this. He fought for this. Nickelodeon overruled him. The network's decision generated billions in additional revenue but destroyed the artistic legacy of one of animation's greatest achievements. Fans will forever wonder what could have been if Hillenburg's vision had been respected. The show could have ended perfectly in 2004 and been remembered as a flawless masterpiece. Instead, SpongeBob continues indefinitely, generating profit while diminishing its own legend one episode at a time. Before we move on, make sure to subscribe if you're enjoying this breakdown. Moving on, Mr. Krabs and Plankton actually used to be best friends. Mr. Krabs and Plankton were not always enemies. The two characters who spend every episode fighting over the Krabby Patty secret formula actually started their lives as best friends. This story was revealed in the SpongeBob SquarePants episode titled Friend or Foe, which aired on the 13th of April 2007. The episode explains exactly how two childhood best friends became bitter rivals who would spend the rest of their lives trying to destroy each other. The friendship between Eugene Krabs and Sheldon Plankton began on the day they were born. Both characters share the same birthday, November 30th, 1942. They were born in the same hospital on the same day. The episode shows them as babies playing together. Baby Krabs would laugh and play with baby Plankton. Even as infants, they enjoyed each other's company. Krabs would put Plankton on the mobile, hanging above his crib. The two celebrated their third birthday together with a cake that read "Big Boys" on top. Toddler Krabs helped toddler Plankton blow out the candles by sticking out his tongue. Plankton used Krabs' tongue like a diving board and jumped into the birthday cake. Everything was perfect between the two friends during their early childhood years. The problem started when Krabs and Plankton entered grade school at Poseidon Elementary School. Both characters faced terrible bullying from their classmates. Plankton was small and intelligent. He loved science and conducted experiments during class. The other kids called him names and laughed at him. A bully named Billy led a group of kids who tormented Plankton constantly. One day during science class, Plankton attempted a chemistry experiment. He mixed chemicals in test tubes while wearing gloves. The experiment exploded and covered Plankton in ashes. All the classmates laughed at him. Billy grabbed Plankton and stuffed him into a drinking straw. He blew Plankton out like a spitball. Plankton splattered into Krabs' eye. Plankton moaned in pain and promised that the bullies would pay for this treatment one day. Krabs also suffered from bullying at school. The other kids made fun of him for wearing clothes made from rags and trash. A girl named Anna asked Krabs if he did his clothes shopping at the trash can. The entire class laughed at him. Krabs felt humiliated and was on the verge of crying. The reason Krabs wore such terrible clothes was because his family lived in extreme poverty. His mother could not afford to buy him real clothing. She had to fashion outfits for her son using old rags and discarded materials. One flashback shows Mama Krabs sewing clothes for young Eugene. She tells him that Old Man Jenkins was kind enough to spare his last washcloth so she could make an outfit. But then Old Man Jenkins ripped the clothes right off Krabs' body to use as a rag to dry his boat. Krabs had to walk around wearing a cardboard box to avoid being naked. Despite the constant bullying, Krabs and Plankton remained loyal friends. They plotted revenge against their tormentors together. One day, while walking through a carnival, Krabs spotted something shiny on the ground. He picked up a penny and became mesmerized. Krabs had never seen money before in his life. He called it the most beautiful thing his eyes had ever seen. Plankton explained that this object was called money, and that people could buy things with it. This concept amazed Krabs. He immediately decided to spend his first penny on a gift for his best friend. Krabs bought a balloon and gave it to Plankton. However, because Plankton weighed so little, the balloon lifted him up into the sky. Krabs reached up desperately trying to grab his friend as Plankton flew away. The two friends eventually encountered a restaurant called Stinky Burgers. This establishment was the only place in town to purchase a burger. All the kids from school loved Stinky Burgers. They would run up to the restaurant clamoring for food. The owner was a character named Stinky who entertained the children. The kids cheered whenever Stinky appeared. A kid named Big Johnny told Stinky that they liked him because he always delivered the goods. Another kid named Ron said they did not just like Stinky, they respected him. The two kids argued about whether they liked or respected Stinky. Stinky suggested they meet in the middle and say they lie-spected him. The children cheered again. Krabs and Plankton tried to enter Stinky Burgers as paying customers. They announced they were valuable customers coming through. Big Johnny asked what those dorks were doing at the restaurant. Krabs politely requested 2 Stinky Burgers. Stinky responded by insulting them. He asked if their brains had dribbled out all over the sidewalk they slept on last night. Stinky told them if they wanted burgers, they needed to go around to the back entrance. All the other kids thanked Stinky for keeping the nerds out. They told him he was the best. Stinky then gathered the children and told them something important. He wanted them to remember one thing for the rest of their lives. He said that without their kind patronage, he would be a penniless loser like Ragboy. Krabs knocked on the back door of the restaurant. When Stinky opened the door, he insulted them again. He asked if they had kelp for brains. He told them they would drive away all the normal customers if they kept coming around. Stinky explained that he worked too long and too hard to make this a respectable business. He claimed he could barely afford the essential things in life. Then his watch beeped to signal quitting time. Stinky ripped off his work clothes to reveal expensive clothing underneath. He announced he was off to enjoy some of life's essentials. Stinky got into a limousine and moved a huge stack of cash over on the seat. As the limo drove away, $1 bill flew out and landed in Krabs' hand. Plankton noticed that by cooking burgers for those cruel kids, Stinky had gained their respect. Krabs noticed the enormous stack of money Stinky possessed. He realized that if someone made a better burger, they could have an even fatter stack of money. Cash register sounds played in Krabs' head, and his eyes turned into dollar signs. Krabs wondered who had the ability to make such a burger. Plankton dismissed the need for skill. He said science was on their side. Plankton declared they would make a superior burger together. When they succeeded, they would rule the school. Both friends laughed evilly at this plan. Krabs and Plankton went back to their secret hideaway at the town dump. They wanted to prove to everyone that a burger could be edible and easy to swallow. The two friends worked together carefully to create the perfect burger. They made sure to keep detailed records of their progress. Plankton held ingredients gently while Krabs assembled the components. They finally created what they believed was the best-looking burger under the sea. The friends went back to Stinky Burgers to show off their creation to the kids. However, when they arrived, they discovered that Stinky's restaurant had been shut down by the health department. The building was closed permanently. Krabs and Plankton saw this as a perfect opportunity. They converted their hideout at the dump into a restaurant. Krabs cut the grand opening ribbon while Plankton pushed a button to signal for customers. A long line of kids immediately formed in front of their new restaurant. Their adventure into capitalism had begun. Krabs charged $1 for each burger. A kid gave him $1 and received a burger in exchange. This was the first dollar Krabs ever earned through his own work. He described it as the beginning of a beautiful romantic relationship with money. However, the customers were not impressed with the food quality. A kid named Ronnie complained that their burgers were even worse than Stinky's burgers. The kids could barely keep the food down. Ronnie stated that the only reason anyone ate there was because Stinky's had shut down. Despite the complaints, kids kept buying burgers because no other restaurant existed. Plankton looked at the crowd and felt satisfied. The very people who ridiculed him were now eating his recipe. Plankton declared he was ruling their stomachs. He announced that soon he would rule their minds as well. He laughed evilly as thunder struck in the background. This was when the conflict between the two friends began. Krabs asked Plankton about satisfying the customers. Plankton responded by saying barnacles to the customer and declaring he was talking about ruling the world. He laughed evilly again as more thunder struck. Plankton stated that with the secret recipe, nothing would stop him. Krabs became alarmed and told Plankton to give him the recipe. Plankton refused and told Krabs to stop because he would break it. During their struggle, the recipe tore in half. Krabs yelled that burgers were not for ruling worlds. Plankton apologized sarcastically and asked Krabs to come closer and stand on a specific tile. Krabs asked which tile, the one labeled eject or the one labeled trapdoor. Plankton said either one would work. Before Krabs could finish his sentence, Plankton pulled a string that activated the eject tile. Krabs was launched out of the restaurant and landed in the trash. However, this version of events was disputed. Plankton appeared in the present day and called Krabs a liar. Plankton told his own version of the story where Krabs was the villain. In Plankton's account, Krabs was the one who laughed evilly and declared he would rule their stomachs and then their money. According to Plankton, Krabs said barnacles to the customers and talked about coins, cash, wallets, and bank accounts. In this version, Plankton tried to stop Krabs, and the recipe still tore in half during their fight. Plankton insisted this was about more than money, but Krabs put him in a straw and spit him out. Plankton landed in trash just like in Krabs' version. When Plankton looked at his half of the recipe, it only said, "and a pinch of chum." Both stories contained lies, according to Karen, Plankton's computer wife. Karen explained that she was just starting out as a security system when Plankton and Krabs had their fight. Plankton had installed Karen as a security system, and they had only been on 3 dates. Karen had recorded everything that actually happened in her databanks. She showed everyone the true footage from that day. According to the real events, Krabs and Plankton had indeed created a handsome-looking burger together. They announced over an intercom for everyone to get their Plankton and Krabs patties. But nobody came to the restaurant. A tumbleweed rolled by, showing how empty the place was. Krabs questioned whether opening in the dump was a good idea. Then they heard music playing. Krabs recognized the theme song of Old Man Jenkins. The same man whose washcloth became Krabs' childhood clothing appeared at the dump looking for tires for his boat. Krabs told Jenkins that he and his mother had helped them through tough times. Krabs said it would be an honor if Jenkins would be the first customer to try their delicious burgers. Old Man Jenkins happily agreed. He took a bite of the burger and smiled. Krabs and Plankton celebrated with joy. But then Old Man Jenkins fell down unconscious. The burger had poisoned him. A newspaper appeared with the headline, "Plab Patties KO Old Man J." Krabs expressed disbelief that they poisoned such a sweet old guy. Plankton pointed out that Jenkins was old, implying old age might be a factor. Krabs snapped back that Jenkins was like family to him. The two friends immediately began blaming each other for the poisoning. Plankton accused Krabs of tainting the patty. Krabs claimed Plankton put too much seaweed sauce in the burger. Plankton countered that Krabs let the patty sit out too long and that caused the problem. Plankton announced he was taking the recipe to fix it. Krabs refused, claiming the recipe belonged to him. Both fought over the recipe one final time. The recipe tore in half again, sending both friends flying to opposite sides of the restaurant. Plankton walked toward the exit as dark clouds gathered overhead. He challenged Krabs to fight over the recipe and promised a fight Krabs would never forget. Plankton slammed the door as he left. This caused a shelf above the pot of boiling patty meat to shake. Jars of ingredients fell off the shelf and spilled into the cauldron of burger meat. Krabs looked at the ruined mixture and decided not to waste it. He figured the kids would eat anything. Krabs tasted some of the accidentally mixed patty batter. He suddenly realized he had discovered the perfect patty recipe. This accidental combination of ingredients became the Krabby Patty formula. Meanwhile, Plankton returned to the elementary school. This time, he was working alone without his former best friend. Plankton set up a bucket with meat labeled Chum Bucket. At the same time, Krabs wheeled in a cart labeled Krabby Patties and knocked Plankton over in the process. Krabs claimed this was his territory. Plankton called him Ragboy and told Krabs to get out of his face. Both growled at each other aggressively. The school kids noticed and announced there was a nerd fight happening. Billy bet $5 on Ragboy. Plankton suggested they let the customers decide whose burger was better. He called Big Johnny over to try a Chum burger. Billy commented that Big Johnny would eat anything. Johnny took a bite of Plankton's creation. Plankton had pieced together his own recipe using memory and science after losing half the original formula. He confidently told Johnny to tell his friends what he thought of the burger. Big Johnny immediately spit the chewed burger out onto both his friends. The kids were disgusted. Billy announced he would try one of Ragboy's burgers instead. Krabs proudly announced that Billy would be the first person to taste a Krabby Patty. Billy took a bite and his face lit up with joy. He shouted that the burger had actual flavor. Another kid yelled that it was edible. Ron and Ronnie said they could actually hold it down in their stomachs. A girl named Abigail Marge declared it was the most flavor-tastic sensation her still-developing taste buds had ever experienced. All the kids cheered for Ragboy. Plankton was furious with this outcome. He shouted at Krabs that he would steal that cursed recipe one day. Plankton promised he would not stop trying until he succeeded. This moment marked the beginning of their eternal rivalry. Back in the present day, Krabs celebrated that his recipe was, is, and always will be the best. Plankton angrily responded that Krabs would not have that recipe if it were not for Plankton's contribution. The two began yelling at each other again. Karen interrupted and told both men to stop yelling. She expressed disbelief that they let a recipe ruin such a wonderful friendship. Both Krabs and Plankton began to cry. Krabs admitted that Plankton was his only true friend who did not have a president printed on him like Money does, but Money does not hug back. Plankton confessed that his life had been nothing but disappointments since they became enemies. All these years, Plankton had been trying to steal the formula, but he was really just trying to steal back their friendship. Plankton said getting back to the way things used to be was all he ever wanted. He wanted them to be friends against the world again. Plankton asked for a hug. Krabs agreed and called Plankton his old chum. The two hugged and cried together. SpongeBob commented on how heartwarming the scene was. Karen said she would be touched if she had a heart. Plankton apologized to Krabs. Krabs also apologized. But then Plankton grabbed the secret formula from Krabs' back pocket. He yelled for Karen to help him. Karen grabbed the formula and Plankton jumped on top of it. He told Krabs to back off and laughed as Karen wheeled away with the stolen formula. SpongeBob gasped and declared it was sabotage. Everyone chased Plankton and Karen outside. The touching reunion had been nothing but a trick. Plankton's desire for the secret formula remained stronger than his desire for friendship. The story revealed that two best friends who were born on the same day and shared everything together eventually let one recipe destroy their entire relationship forever. Before we move on, make sure to subscribe if you're enjoying this breakdown. Next up, Gary is canonically smarter than most characters. Gary the Snail demonstrates extraordinary intelligence in the SpongeBob SquarePants episode Sleepy Time, which aired on the 17th of January 2000. This episode reveals capabilities that Gary possesses but never displays during his normal waking life. The episode provides viewers with a glimpse into Gary's true mental capacity through the mechanism of dream exploration. What happens in Gary's dream suggests that this pet snail understands far more than anyone realizes. The episode begins with SpongeBob preparing for bed. He takes off his shoes and socks and throws them on the floor. Gary plays with the socks by sticking his eyes into the shoes and pulling them out with the socks covering his eyes. SpongeBob removes the socks from Gary's eyes and tells him that curiosity salted the snail. He warns Gary to mind his wandering eye and wishes him sweet dreams. Both SpongeBob and Gary fall asleep. SpongeBob begins dreaming immediately. His dream involves finally getting his driver's license and driving a boat mobile. However, Mrs. Puff appears in his dream, takes his license, tears it up, and tells him not even in his dreams will he get a driver's license. SpongeBob flies out of his dream cloud and lands on his real bed in the real world. SpongeBob wakes up confused about where he is. He walks around and looks up at his sleeping self. He questions whether the sleeping version is him or if the walking version is him. He wonders if he is still dreaming. Gary is snoring and making meowing sounds in his sleep. SpongeBob notices Gary's dream cloud floating above the sleeping snail. SpongeBob decides that this must be Gary's dream. He announces he wants to get a closer look at what Gary is dreaming about. SpongeBob jumps into Gary's dream cloud. This decision changes everything SpongeBob thought he knew about his pet. SpongeBob falls down into a massive library inside Gary's dream. He expresses amazement at seeing all the books surrounding him. He walks past a pile of books while calling out Gary's name. SpongeBob then spots Gary in the library. However, this version of Gary looks completely different from the normal Gary. Dream Gary stands much taller than his usual small snail size. Dream Gary wears a flowing cape that gives him a sophisticated and scholarly appearance. Dream Gary holds a book in his hands and reads from it. SpongeBob approaches this transformed version of his pet. SpongeBob attempts to speak to Dream Gary politely. He says excuse me and asks if this person has seen someone. Before SpongeBob can finish his question, Dream Gary turns around. Both characters gasp when they recognize each other. Dream Gary says SpongeBob's name with obvious displeasure. SpongeBob responds by saying Gary's name with complete shock. Dream Gary demands to know how SpongeBob dares to invade the sanctity of his dreams. His tone carries anger and indignation. Dream Gary clearly values his privacy and feels violated by this intrusion into his personal dream space. SpongeBob ignores this complaint completely because he fixates on something far more surprising. SpongeBob exclaims with wonder that Gary can talk. This revelation shocks SpongeBob more than anything else about the dream. In all the time SpongeBob has owned Gary as a pet, Gary has only communicated through meowing sounds. Gary has never spoken a single word of English to SpongeBob during their waking hours. Yet here in the dream, Gary speaks in complete sentences using sophisticated vocabulary. Dream Gary sighs with what sounds like frustration or resignation. He explains to SpongeBob that in dreams, one is not tethered by earthly limitations. This statement suggests that Gary possesses abilities in dreams that he cannot or does not display while awake. SpongeBob asks what Gary means by this statement about earthly limitations. Dream Gary does not provide a direct, simple answer. Instead, he tells SpongeBob to come with him. Dream Gary leads SpongeBob down an aisle between towering bookshelves. The library contains countless volumes of books. Dream Gary begins explaining the nature and significance of dreams. He tells SpongeBob that for ages, dreams have been thought of as windows to another realm. This demonstrates that Dream Gary understands philosophical and psychological concepts about the purpose and meaning of dreams. Gary then picks up a book from a shelf and reads a quote from it. Dream Gary quotes poetry from Emily Dickinson. He recites the lines, "Let me not mar that perfect dream by an auroral stain, but so adjust my daily night that it may come again." Gary attributes this quote correctly to Emily Dickinson. This means Gary has knowledge of classic American poetry from the 19th century. Emily Dickinson lived from 1830 to 1886 and wrote nearly 1,800 poems during her lifetime. She remains one of the most important poets in American literature. For Gary to know and correctly attribute Dickinson's work demonstrates sophisticated literary knowledge. SpongeBob responds to this quote by asking, "Who?" SpongeBob has never heard of Emily Dickinson. This contrast highlights the gap between Gary's knowledge and SpongeBob's knowledge. Dream Gary does not express surprise or disappointment at SpongeBob's ignorance of Emily Dickinson. Instead, Gary flips a few pages in the book he holds. He tells SpongeBob that he has another quote that SpongeBob might know. Dream Gary clears his throat before reciting this second poem. He says, "There once was a man from Peru who dreamed he was eating his shoe. He woke with a fright in the middle of the night to find that his dream had come true." This poem is a limerick, which is a 5-line humorous poem with a specific rhythm and rhyme scheme. Limericks typically have an AABBA rhyme pattern. This particular limerick connects thematically to their conversation about dreams by describing a dream that became reality. SpongeBob laughs at this limerick. He tells Gary that he sure is smart. This represents the first time SpongeBob explicitly acknowledges Gary's intelligence. Dream Gary responds with a rhetorical question. He asks SpongeBob, "Did you think my shell was full of hot air?" This question implies that Gary has always possessed this intelligence. The question suggests that Gary expected SpongeBob to recognize his intellectual capabilities. The phrase, "full of hot air," typically means empty or meaningless. By asking if SpongeBob thought his shell contained nothing but hot air, Gary implies that his shell actually contains a highly capable brain. SpongeBob thanks Gary for the information. He announces that he plans to return to his own dream now. SpongeBob starts walking away from Dream Gary. Before SpongeBob leaves completely, Dream Gary issues a warning. He tells SpongeBob to beware of his wandering eye. Then Dream Gary calls SpongeBob a little poriferan. This word choice demonstrates even more impressive knowledge. The term poriferan is the scientific classification for sponges. Porifera is the phylum name for the group of aquatic invertebrate animals commonly known as sponges. Most people would simply say sponge when referring to SpongeBob, but Gary uses the proper taxonomic term from biological classification. This shows Gary understands scientific nomenclature and biological taxonomy. The warning itself mirrors what SpongeBob told Gary at the beginning of the episode. SpongeBob told Gary to mind his wandering eye after Gary got his eyes stuck in SpongeBob's socks. Now Gary returns this same warning back to SpongeBob. Gary knows that SpongeBob has been wandering into other people's dreams without permission. Gary understands the parallel between his own curiosity about the socks and SpongeBob's curiosity about dreams. Gary recognizes this as inappropriate behavior. By echoing SpongeBob's own words back at him using more sophisticated language, Gary demonstrates both memory and the ability to apply lessons appropriately. After leaving Gary's dream, SpongeBob visits the dreams of other characters. He enters Patrick's dream and finds it boring. He enters Squidward's dream and disrupts a royal musical performance. He enters Sandy's dream and nearly gets killed during a skydiving expedition. He accidentally enters Pearl's dream thinking it was Mr. Krabs' dream. He then enters Mr. Krabs' dream and accidentally loses Mr. Krabs' giant dollar fish. He enters Plankton's dream, where Plankton has grown giant-sized and terrorizes Bikini Bottom. In each dream, SpongeBob causes problems or disrupts the dreamer's experience. Eventually, all these characters wake up angry because SpongeBob invaded their dreams. At the end of the episode, SpongeBob wakes up to find Squidward, Mr. Krabs, Sandy, Gary, Plankton, and Pearl standing around his bed. They all look irritated and angry. They are all wearing pajamas. SpongeBob asks if they are having a slumber party. Squidward firmly states they are not having a slumber party. Sandy tells SpongeBob to do everyone a favor and stay out of their dreams. Plankton tells him to take a hike. Squidward complains about having to deal with SpongeBob during the day and questions why they must deal with him at night too. Even Gary expresses anger. Gary says meow, but in an angry tone. This is Gary's only verbal contribution to this confrontation. Gary has returned to his normal non-speaking state now that he is awake. The contrast between Dream Gary and Waking Gary is remarkable. In the dream, Gary spoke in complete sophisticated sentences. Gary quoted poetry. Gary used scientific terminology. Gary demonstrated knowledge of literature, philosophy, and biology. Gary explained complex concepts about the nature of dreams. Gary showed leadership by guiding SpongeBob through the library and teaching him. Gary expressed complex emotions, including indignation at having his privacy violated. Yet when Gary wakes up, he only says meow just like always. Gary does not speak English. Gary does not quote poetry. Gary does not use scientific terms. Gary acts exactly like a normal pet snail who can only meow. This dramatic difference between Dream Gary and Waking Gary raises important questions. The most obvious question is whether Dream Gary represents Gary's true mental capabilities. In the dream, Gary explicitly stated that in dreams, one is not tethered by earthly limitations. This statement could be interpreted multiple ways. One interpretation is that dreams allow beings to do things impossible in waking life. Another interpretation is that Gary possesses these abilities while awake, but something prevents him from expressing them. The question becomes whether Gary cannot speak English while awake, or whether Gary chooses not to speak English while awake. Several pieces of evidence from the episode support the theory that Gary is genuinely intelligent. First, the dream takes place inside Gary's own mind. SpongeBob did not create this dream or control its contents. This is Gary's personal dream that reflects Gary's thoughts, knowledge, and interests. The library full of books represents Gary's mental landscape. The fact that Gary's dream features a library suggests Gary values knowledge and learning. The cape Gary wears in the dream suggests Gary sees himself as scholarly or dignified. Gary chose to dream about reading and discussing poetry. These choices reflect Gary's actual interests and values. Second, Gary demonstrated specific knowledge that seems too detailed to be random. Gary did not just quote random words. Gary quoted a specific Emily Dickinson poem and correctly attributed it to her. Gary recited a thematically appropriate limerick about dreams. Gary used the scientifically accurate term porphyrin to describe SpongeBob. This level of specific, accurate knowledge suggests Gary actually learned these facts somehow. The knowledge exists in Gary's memory even if Gary only reveals it while dreaming. Third, Gary's personality in the dream seems consistent with some of his waking behaviors. Gary displayed anger at SpongeBob for invading his dream privacy. Gary regularly shows displeasure with SpongeBob in waking life, though he expresses it through meows and facial expressions rather than words. Gary often acts annoyed when SpongeBob does something foolish. The intellectual superiority Gary displays in the dream matches the long-suffering attitude Gary sometimes shows towards SpongeBob while awake. Gary also demonstrated care and protectiveness by warning SpongeBob about his wandering eye. This protective instinct matches how Gary often tries to keep SpongeBob out of trouble in waking life. Fourth, the dream suggests Gary has been observing and learning from his environment the entire time. For Gary to know English poetry, Gary must have encountered it somehow. For Gary to understand scientific classification, Gary must have studied or been exposed to biology. The most likely explanation is that Gary has been listening and paying attention to everything happening around him. SpongeBob probably watches television, reads books, or discusses various topics in Gary's presence. Gary has been absorbing all this information without anyone realizing it. Gary understands everything being said around him even though Gary only responds with meows. The episode does not explicitly state whether Gary is intelligent in waking life. The episode shows that Gary can speak and demonstrates impressive knowledge in dreams. Whether this knowledge exists only in dreams or whether Gary possesses it while awake remains ambiguous. However, the episode strongly implies that Gary is far smarter than anyone gives him credit for. Gary's dream reflects his actual mental capacity. Gary simply cannot or will not speak English while awake for reasons not explained in this episode. This revelation about Gary's intelligence adds new depth to every interaction between SpongeBob and Gary throughout the entire series. In every episode where SpongeBob talks to Gary and Gary only meows in response, viewers must now wonder if Gary fully understands everything being said. When SpongeBob asks Gary questions and Gary meows, Gary might actually be formulating complex thoughts but unable to express them. When SpongeBob treats Gary like a simple pet, Gary might be thinking sophisticated thoughts while being forced to communicate through meows. The episode Sleepy Time transforms Gary from a simple pet character into a complex character with a rich inner life. The episode aired in Season 1 of SpongeBob SquarePants. This early placement means Gary's intelligence was established as part of the show's core mythology from the very beginning. The writers wanted audiences to know that Gary possessed hidden depths. They chose to reveal this information through the creative mechanism of dream exploration. By showing Gary's capabilities in a dream sequence, the writers left themselves flexibility. They could reference Gary's intelligence in future episodes, or they could treat it as a one-time dream anomaly. The ambiguity serves the show's needs while rewarding attentive viewers who remember this episode. Gary's intelligence in Sleepy Time remains one of the most intriguing character revelations in SpongeBob SquarePants history. The episode shows definitively that Gary can speak fluent English, quote classic poetry, use scientific terminology, and explain philosophical concepts about the nature of dreams. Whether Gary possesses this intelligence only in dreams or chooses to hide it while awake stays unclear. But the evidence strongly suggests Gary understands everything happening around him and is far smarter than his simple meow responses indicate. SpongeBob lives with a genius snail and has no idea. Before we move on, make sure to subscribe if you're enjoying this breakdown. Next up, the voice acting process behind SpongeBob SquarePants. SpongeBob SquarePants uses a unique voice acting process that differs significantly from most animated television shows. The recording method established in 1999 has remained largely unchanged for over 2 decades. Understanding how the voices get recorded reveals why SpongeBob sounds different from other cartoons. The process involves specific techniques, unusual directing methods, and collaborative recording sessions that create the show's distinctive vocal performances. The voice recording process for SpongeBob SquarePants begins with storyboards rather than traditional scripts. Creator Stephen Hillenburg made a deliberate choice to structure the show around visual storytelling instead of written dialogue. This approach harkens back to the golden age of animation, when shows were driven by drawings and visual gags rather than words on a page. The storyboard artists create thick books filled with drawings showing every shot and action in an episode. These storyboards include rough dialogue and visual jokes. The story, direction, and even the specific words characters say all revolve around what works visually. Voice actors receive these storyboard books before recording sessions. Actor Roger Bumpass, who voices Squidward Tentacles, described this as unusual compared to other cartoons he worked on. He explained that actors were given these big, thick tomes of material with all the different shots and drawings. This gave the performers insight into what the gag was and what level of energy each particular gag required. Walking into the recording session with this visual information made the entire process smoother. The actors could see exactly what their characters were doing on screen even before the animation was completed. They understood the context and physical comedy accompanying their lines. Recording sessions for SpongeBob happen every Wednesday. This schedule has been followed consistently by the crew since 1999. Casting supervisor Jenny Monica Hammond stated that she loved Wednesdays because of these sessions. Each recording session takes approximately 4 hours to complete an 11-minute episode. This represents a significant time investment compared to some animated shows where actors record their lines individually in shorter sessions. The 4-hour time frame allows for multiple takes, improvisation, and collaboration between performers. The most distinctive aspect of SpongeBob's recording process is that the entire cast records together in the same room. Tom Kenny, who voices SpongeBob, described this as unusual and special. He explained that everybody is in the same room doing it old radio show style. Kenny noted this approach is what gives SpongeBob its special feel. The method resembles how radio dramas were produced in the 1,930 seconds and 1,940 seconds when all actors performed together simultaneously. This contrasts sharply with modern animation where actors typically record alone in isolated sessions. Recording together as a full cast provides numerous advantages. The actors can play off each other's energy and timing. They can react naturally to what other performers are doing. The chemistry between characters feels authentic because the chemistry between actors is real. When SpongeBob and Patrick have a conversation, Tom Kenny and Bill Fagerbakke are actually talking to each other in the same room at the same time. This creates spontaneous moments and natural comedic timing that would be difficult to achieve through separate recording sessions. Stephen Hillenburg and creative director Derek Drymon directed the voice actors personally during the first 3 seasons. They sat in on recording sessions at Nickelodeon Studios in Burbank, California. However, Hillenburg chose an unconventional directing method. Instead of sitting behind a painted glass control booth and communicating through an intercom, Hillenburg positioned himself in the recording room with the actors. Tom Kenny described this as a revelation and something unusual in terms of methodology. Normally, animation directors sit behind glass in a control room. They press a button to communicate with actors, saying things like, "Could you do that a little quicker? Could you be a little louder on that?" through the glass barrier. Hillenburg rejected this separation between director and performers. He sat directly in the recording space with the voice actors. This allowed for immediate feedback and collaboration. Actors could see Hillenburg's facial expressions and body language. Hillenburg could demonstrate what he wanted instead of just describing it through an intercom. The physical presence of the creator in the room created a different energy and dynamic. Actors felt more connected to the creative vision of the show. They could ask questions and receive answers instantly without technological mediation. In the 4th season, after Hillenburg stepped down as showrunner, voice director Andrea Romano took over the role of directing actors. Romano brought extensive experience from directing voices for numerous animated series, including Batman, the animated series, and Justice League. She continued the tradition of collaborative recording sessions with the full cast present. The Wednesday recording schedule and 4-hour session length remained consistent even as the show's leadership changed. The casting process for SpongeBob's main characters happened during the show's development in 1996 and 1997. Steven Hillenburg and Derek Drymon conducted auditions to find the right voices for each character. For the voice of SpongeBob, the main character, Hillenburg already knew who he wanted. He approached Tom Kenny, who had previously worked with Hillenburg on the Nickelodeon show Rocko's Modern Life. Kenny had created a voice for a minor character on Rocko that caught Hillenburg's attention. When Hillenburg began developing SpongeBob, he remembered that voice and asked Kenny to audition. Kenny initially forgot how to perform the voice he had used on Rocko. Hillenburg showed Kenny a video clip of the Rocko episode to remind him. When Hillenburg heard Kenny recreate the voice, he knew immediately this was the sound he wanted for SpongeBob. Nickelodeon executives insisted on auditioning more actors for the role. They wanted to consider celebrity voices or other options. Hillenburg refused. He had the advantage of being a strong creator who could make final decisions. In Kenny's words, Hillenburg told the network executives, "No, I like that. I don't care about celebrities." Hillenburg trusted his instinct and gave Kenny the role. Bill Fagerbakke auditioned for the role of Patrick Star after Kenny had been cast as SpongeBob. Fagerbakke described his audition experience as perfunctory. He said he was just going in for another audition with no idea what was in store. Fagerbakke could not appreciate the remarkable visual wit and endearing childlike humanity in the show from the audition material alone. He tried to give Hillenburg what he wanted without understanding the bigger picture. Despite this uncertain audition, Hillenburg recognized that Fagerbakke's voice fit Patrick perfectly. Roger Bumpass provides the voice of Squidward Tentacles. He described Squidward as a very nasally, monotone kind of guy. Bumpass said the character became very interesting to do because of the wide spectrum of emotions required. Squidward experiences sarcasm, frustration, and apoplexy. This range allowed Bumpass to explore different vocal colors and intensities within a single character. Bumpass had 2 specific recollections from early recording sessions. First, he discovered that Tom Kenny's character had been given license to go outside the main sound of SpongeBob. Kenny could make SpongeBob heroic or completely different when the story required it. Bumpass witnessed this flexibility during the first recording session. He thought Kenny had lost the character entirely during one take. Bumpass felt envious that Kenny could do this while Squidward had to maintain a more consistent vocal quality. The second thing Bumpass remembered was meeting Clancy Brown, who voices Mr. Krabs. All the actors knew Brown from his previous work playing villains. Brown has a strong, imposing look, and the cast was initially afraid of him. They soon discovered that Brown was actually a teddy bear personality, which relieved everyone. Clancy Brown had only been doing voiceover work for a few years when he auditioned for SpongeBob. His agent and manager insisted he show up to auditions. Brown was still learning the craft of voice acting. He brought his distinctive gruff voice to Mr. Krabs, creating the character's memorable raspy quality. The voice perfectly captures Mr. Krabs' obsession with money and his crusty personality. Carolyn Lawrence voices Sandy Cheeks, the squirrel from Texas. Lawrence got the role through an unusual coincidence. She ran into a casting director on a sidewalk in Los Feliz, Los Angeles. Lawrence was with her friend Quentin Flynn, another voice actor. The casting director asked Lawrence if she was a voiceover actress and if she had an agent. Lawrence dismissed this as typical Los Angeles small talk that never leads anywhere. She responded, "Yeah, whatever," expecting nothing to come from the conversation. However, this casting director actually followed through and called Lawrence to audition for SpongeBob. Lawrence knew nothing about the show before that audition. Her random sidewalk encounter led to voicing one of the main characters for over 2 decades. Guest stars also contribute voices to SpongeBob. The most notable recurring guest stars were Ernest Borgnine and Tim Conway, who voiced the superhero duo Mermaid Man and Barnacle Boy. Steven Hillenburg and Derek Drymon were fans of the 1,960-second sitcom McHale's Navy, in which Borgnine and Conway starred together. When creating the Mermaid Man and Barnacle Boy characters, Hillenburg and Drymon already knew they wanted Borgnine and Conway to provide the voices. The 2 actors were at the top of the list before auditions even began. According to casting supervisor Jenny Monica Hammond, Hillenburg and Drymon had decided on Borgnine and Conway from the start. Hillenburg described the guest appearances of Borgnine and Conway as so fantastic. He said that from the very beginning, the first real guest stars were Borgnine and Conway. Hillenburg noted that when you have a guest artist, you never know how it will turn out. But Hillenburg declared that Borgnine was the most animated guy on the planet. This enthusiasm from the creator indicates how well Borgnine's performance exceeded expectations. Mermaid Man's signature catchphrase became one of the character's most memorable traits. Mermaid Man dramatically yells "evil" whenever he hears the word. This vocal quirk originated during Ernest Borgnine's recording session. When Borgnine was supposed to say the word evil during dialogue recording, his voice cracked unexpectedly. The cracked voice sounded funny and distinctive. The engineer and voice director started laughing at this accidental vocal break. In an interview with the Archive of American Television, Borgnine recalled the moment. He said, "By golly, we started something and we kept it in." The production team recognized that this voice crack was funnier than a normal delivery. They decided to make it Mermaid Man's permanent way of saying the word. An ad-libbed accident became a running gag that defined the character. Borgnine described voiceover work as being like stealing money, because your voice becomes the actor. He explained that you make the character come alive through your voice without the physical demands of on-camera performance. Borgnine voiced Mermaid Man from the character's first appearance in 1999 until Borgnine's death in 2012 at age 95. When Borgnine died of kidney failure on the 8th of July 2012, Nickelodeon honored him with a 2-hour SpongeBob marathon featuring episodes focused on Mermaid Man. After Borgnine's death, Stephen Hillenburg made the executive decision not to recast Mermaid Man. The character still appears in episodes, but with dialogue limited to no more than a single line, or other characters dress up as Mermaid Man. Tim Conway, who voiced Barnacle Boy, experienced similar treatment. In 2018, SpongeBob showrunner Vincent Waller confirmed that Conway would not reprise his role as Barnacle Boy due to health issues. Waller noted there were difficulties recording Conway's lines for the SpongeBob movie, Sponge Out of Water. Conway died on the 14th of May 2019 at age 85. Like Mermaid Man, Barnacle Boy now appears only in non-speaking roles, or when other characters like Patrick Star dress as him. Hillenburg's decision to retire these characters rather than recast them showed respect for the original actors' contributions. The voice recording process continues throughout each episode's production cycle. After actors record their lines during the Wednesday sessions, editors refine the audio. They ensure seamless integration between the vocal performances and the animated visuals. The animation for SpongeBob is completed by Rough Draft Studios Korea Limited in South Korea. The animation is created after the voice recording is finished. This means animators match character movements to the vocal performances rather than actors matching their voices to existing animation. This approach allows greater flexibility and expressiveness in character animation. Voice actors sometimes improvise during recording sessions. The collaborative environment encourages spontaneous additions to the scripted dialogue. When the full cast records together, actors can build on each other's improvisations. A joke from one performer might inspire another performer to add something unexpected. These moments of spontaneity contribute to the show's humor. The directors and writers welcome this creative input from the voice actors. Many improvised lines and vocal choices make it into final episodes. The recording process also involves creating vocal effects and creature sounds. Tom Kenny not only voices SpongeBob, but also provides the voice for Gary, the snails meowing, the French narrator, and numerous other characters. Kenny has voiced over 1,000 characters throughout his career across various animated shows. His versatility allows him to create many different vocal colors and character voices. Other cast members similarly voice multiple characters. Mr. Lawrence, who voices Plankton, also provides voices for Larry the Lobster and other Bikini Bottom residents. D. Bradley Baker, Serena Irwin, Bob Joles, Mark Fite, Thomas F. Wilson, and Carlos Alazraqui handle most one-off and background characters. These voice actors create the crowds, incidental fish characters, and temporary characters who appear for single episodes. Their contributions fill out the world of Bikini Bottom and make it feel populated and alive. Recording sessions sometimes include these additional performers when episodes require many background voices or crowd reactions. The SpongeBob SquarePants voice recording process represents a deliberate artistic choice by Stephen Hillenburg. He wanted to create an environment that fostered collaboration, spontaneity, and authentic character interactions. The decision to have actors record together in the same room, the use of storyboards instead of scripts, and the director's physical presence in the recording space all contribute to the show's unique vocal quality. This process has remained consistent for over 25 years of production, The Wednesday recording sessions, the 4-hour time frame, and the collaborative spirit continue to define how SpongeBob sounds. The voices that bring Bikini Bottom to life emerge from a carefully designed process that values teamwork, improvisation, and the chemistry between performers working together in real time. Before we move on, make sure to subscribe if you're enjoying this breakdown. Moving on, Bikini Bottom is canonically based on a real nuclear test site. Bikini Bottom is the underwater city where SpongeBob SquarePants and his friends live. The name of this fictional city connects directly to a real location with a dark historical past. Creator Steven Hillenburg confirmed that Bikini Bottom is located at the bottom of the Pacific Ocean beneath Bikini Atoll. This real location in the Marshall Islands served as a nuclear weapons testing site for the United States military. Understanding the connection between the cartoon setting and the actual nuclear test site reveals a surprising layer to SpongeBob SquarePants that most viewers never notice. Bikini Atoll is a coral reef formation in the Marshall Islands. An atoll consists of a ring of islands surrounding a central lagoon. Bikini Atoll contains 23 small islands arranged in this circular pattern. The atoll sits in the central Pacific Ocean, approximately 530 miles northwest of Majuro, the capital of the Marshall Islands. The location is extremely remote and isolated from major population centers. This isolation made it attractive to military planners searching for a place to conduct dangerous weapons testing far from civilian populations. The name Bikini comes from the Marshallese word Paikini, which means surface of coconuts or land of coconuts. The islands of Bikini Atoll were home to 167 Micronesian inhabitants, who lived there for generations. These native peoples survived through fishing and farming in a traditional lifestyle. The beautiful tropical environment provided everything they needed. However, this peaceful existence ended abruptly after World War II, when the United States gained control of the Marshall Islands. In 1946, the United States military approached the residents of Bikini Atoll with a request. Military officials asked the inhabitants to temporarily evacuate their homes so nuclear weapons could be tested on the atoll. The residents were told this testing was of great importance to all humankind. King Judah, the leader of the Bikinians, agreed to the request. He announced, "We will go believing that everything is in the hands of God." 9 of the 11 family heads chose Rongerik Atoll as their new temporary home. Navy Seabees helped the residents disassemble their church and community house to prepare for relocation. The 167 people left their ancestral homeland expecting to return soon after the testing concluded. The first series of nuclear tests at Bikini Atoll began in July 1946. The operation was codenamed Operation Crossroads. 2 bombs were detonated during this initial testing phase. The first bomb, named Able, was dropped from an aircraft and exploded 520 feet above a fleet of target ships positioned in the lagoon. The second bomb, named Baker, was suspended underneath a barge and detonated underwater. The Baker test created massive contamination problems. When the underwater nuclear explosion occurred, it created an enormous column of radioactive water that rose into the sky. This contaminated water fell back down onto the target ships. The radioactive material spread throughout the lagoon. Chemist Glenn T. Seaborg, who served as the longest-serving chairman of the Atomic Energy Commission, described the Baker test as the world's first nuclear disaster. The underwater detonation raised the surface temperature of the ocean water by 99,000 degrees Fahrenheit. The explosion created blast waves, traveling at speeds up to 26 feet per second. Shockwaves and surface waves reached heights of 98 feet. The blast columns reached all the way down to the floor of the lagoon, which sits approximately 230 feet deep. Many of the ships used as targets became too contaminated with radiation to be used again. These vessels had to be sunk because they could not be adequately decontaminated. A third test called Charlie was planned for 1,947 but got canceled. The Navy could not figure out how to decontaminate the target ships after the Baker test. The lingering radiation made it too dangerous to proceed with additional testing at that time. The Charlie test was eventually rescheduled as Operation Wigwam, conducted in 1955 off the California coast instead of at Bikini Atoll. Nuclear testing resumed at Bikini Atoll in 1954 with Operation Castle. The first test in this series was called Castle Bravo. This test involved a new design utilizing a dry-fuel thermonuclear bomb. The device was detonated at dawn on the 1st of March 1954. Scientists had calculated the explosion would yield between 4 and 8 megatons of TNT equivalent. The actual explosion yielded 15 megatons. The bomb was far more powerful than expected. Castle Bravo was approximately 1,000 times more powerful than the atomic bomb dropped on Hiroshima, Japan during World War II. The unexpected power of Castle Bravo caused serious problems. The massive explosion destroyed 3 entire islands at Bikini Atoll. The blast created a crater in the reef. Radioactive fallout contaminated a vast area, including inhabited islands far from the test site. A Japanese fishing boat called the Lucky Dragon was caught in the fallout zone. The crew members suffered radiation sickness. One crew member died from complications related to radiation exposure. The Castle Bravo test highlighted the extreme dangers of thermonuclear weapons and the difficulty of controlling their effects. In 1956, the United States conducted Operation Red Wing at Bikini Atoll. This operation consisted of 17 nuclear detonations designed to test second-generation thermonuclear weapons. One test named Cherokee represented the first air-deployed thermonuclear weapon by the United States. The tests during Operation Red Wing advanced the development of more sophisticated nuclear weapons. In 1958, Operation Hardtack, I added another 35 nuclear detonations at Bikini Atoll. This made it one of the largest test series ever conducted by the United States. Between 1,946 and 1,958, the United States detonated either 23 or 24 nuclear weapons at Bikini Atoll, depending on how the tests are counted. These explosions occurred on the reef, on the sea surface, in the air, and underwater. The combined yield of all these nuclear weapons totaled approximately 77 to 78.6 megatons of TNT in explosive power. The testing left Bikini Atoll completely contaminated with dangerous levels of radiation. The soil became unsafe. The water became unsafe. Farming and fishing became impossible due to radiation contamination. The United States government had promised the Bikini Atoll residents that they could return home after the testing was completed. However, the nuclear tests made the atoll unfit for human habitation. The displaced Bikinians faced numerous challenges. They were moved to Rongerik Atoll, which proved unsuitable for sustaining life. They were later moved to Kili Island, which also could not adequately support the population. The United States has paid more than $300 million into various trust funds to compensate the islanders and their descendants for the loss of their homeland. A 2016 investigation found radiation levels on Bikini Atoll measuring 639 millirem per year, well above the established safety standard for human habitation. Despite this, Stanford University scientists reported in 2017 that an abundance of marine life apparently thrives in the crater of Bikini Atoll. Steven Hillenburg created SpongeBob SquarePants in 1999. Hillenburg had worked as a marine biology teacher before becoming an animator. His background in marine science heavily influenced the show's setting and characters. Hillenburg studied marine biology at Humboldt State University. He worked at the Orange County Marine Institute teaching children about ocean life. He created an educational comic book called The Intertidal Zone, featuring a character named Bob the Sponge who resembled an actual sea sponge. This comic book character eventually evolved into SpongeBob SquarePants. When Hillenburg developed the television series, he needed a name for the underwater city where his characters would live. He chose to name the fictional city Bikini Bottom and place it beneath Bikini Atoll in the Pacific Ocean. Tom Kenny, who voices SpongeBob, confirmed in a 2015 interview with Huffington Post that the fictitious city is named after Bikini Atoll. Multiple sources, including wikis and official materials, state that, according to Steven Hillenburg, Bikini Bottom is located at the bottom of the Pacific Ocean, next to Bikini Atoll. The show provides evidence of this location throughout various episodes. In the episode Pranks a Lot, Sandy Cheeks evacuates to Texas after being frightened. She is shown flying east from the Pacific Ocean, which indicates Bikini Bottom's location. In the video game Employee of the Month, a fish character states that Bikini Bottom is located in the Pacific Ocean. During the SpongeBob SquarePants movie, when the camera rises out of the water during the Goofy Goober Rock sequence, it emerges from the Pacific Ocean. The island that appears in the opening theme song of SpongeBob SquarePants is Bikini Atoll. According to the audio commentary for the episode Christmas Who, Steven Hillenburg filmed daytime shots of the island using a model in a friend's swimming pool. Tom Kenny revealed at San Diego Comic-Con in 2019 that the specific friend was Jendi Tartakovsky, creator of various animated series including Samurai Jack. Hillenburg created a physical model of the island for these shots. According to Vincent Waller on Twitter, nighttime shots of the island were filmed in Steve Belfer's pool. A human finger appears in nighttime shots of the island to portray the reflection of the moon on the water. The connection between Bikini Bottom and Bikini Atoll led fans to develop theories about the show. A popular theory originated on Reddit, where user Capmaster pointed out that Bikini Bottom is named after its location under Bikini Atoll. Because Bikini Atoll was used for nuclear testing from 1946 to 1958, the theory suggested that creatures living in this area mutated. According to this theory, the radiation explains why sea creatures in the show can talk, play instruments, build robots, and display human-like intelligence and behavior. Tom Kenny initially debunked this fan theory about nuclear mutation. However, Mr. Lawrence, who voices Plankton and writes for the show, later confirmed the theory in an interview with Esquire magazine. Lawrence stated that the nuclear test site concept was part of the fun of the show and discussed how far they were taking the concept of Bikini Bottom being a nuclear test site. According to the Encyclopedia SpongeBobia fan wiki, Lawrence revealed that initially during early Season 1 development, the concept was that Earth would have been dead following a post-apocalyptic war with only Bikini Bottom surviving. However, this concept was reportedly scrapped early in production. Every time a large explosion occurs in SpongeBob SquarePants, the shape of the explosion resembles a mushroom cloud similar to photographs of actual nuclear detonations. The underwater explosions shown in the cartoon mirror the visual appearance of the underwater Baker test conducted at Bikini Atoll. These visual references connect the fictional show to the real history of nuclear testing. Whether Steven Hillenburg intended SpongeBob SquarePants to show the consequences of underwater nuclear testing, or whether Bikini Atoll was simply inspiration for the location and name remains somewhat unclear. Hillenburg passed away in 2018, and he never provided extensive public commentary specifically addressing the nuclear mutation theory. What is definitively confirmed is that Hillenburg intentionally named Bikini Bottom after Bikini Atoll and placed the city beneath that specific real-world location in the Pacific Ocean. The connection between a beloved children's cartoon and a site of nuclear devastation creates an unsettling contrast. Bikini Atoll represents a dark chapter in human history where indigenous people were displaced and an entire ecosystem was contaminated with radiation for weapons testing purposes. SpongeBob SquarePants represents innocent entertainment that has brought joy to millions of children and adults worldwide for over 25 years. These two realities exist simultaneously in the naming and placement of Bikini Bottom. The real Bikini Atoll remains contaminated and largely uninhabitable today, over 60 years after the last nuclear test was conducted there. The Bikinian people continue to live in exile from their ancestral homeland. The fictional Bikini Bottom thrives as a bustling underwater city full of life, music, friendship, and adventure. Whether viewers interpret this as commentary on nuclear testing, coincidental naming, or simply creative inspiration from a marine biologist fascinated by Pacific Ocean geography, the factual connection between Bikini Bottom and Bikini Atoll cannot be denied. The fictional home of SpongeBob SquarePants shares its name and location with one of the most significant nuclear weapons testing sites in human history. Before we move on, make sure to subscribe if you're enjoying this breakdown. Next up, SpongeBob is actually a master fry cook everywhere except the Krusty Krab. SpongeBob SquarePants demonstrates exceptional talent as a fry cook and creative food inventor across multiple episodes. However, the recognition he receives for these talents follows an unusual pattern. Looking at 3 specific episodes reveals how SpongeBob's abilities are treated differently depending on the circumstances. His boss, Mr. Krabs consistently undervalue SpongeBob's ideas until they prove profitable. And even then, Krabs often exploits the situation rather than genuinely appreciating his employee. The episode Patty Hype from Season 2 aired on the 24th of February 2001. This episode demonstrates the clearest example of SpongeBob achieving success outside the Krusty Krab after being rejected at his workplace. The episode begins with the Krusty Krab experiencing a severe customer drought. The restaurant has gone 36 days without a single customer. Dust and cobwebs cover everything inside. SpongeBob, Squidward, and Mr. Krabs are all covered in dust. A spider makes webs in Mr. Krabs' mouth when he sneezes. Finally, a customer named Dave crawls to the restaurant appearing starved. He has gone 3 days without food. Mr. Krabs eagerly prepares to serve him, but first asks if Dave has money. When Dave confirms he does, Mr. Krabs orders SpongeBob to bring food. SpongeBob offers Dave a Krabby Patty. Dave questions where the pizzazz is. He looks around at the old worn-out dusty restaurant. He asks what the theme is and calls it boring. Dave crawls away still hungry. Mr. Krabs insists nobody goes to restaurants for atmosphere, only for food. However, He watches two fish on the street choose to eat at the Shell Shack because it has a talking dog. Mr. Krabs realizes he needs a gimmick to bring customers back. SpongeBob tries to tell Mr. Krabs he has an idea. Mr. Krabs' eye stalks pull back together, chopping SpongeBob in half. Mr. Krabs announces he has an idea. He organizes a publicity stunt where he buries himself alive while a marching band plays. Everyone cheers, but then someone announces the talking dog at the Shell Shack is singing. The entire crowd abandons Mr. Krabs to go see the dog. Mr. Krabs remains buried underground alone. Back inside the cleaned Krusty Krab, SpongeBob repeatedly tries to tell Mr. Krabs he has an idea. Mr. Krabs asks what he is going to do if he does not find an idea. He worries he will go out of business. SpongeBob keeps saying he has an idea, but Mr. Krabs ignores him. Mr. Krabs gets on his knees, praying to Great Neptune for an idea. A divine light hits Krabs. SpongeBob descends from above, dressed like an angel playing a harp. He sings that he has an idea. Mr. Krabs finally demands SpongeBob tell him the idea. SpongeBob presents a pretty patty, which is a green-colored Krabby Patty. Mr. Krabs thinks the patty is spoiled and burns it with a flamethrower. SpongeBob explains it is not tainted meat but painted meat. He shows Mr. Krabs a palette with Krabby Patties in 6 different designer colors. Mr. Krabs laughs at the idea. He calls Squidward over to look. Both Mr. Krabs and Squidward mock SpongeBob's idea. Mr. Krabs jokingly asks for an orange patty with extra purple. He sarcastically asks what is next. Sequin milkshakes. Squidward holds up a French fry with a bow tie. Both dance around mockingly chanting, "Pretty patties," while SpongeBob cries. SpongeBob becomes indignant and declares he knows this is a good idea. He announces he will open his own restaurant to prove them wrong. He runs out of the Krusty Krab. Mr. Krabs and Squidward look at each other and continue laughing. SpongeBob encounters Patrick and asks if he wants to help. Patrick agrees. They construct a stand that says, "Pretty patties." SpongeBob puts up an open sign and waits for customers. No customers arrive for what seems like a very long time. A customer named Harold walks up and asks if they sell food. SpongeBob shows him a green, pretty patty. Harold laughs hysterically at the green color. Patrick also laughs. SpongeBob cries, thinking Mr. Krabs was right. He holds out the palette, showing pretty patties in 6 different colors, including purple. Harold notices the purple one and says purple is his favorite color. He tries it and declares it tastes good. Harold yells to the world that Pretty Patties is the best idea ever. News of Pretty Patties spreads rapidly. A news broadcast interrupts Mr. Krabs' television program. The reporter shows a wild crowd behind him screaming for Pretty Patties. Customers explain they like Pretty Patties because they match their purses. A Scottish man says they remind him of home while holding a plaid patty. The muscular fish Larry runs up and declares Pretty Patties rule. The reporter asks SpongeBob to explain the success. SpongeBob says he does not know. The reporter asks, how can you not make money with such a brilliant idea? SpongeBob explains that at first they did not know what to do with all the money. They tried burying it, shredding it, and burning it. Mr. Krabs' eye stalks inflate and burst at hearing this. SpongeBob says they decided to just give all the money away. Patrick stands at a stand labeled Free Money, handing out bags of cash. The news reports that 46,853 customers have been served. Mr. Krabs runs to see this for himself. He discovers an enormous line of people waiting for Pretty Patties. Mr. Krabs approaches SpongeBob and comments that SpongeBob is doing well for himself. Mr. Krabs says SpongeBob must have completely forgotten the Krusty Krab. SpongeBob says he has not forgotten and sometimes really misses the old days. Mr. Krabs manipulates SpongeBob by mentioning specific things he must miss, like Squidward, the grill, and the sound of rubbing 2 pickles together. Mr. Krabs offers to watch the Pretty Patties stand so SpongeBob can visit the Krusty Krab. Then Mr. Krabs proposes a trade. He will take the roadside stand and give SpongeBob the Krusty Krab with everything in it. SpongeBob agrees to this deal while in a trance-like state. Mr. Krabs gives SpongeBob the key to the Krusty Krab. Mr. Krabs tells SpongeBob to run to the restaurant. The crowd carries SpongeBob crowd surfing to the Krusty Krab. SpongeBob celebrates being back at his beloved workplace. The next morning, Mr. Krabs prepares to sell Pretty Patties under new management. However, the crowd returns angry, demanding refunds. The Pretty Patties turn people's faces and tongues strange colors. Mr. Krabs realizes SpongeBob tricked him or got lucky. An angry mob of 46,853 customers chases Mr. Krabs. He runs to the Krusty Krab but cannot get in because he gave SpongeBob the key. SpongeBob sits inside happily rubbing two pickles together, completely oblivious to Mr. Krabs screaming outside. The episode Krusty Dogs from Season 7 aired on the 9th of October 2010. This episode shows SpongeBob creating another successful menu item. SpongeBob plays with leftover Krabby Patty meat, shaping it into various forms. He rolls the meat into a hot dog shape and boils it in water. SpongeBob brings the creation to Mr. Krabs' office. He tells Mr. Krabs this wiener tastes just like a Krabby Patty. He suggests adding them to the menu. Mr. Krabs says he is not impressed. Then SpongeBob mentions he made it with leftover ingredients. Mr. Krabs immediately becomes impressed because using leftovers saves money. A customer named Frank enters the Krusty Krab and sees SpongeBob showing Mr. Krabs how to make the Krusty Dog. Frank comments on the interesting shape and asks if they are for sale. Mr. Krabs asks if Frank would pay the same price as a Krabby Patty. Frank says sure. Mr. Krabs asks if he would pay double. Frank enthusiastically agrees. Other customers notice Frank eating a Krusty Dog. They become interested and request wieners. All three customers start chanting wieners. Mr. Krabs climbs up and writes Krusty Dogs on the menu sign. The following day, orders for Krusty Dogs flood in. Mr. Krabs tells SpongeBob to forget about making Krabby Patties and just make wieners. SpongeBob becomes concerned when Mr. Krabs brings a ladder to the menu. Mr. Krabs crosses out Krabby Patties from the menu and declares no more Krabby Patties. SpongeBob passes out in shock. Paramedics arrive to revive him. SpongeBob wakes up thinking he had a horrible dream that Mr. Krabs would never let him cook Krabby Patties again. Then he sees Mr. Krabs throwing his grill into the trash. SpongeBob passes out again. Mr. Krabs replaces the grill with a small hot dog cooker. He gives SpongeBob a hot dog holder instead of his beloved spatula. SpongeBob accidentally pinches his nose with the holder. SpongeBob becomes miserable without Krabby Patties. He approaches Squidward and asks if anything ever happened at his job that made it not as fun. Squidward says yes. SpongeBob asks what it was. Squidward responds, being hired. SpongeBob realizes he needs to get rid of the Krusty Dogs and bring back Krabby Patties. Squidward surprisingly agrees to help. SpongeBob tries various tactics to make customers dislike Krusty Dogs. He whispers to customers that eating one will cause unsightly skin conditions. He tells another customer the flavor comes from nose hairs and recycled dental floss. Squidward pretends to have abdominal pain from eating a wiener. SpongeBob dresses as an old-timey gentleman and makes a speech about returning to simpler times. None of these tactics work. The attempts only increase customer appetite for Krusty Dogs. SpongeBob decides on stronger tactics. He puts a balloon inside a Krusty Dog and serves it to a customer. When the customer lifts the hot dog to his mouth, SpongeBob pushes an air pump. The hot dog expands and explodes, shooting meat all over the customers. Everyone screams and angrily leaves the restaurant. Mr. Krabs asks SpongeBob what happened and where all the customers went. SpongeBob suggests they know the answer. The scene cuts to SpongeBob happily grilling Krabby Patties again. Mr. Krabs asks SpongeBob to keep the Krabby Patties coming. Squidward stands outside wearing a Krabby Patty costume, waving a sign that says they're back. The episode, as seen on TV from Season 3, aired on the 8th of March, 2002. This episode explores SpongeBob's perception of fame rather than actual recognition of his talents. Mr. Krabs decides to make the Krusty Krab's first television commercial. Squidward organizes the production with an expensive crew and equipment. Mr. Krabs fires everyone except a clown to save money. He decides to make the commercial using just himself, Squidward, and SpongeBob as the crew. Mr. Krabs tells SpongeBob he needs him to be in the commercial. SpongeBob becomes ecstatically excited about being in a commercial. The commercial airs at 3:28 a.m. SpongeBob watches it with Gary. The commercial shows Pearl and Squidward as characters named Amy and Jen. Mr. Krabs appears and takes them to the Krusty Krab. He describes Krabby Patties using dramatic language. During this description, SpongeBob appears in the commercial. However, only his body from the neck down is visible as he holds a spatula with a patty on the grill. Later, his hat shows through the order window. SpongeBob excitedly points out both times he appears on screen, even though his face is never shown. The next morning, SpongeBob goes to work. Old Man Jenkins greets him and says he saw SpongeBob on television. A flashback reveals Old Man Jenkins was actually watching a Bran Flakes commercial and saw the yellow cereal box. He mistakes SpongeBob for the cereal box. SpongeBob does not realize this and becomes convinced people recognize him from television. He misinterprets normal interactions as signs of fame. A customer reads SpongeBob's name tag, and SpongeBob thinks this means recognition. Someone holds a door open, and SpongeBob interprets this as special treatment for a celebrity. SpongeBob's delusion grows stronger throughout the day. He autographs a napkin for someone who just wanted a napkin. He poses for non-existent photographs. He spins a mop like an airplane propeller and hits Mr. Krabs. Mr. Krabs tells SpongeBob to get back to work and stop acting predictable. SpongeBob goes to the bathroom where he overhears two customers discussing an actor's singing talent. They mention if that actor cut a solo record, he would be a hit. SpongeBob's pupils turn into stars. He decides he should pursue a solo career. SpongeBob enters Mr. Krabs' office and announces he is an entertainer now. He says the fry cooking phase of his career is over. He talks about commercials being old hat and says people want music. Mr. Krabs stares at him dumbfounded with comically enlarged eyes. Mr. Krabs suggests Krabby fumes have gotten to SpongeBob's head. SpongeBob thanks Mr. Krabs for understanding and quits. An angry crowd of customers surrounds SpongeBob demanding their food. SpongeBob thinks they want entertainment instead of food. SpongeBob turns down the lights and begins singing a song called Striped Sweater. The customers complain they are starving. SpongeBob thinks the crowd is insatiable. Squidward tells SpongeBob to go grab patties and give customers what they came for. SpongeBob thinks Squidward means juggling. SpongeBob juggles patties while telling jokes. The customers demand patties. SpongeBob slips on grease. The patties he was juggling land perfectly on the grill. The crowd cheers. SpongeBob realizes they like it when he puts patties on the grill. He puts more patties on the grill and the crowd cheers louder. SpongeBob successfully serves all the customers by cooking Krabby Patties. Mr. Krabs tells SpongeBob he has finally found his calling. SpongeBob says he is glad he gave up fry cooking for this, not realizing he just cooked patties. These 3 episodes reveal a consistent pattern in how SpongeBob's talents are perceived. In Patty Hype, SpongeBob creates an idea that becomes genuinely successful outside the Krusty Krab after being mocked by his employer. In Krusty Dogs, SpongeBob creates another successful product, but Mr. Krabs only values it for saving money on ingredients, rather than appreciating SpongeBob's creativity. In As Seen on TV, SpongeBob's delusion about fame masks the reality that his true talent lies in fry cooking, which he takes for granted. The common thread is that SpongeBob possesses real talent and creativity, but this is rarely genuinely valued by those around him at his workplace. If you enjoyed the video, make sure to subscribe and I'll see you in the next video.